that we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Akeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. Love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. You might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever fall above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Olajuwon too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamar, man. We back. Salute y'all, man. Look, man, my apologies. I shot the notifications out late, man. I know it's gonna take a little bit for people to get in here. You know. Salute to Tyson, man. I see you in here. He says, "What's up with your boy Ticket?" I don't know what happened with Ticket. I did see Ticket on Willie D capping for Kwame Brown again. That's just like, man, y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta let that ride. Y'all got to let that Kwame Brown nonsense right. Like, if that's the hill you want to die with your argument on, like, if there's any player, if you mad at any commentator for talking about any particular player, don't be mad. Don't be mad at a commentator for talking about Kwame Brown. Don't do that. That's not the hill you want to die on. Like I said, the playing 10 years in the league on all that. Like I said, Darko Milicic played 10 years in the NBA. It's a whole bunch of bums because you 7 feet tall stick around in the NBA. Remember, if you 7 feet tall, you probably make up less than 1% of the population. It's an extreme rarity. So you really don't have to be that gifted at 7 feet tall to make the NBA, and you're gonna get multiple chances. Let's not act like let's just not pretend like just having great DNA and genetics just kept him in the league. Like, it keeps a lot of 7-footers in the league. Like, I mean, this team's still working out Miles Leonard. Right? Hassan Whiteside could probably come back to the league at any time. And if Boogie Cousins got his attitude right, he could be welcomed back to the league with open arms. We got to stop with the nonsense. Like, if we're gonna get behind the player, if we're gonna get behind a player, if we're gonna galvanize a player up, how about we galvanize a player that's actually been an all-star? Right? That's why we're talking about Ben Simmons today. You see what I'm saying? We talking about Ben Simmons today. And I sat back and thought about it. I was over the weekend. I was watching a whole bunch of film from the 2000s, the Kobe Shaq years, things like that. And there was one player that particularly stood out, and that was Jason Kidd. And the more I sat back and watched Jason Kidd, I'm talking about Jason Kidd from the beginning of his career when he started with the Dallas Mavericks until the end. The one thing that I said was, I said Jason Kidd's NBA counterpart for today is Ben Simmons. And so then I had to sit back and ask myself, I'm asking myself the question is, I got to ask myself the question, what new standard did we start setting for players? What new standard did we start setting for players, y'all? Where a player with the talent of a Ben Simmons can get ostracized and criticized to such an extreme degree that it starts to affect his mental. Right? We obviously know that we living in an age where players are in front of cameras more. They're more visible with social media. Everything they do is micromanaged by the media. I mean, these guys can't go shoot in the gym by themselves sometimes without a camera knowing. Right? They can't miss 4 threes in a row in a gym, or the whole world we're gonna call them trash. Like, so the thing is, these players, right? They got so much coverage. They got so many eyes on them. Today's game is more pressure than ever before. When we think back to other eras of basketball and we think about some of the off-the-court endeavors of players, and we like, man, they couldn't do that today. They wouldn't have survived in today's league. They would have got canceled. They got kicked out, banned, all this type of things like that. And so now every time Ben Simmons works out over the summer, people are talking about, okay, he's making jumpers in practice. He should be making them in the game. And, what's the coach going to say here? And then I think what compounds it with Ben Simmons is that all of the people around him have hot microphones around them as well. So then after emotional games, you throwing mics in front of coaches, you throwing mics in front of other players. And then the league is demanding that these players talk. Right? Because the league so-called wants all of these players. They want these organic responses right after the game. And then so now you have media, not just media pushback, not just fan pushback, because the fans, as much as fans don't want to admit it, fans generally get their takes from the media. For example, we got Pootie in the chat. I want unfortunately, Pootie had to he caught the raw end of one of the ethers on the last stream. But the fact remains is that Pootie doesn't have any organic basketball takes outside of what Ticket TV says. He goes to Ticket TV to get his organic material, or what he claims to be organic material. So most fans use some form of media to get their takes off. And then you have players, right? You throwing mics in front of players. Everybody's going to have an opinion. Then you blowing mics in front of coaches. Now coaches got an opinion. Then you got mics in front of former GMs. They going to have their opinion. Then you got former players in the media. They going to have their opinion. And it's just like, it's like a dog pile. It's like a dog pile on top of these players. Now, I want you guys to ask yourself, when Jason Kidd first came into the league, great court vision, great passing, great ball handling. He was a great rebounder for his size, a lot of defensive prowess, great in transition. He came into the league out of University of California, high basketball IQ. He was a natural leader. We saw that from day one, even though there were struggles with that first big three in Dallas. Extremely versatile player. He's great at finishing at the rim. But here's the kicker. Lack of a consistent jump shot, especially early on in his career. That sounds, if I didn't put a name to it, that sounds almost identical to Ben Simmons. But see, the difference between how the media and how fans handled Jason Kidd early in his career, because Jason Kidd early in his career was what? A loser. He was not a winner. He was full of a lot of inconsistent performances. He was full of a lot of turnovers. You didn't have to guard him when he was standing beyond the three-point line. But we never heard fans talk about Jason Kidd in that light. People allowed Jason Kidd to ultimately develop into the player that he ultimately ended up becoming. And then we judged him off who he became after not slamming him for the one or two skill sets that he didn't have in his game early on. Mr. Winters says Ben Simmons doesn't appear to be dedicated. Okay, that's what we just okay, Mr. Winters. He doesn't appear to be dedicated from your TV screen. Now, come back. I want you to go hit Ben Simmons up on IG, have a conversation with him, and then come back after you actually talk to him. A whole bunch of things look different when you can come to all these conclusions from your TV screen. But Ben Simmons, when you say it doesn't appear that he's not interested, that's just what the media is kicking out to you. The media kicks out to you what they want to things to appear like. The media wanted Kyrie Irving to appear as anti-Semitic. They got the job done with that. That he appeared, they made it appear as if he was anti-Semitic, even though he wasn't. Y'all says you think he care if he play or not? Yes, I think he cares if he plays or not. He's a basketball player. He's an NBA player. And the man spends countless hours in the gym. Now, here's one thing. How do we know he spends countless hours in the gym? Well, one, he works out here in Arizona. Two, he works out with Damian Lillard's personal trainer. And they spend countless hours. Sometimes I've seen him work out here at GCU in both facilities. He works out in the Suns practice facility. A lot of NBA players come out here and work. So when you sit here and you see him over at the facility, PHH, and he's there from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the afternoon working out, and he's doing that 5 days a week, what were we supposed to say? And D. Reed, all of these NBA players can make jump shots in the empty gym. All of them can. All of these NBA players can make jump shots in the empty gym. I don't know what y'all mean by working on your jump shot, but making a jump shot in an NBA game is a lot more than just being able to make them in an empty gym. I D Reed, I could literally pay anybody in the chat. I could literally pay somebody like Mr. Winters. If I had the money, I could pay Mr. Winters $100,000 to quit his job and go to the gym 8 hours a day with a basketball. And he could still, after a summer's worth of work, step on the court and get destroyed by just somebody like me, let alone another NBA player. It's a lot more than that. And then not to mention, you would have to do that in front of 20,000 fans that are watching. See, what people don't like to do with Ben Simmons is, you see, there's a lot of people that don't like to take. See, we're in a day and age where people no longer like to take accountability for the product that they've created. Look at Jared says, Ben can't shoot. He's a terrible shooter. Ben, I mean, Jared, that's the only thing you know how to say about a player, Jared. I want you to say this, Jared. Then how did you describe Jason Kidd early in his career? Did you just walk around saying, oh, Jason Kidd can't shoot? See, what people didn't do when Jason Kidd was a rookie, these basketball talks wasn't as toxic. So what happened was people just said, man, that's a great young player. Man, this kid is great in transition. Dang, he's a great defender. Dang, he's a great leader. Dang, he's a great finisher. Just like they said with Magic Johnson. They didn't sit there and harp on the fact that Magic Johnson wasn't out there chucking up a million jump shots. Dang, he's still a solid scorer. He can get to the rim just like a Ben Simmons. Right? Because when we look at the numbers, we could just go off the eye test. So the eye test are the things that I just mentioned. Both players, both Kidd and Simmons, excellent court vision. No denying that. Despite their size, both of them have excellent ball handling skills. You can't argue that. Rebounding, both Kidd and Simmons are above average rebounders for their positions. That's a fact. You can't argue that. Defensive prowess, both Kidd and Simmons are known for their defense, right? They can guard multiple positions. They can disrupt passing lanes, create fast break opportunities off steals. These are things that are not even deniable. Transition with their speed and ball handling, both excel in transition, right? They both excel in transition. Basketball IQ, these are hallmarks for both of these players. Undeniable, right? They often make the right plays at the right time, understanding game situations and making strategic decisions. Now, what we also have to understand is just because we say that they have IQ, does that ostracate these guys from actually making mistakes? No, because Kidd has made mistakes that cost team games, just like Ben Simmons has made mistakes that cost his team games. Doesn't mean he's not high IQ. Leadership. Kidd and Simmons are both leaders, right? When you're a floor general and when you're playing at your best, you're both leaders. A lot of people don't like to give that to Ben Simmons when he was in Philly, when he was at his prime, when Philly was playing elite level basketball. But he gets ostracized either for the injuries and he couldn't be in the playoffs with Joel Embiid, or either Joel Embiid gets injured and he was playing without his superstar in the playoffs. He gets killed for that. Versatility. Both players can be slotted into various positions and have success. They are extremely versatile offensively and defensively. The one similarity that both of these players have is, while Kidd did develop a reliable jump shot later in his career, which we've yet to see that with Ben Simmons because we just haven't reached that stage of his career, both players did not have a consistent jump shot, especially from beyond the three-point line. That is a fact about both players. That's just the eye test. That's not even going to the numbers, right? We can get to the numbers. When we get to the numbers, okay, let's get to the numbers then, because y'all like to talk about, oh, he can't shoot. For Jason Kidd's career, he shot 40% from the field. Ben Simmons, for his career, shoots 56%. Jason Kidd Throughout the first 10 years of his career, shot 23% from the three-point line. Ben Simmons, 13%. Both poor three-point shooters early on. I think percentage-wise, the biggest difference is at the free throw line, where Jason Kidd, for his career, or at least during the first 10 years, he wasn't as good, because during the first 10 years, Jason Kidd shot 69% from the free throw line, while Ben Simmons is shooting 59% from the free throw line. Jason Kidd got better as a shooter and finished his career at 78%. See, when y'all don't like to see this. Y'all don't like to see this. And then we go to the averages, right? Jason Kidd, 12.6 points per game for his career. Ben Simmons, 14.7. Jason Kidd, 6.3 rebounds a game for his career. Ben Simmons, 7.8. Jason Kidd, 8.7 assists per game for his career. Ben Simmons, 7.5 assists per game. Jason Kidd, 1.9 steals per game. Ben Simmons, 1.9 steals per game. I'm not being nasty, Tyson. These are facts. This is just exposing fans. This is really just exposing how nasty fans are. Blocks per game. Ben Simmons, 0.3 blocks per game. Ben Simmons, 0.7. Ben Simmons statistically basically outdoes Jason Kidd in almost every statistical category. When we go to the percentages, field goal percentage, Ben Simmons destroys Jason Kidd in field goal percentage. I don't care if you take the first 10 years or his whole career. So we know for a fact it's not just about shooting. See, y'all only slander Ben Simmons because he struggles to shoot the ball. That's it. See, and that's the sad part about it. Y'all will slander Ben Simmons, a guy who's struggled with his jump shot, but he's great everything else. But when we go back to those, especially those Sixers years, y'all wouldn't slander the guys that was actually just there to getting paid to shoot. Tobias Harris was actually getting there. He was there paid to shoot the ball and score. He was the scorer, one of the scorers on that team. And when it mattered most, he was the one shooting like a Ben Simmons percentage. Joel Embiid is paid to be the number one option offensively on that team. And when it mattered most, he was the one closing out those series with 8 and 9 turnovers in the games, right? Ben Simmons was doing his job, delivering the ball, running the offense. See, y'all just don't even know. Yeah, I think a lot of times y'all don't know how to break down what just happened, so y'all just blame the lowest hanging fruit y'all can see. Especially people like the Pooties and the Mr. Winners. Y'all will blame just the lowest hanging fruit. Y'all will see a team lose like the Lakers last year. Y'all will see the Lakers lose last year. Don't even know what happened. Don't know the ins and outs of the game, the strategy. When the Lakers lost last year, most casual fans said, "Oh, Darvin Ham didn't sub," or it was Russell Westbrook's fault. Y'all would dumb it down to the lowest hanging fruit. Most of y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. I'm not trolling. This is a fact. Y'all do it with all the teams. They do it with everybody. With almost every team, you pick some low-hanging fruit player who has a glaring flaw and say that's the flaw that cost them the game. Whether it's Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook could have a game where he had 1 turnover, 30 points, 10 assists, 15 rebounds. They lose by 5 points. Man, it was Russell Westbrook, man. Darvin Ham, his subs, man. Y'all say low-hanging stuff. Golden State Warriors lost because Draymond Green didn't make enough threes. Low-hanging takes. Low-hanging takes, man. Y'all got to level up. This is what all I mean is y'all got to level up, and it's because of a lot of the fan chatter. It's because of, it's not a mute point, Pootie. All right? It's not a mute point, Pootie, because Pootie, prove me wrong. Like, tell me a time where you didn't blame the low-hanging fruit. Just tell me a time. No, Mr. Winters. He says the media blame Russ and Darvin Ham. No, I'm here. Mr. Winters, do you know, Mr. Winters, that I'm here? And when I go live, I see the things y'all type. Do you know I got so many comments on my YouTube page I can't read them? Do you know I literally sometimes read those comments? That ain't the media, that's y'all talking. Most of us, yeah, and this is how I know y'all lying. Most of y'all don't even watch mainstream media anymore. Most of y'all don't even watch Sports Center no more. The closest we come to watching media now for most of us is watching Shaq, Chuck, and Kenny in the TNT halftime show. That's about the closest we come. Y'all got to stop trying to blame the media for y'all bad takes. I know where it's coming from. It's coming from y'all. And then y'all be the ones getting on social media, taking pot shots at some of these players on Twitter and social media. And then you got players like KD finally responding back, having some of y'all looking crazy. Y'all got to stop. I mean, so what we've created with Ben Simmons is we've taken an era because we've taken what this era. In this era, we know that shooting is a must. You're not going to be able to win in this era of basketball without elite shooting. You have to have elite shooting, all right? A little bit different from other eras of basketball, like the 2000s, a little bit different. The 90s, a lot different. 80s, much different. From the 70s. This is probably one of the first eras of basketball where you essentially have to have elite shooting to win. Because we know that's what we need to win. What you guys do is you guys take pot shots at any guy that can't shoot. Any guy, but they could be great at everything else. For example, a guy like Draymond Green, literally great at almost everything else, does everything that you want as far as leadership, right? As you guys talk about those hard-nosed guys, playing as many games as possible, playing through injuries, right? The grit, getting up in people's faces, not out there chucking up a whole bunch of threes. But like I said, y'all have seen that before. Slander Draymond Green. Slander. I've heard you guys slander the Scottie Pippins. Slander the Russell Westbrooks. Slander the Ben Simmons types of players. Y'all lying. Y'all point at the low-hanging fruit of this era. The low-hanging fruit of this era are the guys that can't shoot. Even no matter what else they do great, the low-hanging fruit of this era are the guys that can't shoot. If you guys can't identify specifically what went wrong in a game, you just look to the guy that can't shoot and say he's to blame. And if they don't have one of those guys on the team, then you just blame the coach for bad substitutions. See, Mr. Winters, I want you to tell Mr. Winters, I'm going to save that question, y'all. See, because I'm going to save this question. He says, you're going to act like Ben Simmons didn't bring a cell phone to practice. Okay. Where did you get that information from? Who told you that? Because I know you wasn't at that practice. See, you say you don't get your information from the media, Mr. Winters, but you keep bringing me reports from the media to supplant your arguments about Ben Simmons. How you going to try to make an argument against what I'm saying using stuff from the media, the very thing that I claim you get your information from? Hey, and I don't care if he had a phone in his pocket. Y'all think Ben Simmons is the first player to bring a cell phone into practice? No. I'm sure crazier things have happened in NBA practices because now we got more cameras, more eyes everywhere. Every time a story comes up, everybody's watching. See, y'all don't want to talk about the time when Magic Johnson brought strippers to practice. What that got to do with basketball? See, but lucky for Magic Johnson, this wasn't a time frame where they sitting there bringing cameras all in everybody's face, and cameras documenting everything you do. See, so if it ain't caught on film, y'all don't care. Y'all don't care if it ain't caught on film. That is the number one indicator that everything that you get is coming from the media. Ben Simmons is garbage. That's coming from the media. That's how is a guy that can make an all-star game in the NBA garbage? How is a guy that can make an all-star game in the NBA garbage? Next, you're going to tell me that, oh, the voting is biased. What are y'all going to tell me? Out of all the players that you can pick from to get into the NBA all-star game, they just happen to pick. Well, all we got left is Ben Simmons. Let's might as well just throw him in. That's what happened. Ben Simmons just lucked into a couple all-star game appearances. Ben Simmons just lucked into being an all-NBA defender. He just got lucky and became an all-NBA player at one point in time. So he just lucked into that. The NBA just said, oh, we want to lift up Ben Simmons today. Yeah, we just going to give him a whole bunch of accolades that he probably didn't actually earn. Young Africa, that's the whole point. He's not that guy anymore. But you know why he's not that guy anymore? See, a lot of people don't understand that the game of basketball is also a mental thing, right? And so we can just take it back to how we started this when we talked about Kwame Brown. The one thing that I can give Kwame Brown is his ire towards Michael Jordan for completely decimating his mental coming into the league. See, Kwame Brown, skill-wise, was projected. Kwame Brown, skill-wise, was projected by almost every scout that he has the least probability, like the odds of him not becoming an all-star were crazy. Like he was almost a can't miss. He will be an all-star. But the one thing that can mess up a player, especially at the NBA level, and we saw this with Nick Anderson, and we've seen this with a ton of guys that lose their confidence. But we've seen how confidence can elevate guys because we saw what confidence did for a guy like Jeremy Lin. And it took him from a fringe NBA G League type of guy to where he's getting paid way above what he might be just because his confidence level changed. Like we've seen confidence carry guys. We've seen confidence take guys from being barely NBA players to high level players. Kwame Brown mental was destroyed early on. Now, I don't know whether it was directly Michael Jordan. I don't know if it was Doug Collins behind the scenes. I don't know who it was, but somebody in that organization consistently was tearing at this man's mental, where he never believed he could truly be an all-star. And what we've seen from Ben Simmons is he's heard time and time again, oh, you can't shoot. Oh, you garbage. Oh, you this. Oh, fan chatter here, fan chatter there. Oh, you need to work on this. You need to work on that. This coach telling him he needs to do this. Brett Brown saying he needs to do this. All of these coaches telling him different things. And y'all want to fake and act like that won't play on your mental? Because this is already a sensitive game. First thing we know is mental because none of y'all can walk into an NBA arena with NBA players on the court and the crowd watching. None of y'all could go in there and probably even make a free throw. So when we understand it from that level, and then you look at a guy who has played up to an all-star level, but then all of a sudden starts to break down. Are we just saying he just got sad and trash over the course of one season, or did something else impact this game? And I think it's the fans. I think it's the chatter coming, the noise. Right? Like, one of the most hypocritical things I even heard was Ticket TV on the Willie D podcast talking about Stephen A. Smith tearing down players. And it's just like, my God, have you heard how you talk about Draymond Green, the $100 million man, how you talk about his pockets, how you talk about his money and say he ain't worth it? You do the same thing. It's like a big cycle. And then when these players, and then when we start to see these players' mentality start to get burnt out, and we see their games kind of wane to a certain degree. Wane because coach don't believe in them no more. Wane because the fans don't believe in them no more. Wane maybe because they have a little bit of self-doubt now into themselves because, dang, am I really that good? Damn, can I still play at this level? And so when you have all that coming at you and then your game starts to wane a little bit and then you got to find a way to get your confidence back up, y'all solution is, oh yeah, hey, I'll just go in the gym and shoot a couple more shots. You'll be all right. Half y'all done talked about his mama. You got the news media showing pictures of garbage cans getting picked up saying this is Ben Simmons on his way out of town. Oh, the solution is, oh, just go in the gym and shoot some jump shots, man. You'll be better. I keep telling y'all, I could put Jared in the chat in the gym for an entire year. I could put him in the gym for an entire year with an NBA trainer, and he couldn't even beat he wouldn't even come close to beating my point guard on my club team here at Grand Canyon University. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, y'all think it's just that easy. Y'all think it's that sweet. No, hold on, Mr. Winters. Don't see, y'all be trying to lie. Do you know I got video? I got a great memory. You talk about he just talks about his aunties. No, he don't. He don't. He does not talk about no antics. He calls them a scrub. He called him a walking garbage can. That's what he called him. This is a man who dropped 37 points in the finals game. Y'all got to stop lying. You don't got a live for ticket. I know all the takes. I've done multiple videos on all the bad takes. Don't lie. Don't come up here and try to speak for them. I know more than anybody. Jared says, cheap shot, Lamont. I was a knockdown shooter in high school. Jared, you was not Jared. I don't believe that, one. And two, that's not a cheap shot. That's a fact. I could put you in a gym 8 hours a day with an NBA trainer for an entire year. And if I put you in front of a crowd after the fact and you had to play my best point guard one-on-one, he would beat the life out of you. That's a fact. And you probably wouldn't make a shot unless you got extremely lucky. And you're a so-called knockdown shooter. This is what I mean, the mental. And then also, as a shooter myself, shooting is one of the most mental grinds possible because shooters, like people be thinking, and it's amazing how people talk down on shooters of this era. Oh, this is just a shooting era. Guys are just chucking up threes. The mentality to be able to, especially at the NBA level, especially when you're talking about the life of an NBA player, a lot of these guys' livelihoods on the line. And when we see these guys take threes, you have to literally have the confidence to come back and say, all right, I'm about to shoot another one. And then if you're a good shooter, you have to understand that it's a very good possibility I could easily miss 5, even 10 in a row of these things in a game. And I still have to come back and shoot the next one. Look at D'Angelo Russell. Y'all saw how poorly he shot the ball against Denver Nuggets. But you know what he's going to have to do this year? As poorly as he shot the ball, even though he's a good shooter, he showed he could shoot in previous years before that, he's going to have to strap him up, get on the court, and when that next shot comes in game, contested or open, he's going to have to take the next one. These aren't layups at the rim. These are contested shots defended by NBA players. I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to allow y'all to come up. But again, man, we got to talk about it. Jason Kidd and Ben Simmons are almost identical players, especially if you're looking at them as players early on in their careers. Almost identical players. Slim, stretch, facts. He says that's what made Kobe so good. That's a fact. This is the one thing that makes the greats great is that they got short memories. Like they can miss 10 in a row and they without a doubt. Like if I want y'all to think back, I think there was a game. I think it was the year that the Cleveland Cavaliers, I think they were playing Orlando Magic. I forgot who they were playing in the playoffs. This is when they were getting coached by the foreign coach, the white dude. I forget his name. LeBron had a horrible game, trash game, super trash game. Right? This guy starts drawing up a play, says, I'm going to draw the play up for J.R. Smith. LeBron snatched the clipboard. Hell no. Even though I'd have missed every shot all game, the play is for me. LeBron fades to the corner, hits the game-winning shot in the corner. It was actually against the Bulls. because he hit the game winner on Jimmy Butler. Brian drew that play up himself. David Blatt tried to draw some play up for J.R. Smith, the shooter. LeBron, a star with that crazy delusional mentality, because great players have to be delusional to a certain degree. I done missed all the shots I took this whole game, but I'm still taking this last shot. What did he do? He took the shot. Confidence. He made the shot. You cannot make shots if you're not confident. You cannot make shots in a basketball game if you're not confident. That's a fact. Ben Simmons right now is not a very confident shooter. One, because his teammates don't believe in him. His coaches don't believe in him. The fans don't believe in him. The media don't believe in him. And not every player is blessed with that irrational, delusional inner confidence that guys like Kobe and Jordan, sometimes LeBron, and some of the greatest, Allen Iverson. Not everybody is blessed with that delusional mentality that I don't care if it takes me 60 shots. I'm going to get these shots up because I know the next one's going in. But see, y'all just care about if he can shoot. Can he shoot the ball? Is he a good shooter? Y'all dumb the game down to stuff that's so irrelevant, right? When we was talking to Brandon, me and Chill were in here talking to Brandon about that Sixers series versus the Atlanta Hawks and how disappointing it was. And Brandon, the low-hanging fruit fan, starts to target. It was all Ben Simmons' fault. It was him. He didn't shoot the ball. He didn't score. Oh, well, what's going on with Joel Embiid's turnovers? That ain't nothing. Well, I mean, Ben Simmons, as he's there to play defense. He was elite defensively, right? He was there to assist the ball. That the game they were eliminated, I think he had 9 or 10 assists. So he was the best defensive player on the floor because he shut down Trae Young. He passed the ball well. I think he had 9 or 10 assists. Only thing fans say, he didn't shoot the ball. He can't shoot the ball. Well, I don't know. I don't think Ben Simmons is getting paid $100 million to shoot the ball. He's getting that paid to facilitate and to defend. It's Embiid and Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris had, I think, 8 points in the elimination game. Shot poorly. Embiid, damn near 10 turnovers in a closeout game. He's getting paid to score the ball. These are guys that get paid to score. Oh, no. I mean, as a coach, when I look at the end of the game, when I look at why we lost the game, I'm looking at turnovers first. I'm looking at rebounding. You don't matter how good of a shooter you are, you're going to miss shots. Everybody missed. Remember, there was a streak. Remember, what was that nasty streak Klay Thompson was on where he missed a whole bunch of threes over the course of a whole bunch of games? The one thing you cannot control in the game of basketball is if the shot goes in. You can literally control everything else. Sometimes you just miss shots. Sometimes you just have an off night. You can control everything else. You can control how hard you defend. You can control your communication. You can control not turning the ball over. You can control the effort you give to go rebound the ball. You can't. Sometimes you just can't control making and missing shots. This argument is not disrespectful. It's not disrespectful. Because Darius Pearson, I want you to think about Jason Kidd. Don't use the bias of the second half of Jason Kidd's career when he finally was able to put it together, right? When the coaches in the league and the fans, irregardless of what he did early in his career, still held him down. They didn't start slandering him. They didn't denigrate him because he couldn't make a jumper. They still considered him one of the most elite players in the game, even without a jump shot. And then he was able to develop his game into what we saw when he was with New Jersey. Tony Bass, you can't control the refs. Refs don't win or lose games. Refs don't make enough calls to win or lose games. Some of the worst officiated games that I've been a part of are games where we've been up 60, beating the life out of teams. That's what I tell my team. Every time a ref makes a bad call, you know what I tell my team? The refs won't save them. This is what I tell my team. When we in the middle of a game and the ref makes a bad call, the refs can't save them. Don't say nothing to the refs. That ain't going to help them because I know that over the course of a full game, we going to make enough plays to win. Refs can't save nobody. See, y'all be thinking about these games that come down to 1 and 2 possessions. Well, shit. Don't let the game come down to 1 and 2 possessions. Start beating the life out of teams. Hey, Pootie. Yeah, I'm going to ask the 2000s Kings. Yep. I can look to that first quarter. The Kings had home court advantage. They shouldn't have allowed the series to get to 7 games in the first place. Pootie. Vlade Divac, energy, effort, focus. Why the hell are you slapping the ball out instead of rebounding the ball? You slap it out to Ori. IQ. Y'all be blaming refs. Stop doing dumb stuff in crunch time. Y'all be wanting to blame low-hanging fruit, blaming the refs. Thank you, James B. Page, airballing. Hey, y'all be blaming everybody. Hold on. Y'all ain't blame nothing. Chris Webber, the man who was allergic to defense, y'all don't want to blame him. Y'all just blame the lowest hanging fruit you can find. See, Pootie couldn't find it. Wasn't enough bad shooters on that Kings team, so he said, "I'm blaming the refs. I can't see what else went wrong, so I blame the refs." As if Kobe and Shaq and the Lakers defense didn't play a significant role into why the Sacramento Kings completely choked away that series. Refs can't save you if you're beating the life out of a team. Tony, refs can't save, bro. If you up 30, what is the ref gonna do? I want you to know, if you up 30, what the hell is a ref gonna do? See, y'all be thinking refs control game. I know. I coach right now. I never go into a game thinking a ref can win a game. I didn't win in a hostile territory. I don't know these refs. These refs be reffing games for the other home team for the last 10 years. Might be a little bit of favoritism. Let's just go out here. If we beat you by 20, what the ref gonna do? Ref can't call that many fouls. Literally, for a ref to stop a 30-point beatdown, he would literally have to call a foul on every possession and give you 2 points. Refs can't control you missing by wide open shots. If you miss threes and contested shots, and what ref gonna do? Just call random travels to stop? Like, come on. Look, he says right here. Jared says, "Here's Jared with another bad take. Being choked. Just admit it." Jared, I think you missed when I said all players have bad moments. I'm sure we can look back through Jason Kidd's career and find a number of moments where he could be labeled as choking, didn't make the right play, probably could have shot the ball, turned the ball over. There's a ton of things. But see, the thing is, Jared, you don't care about Jason Kidd early in his career. See, you don't care about Jason Kidd early in his career, right? Because at that point in time, it wasn't necessarily a popular thing just to slander players for no particular reason, especially just slander a player because they struggled to shoot. If you were great in the 2000s, we looked at what made you great. Just like with Ben Wallace, we looked at why did we label Ben Wallace as a great player of the 2000s? Because he couldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot a lick. He couldn't shoot. Why is Ben Wallace a great player? Oh, because we just appreciate what he did on the court. But see, when we look to a great defender of this era, like a Draymond Green, all I hear is some of y'all like the Jarretts and, oh, he can't shoot. Y'all wasn't saying that about no Ben Wallace and some of these other guys. Y'all wasn't saying none of that. I'm going to drop the link. We'll see how y'all act. I hope y'all hit the link and pull up, man. Y'all got to stop, man, with the hypocrisy. Y'all got a lot of hypocritical takes, and y'all just attach. And then a lot of y'all, especially like Jared, you only harp on one game, because when he says Ben Simmons choked, he's only talking about the one game that he claims Ben Simmons choked against the Atlanta Hawks. That's it. He really, he won't tell you about some of the other big moments of Ben. Like, if you can tell me 5 moments when Ben Simmons choked, give me 5 great moments when Ben Simmons came through and showed up. If you can't do that, then you just out here running with the false narratives. And let's not act like he don't have great moments. The man has been an all-star and an all-NBA player and an all-NBA defender in this league. So let's not act like he don't have great moments. Get this link up, man. I want to hear the cap. I want to hear the cap. All right, link is about to be in the chat, y'all. He said, what moments he got in Philly? Okay, but you can have moments anytime. I can look to a whole bunch of games where Ben Simmons has some great moments. Joel Embiid got hurt. They were playing the number one team in the they were playing the number one team in the league, Utah Jazz, when the Utah Jazz were the number one team in the West. And Ben Simmons dropped 40 on them and completely embarrassed Rudy Gobert on both sides of the floor. That's a moment. That was one of the games where Ben Simmons, they were feeding him the ball. He got his confidence up. Damn near made every free throw he shot that game. Completely. Just his confidence just through the roof. My solution, it probably wouldn't be a popular solution, but my solution for Ben Simmons in Philly would have been to make him the number one. Joel Embiid was a good enough offensive player where he can get his off anytime, anyway, anyhow. You don't have to force feed him to get his shots up. He was going to get his. But when you saw Ben Simmons play with confidence, you saw stellar games, stellar performances. When you saw a confident Ben Simmons, when we saw a confident Ben Simmons, a lot of people said he's a jump shot away from being the next LeBron James. That's when you saw that's how good Ben Simmons has been in this league. That's how he's been described, not by me. He's been described by this, is by many basketball minds. Let me go ahead and let y'all up, man. That guy, we got Mingo Jester. We got Jared, we got Boba. Let me start with Mavs guy, man. Yeah, man. What are y'all thoughts on Ben Simmons? Is the Ben Simmons slander deserved, or is it a bit hyped up and trumped up?
I would say maybe it's a little bit hyped up, but when you did watch that game, it's just hard to come back from seeing that where you're about to dunk the ball and you pass that up, and then just you can feel the team, like their whole their life gets sucked out. You can just tell the team they lost faith in Ben at that point, which I agree. Like you said, that does then take away from his confidence. But as an NBA player, sometimes you do have to overcome that. But maybe he doesn't have that all-time great confidence too, which I can see.
But again, that all still comes back down to one moment. Like if you're just telling me that one moment with Ben Simmons, okay, that's one moment. There are moments, right? Like if we go to the 2002 NBA Finals, Game 4, crucial game. Lakers need this game. Jason Kidd shot 4-17 from the field, 10 points. The Nets lost that game. The Lakers went on to sweep the series. Did he choke? Is that a bad performance? I could go if it's about matching bad performances. 2003 NBA Finals, Game 6. Jason Kidd was having a good series against the Spurs. Then he shot 6-19 in a Game 6. All right, 6-19 in the deciding game that could have sent the game to a Game 7. Kidd choked 6-19 from the field. How come y'all don't talk about Kidd choking? Kidd choked, right? There were instances, right?
Yeah.
There were instances in Kidd's career where he missed crucial free throws in the 06 regular season game against the Lakers. What did Kidd do? Kidd missed 2 free throws in the last seconds that allowed the Lakers to escape with a victory. Missed shots. He choked in right there, right? Turnovers, right? Point guard supposed to keep the ball, right? All right. Well, in 04 against the Pistons, Kidd with a late game turnover versus the Pistons cost them the game, choked away the game. So again, if you want to go tit for tat, bad game, moment for moment, we can do that because Kidd has a whole bunch of them. So while you can point to Ben Simmons' bad moment, I can point to Jason Kidd's bad moments.
Well, I think, but the bad moment, what makes it different is him being afraid to shoot. Like Jason Kidd, even when he wasn't a good shooter, you weren't afraid of him. Like he wasn't going to be afraid to take the shot. Like even if you watch those Nets series, they were way overmatched in both of those series.
Exactly.
Talent wise.
Let me ask you a question.
He carried that team.
Right. The Sixers were a favorite.
Hold on. First of all, it's something in basketball called roles.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons' role on that team. There's a reason why they surrounded him with shooting, right? When you talk about Franklin Korkmaz, when you talk about Tobias Harris, even Joel Embiid, and some of the shooters that they had on
JJ
those
Redick.
teams, they surrounded the man with shooting because they wanted him to be the facilitator that passes the ball to the shooters. And somebody has some background noise. Who is that?
I think it's that guy.
My God, bro.
All right. But so what I'm saying is, if Ben Simmons is a playmaker and defender first, why y'all talking about his shooting? Because in that elimination game, what did he excel at? Playmaking and defending. He shut down Trae Young, did his job. He playmaked. He had damn near 10 assists, if not 10 assists, right? So then, but I want y'all to tell me, if it was all Ben Simmons' fault, can anybody tell me what was Tobias Harris' field goal percentage? Because Tobias Harris, you talk about a guy that's paid $100 million, his sole job is to score the ball. What did he shoot from the field?
He shot like 41%, I think.
Tell me. No. Jared, tell me. What did he shoot? Tell me the field goals made to the field goals missed.
Well, his shooting percentage was 41%.
Field goals made to field goals missed, Jared.
I don't know his field goals made. I know his percentage.
I'll pull it up.
It definitely wasn't all Ben Simmons' fault, but
well, it's 41%.
I've got it right here. Tobias Harris in that game 7 went 8 for 24.
Okay.
8 for 24. Damn.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's really bad.
That's not good. Actually,
okay, now Joel Embiid's turnovers. Boba, tell me Joel Embiid. Let's hear what he did.
Embiid had 8 turnovers that game.
Yeah, he had 8.
Okay.
He also had the turnover that sealed the game again, by the way.
Yeah, he had the game-sealing turnover. Matisse Thybulle had one of the dumbest fouls on a three-point shooter that I've seen in basketball history. Right? Tobias Harris couldn't do his job. He's paid $100 million to score the ball. He couldn't score the ball. He'd been scoring fine all season. He'd been scoring fine all early in that game. Couldn't score the ball late against a Hawk defense that really, for most of that year, was average at best. But then all of a sudden, these guys can't do what they're paid to do. Ben Simmons, can you tell me what Ben Simmons did as far as defense and what did he hold Trae Young to? Because he was the primary defender on Trae Young.
6 of 23.
Trae Young went 5 of 23, 2 of 11 from 3.
Okay, so the Hawks' best player, who Ben Simmons was defending, shot 6 of 23, and then Ben Simmons, give me his numbers for that game.
Who? Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons, what are his numbers?
I think Ben had 8 points.
No. I'm asking Boba with the actual numbers, Jared. Don't tell me what you think. I need the facts.
He had 5 points, 8 rebounds, 13 assists, a steal, a couple of turnovers, and he shot 2 of 4 from the floor, 1 of 2 from the free throw line.
Okay, so he didn't take many shots. And so in a game, Ben Simmons, a guy who's not the number one scoring option on that team, didn't take many shots, but he rebounded the ball well. He passed the ball well with 13 assists. He defended the other team's best player, held Trae Young to 6 of 24. But on top of all that, he was also supposed to do Tobias Harris' job and score 29 points too, right? That's what he was supposed to do, right?
Oh, yeah, I scored.
This ain't a video game where you can highlight another player and just start doing his job for him.
But that's the problem, though, Lamont. That's the issue we having is Ben Simmons' unwillingness to shoot the ball outside of 10 feet. The problem is, hold on. The problem is he's shooting 0% of his shots outside of 10 feet. In a half court offense, bro, if you're leaving a guy open and you can double and treat this guy as that he's not even on the floor when he's behind 10 feet, that's the issue. So you letting the defense double.
Okay. Were you saying these same sentiments early in Jason Kidd's career?
He was a willing shooter.
No, Tyson. Tell me early on in Jason Kidd's career, all the people clamoring, you don't have to defend Jay Kidd.
That's not true. That's narrative. That's a narrative.
That's not true.
So where were the narratives? Where were the narratives?
Because he shot 33% from three. His rookie year, he shot bad. I give you that. He shot 28%, but he still was a willing shooter. He shot shots outside of 10 feet and tried to keep the defense honest. Yes, he was not a good shooter. But then the second year, he goes from 27% from three to 33% from three. So he makes a major improvement. The year after that, he goes to 37%, which is above league average. And then the injuries come, and he stopped shooting the three as much. But then he got back to it after later on in his career. So to sit up here and act like Jason Kidd wasn't a willing shooter and shot the ball outside of 10 feet and kept defenses honest, it's a total different. And it's a total. But that's what I'm talking about. But that's what I'm talking about.
This is the problem with the low-hanging conversations.
It's not low-hanging. That's facts, Lamont. I'm giving you facts.
This is the number one thing we have to understand. It's something called roles in the game of basketball. And on that Philly team, it was never Ben Simmons' role to be an elite scorer. And then,
but that's the problem when you're comparing that. Don't compare the players, then, Lamont.
Hold on, Tyson. Hold on. See, that's the problem. What y'all like to do is y'all like to try to put roles on players. Like, y'all only want to put these roles on players when they lose. If the Sixers would have found a way to win that game, or let's just act like the Sixers would have won the championship. If they would have won the championship, y'all would have been like, Ben Simmons is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And y'all wouldn't have cared nothing about him not having a jump shot. Y'all only start pushing these narratives when the team loses. Y'all wasn't pushing this narrative when in some of those games that they lost to the Atlanta Hawks, they were sitting there up 20 in the third. And then all of a sudden, everybody else on the team struggled to defend. Yes, they was up 20.
That's weak. That's weak, though, Lamont, because you're talking about...
You only cry about these things once they lose. Where was the people at saying this when Ben Simmons was making all-star games?
I was still saying that, Lamont.
No, y'all wasn't, Jared. No, you wasn't. Y'all was only say this after you see the result you don't like. Y'all only start complaining about these guys after you see a result you don't like. And we see it with Russell Westbrook. Everybody was high on Russ when he went to LA. And he gets to LA and starts missing shots.
Can I respond?
Oh, he can't shoot. See,
can I respond?
Cry after the fact.
Can I respond?
I want to see y'all cry about a player's. I want to see y'all cry about a player's skill set when he's at the top. I want y'all to cry about Jokic right now. Cry about something Jokic's doing. Y'all just gonna say he's the greatest. As soon as Jokic loses, he out of shape. He can't do this. He can't do that. But when he wins, y'all all high on everything he does, and you accept the negative. So he wasn't crying about his flaws when he was an all-star.
Can I respond?
don't want to hear you crying about his flaws when he loses, acting like that's why he lost games. Because they was the number one seed in the Eastern Conference without his jump shot. They was the number one seed. So how did they become a number one seed all throughout the regular season? They beat plenty of teams. They did all of this other stuff. But then all of a sudden, he needs a jump shot to beat the Atlanta Hawks.
Can I respond?
Why they lost. Y'all just hit the low
hanging. Can I respond, brother?
Y'all gotta stop chasing the low hanging arguments because y'all only cry when you see a team lose.
Can I respond? All I'm gonna say is you're right. When teams are in the regular season and they have these great, the Phoenix Suns back in the day when they had Amari and they're running this high octane offense and all this type of stuff. But in the playoffs, that's why we value playoff translation, Lamont. That's why we value when it's all on the wood and your deficiencies are brought up. Of course, we're gonna blame you when these deficiencies cause your team or help. Not that it wasn't the only reason, but they help cause your team to fail. So in the regular season, when they getting out in transition and doing all these things, Ben Simmons looks great, right? They're getting out in transition. He's a good defensive player, and he still is a good defensive player. But then when we come to the playoffs and your deficiencies are brought out by teams that are going to scheme against you in the 7-game series, and we see that your lack of shooting and that your lack of attempting shots is causing mismatches on offense, and you become a liability. And you become a liability in certain situations. Now we have to talk about that.
Exactly.
Just one question, Tyson. Without Ben Simmons on his team, right? Since Ben Simmons was the problem, and then obviously, like you said, regular season don't matter. We've seen Philly without Ben Simmons be the number one seed in the East, right? We've seen them do great things. How many Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals has Joel Embiid got to without Ben Simmons? Since they got rid of the guy that killed their spacing, since they got rid of that guy, I want you to tell me what did Joel Embiid goddamn do in the playoffs without Ben Simmons since he was the problem?
You're making an argument of why. Hold on. No, let me answer. You gonna let me answer?
No, yes.
You gonna let me answer?
Tell me.
You said no. I didn't even answer yet.
I just want to know, what did Ben Simmons do in the playoffs? Since Ben Simmons was the problem with spacing, he can't shoot. And, okay, they replaced him with other guys. They brought in the James Harden. Y'all talk about the James Harden who's walking bucket, can get the three.
We know that's not true, Lamar. We know. See, you capping right now. You capping, bro.
That you wanted. You got
James Harden played well in the playoffs.
You got the hold on, y'all. They got Tyrese Maxey. He out there getting buckets.
Did he play well in the playoffs?
All this. Okay, they got rid of the problem. Ben Simmons with Joel Embiid, supposed to MVP in the league. How far did he go in the playoffs without Ben Simmons? Since he the problem.
Nobody said Ben Simmons. Nobody said that Joel Embiid is, all this and all that. If you want to talk about his playoff class, we could talk about that. But that doesn't. Hold on. That doesn't negate the fact of what that doesn't. But that doesn't negate the fact of what Ben Simmons put on tape in the playoffs. That don't negate the fact of what Ben Simmons did
in the bubble in 2020 when Ben Simmons hurt his kneecap. How many games did Joel? Because since the floor spacing problem wasn't on the court no more, how many games he went in the playoffs without Ben Simmons?
That's not even the point. We're talking about when they were on the court.
They got swept, Tyson.
We're talking about when they were on the court, bro. I'm not talking about who did what when. I'm talking about when Ben Simmons on the court. We saw how defenses exploited his lack of shooting and how he became a liability in the half-court offense. Point blank. Period.
Okay,
now you can say James
to the rim.
Hold on. So the Sixers replaced Ben Simmons. They got James Harden,
and they still didn't get it done. So we can talk about James Harden now.
I'm going to break it down to everybody. You're talking about a James Harden and a Joel Embiid who are both top 10 in the MVP race, right? Having a great year. Right? Offensively, these guys are, he got the space and he can make shots. He can drive. You got Maxey who can make shots. He's getting better. He can drive. You still got Tobias Harris. The guy can still make shots and he defend a little bit. Right? And they got rid of the floor spacing problem, the nightmare that couldn't shoot, but he did all the other dirty work. You got rid of the problem in Ben Simmons. Now, I want to, like I said, and you talk about Joel Embiid got better. He's the MVP of the league. I want you
did
to
he play good in the playoffs?
Was such a problem. How did this dude not get?
So
to the
what
NBA
are we
final?
talking about? You sitting up here.
Ben Simmons is the problem. Why are they still having the same problems getting to the Eastern Conference Finals without Ben Simmons? The only consistent there in Philly is Joel Embiid.
So blame Joel Embiid. That don't absolve Ben Simmons.
Thank you. Blame Joel Embiid.
That don't absolve Ben Simmons. That don't absolve Ben Simmons of his deficiencies, bro.
Hold on.
You can say what you want.
In history, y'all sit around blaming the number 2, number 3 offensive option.
What?
What?
Ben Simmons was the 3rd offensive option on that team, even if he was even that. It was Tobias Harris was the 2, and Embiid was the 1. I've never seen y'all blame the 3rd.
Who handled the ball though? He was the second option.
No.
He was not the second option.
He was the second best player.
No. Who was? I said offensively. Who was the second option on that team?
Tobias Harris.
Okay. Now, when in NBA history have we walked around blaming the 3rd option for a playoff loss?
We did it with Draymond.
No, y'all didn't. Because if you blame Draymond, you an idiot.
Yes, people did.
That's a ticket TV type of blame.
We're talking narratives. Why we blame this? Why we blame that? We're talking about Ben Simmons and his deficiencies as an offensive player.
The narratives, Tyson.
No. You comparing a player. You sitting up here comparing a player to Jason Kidd when Jason Kidd does not have the same deficiencies that Ben Simmons has. He has more confidence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the moment. Has he failed? Has he failed?
He don't got the whole world.
Has he failed in his moments? Yes. Has he failed in moments? Of course, Jason Kidd. He has deficiencies as well.
And the media slamming him.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. LeBron has the whole world slamming them and putting them down.
I already separated those guys. Already broke.
Okay, but you just said so.
Everybody can't have a LeBron mentality.
Okay,
everybody can't have a
okay. So we blame them for that. We say they don't have it. So we blame them for that.
Yep,
that's what separates great players from not great players.
We know some players get affected by the media. Nick Anderson was a really good player. He got into his head and we never saw him again. Sometimes
that's fine. So Nick Anderson was weak-minded. Okay, that's fine.
I don't agree with that.
What's your point?
He wasn't weak-minded.
He was. If you a good shooter and can't shoot free throws no more because you miss free throws in the clutch, then to me that makes you weak-minded. What else is it?
What would Ben Simmons look like if we didn't spend 175% of our time slandering him just because he couldn't shoot? Because I didn't hear these sentiments about Jason Kidd when he was coming up, even though we all knew he struggled with his shot.
They did. They called him 18. They called him 18 Kidd.
You obviously don't remember. Come on now.
They called him 18 Kidd because he didn't have a J.
Even though we all but we know that just because you say it back then don't mean to get around to the masses. Now it's in your face. It's every day.
You don't think Jason Kidd heard that?
He might have heard it, but not as much.
So what are we talking about, Lamont?
Come on,
not as much.
Oh,
and it was not. And the thing is, you being a Phoenix Suns fan here probably heard more chatter. I'm talking about it from a perspective of somebody who was looking from the outside in to the Phoenix Suns, and from the outside in.
Jason Kidd was in Phoenix.
Hold on, Tyson.
Okay, go ahead.
From the outside in, everybody who looked at Jason, like everybody from the outside looking in at that time, would have loved to have a Jason Kidd. The Pacers, anybody, everybody wanted a Jason Kidd, and we would have took him without the jumper. That's a fact. So again, you guys in your small bubble might have complained, but again, everybody wanted him. And then when he went to the Nets, we saw what he did when you put the right team around him. It's not necessary. Jason Kidd jumper got better. He did work on this game. I'll give him that much. But a lot goes into your game actually improving. And we've seen
was better.
We've seen in the NBA. We've seen in the NBA players' games improve more so because they have an organization and a coach and a fan base that believes in them more than a guy just going in the gym getting a million reps, because all these guys go to the gym and get millions of reps up. They all work out. They all put shots up.
I don't disagree with Ben Simmons having a lot on his plate with what Embiid said about him and what the coach said about him. I understand all that, and that can hurt a player's confidence. I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is certain players handle it one way, certain players handle it another way.
Yep.
Ben Simmons went with the wrong way as far as his NBA career with the criticism.
That's been slandered like Ben Simmons. And then give me an example of how he fought through the adversity and stayed the same.
Well, all I'm saying, that's fine. If you want to say he got the most slander of anybody I'm not going to sit up here and do the narrative thing. All I'm saying is we see the results of that. So to sit up here and compare Jason Kidd to Ben Simmons to me is just a bad comparison. That's my point. If you want to say Ben Simmons is undervalued and was mistreated, I'm not going to disagree with you, bro.
He's not Jason Kidd.
Y'all be taking the after the math. I'm looking at Ben Simmons. I'm talking about Ben Simmons when he was at his peak, when he was an all-star. Early in his career, something that most players can never achieve that early.
He still had a huge defensive.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on, what I'm saying. I don't care. What I'm saying is when you look peak Ben Simmons, and when you look at Jason Kidd, how he started his career. When you look at the best of Ben Simmons versus the best of Kidd early in their careers, I'm not comparing them late in their careers because we know Jason Kidd was a much more cerebral player, smarter player. He understood the game a little bit better. We talk about early in their careers, right? They were very similar players, and when I mean similar, I'm talking about almost identical with their strengths and weaknesses. They had almost identical strengths and weaknesses. And let's not act like Ben Simmons is scared to shoot shots. Ben Simmons has not been scared to shoot shots because the only thing he struggled with is shooting the three ball. But as far as scoring the basketball, Ben Simmons there's been a year where he averaged 17 points per game. There's been years he's averaged 16 points per game.
But
so what I'm saying is he ain't scared to score the ball because he's actually
not scared, but he is scared to shoot.
17 points per game.
But he is scared to shoot
and get fouled.
Hold on. Some players still can score the ball. If you are
that's fine. That's fine. But I'm talking about his deficiency again. I'm talking about his deficiency when a player is on his deficiencies. When the player positives you can talk about. We could talk about the positives, and you talked about those well. I'm not disputing that.
I've never heard y'all harp on one player's one deficiency more than you've heard harped on. Ben Simmons' jumper.
They talk about LeBron.
But we're comparing. But you're trying to compare them. That's the problem.
And here's the thing: we see all these guys in the league today with jumpers, and they fucking perennial losers. Bradley Beal got one of the smoothest looking jumpers I can ever fucking see. The man can't win to save his life. He couldn't win. He's probably not going to win with Phoenix. He didn't win with the Wizards. He didn't win with John Wall. This man got one of the best looking jumpers. So all the guys with these beautiful jumpers be losing their ass off.
He had a winning team around him.
Oh, that was about a winning team. Ben Simmons, did he have a winning team around him?
No.
Yes.
No. I don't think with Embiid's clause it was a winning team. I don't think with Embiid.
The 76ers had Jimmy Butler, Ben Simmons,
Yeah.
Joel Embiid all on the same team. Bro, stop it.
Tobias Harris.
Man,
You
Did
talking
you guys
about the
play
names?
about
Talk about how they played in the playoffs, though.
Bro, that team together. You see what
Y'all
you see what
y'all capping. Y'all just giving me names. Y'all giving me names. Y'all not giving me how they played in the playoffs.
I'm not just giving you names. Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm not just giving you names.
Well, tell me what they did in the playoffs, Mingle. Tell me what they did in the playoffs.
Joel Embiid just won the league MVP. Jimmy Butler just went to the finals. Jimmy Butler just went to the finals.
I just said
Jimmy Butler.
you didn't answer my question.
Just went to the finals.
Can you? I'm talking about on that team, bro. When they were together, what did they do in the playoffs?
Man, nigga, you just said that name. Nigga, don't try to switch it.
I just said, what did they? My question was, what did how
I'm
did they
telling you
perform?
what they did individually.
All right, bro.
Let's keep. Hold on. I don't look. I don't want to get too much on those teams. We talking about is
Jimmy Butler did not play one in the
Listen to
playoffs.
this, though.
And B did not play one in the playoffs.
First of all, Lamont.
Hold on. Joel Embiid's results in the playoffs have been the same, if not worse, with Ben Simmons and without him. Yet we don't hear the world slandering Joel Embiid the way they slander Ben Simmons, even though the results are the same. The results have been the same with both these guys.
You don't think they slander Embiid right now?
Wait, they're not
They do slander Joel Embiid. That's the first year they slander Joel Embiid.
I ain't hearing no Joel Embiid slander.
And he gets an injury pass a lot of times too. Let's keep it up.
Ben Simmons don't get the injury pass. He hurt his knee in 2020 when they got swept.
They literally called Joel Embiid the second round. They literally called Joel Embiid
Ben Simmons actually got hurt, right? He was hurt right before that Hawks series. Is he gonna get the injury pass?
That's what I'm saying. He gets the injury pass because they say, I don't say it because I think he out there, he should perform. But they say he never really been healthy in the playoffs. He this, he that. He had one playoff run, I think, when he was healthy, and he still lost. So I get it.
Why do people feel to mention Ben Simmons back in that series that he hurt early in the regular season? Y'all feel every player in the history that's got injured played through it. Y'all
Oh God!
Fix your mic first. Fix your mic first.
You got to fix your mic, man.
Salute, Lamont. Salute.
Get that out of the way.
Bobo, Jared, Mango. Man.
What's good, Rob? What's good, Rob?
Hey, what's good, Rob? Come cook, bro.
This Ben Simmons thing is really sad.
Nah, but see, this is my thing, bro. This is my only thing. Lamont, you can give Ben Simmons all the credit you want to give Ben Simmons. I have no problem with you giving Ben Simmons his just due or big up in him or whatever you want to do with him. Just don't compare him to Jason Kidd. That's all. Don't compare him, man. Don't compare him to Jason Kidd. That's just
emotional.
Come on, man.
That's emotional.
That's not emotional. How could you compare him to Jason Kidd? Jason Kidd is a better player than Ben Simmons. Period.
First of all, you keep making this about somebody being better. That's not what we're saying. I'm saying peak Ben Simmons when he was an all-star, when he was an all-NBA.
It's not better than Jason Kidd on no level.
About being better. See, that's what you keep throwing this better.
Man, you gotta listen. Let him talk, man. Let him talk, brother.
Read the title. It said Ben Simmons. Especially when we're talking about peak, Ben Simmons is Jason Kidd. And what I mean by that is
he's not Jason Kidd. That's comparing them.
Hold on. What I mean by is that they're very similar. And like I said, did I say identical players? Did I say? Remember, I think there are certain aspects and certain categories where there's a clear-cut difference. Like when we look to leadership, I think there's a clear-cut difference with leadership and Ben Simmons. So again, I'm not saying that they're identical players. I'm saying that there are a lot of similarities. And when we're talking about young players, when we're talking about young players in the NBA, we have to go off of talent because we really don't have a body of work primarily to go off of early on. So if you're looking at young Jason Kidd versus a young Ben Simmons, and we're only judging them off talent, then they are very similar. You guys are adding in what you saw from Jason Kidd when he was with the Nets and how he ended his career with the Mavs. And you saw I'm talking about young Jason Kidd versus young Ben Simmons. They are very similar. That's a fact.
I agree with Lamont. They both can't get smoke. They both can't get smoking. But
that's cap.
Y'all, everybody know I'm from the Philadelphia area, so I watch them close. I watch them closely, and my personal bias stopped me from agreeing with Lamont early on. But as I reflect on it, I agree with Lamont 100% about the Ben Simmons situation. He does get a lot of criticism just because he don't shoot, but he's an excellent playmaker. Great IQ. Know how to find the right read on the court. Great defender.
Yeah.
He has more great things. He does more great things than that one little shooting thing. I agree with Lamont and whoever else agrees with Lamont. 100%.
I don't agree with Lamont.
Hey, Lamont, let me ask you: Are you saying that Ben Simmons in some areas of the game are better than J Kidd, or are you saying that they're just the player profile is just comparable?
No, I'm saying their skill sets, what player both
profile.
Players are good at versus they have similar flaws. When you look at early Jason Kidd versus an early young Ben Simmons, but Ben Simmons is still young into his career. They have similar flaws with Jason Kidd. Obviously, as he progressed, he became a better shooter, more confident shooter, more competent shooter, right, over time. But I think one of the things
you talking about a second and third year.
I think one of the things that allowed Jason Kidd to blossom into becoming a better shooter is the fact that because he didn't have coaches and fans, we know fans are going to talk, but he didn't have coaches, fans, and just media pounding down on him about his weaknesses and just slander, right? He was able to then get over that mental hump because I believe that Jason Kidd was always a solid shooter. I just think shooting in the NBA level, especially at the point guard level, at the point guard position, it's a mental thing because point guards
take some time too.
Get their shots differently. A lot of the point guards is not as much catch and shoot at the point guard position. It's more so off the dribble. So that's a skill set you might have to learn as a point guard if you don't already have it. And so there's certain skill sets that is like it's different at the point guard position. It's not as easy as just being able to catch and shoot. All right. And I think Ben Simmons could potentially develop that, but it's just like, how can he develop that when he's consistently getting hounded and pounded by fans, media, players, coaches about that? And it's like, it's always in the back of his mind.
He wasn't a willing shooter as a rookie, Lamont.
Shooters, I know. Being a willing
Simmons
shooter.
did not have a low basketball IQ, Brendan. Oh my goodness.
It's not about being a willing shooter. I mean,
yes, that's part of it.
Obviously, if you're struggling with your shot, right? If you're struggling with your shot, there's a mental hump you got to get over. Whether you're struggling to take the shots or whether you're struggling to actually shoot, whether you get struggling to make the shot, it's the same result.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I disagree.
Yes, it is.
I disagree because and I know you capping because when you had Lamont when you was talking on Ox channel, you said one of the worst things is a player on your court. You said shoot the shot. I don't care if you make it or miss it. I'm gonna take you out the game for not shooting the shot. You said that out of your own mouth, and now you're sitting up here talking a whole different narrative.
That is Tyson. We're talking about a guy whose role was not to chuck up 20 shots a game.
Nobody said 20 shots. See, that's what you're doing, Lamont.
Hold on. We're going to quote me right. We're talking about a guy in D'Angelo Russell who his job was to shoot the ball, make or miss. That's his job. He's not out there to defend. He's not out there to play make. He's not out there to do nothing else but score the ball. You cannot give up on shooting if your role is shooting.
I'm not talking about D'Angelo Russell.
Is to play, make, and defend. Play, make one, defend two, score third. And y'all telling them score more. When his number one job is to defend. Number one job is to play, make. Two is to defend, and then you move on down from there. So again, y'all harping on one of the attributes of his game that, of course, we know he needs to work on it over time. But
that was not his number one
on that Sixers team. That wasn't his number one or number two duty. That's why they surrounded him with guys that supplement his weaknesses.
Yeah,
that's
correct, Lamont. That's what I was about to say.
I get what you're saying, but that's beside the point, though, because the simple fact is, not only the dude won't shoot at all. I'm not saying he got to chunk up 20 shots. The dude won't even damn shoot the ball at all.
If shooting is the problem, they beat the shooter in James Harden. How come they didn't win the chip?
Because James Harden sucked at shooting. That's why.
That's not true.
Harden's a choker.
Yes, he did. Look at the stats.
Tyson. James Harden put the shots up. He chucked the ball.
I said he sucked at shooting. You said you got him a shooter, and you got him.
Harden.
Yeah.
Maxey got the shots up.
You know, come on, you know it's were they guarding James Harden?
Oh, now you need a defender. Now
No, I said were they guarding James Harden?
Well, yeah, they were guarding him.
Now you can. Now you need a defender. Now you need.
But you're a coach, Lamont. This is the bullshit, though. You're a coach.
Bullshit. No,
you know if you hold on, bro. You know if a team can scheme and not guard somebody out of 10 feet, is that not going to affect your offense?
It happened to the Grizzlies.
But
answer the question.
But also, hold on. First of all, let me ask you this then. Then how come they when they fixed the problem didn't get different results?
Okay, Lamont. If you're fixing the problem by bringing in inadequate players, if you're fixing the problem by bringing in playoff bums and inadequate players, that's not really fixing the problem. You trading one problem for another. That's not the same. That's not fixing the problem.
This is the ultimate finesse job, yeah.
So ain't no finesse job. That's a fact.
When they hold on, first of all, they get a guy that can actually make. Remember, whether it's not about making them, like you said, it's about just taking the shots and being able to make a few of them. We know that James Harden is going to definitely take shots, and he's going to make some because we saw him have some big games before they got eliminated, right? But James Harden will take shots. He's going to keep the floor space. He's going to keep the defense honest. Why did they have the same results with Joel Embiid as the number one? MVP Joel Embiid did that. Same result. Same result.
The real MVP. Hey, Lamont. So I'm on a stat news. I'm looking at his playoff series. He actually did good, but they're harping on the threes he ain't taking. That's what they harp about.
Attacking the rim. He didn't attack the rim. It's out of 10 feet, bro. It's not threes. It's out of 10 feet. Go look at the stats. Go look at the stats.
You're not going to really even be able to get successful mid ranges off in this league with the zones anyway. So
what? What are you talking about?
Luka is killing them.
Yeah, you got to
be
elite to
all
score in the mid
started when he
range.
passed up the jump shot.
Come on, Lamont. Devin Booker lives in the mid range. DeMar DeRozan lives in the mid range.
Elite. I said, hold on.
Shea lives in the mid range. What are we talking about?
He's elite.
Hey, Tyson,
I said, score in the league today.
Everybody full of
mid range. You have to be elite.
What's that? Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Lamont said.
I said, score in the mid range in today's game. You have to be elite.
Okay.
Ain't no anybody just walking into the mid range scoring.
I understand that, but when you shooting, hold on, though, Lamont, when you shooting 0.8 attempts from there, that's the problem. I'm not didn't go look at the stats. Go look at the stats.
He shot mid range. He didn't shoot mid range.
You don't average 17.
He did not shoot mid range. Go look at the stats. Go look at the stats.
He took a couple.
Hold on, you tell me the stats. You don't even know him.
I do know him.
His rookie year, he took a lot more.
He did take a couple mid ranges.
Percentage of field goal. Hold on, let me add. He said I don't know the stats, but the percentage of field goal attempts by distance, right? For what's his name? He's shooting from 16 to 3-point. His rookie year, he shot 0.028. He shot second year 0.020. Third year he shot 0.006. Fourth year he shot 0.003, and fifth year he shot 0.0.
What are you talking about? You sound like
that just means he's not making them.
Running off these numbers. I don't know.
No, that's attempts. That's field goal percentage by distance.
Lamont, what he's saying is he barely took any mid-range shots.
Here's the thing.
You said he didn't take any though, Tyson.
No, this is the problem.
That is any 0.006.
Hold on one second. See, basketball players, once the game starts, basketball players are going to always do what they do best. If you attack the basket best, you're going to attack the basket. Remember what Jordan said. I just put a short up when Jordan talked about why he didn't shoot a lot of threes. Jordan specifically talked about it. He says, I felt like it was going to take away from my ability to get to the rim, and I wouldn't focus on the things I needed to do to get to the mid-range and get to the rim. Players have different reasons for a lot of the different things that they do. We talk about Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons was elite at getting to the rim. He was an elite finisher. When you damn near 6'11" at the point guard position, y'all complain about these tall guys shooting jumpers. I heard what I specifically remember Lowe talking about KD. Why are you shooting jumpers? Why don't you just go to the rim? That's not finishing. KD said, shit, I'm 7 feet tall. I can shoot over these guys just like a layup. But so it's different for KD. But for Ben Simmons, his best shot, he feels most comfortable. It's easiest for him. if it's supposed to shooting this jumper, I could just get to the rim and score. And he
Right,
actually
they can't
did
stop
that.
him.
He
Lamont, I
actually
think you're
did that
missing
at
a
a
big
good
component,
level.
bro.
Now, did he?
I think you're
Like
missing
I
a big
said,
component.
early in his career, did he struggle with his? Has he struggled with his three? Yes, but we don't know. We've seen a lot of guys start their career off struggling from the 3-point line, and by the end of their career, they're much more competent.
LeBron James.
It's about confidence.
One of them.
It's about
But y'all don't bring
confidence. It
that up.
comes with confidence.
What about LeBron?
Wait, LeBron.
Early on, they used to leave him open for 2 to 3.
He
But
still
I don't
attempted
never
the
bring that
shots,
up.
though. He still attempted like mid-range and 3. Still attempted.
Okay, but he was
horrible.
he was horrible at
It
it.
has
though.
nothing to do with LeBron because we cannot talk about the
And
players.
people did criticize him for missing.
We
those
cannot
shots.
talk about the players who have that delusional type of mindset to where I'm going to take the shots irregardless. There's players in NBA history that make or miss. They're going to take them shots irregardless. So we cannot include those players in this conversation. Everybody can't be Bron or Jordan or Kobe or some of those guys. So
Was Jason Kidd one of those players?
This is. I got a question for.
This is amazing. This is
So
like
don't compare him.
Jason Kidd had the luxury, and I'm going to let you
Don't
know,
compare him either.
Jason
You just
Kidd had
proved
the
your
luxury.
point.
Hold on, Jason Kidd had the luxury. I started my whole premise, and I'll let Young Africa know is that I believe that Jason Kidd was allowed to grow and develop into getting better at some of his flaws because he didn't have to go through an early career of literally hearing the whole world shit on him every which way and turn from not just fans. I know players expect the fans to shit on him. But he's hearing it from coaches. He's hearing it from players. He literally has no support line whatsoever. And then also, he's now confused about his role. What do you want him to do? Do you want him to be a scorer? Do you want him to be a great defender? Do you want him to be a great playmaker? And so which role is it? Or do you just want him to be this super hyped up, trumped up, put together player that's great at everything like they ask everybody to do? You just point at their weakness and say they need to do that better. Just like we see him do with Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis have a game with 30 and 15, and people say, "Oh, he's too soft." It didn't feel like 30. Man, that was a weak 30. They just say stuff that I hear it all the time.
People say that. People do say that.
I hear it all. I've heard literally all you gotta do is go to Bank Channel. AD have 32, 15, and I'm like, he the reason why they lost. I said, so AD needs to walk away from this game with 47, 29 rebounds and all to win games like he had to do. So like y'all just point to what these guys can't do and say they need to do that better. And this is the reason why they lost. And then even when you remove the problem in Ben Simmons from the Sixers, they still lose in the same way they was losing when he was there. And so that means I have to point to who's at the top of this thing. And that's Joel Embiid. They lose
That's
in the same way.
fine.
Joel Embiid.
Nobody's disagreeing
Let
with
me
that.
get to Young Africa real quick.
I pointed hard.
Hey, you know what? It's interesting, Lamont. It's interesting what you said, right? So, you know what we do in a basketball community too often, right? Well, we hear something that sounds ridiculous, like what you said today about Jason Kidd and Ben Simmons. Even once upon a time, I remember when you said, Draymond Green is just a new remix version of Magic Johnson. Once upon a time, had the community heated, right? Once upon a time. So let me say this. And this is similar to that. I didn't jump to conclusions, even though I was surprised at the headline. I actually just in the last 20 minutes went to look up the facts. Like what is the similarities of Jason Kidd, right? And Ben Simmons. And this is what I found, right? That's what I found. I was actually surprised. Look at this, right?
You.
So.
You're a coward.
What?
Hold on, Young Africa. Let me say something bad. Babs got.
Hey, what's up, Babs got?
Sorry.
What's up?
No. No, sorry. I thought I had it.
Sorry now, bro.
Hold on, my fault.
Off for that shit.
I was playing Madden. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Hey, man, mute your mic, bro. Hey, anyway, look. So I was looking into it, right? Because we too often get heated off the bat, right? But it's what I did. I looked up the facts. I want to see what are the similarities if you just look up the facts, right? And so this is what it is, The first comparison I saw straight out the gate is they both are light-skinned, Lamont. So that's one thing you didn't mention. They both are light-skinned. That's one thing, right? That's a fact. But more to the fact, right, is that they are both high prospects out of college. Top 2 picks, right? Jason Kidd, number 2 picked out of college. Ben Simmons, number 1 overall pick out of college, right? So they're both high prospects. They both come into the NBA. They're both rookies of the year. And in their rookie year, they both average over 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. In their second seasons, they both average 16 points, 6 rebounds, and over 8 assists, right? So they both have similar numbers straight out the gate. Both Jason Kidd and Ben Simmons also make their first All-Star team in their second season as well in the NBA. That's interesting, right? So there are similarities, right? Early in their career, They get traded, just like Jason Kidd, who gets traded early in his career, right, from Dallas to Phoenix. They both come into the NBA, and before the trade even, they play with all-star level players. Ben Simmons comes in with Joel Embiid. Jason Kidd comes in with Jamal Mashburn and Jim Jackson. So they got guys around them to actually, flow into their game. So they do have similarities. Their usage rate in their first 3 seasons, very similar, like 19% for one, 20% for the other. Very similar offensive production when you look at it, right? So that's interesting, right? But for me, pretty much, that's where the comparison stops. But let me say this: we're talking about, a lot of brothers talking about what Ben Simmons was, what he is, and what he could be, and we kind of blending all of these facts together. Ben Simmons was a Rookie of the Year. He was an All-NBA player. He was 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-Defensive Player in his first 5 seasons, right? It's very similar to what Jason Kidd did. But this is where the drop-off, I think, and the thing that I hold against Ben Simmons, I think a lot of people hold against Ben Simmons. For me, it ain't about what you do at the regular season level, but it's really what you do in the playoffs, and if you can consistently sustain that, because your flaws get exposed in the playoffs. We see the best players like Giannis, even compared to the best players in the world, get exposed in the playoffs. And so what did he do in the playoffs? He's constantly shot away. He's constantly minimized his offensive production, right? His shot attempts have gone down, and essentially in the last 2-3 series that he played, he had the worst playoff series of his career. So we can highlight that. Lamont says highlighted and emphasized too much and too much weight on a small sample size. That's interesting, right? And you can look at it both ways. I ain't mad at that, but this is the difference for me. I agree with Lamont, and I'm gonna end like this. Mental game. Basketball is a mental game. You say 80% mental or something.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so you said you made up a good point.
Go ahead.
Playoffs. All right. Remember, Ben Simmons is what, 6-7 year type of player. Okay. Yep. Jason Kidd made the playoffs for the first time in 1997. So talk about his early playoff performances, because we're not comparing older vet playoff Jason Kidd to Ben Simmons. We talking about early playoff Jason. So when we go to early, let me give you some of Jason Kidd's early years in the playoffs. All right, when they got eliminated by the Supersonics, right? His first time in the playoffs. I'm going to tell you what his performances were. His performances: 3 of 11 in game 1 in his first playoff series. Then he goes 0 of 7 in the second game, 2 of 6, 9 of 17, then 7 of 12. Right? Turnover late in games. Right? He had 3 turnovers, 4 turnovers. Like, so this is not a stellar, crazy playoff performance. 11 points, 2 points, 7 points, 23 and 17 in his first playoff performance. This is not offensively. I'm sure he probably was great at passing the ball. I'm sure he probably was great at defending. But when we talk about early playoff performances with regards to his offense, it wasn't there. The same things you get on Ben Simmons for. So, and then we can continue to move on. You can continue to move on. And then he had a lot of playoff losses, a whole bunch of losses, and we can say the same things as we progress through his playoffs early on in those first 6 to 7 years. So you talk about the first 6 to 7 years. Don't give me vet. I agree.
Jason That's Kidd. A fact. A lot of first round exits for Jason Kidd.
Compare early Jason Kidd in the playoffs to a lot
of first round exits for Jason
Simmons
Kidd
in the playoffs.
Man, a lot of first round exits for Jason Kidd. The numbers are kind of comparable, right? And this is where I agree that there's not a big difference in playoff success, even playoff production, inefficiencies. That there's not a big difference. But this is where I think the comparison is interesting, right? So their game is very similar. The start of their careers, I would agree, very similar, right? The numbers say that, the accolades say that, even the trades and the situation they're in are quite similar. But I would say this. You're talking about the mental part of the game, right? And this is where it comes from, like what he was to what he is now, and what we could project him to be, potentially what you haven't said yet about what's he about to be. Huh?
What you failed to mention was their expectations in the playoffs were much different. When Ben Simmons was going to the playoffs with Joel Embiid, their expectation was to get to the finals. When Jason Kidd made the playoffs early in his career, there was absolutely no expectation for his teams to win. So again, that also changes the level of pressure that you have, because they were, even though he was young, nobody cared that they were young and they were all coming off all of these draft picks in these bad years. They were expected to win and win now, and nobody cared about the development and coming back the next year and getting better. If they didn't win now, they were chokers. And already in year 6, we're saying that he's a playoff choker, which most players don't perform well early in the playoffs, early in their careers, right? Most players don't do well in the playoffs early in their career. So again, y'all still are using what Jason Kidd did in his latter part of his career after he became a vet and developed, and you're trying to compare that to Ben Simmons now. Compare Jason Kidd, his expectations from his team early in his career to Ben Simmons early, because I'm not comparing older Jason Kidd. I'm not comparing the older Jason Kidd was clearly a better player. We know that when Jason Kidd, like when he's 10 years into the NBA or 8 or 9 years into the NBA, gets to New Jersey Nets, and in his first season goes to the finals. We understand that, and loses, right? So we're not talking about that Jason Kidd. And so this is what I would say to that. Early in his career, right, Jason Kidd was ridiculed, like Ben Simmons, was ridiculed about his jumper, right? Was called Ace Kid, like Tyson said. That's a fact, right? And so this is what I would say, because you said the game is 80% mental, and that's true that it was a mental part. The highest thing on the highest level, the difference is the mental, right? Everybody's talented, everybody's got high prospect, everybody's the best from their neighborhoods and all that, right? And the difference is mental. You know the difference is, though, what Jason Kidd showed is that within 2 seasons, he went from a guy that was known as a no-jumper guy to a guy that was an above-average three-point shooter. That shows mental strength, something that Ben Simmons hasn't showed yet to bounce back. Huh?
Yes, it was.
37% was above league average at the time, bro.
Yeah,
37%?
Yes. In his second season, he shot 37%. Third season, he shot 37% from 3 in his third season.
No, in the second season, he shot 33%.
Yeah, okay, that was slightly below league average. And then in his third season, he goes
third year, he shot 37%.
Okay, and so within
then
3
he dropped
seasons,
back down to 32%.
Okay, he gets injured. You know the narrative. You can look at the games played. You know what happened. He gets injured. He's not the same, and then he comes back and he becomes. Hey, he ended his. Hey, we don't even need to go how he ended his career as a top 5 all-time three-pointers made. Right? We don't need to do that to talk about the mental strength.
See, hold on.
Exactly.
See, but Young Africa. Remember, there was a lot of ups and downs. He had a year where he shot 32%, a down year. Goes up to 40%, drops back down to 31%. Then he has a streak of average years, 36, 33. Then he goes down to 29%, then 32%. So again, his three-point shot until he hit the latter years of his career when he really became elite in 2007, 2008, where he shot 38%. Then he had 46%, 40%, 42%. Those were the years where people said, okay, now he's become a more competent three-point shot. If we're not early in his years, again, missing shots and not taking them, it's all about your role. And what is the coach asking this guy to do? That's
what I want to come to. Hey, so I'm gonna say this and let the brothers talk about it. Your role, right? Your role, and this is the thing, right? About the role.
So you can't
Coach
compare.
Ain't a role. Your role is based off your skill set, Lamar. You understand that your skill set determines your role on the team. If you can't shoot, the coach ain't gonna put you in the corner and tell you to hit the corner 3. So you
can't put a point guard in the corner and tell him to do that.
What?
If you can't put a point, it's hard. It's much harder to stick a
team. Then don't compare
them. It's much harder to
then.
stick a team that thrived off transition play. Remember, the Sixers were one of the best defensive teams. They got into transition a ton. This is why Ben Simmons thrived in that 2018 year, because they could get into transition and they could play to his skill sets. But it started on the defensive end, so it's much harder to just say, okay, we're going to stick our best playmaker in the corner and give the ball to some of these other guys and tell them to work.
That wasn't about Ben Simmons. That was just specifically about any player whose skill set does not reflect that type of skill is not going to be put in that situation. Your skill set determines your role. I think you understand that as a coach very well. And so I would ask you this. I'm asking you this straight up, right?
Of course.
When you look at
your skill set determines if you get on the court or not. Ben Simmons was on the
court. Yeah. And then your role on the court is determined by your skill set, right? Can we agree on that?
But the thing is, it's not. Let's just not act like he was just on the court. When he was on the court at his peak, he was an all-star. He was an all-NBA player. He was an all-NBA level defender. So he was highly productive at something. Facts. What was he highly productive at that made him so good even without a jump
defense?
Elite defense, playmaker,
transition offense.
He was called LeBron James without a jumper.
We agree with
this
that.
Is why I say I'm not denying that. What I'm asking
how can you be called LeBron James without a jumper early in your career, but y'all say it's blasphemous that I compare him to Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd was never looked like a LeBron James without a jumper.
No. Yo, man. Hey, look. What I'm gonna say is my issue with Ben Simmons, right, is not about the shooting. It's not about
come on, LeBron.
That's a fact.
It's not an issue for me. The issue
that's a narrative.
No, isn't it an issue for you that a player? Hold up. Isn't it an issue for you,
Lamont? That's a nasty take, Lamont. Hey, man, that's a nasty
it ain't about
take.
the jump shooting so much as isn't it an issue for you, Lamont, that the player that we're talking about in Ben Simmons constantly goes from an aggressive offensive player in a regular season to a non-aggressive player in the playoffs when it comes down to becoming that guy that you need consistently on your team? Isn't that an issue when your free throw shooting is so bad that you shy away from going to the rim? Isn't that an issue to you?
33%.
Hold on, in one game?
No.
Okay.
In his whole career, my brother, not one game. His whole career, his whole playoff career.
Hold on. What wasn't it a knock on Jason Kidd early in his career that his inability to make free throws in the clutch? He had the same problem. He struggled to make free throws late.
But he wasn't scared, Lamont.
No, hold on. That's not
okay. So what I'm hearing is
did Jason Kidd struggle with making free throws late game that cost his
team game? That's fine.
Bad, though.
Early in his career, yes. And then as he progressed,
the real question. No, that's not the question.
He did what? He got better.
The question is, did his deficiency debilitate him so much where he becomes inconsequential on the court like Ben Simmons?
That was my whole point.
Simmons, that's the question. Hold on. First of all, Ben Simmons wasn't inconsequential. What even put them in the situation? Hold on. What put them in the situation to do that was the inefficiencies that y'all failed to mention of the others.
What?
See, y'all don't want to talk about. See, one of the reasons why they could play that type of game is because the game got slowed down because Joel Embiid is slowing the game down so much with all them damn turnovers.
Oh, it's Joel Embiid? Oh.
No, but we know that we know in the playoffs. We know in the playoffs the game is more half court,
keep going
right?
back to that one series, so I'm talking about that one.
No,
game.
all throughout his career in the playoffs. Come on, Lamont, bro.
That is not
true.
Embiid is slowing the pace down. That was the issue. The pace of the
playoffs. In the playoffs, the play slows down. It's a more half court game. We know this.
So you saying outside of that series, you saying Ben Simmons has always been that low confidence player and ain't put up no good numbers?
No, I didn't say that.
No,
because the thing is, if I compare Ben Simmons' first playoff round performance to Jason Kidd's first ever playoff performance, it's a starch difference because he was balling out in his first ever playoff performance. He was actually putting up points. So when we talk about against the Miami Heat, his performance against the Miami Heat, where he shot 10 and 17 from the floor, put up 24 points, damn near a triple double. Right? Wasn't nobody saying that then. He was getting the job done. And if you go through all of these playoff rounds, if you go through when he put up 31 points on the Phoenix Suns early in his playoff career, when he put up 31 points against the Brooklyn Nets, we wasn't saying that then.
That's the point. He's aggressive though. When he's doing
these are early playoff performances. Remember, I'm not talking about old Jason Kidd. See, the thing is, y'all keep making it seem like y'all trying to lie and make it seem like the Hawks series was happening every playoff round and every other series and every other year, and that's not true.
It happened in
this what I'm saying. So if he doing that, if you were doing that early on in his career, but Lamont, if you were doing that early on,
still early in his career, he's only a 6-year player.
But what I'm saying is, if you were doing that, you saying you weren't saying early on in his career. So if you're doing that early on in his career, shouldn't that be progressive, not going backwards? But shouldn't that be progressive and not going backwards?
Exactly.
This is how y'all know.
The question is, what's the trend?
This is how y'all know those.
That's my only question. If you're doing all that early on in his career, it should be progressive.
Hold on, it was progressive, but here's
the downhill trend, Lamont. It's a downhill trend.
Here's the anomaly. No, it's not downhill.
It is a downhill trend. Come on.
Hold on. Let me tell you, because when you look at his playoff stats. Those last 3 games or that series against the Hawks, it looks like an anomaly. It doesn't look like all of his other playoff series. And almost all up into that Hawks series, he had only scored single digits in the playoffs like 5 or 6 times. Up into that Hawks series, and he had played in 1, 2, 3, 4.
He had 1 point against
Boston. 5,
Boston.
6. He played in 6 other playoff series prior to that. So in 6 other series prior to that, he only had 6 single-digit games. But then all of a sudden against the Hawks, he has 4 single-digit point games. That's mentality. And when one of the things that Doc Rivers gets a knock for is that he struggles with adjustments. He struggles with making the right decisions, right reads, and all these things. I don't know if that has something to play with it. When you look at the style of play, Joel Embiid did not play like himself. Turned the ball over a ton in Game 6 and Game 7. 16 turnovers in those 2 games just by Joel Embiid alone.
Sealed the
Tobias
series
Harris
in Game
struggled
7.
to make shots. Couldn't make a shot in some of those losses.
So at least Joel Embiid is still
that
MVP caliber
Hawks
player,
series
though. Ben
was just a
Simmons
bad
underachieved
series
on
for
his
all of the
expectations.
Sixers. Y'all making it seem
He's
like it was
supposed
just
to
a
be
bad
progressive,
series
not
for
regress.
Ben Simmons.
All of them?
All of the Sixers played bad that series.
He's supposed to be
Tobias
progressive,
actually
not
played pretty well.
regress.
Hey, let me ask a question real quick
Bro
because I'm
actually
looking
played
at
good.
it. Why? Cause it's a little off topic. Why did the Mavericks trade Jason Kidd in his third year?
Wait, what?
Because I don't know the answer. The Mavericks traded Jason Kidd in year 3. Why?
Year 3.
I'm not
I
making.
mean, they probably know what they had. They probably ain't know what they had.
He was probably trash at the time, I don't know.
Just like the Charlotte Hornets trading Kobe Bryant. I bet they know what they had.
He was an
No,
all-star.
they
He was
traded
an
him.
all-star. He was an
They
all-star.
traded him
Traded
because
him for
he didn't want to
Sam
be there anymore.
Cassell. Yeah, Michael Finley.
He was
they traded him for
complaining. He was
solid players.
disgruntled.
Oh,
Yeah.
he just didn't want to be there anymore. Because
He
I
did
didn't
not
know
want to be there
why
anymore.
I think he had problems with the coach. They say he had problems with the coach and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not making a point with that. I just didn't know why they did that.
Okay, now back to Ben Simmons. What's he doing now, Lamont?
Nothing.
What about? We know right
Basically,
now.
what I'm saying is,
We not-
see, you brought up LeBron. You brought
we
up
know
LeBron.
right now he's not playing. He's lost all his confidence. We know that.
But what I'm saying is, you brought up LeBron. LeBron came in the league. He couldn't shoot, but his game kept on progressing. Though he kept on progressing in the league. He kept on progressing with Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons get
With
more
Ben Simmons,
offensive
he might have
throughout the
started.
years offensively. Did he get
But
better?
with Ben Simmons, he probably started off good, but he's going backwards.
I think y'all
He
missed my whole point.
regressing.
I said one of the things that stunts a player's ability to show development in game is when his coach doesn't believe in him, when the players around him don't believe in him, when the fans don't believe in him, when the organization don't believe in him. And I said there's only a handful of players in NBA history with all of those odds stacked against them that can still perform at a high level. And we've seen those guys. We've seen those guys perform. But I don't believe every player in NBA history possesses that ability to still perform when absolutely nobody around you believes in your ability, in your current abilities that made you an all-star, and they don't believe in you having the ability to improve on your weaknesses. They completely gave up on him. They started taking him away from the role where he thrived the most in. So we saw the Brooklyn Nets try to put him at the center spot. They were taking the ball out of his hands where he thrived as a playmaker. They were sticking him in places on the floor where it's unnatural for him, trying to turn him into a corner three-point shooter when that was never his game anywhere he's played. Just like we saw with Russell Westbrook, how they're trying to redefine his game, make him into a player that he's not. So again, when that happens, and that just adds to your level of doubt. And now he's doubting himself, I believe.
But Lamont,
I agree with you, but I agree with all of what you're saying. But I think Doc Rivers was being honest when they asked him that question. I really do believe he was being honest. Should he have said it? No. But I think he was really being honest. It's hard in this league to win with a point guard that has the kind of deficiencies that Ben Simmons has.
Yeah, Doc Rivers had Chris Paul and still lost and choked.
I understand that. That's not the point. But that's not the point.
That had better players.
That's not the point. That's not the point. Did he feel he can win with Chris Paul at point guard, though? They asked that man the question. Do you think it's hard to win with a point guard that has the deficiencies that Ben Simmons has? Can I your honest opinion?
No.
Huh? No. When have we seen that? When have we seen that?
No. Jason Kidd proved himself that if you put him in the right organization, in the right system, where everybody believes in his,
they're not the same. Stop comparing them.
Let me finish what I'm saying. He proved himself. If you put him, because when he got with the Nets, that was probably the first team that felt like this is our guy. We not just gonna say you our guy, but we gonna build around your skill sets.
Oh, in the first season, they went to the finals.
They built around his skill sets when he was with New Jersey, and we saw what it led to.
But talking about his skill set just compared to Ben Simmons at that point.
Yo, I got a question.
Come on, Lamont.
I completely missed.
Do you guys think that?
You missed no point. Come on.
Simmons with Rajon Rondo, the Celtics win that 2008 finals.
Oh no!
We don't know.
Wait, say that again. Hold on, say that again.
Wait, Sam Cassell started.
We don't know that.
If you replace Rondo with Ben Simmons, they win that 2008 finals.
We don't know that. But
no, they don't. No,
that's a good question. I'm gonna tell you why it's a good question.
Not a good question.
I'm gonna tell you why it's a good question, y'all. This is why it was a good question, because if you think about one of the things that helped Rondo along his rookie year, especially, and Kevin Garnett talks about it. One of the things that Kevin Garnett, the coaching staff, and everybody did was they gave him confidence to be himself. Everybody knew that the man struggled to make free throws. The man couldn't make a jumper. The man couldn't shoot threes. But you know what they knew he could do? They knew that man could pass the ball. That man could get in transition. He could make plays, and he could finish at the rim. And you know what they gave him the confidence to do? Fuck everybody else. Play to your skill sets. We got your back on everything else, and let's go get this chip. We ain't going to be the ones to sit here and cry about you not being able to shoot a jump shot or a free throw. You'll get better with that over time. And what did they do? They went out and won a chip. And that alone, that confidence that they gave him alone propelled his whole career. And ultimately, what did we see Rondo do in 2020? We saw Rondo in 2020 as an older player be a much better three-point shooter because he developed his game, as opposed to people harping on Rondo's deficiencies. We could say early on, even though you look at the numbers, he shot atrociously from the free throw. He shot atrociously from the field. He wasn't a good shooter, but he was still able to get the job done as a playmaker and an elite defender.
But you gotta understand.
That's a great point, and that's a great point, and a far better comparison. A far better comparison.
Hey, that's true, Tyson. I would say this.
I agree with that's a better comparison, but that's not a great point, though.
That is a point.
But remember, Tyson, I can admit that Jason Kidd, the second half of his career, usurps Ben Simmons. I'm talking about first 6 years of Jason Kidd, where he was a loser, versus the first 6 years of Ben Simmons, where the expectations for Ben Simmons was to win a championship in year 2 and 3.
I understand that, man. I'm not disputing that how he got better later on and all those things. My simple point is the fact was that Jason Kidd has always been a willing shooter, and he's always been a dog on the court with his confidence in those things.
Yeah, so is Russell Westbrook.
Hold on. And I think that Ben Simmons' lack of confidence and lack of those things in late game situations was to the detriment of his team. Even though Kidd has failures, it wasn't because of his lack of confidence, his lack of all those things, in my opinion. So that's what I'm saying, and that's what separates. When you compare Rajon Rondo, his skill set to me is he was not a willing shooter. He was not a willing shooter early on in his career, and they backed off of him, and he still made plays. So to me, that's a far better comparison to Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons in the playoffs averages more points, rebounds, the same assists, more steals, and more blocks than Jason Kidd. What do you mean in the playoffs? He does everything numbers-wise better than Jason Kidd in the playoffs.
Yeah, but we know that's not. Come on, bro.
No, he averages his averages better than Kidd's playoffs.
That's fine, Lamont, bro.
Let's say we break it down to just the first 6 years. The averages aren't even close. I'm actually giving Jason Kidd the benefit of the doubt of giving him his best playoff years, adding it in, and his numbers still don't come close to Ben Simmons.
Well,
that's just playoff.
I understand that, and that's fine. If you want to point to his stats and what he does as a player, I agree with you. He put up great. He had great names.
About them as players.
Exactly, but when we're talking about their skill set, we want. Hold on.
He was aggressive. It's not about jump shots. He was aggressive.
Well, you don't average 14 points in the NBA game if you're not being aggressive.
Yeah, I'm saying he picks his spots. He's not aggressive all the time.
Bro,
that's not what I'm saying. But go ahead.
In NBA game, y'all can pick y'all spots all y'all want. You won't ever score.
You can get points off tipping.
You don't score in the NBA game, and especially the way he scores because he's driving to the rim scoring. You don't score.
Me
like
personally,
that.
I'll be aggressive. I might get blocked, but I'll be aggressive though. Me personally,
can't shoot. Can't shoot,
bro. He gets to the basket. You know, what you mean? Like I said, I can name a million guys that can shoot that fail to get it done in the playoffs. KD can shoot. Kyrie can shoot. Always losing in the playoffs.
KD's got
all these guys that can shoot still lose just as much.
I understand.
At least Kyrie shows up.
You're talking about what Ben Simmons.
At least Kyrie's not a mental midget.
Y'all putting so much emphasis on shooting. Too much emphasis.
He can't shoot matters so much. The threat to shoot matters.
You're talking about
when Russ takes it, like the threat of him shooting.
Can every player in NBA history to be great? You have to be a great shooter.
I think you need to have a threat to shoot. Or to be a player.
Okay. You don't have to do that. You don't even have to do that. But this is the point.
Do you think guys like John?
I guess Magic Johnson. I guess got to take Magic Johnson out of my top 10 now.
He
Set
attempts
shot,
mid-range.
Lamont. He had a set shot.
No. He attempts
That
mid-range.
man was not no threat to shoot the ball, man. Stop lying.
At least Magic could shoot. Magic could actually shoot.
Can you guys name 3 players that are the size of Ben Simmons? And
Man, y'all
has
got to
a
stop
skill
making
set
stuff.
that could
Y'all know who
shoot?
y'all talking to. Magic Johnson was not a shooter.
Yes, he was. He had a second.
Y'all got to stop, man.
He attempted to shoot. That's my point. He's attempted. He's making a threat.
Do y'all really want me to compare Magic and Ben Simmons?
Yes,
Y'all
please
really want me
do
to
that. Please. He ain't no damn Magic Johnson.
Bro. Like,
Please
it's
do
out there
that.
on YouTube. I'm talking about the 3-ball. I'm talking about just like
pull him up.
mid-range threat.
Pull him up.
Anything.
That is wild. Y'all just be saying stuff.
Bro.
Nah, bro. You just capping.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
nasty
Lamont, like, you tell me
So
Magic.
y'all
not a
saying
mid-range
Magic
game, bro?
Johnson? Hold
Like,
on, okay, so we're gonna go to the percentages.
Come on, Lamont. Hey,
The
let's
only
stop.
thing Magic did with regards to scoring percentage-wise was shoot free throws better.
And mid-range.
That
No,
matters, though,
mid-range
Lamont.
better.
Free throws matter.
Ben Simmons shot 56% from the field. Magic shot 52% from the field as both big point guards that got to the rim a lot. That's it.
At least Magic had a
In the playoffs,
Magic had a many that you're ignoring, bro.
In the
And at least
playoffs,
Magic wasn't scared
in
to
the
shoot.
playoffs, Ben Simmons shoots 60% from the field. Magic Johnson 50%. Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson is. Are you saying?
Magic Johnson's
Are you
3-point
saying?
percentage in the playoffs is in the garbage can, just like Ben Simmons?
Who's the better scorer?
shoot
Lamar? Are you
60%.
saying?
You got Jones beat on your team.
Every year he's been in the playoffs. He's scored it at least once. He has
I don't know.
28
I'm gonna let y'all.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing this.
Y'all determine it based
That's
on the
3
numbers.
times
Then
in
it's
every
Ben
playoffs he's
Simmons.
been. He's scored it every single year.
I'm not
No,
doing this,
Magic is a
bro.
way better scorer than Ben Simmons.
Please
bro.
pull him
Not
up,
even
bro.
Y'all
a
logic.
team.
Ben Simmons is
Lamont,
better
this
than
is
Magic
nasty
Johnson.
work. It's not
No,
true.
that ain't my
Whoa.
logic. I don't know
How?
who
That's
logic you
not
talking about.
logic at all.
This
Ben
nasty
is
work.
nowhere near Magic. What is he talking
No,
about?
he's not.
Bro, Ben's not better than Lamar Odom, bro.
As a scorer, it's not even close, man. We know this, but hey, Lamar,
Magic
are you
is the
saying
GOAT
that
point
Ben
guard.
Simmons? Are you saying that Ben Simmons can? We know what he used to do. Are you saying that he could still potentially do this, or like what you're saying about what he could be?
I don't know. Once you lose your confidence the way he has, I don't know if he can get it back.
And
athleticism. The thing is, it's just when you talk about the fall of a player, a guy that early in his career became an all-star, all NBA player, all NBA level defender, and when we watch a player like that fall so quickly, and then for so many people just to say, "Oh, he's just trash," and not take any accountability as fans or media, as taking apart. Hold on, Jared. As far as taking apart and tearing at this guy's mentality, in an age where everything that we say is more visible, everything that we say is pumped in front of these players more. These players, they have to. Everything that we say, the players have to live through it a lot more. In other eras, players could hide from it. They didn't have to address it as much. They didn't have to deal with the media as much, and they could get away from it all. In today's world, there's no getting away from it. Everywhere he turns, like I said, in the 90s, you would never see a news report where a team is on the news saying, yeah, Ben Simmons is on his way out of town, and then they clip to a garbage can going out of town. Tell me any other era player, no matter how trash a player was, how disciplined, I've never seen that happen. But we've seen all people go to all types of links with Ben Simmons to tear this man's down. And
Tragic Johnson.
And then when he does say,
speaking of Tragic Johnson,
He was calling Magic tragic, bro.
Tragic Johnson just one moment.
The frozen one.
People might have killed him for it in the moment, but they didn't hold on to it for the next 5 years.
Because he proved them wrong.
No, he didn't. Hold on. Magic Johnson, hold on. Y'all only
Mental
Magic
strength?
Johnson only proved him wrong because he was on a team good enough to get back.
That's not the point. He proved them wrong was my
He
point.
was the reason, though.
Lamont.
He was the engine of that, though. He was the one that was leading that.
Come on, Lamont. You nasty, bro. You a nasty man.
Hey, why you acting like he was in the back seat? He was the one driving the whip.
You a nasty man, Lamont.
Magic was leading. Magic and Kareem.
You a nasty man, bro.
This is a nasty.
He just happened to go to the finals.
Start
Like,
this process of blaming the number 2 option, man. I can swear y'all said the number 1's.
Hold on, Lamont. So if Magic Johnson would have kept playing the same, you said they just would have forgot about it. That's what you're saying.
He would have been known as Tragic Johnson.
What I'm saying is, he did that in the finals, right? It was a mistake that he made as a young player,
right?
And we knew, and he had the opportunity to come back and bounce back from it. The thing with Ben Simmons,
and what did he do in that moment, though, Lamont?
The thing with Ben Simmons is that people been dogpiling on Ben Simmons for so long. I just think the Atlanta series was just like the boiling point And then when he came back and then even when he came back and he said that there were some mental humps he needed to get over, people made fun of him for just saying that.
Hey, Lamont, you making it sound like the criticism is the fault. Hold on. Hey, Lamont, are you saying that the criticism of the media criticism and the worldwide criticism is the reason why Ben Simmons is who he is today? Is that what you're saying? It's not his game and his limitations? It's not his actual
reason.
No, hold on. Did you hear what I said? I said
for once, Africa is speaking truth.
I said when you see a player like Ben Simmons decline so quickly, I said before of course, fans who've been piling on him for years are just going to say trash. But again, we also need to take some accountability as fans to say we might have played a role in his decline as well.
Wow.
And the reason why is
I don't disagree with that.
I had a question for the panel real quick. After
being great, if Tyson's played sports, anybody that's played sports knows that you cannot be good on the big stage, whether it's high school. You cannot do anything positive on the floor if you don't have confidence.
Agreed.
And if you on the court and in the back of your mind, imagine, have y'all ever played and you said, if I miss this shot, coach gonna take me out the game? Do you know how hard it is to confidently take a shot, knowing that you have one of them weirdo coaches that's gonna snatch you right out the game?
But Lamont, we got to consider. We got to consider though. Some people act differently. I understand that, but people respond to those pressures differently, and that's what makes players great, and that's what makes players mid or whatever you want to call them.
You don't think the all-time greats had to deal with pressure?
Bryant in his rookie year, airball.
Come on, Lamont, don't do that, man.
Hold on, y'all. But look, what did Kobe Bryant always have in his corner? Kobe Bryant has something in his corner that Ben Simmons has never had. Kobe Bryant had the luxury of having an organization that was always going to be in his corner, and a guy by the name of Jerry West
believed in
from the start.
Okay.
Jerry West said, "This guy is next up, and I'm going to die on that hill. He's going to prove y'all wrong." He always had a guy in his corner that was going to live with his mistakes, and they was going to shoot him right back out there with positive reinforcement. And
Young Afro, what did Ben Simmons sign for?
That type of organization.
What kind of contracts did Ben Simmons sign?
The maximum he could.
Wait. What did he sign?
Had the luxury of
The
playing with
maximum,
Joel.
the $150 maximum dollars he could have signed for.
The Sixers were forced to give him that money because Ben Simmons was an all-star.
They wasn't forced to do nothing. Stop that, Lamont.
No.
If they didn't believe in him, they could have let him walk. Stop that, Lamont.
Hold on right there, Lamont. That's the key. No, that's the key point, though, Lamont. You're talking about confidence, Lamont. Let me say this.
Doc was
Let me say this about confidence of Ben Simmons, though, Lamont. You would make sense about the deficiencies.
Y'all just don't want to.
Doc finally stopped defending.
Hold on. I will accept everything that y'all saying about Ben Simmons. If all of y'all just say, Ben Simmons, I apologize for the slander. We are part of your decline.
I ain't saying nothing. I ain't apologizing.
Ben Simmons is not going to have a revenge season.
And y'all don't want to take accountability. That's the problem.
Simmons is not going to have a revenge season.
I got a question for the panel.
Lamont, let me just say this real quick.
He's stealing money at this point.
Right? You're very slick, Lamont, about your answer about Kobe. You a slick brother, no doubt. That's why you're good at what you do, right? When you talk about Kobe,
he is slick.
Slick brother, very slick brother on your
smooth
moonwalking like Michael Jackson out here. You're slick as
moonwalking all show.
Simmons, moonwalking everywhere. But let me say this. Ben Simmons, you would be right? If Ben Simmons came into the NBA out of LSU and everybody was talking about his jump shot and his limitations and was cooking him out the gate. But you know what he did? He became an all-NBA player, all-defensive player, all-star player, and was putting up numbers that made him look like the next LeBron James, like you said, right? So he had that confidence. Right. The people did believe in him. He was hyped up, and the fall was because
LeBron
his potential was so great, and he fell so short of that, and the belief was lost because the potential was so great, and yet the production and the impact was not there. So it don't compare when you talk about the organization and the belief, because they started with the belief. Why? He was the number one draft pick, unlike Kobe Bryant, unlike many players that don't get that benefit. And that's why I say to you that the what came first, the media and the worldwide criticism that you talk about, or the deficiencies in his game that was exploited, and that the people were shown that kind of game style that he had was not impactful when the teams needed it most. That's why we lost space. That's why the people in the criticism came. You know what came first? Lamont, real quick. What came first? The deficiencies came before the criticism.
No, I got you. That's what I'm saying. And so when he had the organization behind him, when he had the fans behind him, we saw an all-star caliber player. When everybody went left on him, and not just went left, we're not just talking about a week of slander. We're just talking about a few days of media slander. We're talking about an entire summer of endless slander, news reports, X, Y, and Z, slander. The
game went left too, though, right?
Kobe got cooked for requesting a trade.
Tyson just said,
and look at that.
The one thing we can never account for is how a player is going to react from all of the slander. Now, all players react the same. And the one thing we have to say is, if you're talking about the intestinal fortitude and mentality of Ben Simmons, maybe he's not as strong as some of the other greats we've seen in the past. That not all players are built the same. Some people fold under pressure, some don't. But we know the one of the major weaknesses in Ben Simmons is that mentality. Easy to break him, and he was broke by the fans and the media and all the hatred. So that's why I say we as fans have to take a little bit of the blame for the decline.
But let me ask you, Lamar, was it the fans?
Everybody just give him a quick apology.
Well, I'm asking you, was it the fans or was it the game plan of the opposing team in the playoffs? What was it first, bro? I think it was the opposing team.
No, it was fans. It was fans.
The confidence.
Like I said, I didn't hear any of y'all check. I didn't hear any of y'all check Ticket TV when he was slandering Ben Simmons.
He had a right to. He didn't
have a right to, because remember what y'all said at that time. He was balling. See, y'all didn't even have his back.
Here's my question. Do you think if Ben Simmons was a willing shooter, based off what you've seen of him shooting in the gym, and he was a confident player coming into the NBA, not before fans start getting on, what type of shooter would you be? What type of shooter would you be if he had confidence?
If Ben Simmons was a confident shooter, he would have been the best player in the league, hands down.
The best player in the league.
You're talking about a player that's.
I just said he had confidence. I didn't say he was gonna be. No. I said what percentage do you think he would shoot? I didn't ask what kind of player.
What I'm saying is, because this is the flip side. If Ben Simmons takes a lot of shots and he shoots a Russell Westbrook type of percentage, you guys are gonna just slander him for missing shots. If he doesn't take the shots, you slander him for not shooting. So the only thing Ben Simmons can do is actually make a whole bunch of shots, and then even if he don't win, a championship,
that's not true.
That is true. That is true.
That is not true, young African. That is not true.
He's not scared.
It is true, but the thing is,
that's not true. That's not true for me. It might be true. It's not true for me.
But the thing is,
missing all five, we would be cooking.
Ben Simmons is too pushy to take shots.
But the thing is that all players basketball players get
LeBron James for
basketball players get criticized like that, though, Lamont. Not only Ben Simmons, all basketball players get. If they play bad or miss shots or whatever, they get criticized.
At the end of the day, you're right. Hey, Lamont,
my favorite player right now, Giannis. I gave him the works for that series.
That's every player.
You slick, Lamont, though. You're finessing two different things.
He's my favorite player, and I gave him the work.
The people cook LeBron James the leading scorer all time in NBA history for being an average mid-range shooter, right? Even though he hit clutch shots in the mid-range to win championships, we still cook him on that, right? The league average at the three-point line, we're cooking for that. We're cooking for being a below-average free throw shooter at his position, right? We're cooking for that. We understand what the people will do, but you know what the point is about the difference of that is, and you finessing, but I'm cooking you today. That's why you dropped me in the rankings, Sturdy told me, and you shouldn't have done that because I was coming for you at the end of the day. You know the difference? You know what the difference is, Lamar? I'm gonna tell you this. The difference is if Ben Simmons is shooting at the level that at the volume that LeBron James is, and eventually becomes league average or even below, slightly below league average, you know what that does? That creates a way more versatile and dynamic team. And it makes a way more dynamic team and versatile offense in which he's able to impact his team better when it comes.
Let's not turn this into a LeBron conversation, bro. We're talking about Ben Simmons, man.
Wait. Where am I at on the list, Lamar?
Brandon, facts though. I'll give
disrespectful shit. Where am I at on the list, bro?
I'm getting cut off.
I'll get with you on that, Brandon, on some shit.
Hey, first off, the rankings are crazy.
Bro, P5, are you drunk, bro? Why are you slurring, bro?
If Ben Simmons was
I just beat True the King and he's still number one, and I'm not even on the list.
No, not at the most recent round.
Hold on. I didn't do this. That's 830 above Young Africa beat him.
I was like,
how does 30
even
move
when they
up?
was
Yeah,
making the
exactly. How does
comparison,
30 even move up?
y'all cannot compare Ben Simmons to LeBron James.
Hey, look,
this is about the most recent rankings. So if you,
hey, Lamar never wanted me to be number one, bro. He never wanted me to be the champion. That's what it is. That's why he set me up. That's why it was a screw job versus ticket. That's why
it's just disgusting.
No matter what I do with the rankings, y'all gonna be mad. Somebody gonna be mad, man.
Hey, how did Sturdy even move up? What did he do to move up? Did he beat somebody?
I didn't
what
choose, bro. You gotta ask ChatGPT this.
Stop with this ChatGPT.
This the point right here. This the point. Even True the King, with all them losses, he's still number one. That's all we want from Ben Simmons. Shoot the shot, man. Take your L's. You can still be number one. You can still be number one, bro. Even if you lose, bro, you can still be number one.
Bro, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill, man. You gotta chill.
You gotta shoot the shot, bro. Even if you lose.
Hey, Tyson, you gotta chill, man. Chill.
That's good logic.
Chill.
That's a true king, man. Crazy.
Whatever.
Chill, man. Don't talk about you like that. True, my guy. True, my guy. Don't talk about you like that.
It's a fact. Inefficient volume shooter, bro. That's
my guy.
No. But Tyson, me and you both know that as an NBA player, especially if you a top 3 option on a team, you have one option. That's make the shot. Because if you miss it, if you don't take it, the same slander's coming your way. And so if you miss it, it's just the same as not taking it because the slam you're just going to change up your slander. I've never heard you guys say to a player, well, he shot 5 of 30. I'm just glad he took all those shots.
No, coach.
I'd rather go.
Let me ask Coach a question. No.
Kobe shot 6-24. At least he was aggressive.
Hold up. Coach,
if I know that player's giving me positive production elsewhere,
I see
I'm not going to be as hard on that guy.
Go 0 of 9 or 0 of 30.
I see you swerving me, Lamont. But hey, wild statement you just made. Taking the shot is the same. Hey, look, missing the shot is the same as not taking the shot. That is not true. If you got a wide open, if you got a wide open shot and you don't take the shot and you pass it off, and a guy has to take a harder, more difficult shot, you hurt your team by not taking that shot.
100%.
100%. 3 of 11. That's not aggressive.
Lamont. You know better, Lamont.
And that's trash.
He knows way better, Tyson.
He know better.
Young Africa,
3 of 11 is trash.
Young Africa, check this out. So if somehow, let's just say in a make, this is hypothetical. This is not even real. But let's say, let's take it back to the 90s. And somehow I put together a defensive strategy where I forced the ball into Dikembe Mutombo's hands in the 10 to 15 foot range, a little bit extended farther out with every time with 5 seconds on the shot clock. Would you be fine? Would you be okay if Dikembe Mutombo just went ahead and just shot 19 from the field? As opposed to kicking it out to Muhammad Abdul-Rauf or one of the other guys that can actually shoot the ball with a few seconds left on the shot clock.
I would be fine with that. Take it.
That's an interesting.
I would be fine with that.
Of 19.
Yeah, I would have been fine with Mutombo going. I mean, shooting all jumpers. This is what y'all would have said. Take your big ass.
Take it.
Mutombo not a perimeter player though. That's different.
But in that situation, he has no other choice. Take the shot. He has no other choice.
No,
he said 5 seconds left. It ain't that much time on the shot clock.
Nigga, Justin, 10 seconds on the shot clock, you have a choice.
Yeah, but
you said 10 seconds on the shot clock. I thought you said like less.
10 seconds on the shot clock, but I've been able to successfully force the ball to Mutombo's hands. Should he shoot the shot that I'm forcing him to take?
Why are you forcing the ball? Hey, why you? You comparing the center to a point guard?
Right. But first of all, you comparing the handler of the ball to Dikembe Mutombo. So first of all,
Lamont, that's a funny thing.
Disingenuous example. Very disingenuous.
But this is the funny thing though. Ben Simmons gonna do that anyway though. He's not gonna shoot anyway.
Because he's scared.
So it doesn't really matter as you give him the ball or not. He's not gonna shoot anyway.
Gets to choose what type of shot he wants at any given time, bro. And if there's
this is why he averaged 16, 17 points per game.
Okay, high quality shots, no doubt. Yeah, he did that.
Man, you hyping up them 6 up, boy.
No, they were impactful when he was doing that at an All-Star.
Yeah, they were.
How you lose to Atlanta Hawks? Come on, bro. Stop it.
Yo, I got a question.
The Hawks was a beat.
Ain't no way that 76 team should have lost to the Atlanta Hawks.
They would have won.
You know what?
I can understand Lamar not wanting us to define
it ain't no way the
Seattle
Supersonics should have lost to the Denver Nuggets, but it happened. But losses happen.
That's true too.
Not that loss. That loss
for the Sonics.
It ain't no way.
That loss
It ain't no
shouldn't
way
happen.
the Bucks should have lost to the Miami Heat at AC, but it happened.
I cooked Giannis for that.
You know, it's
So Lamar, let me ask you.
Booty, it's a
You
difference
say-
between you cooking Giannis or you being on ticket panel.
And Giannis is my favorite player that's currently playing right now, and I cooked him. If I could hold my favorite player accountable, other people could too.
Booty, when did you cook Giannis?
Yeah, but Budenholzer really he lost that
What?
series more than Giannis did.
Do you
'cause
know
he
the
wouldn't put
ridiculous
Giannis
question
on
you asked
Butler,
me?
and
When did I
that
cook
was
Giannis?
the main reason they lost the series. Butler cooked them the whole series.
But at the same time, I do blame Mike
That's facts as
Budenholzer
well.
for not making adjustments.
Giannis.
I do
That's
blame him
facts.
too.
That's facts.
All you had to do was double team Jimmy Butler. It was that
Yeah,
simple.
that's
Well,
how
they didn't
simple it
even need
was,
to
right?
double Jimmy. They could have just put Giannis on him, which they didn't do because of Giannis's injury.
Exactly. Well, yeah, Giannis should have guarded. I
Like,
agree with that.
y'all allowed this man Jimmy to average 35 against y'all.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But when he was going against my Knicks, that didn't happen.
Y'all act like Drew Holiday is just some trash defender.
But it wasn't working, Lamont. It wasn't working.
It wasn't working. If something don't work,
Drew
make
Holiday too
adjustments.
small.
It's that simple.
Drew Holiday was too small for Jimmy Butler. He was too.
He's not strong enough. He
was too small.
And Jimmy cooked him.
So
Drew
who
Holiday
did you
was
switch
set up
Drew
to
Holiday
fail in
to?
that series. He was set up. I am
Name
convinced.
3 players that
Tell me
is
the
Ben
tell me this
Simmons size
tell
and
me
has a
this
skill
magical
set that
adjustment
could
you make
shoot.
where you swap
Jimmy
Giannis
Butler
to
like
Drew
6'7", 6'8". Drew Holiday like 6'3", 6'4".
No, Giannis shut Butler down when Milwaukee swept Miami. I mean, he already proved he could guard him. They
I
just
mean,
didn't
that-
put him on
that
Butler
part.
because he had the back
Put
injury.
Giannis on Butler.
No, what
That's
Jimmy
all
Butler
he had to
proved
do.
was Jimmy Butler was proved that he's going to take what you give him, and if you give him a good matchup, he's going to take it. If you and he knows how to make the right play. One of the things Jimmy wasn't afraid to do, he wasn't afraid to kick the ball to other guys like Vincent and like the Martin twin, who also were great offensively.
No.
He proved that he could move the ball to other guys. Jimmy didn't have to score 20 to beat you.
Yeah, but Giannis
But he took
proved
the
he could
matchup. If
guard
you gave
Butler
him a favorable
one-on-one
matchup,
when
he
Milwaukee
Rudy, you
swept
agreed
Miami.
with that. Terrible take, too. Jesus.
That's a bad take, Lamar.
Y'all act like just if you switch and put just Giannis on him, that's not stopping Jimmy. A pick and
they
roll.
stopped him the last time. Just double him.
No, it was.
He swept him the last time Giannis guarded Jimmy.
Jared, that
Bro,
takes away.
y'all know the thing is when all you got to do is screen him. Is you hit him with a screen and he's done. Now I got my matchup.
Giannis can fight through.
So why
screen.
didn't the Heat do that in 2021? Why
But that takes away Giannis' most valuable component as a defender,
Giannis
though.
can fight through screens.
Yeah, why would you take away a
He
7-footer
did it,
out
though.
the paint?
Why would you do
He
that?
did though in
He's like
2021.
his best. Giannis'
still got
best
Brook
asset as
Lopez
a
in the
defender
paint,
is as a
though,
help defender and as a
They still
roamer.
got
Why would you
Brook
put him out on an island
2
with
years
Butler?
ago
Why would you do
versus Jimmy
that?
Butler.
And Chris Middleton really didn't do much.
Yeah, and Milwaukee has Lopez to be a rim protector anyways.
Exactly.
No,
for
but they
Bam.
need it. No, but when Lopez and Giannis are on the floor together, it's undeniable that team is at its best when Giannis is a roamer down on the down low in the paint. And like, it's
Not
Lopez
against
is a great-
Miami. Milwaukee
then when
swept
Jimmy
Miami
got
because
locked
of
out by
Giannis.
Look, y'all. We all know that the
Putting
loss
Giannis on
was
Jimmy
strategic.
Butler,
I feel like
putting Giannis
Milwaukee
on-
should have done some things strategically that could have changed the
Before.
series. I believe that series falls more on coaching, but that's just my opinion. I don't really like
But the
blaming
move
coaching too
isn't
much
putting
because there's a
Giannis
lot
on
of things
Butler.
that.
That's not the move.
But the thing is, Jimmy
Why
Butler
would it not be a
Jimmy
move?
Butler did play lights out.
Because that
basketball.
takes away
worked in
Giannis' best
2020.
asset.
The whole team did. They were hitting
Mike
their shots.
Budenholzer
It
turned
was a lot of
Hey,
And the Milwaukee Bucks,
just because
their
you're
number
tall
one
and you
trait.
have a long wingspan, it doesn't
The
mean
Milwaukee Bucks. Hold on, y'all. What is the Milwaukee Bucks'
I
number
watched
one
the
trait
playoffs 2
defensively?
years ago.
The Milwaukee Bucks' number one
Locking
trait
down the
is to
paint.
do what?
Taking
Oh,
away
he
the
locked
paint.
him
Lock
up
down the
when he
paint.
guarded him 2 years ago.
Giannis
He
isn't
locked him
the
up.
same defender
Hold
that he
on one
was
second,
2
y'all.
years
Hold on one
ago,
second. Hold on a
Brandon.
second.
I mean,
What I'm saying
Jared.
is,
Still the same dude, bro. It's just
hold on,
you know,
hold on a
No,
minute.
he's not the same.
The
He's not the
Milwaukee
same.
Bucks.
He's not the
He'll
same
step it up
one-on-one
this year. Trust
defender
me.
that
This
he
year he'll
was.
get back to what he
Hold on,
was.
y'all. Hold on one second.
Okay,
Hold
but
on
this
one
that
second.
wasn't that was last year though, Emmanuel.
Hold on, Boba. Look, y'all. It's broke down to simple. The Milwaukee Bucks have always been a team where this is what they've said defensively. We're going to defend the paint with all out fervor, and we're going to try our best to contest threes. And we'll live with you making them. If you make 20 of them, we'll live with it, and we'll live with the results. And unfortunately, the Miami Heat caught fire from the three-point line at the wrong goddamn time on the Milwaukee Bucks in that strategy, and
they did.
That's part of it.
It was just a battle of strategies. They didn't adjust from that strategy. They had a Ben.
Yeah, but you can't give them both, Lamont. You can't let Jimmy Butler cook you in the mid range and from all aspects of the floor and get cooked on. You can't give them both. If you're gonna,
they weren't letting Jimmy. Jimmy was just playing unbelievable.
No, but you gotta.
Jimmy faced my Knicks. That didn't happen. They was locking him up.
You gotta put somebody else on him.
Still won.
And then you could put, if somebody else is going crazy, then you could put Drew on somebody else maybe that he can shut that aspect down, and maybe Jimmy can get his buckets. But now you're taking your best defender and making him useless because he's getting cooked anyway.
Yeah, one thing I like about Tom Thibodeau,
they were running that.
He strategized his defense.
Hey, Jared, stop saying that, please.
They kept running that floppy action or that flex action on the wing, and where what happened was Jimmy Butler would get that. He would either get a split action or some type of flare screen that would have him sprinting out into that wing or that corner wing where he shoots his best percentage shot, and he would just be left there to make decisions late game. Like they almost were playing like rec ball. Almost out of the floppy action, they would just go off that floppy action, and it was just a free fall. Let Jimmy make plays, and it was hard for them to guard because there was really no set action. I mean, it was smart. That's just Spoelstra just out coaching somebody.
Yeah, Spoelstra out coached him. That's facts.
I mean, that was a great strategy because they didn't know how to defend it.
I was glad he got fired too.
I mean, Milwaukee still wins that series if Giannis doesn't get hurt. But
thank you. That part also.
No, I disagree with that.
Hey,
what?
Let me ask you something, Lamont, about Ben Simmons.
I don't know about that.
Yo, what up, Africa? Let's get back to Ben Simmons though.
I looked at these stats, right? It's crazy. I was just reading his Wikipedia, right? Look at this, and this is why I say like the potential and the hype and people's expectations and him falling below that was part of the criticism, right? Simmons was the second fastest player in NBA history to reach 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds, 1,000 assists, right? Only behind Oscar Robertson. He actually reached that milestone 9 games faster than Magic Johnson, 33 games faster than LeBron James, right? So that's amazing to start your career all-time great pace, right? Not just a all-star level or friends, all-time great pace, right? To start his career up. He's getting 2020 games. He's got 2020 triple-double games. He did all that, right? So I'm going to ask you, in 2019, 2020, how good was Ben Simmons? And how good did you expect him to be in the future? But at that point in time, when he made All-NBA third team in the same season where he was first team all defense and an all-star, how good was he and what level of a player was he? Was he a top 10 player? Was he on the level of a Jimmy Butler, Jason Tatum?
No, he was never top 10.
Damian Lillard, or even as point guards, Damian Lillard, Chris Paul.
You got to think back at that time, young Africa. I don't know if Jason Tatum was a top 10 player at that time.
Jason Tatum.
No.
I'm asking you.
Ben Simmons
where would you have rated Ben Simmons at the time, though?
We judge young players differently. We almost kind of put young players in their own category of great young players. It's almost like with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now. He's young into his career, so this is why I think people struggle with throwing him into the top 10 because we haven't seen him. So we're just really judging him off just sheer talent until he gets that veteranship in him. He gets a team around him where we can see how he looks in them playoff runs against other great teams and things like that. So for right now, we just got to judge him. I still say judge Ben Simmons with all of the other young players. And he's getting into that level where year 6, 7, where we have to start judging him outside of that, but he's completely fell off now. So
yeah, there's a couple things about Ben Simmons though that have been stated that are not correct. Like the first is, Lamont, what you said about the Philly fan base and Ben is incorrect. The Philly fan base only turned on Ben after he failed in the Atlanta series repeatedly. In fact, when Ben failed in the playoffs,
that's what I was talking about.
Toronto, when Ben failed in the playoffs before the Atlanta series, the Philly fan base covered his ass, and they
when did he fail in the playoffs before the Atlanta
Brett
series?
Brown was not the problem.
The Raptors and the
Philly
Celtics.
fan base blamed Brett Brown for everything.
Yes.
No, but let me finish. The other thing is there was
He
a
wasn't
big
there in
change.
2020.
He was hurt in 2020. They got swept by
and
themselves.
How teams defended Ben after his third year.
No.
3 years in the league,
Brandon, don't rant. You said he flopped in the playoffs before the Hawks series. What series? When did these bad playoff moments happen?
Toronto.
Yeah, at one point against Boston.
Boston and Toronto, yeah.
Ben
Yeah,
struggled
1 point
against
Boston
Boston
game 1.
and Toronto. You're going to read the stats from the
Exactly.
series. He did well in the first round, but he struggled in the second round every year.
No.
Hey,
What I'm saying is,
you mean that
he
lucky
struggled
Kawhi
against
shot?
Boston. Hold on.
That's tough.
He struggled against Boston. So when he had a 15, 12, and 13 against Boston, that's struggling.
He didn't do
we
shit
had
in the
1
fourth quarter of
point
that
in
series.
game 1.
Again, if you watch the games, he didn't play well.
Well, he had
Okay,
1
hold on.
point
So
in game
against
1.
against
He
Boston,
dropped turds in the fourth
hold on,
quarter.
y'all. Because remember, y'all, what y'all said. Y'all said it's not about the
Ben was a
misses or the
stab
percent.
whore in the playoffs.
Hold on. Brandon, hold on.
That's cap.
Y'all just said, remember, y'all didn't care. Y'all didn't care. Y'all just said if he has to take the shot. So against that in Boston, 18 points, 16, 19, and 18. He had one bad game.
He didn't do shit in the fourth
Yeah,
quarter
1
of that
point playoff
series.
game.
No, bro. You don't even remember that.
No, I do. I
It
lived
was
20
game
minutes
1
from
against
Philadelphia.
Boston.
I watched
He
every
didn't
game.
do anything in the fourth quarter.
And at the end of the day, y'all,
He didn't.
who does the fourth quarter belong to? The number one.
God.
That's Joel Embiid time. Get the hell out of here.
That is true. That is true.
I don't disagree with that, Lamont. I don't disagree with
That's
that.
true.
I don't
That's true.
disagree either.
That's why I'm saying I've
Joel
never heard
Embiid,
y'all.
where the hell were
That's
you?
more on
This
Embiid.
dude
Yeah, that's more on
talking
Embiid.
about
Yeah.
number 3 option in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on.
yeah. Your role
Yeah, I don't
players get
disagree
you
with
to
that.
a winning position.
I'm not blaming
Your role players
Ben
get you
Simmons
to
for
a
those
winning
losses
position.
per se.
Your best player got to close
third
out.
quarter.
I will.
That's what you
I'll
need out of
blame
your
Embiid
other
and Ben
options.
Simmons.
Carry us to the
Role
fourth.
players
That's what.
play.
Joel Embiid was
That's
choking
most
too.
of Jimmy
I mean,
Butler's
I will say
playoff
this
run.
about Ben Simmons.
That's
Joel
most of
Embiid
Jimmy
choking
Butler's
doesn't mean
playoff
Ben
run.
Simmons didn't choke though. They
What?
both
In
choked.
the
Yeah,
Toronto
that too.
series, in the
Ben
Toronto
Simmons
series,
choked harder.
Okay, in the Toronto series
Exactly.
in particular, I mean, they just took the ball out of his hands, and I actually agree with Brandon on this. Ben Simmons doesn't really do a whole lot without the ball. I mean, in
That's
the
a lot
Toronto,
of players in the league.
At all.
I know,
But
but
Ben never adjusted. He never learned to play off the ball.
Lamont. I'm not criticizing Ben
Yes.
Simmons for. I'm not criticizing Ben Simmons for doing nothing without.
Give me
the ball.
one young player, third, fourth year in the league that just knows how that comes in the league
Lamont,
as a.
I'm not.
Tell me
this
about
isn't
Trey Young without the ball.
Lamont, this isn't a criticism.
Ben
I'm just
in year
stating
5
what they
couldn't
did.
play off
I'm just
the ball.
stating
Year
what they
6
did
he
in
couldn't
the
play off
series,
the ball.
Lamont.
Bro,
In the
it's NBA
series,
players.
Trae Young off the ball is calling
y'all
for the
still
ball.
say
That's
LeBron can't play without the ball.
Lamont, in the series, Lamont, I'm not criticizing.
We know that's cap.
In the series where
Wait,
they
no,
took the ball out of his hand, in the
That is
series
cap.
where
Just
they
saying,
took the ball out
fans
of
will
his
say it.
hands,
They'll just say any goddamn thing.
in the series where they took the ball out of his hands, he didn't do much without it. I'm not criticizing him for it. I'm just saying what they did. The coach
Didn't do
took the ball.
anything. It's not that he didn't do
Trash.
much. He did nothing.
No, hold on. What happened was
He didn't do shit.
the coach took the ball out. They gave the ball to Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, they gave it to Jimmy Butler.
So what
and
they
then,
did was they once again, you're asking a guy who's already a young player, young into his career, who's had the ball in his hands the majority of his time. You're just randomly, he hasn't played like this all season. You taking the ball out of his hands.
I'm adding context to the Lamont. I'm adding context to the Toronto series. That's what I'm doing.
But you just said you agree with Brandon. So if you put,
I agree with Brandon that he doesn't do much without the ball. That's why I'm blaming them for not. That's why I'm blaming them for not.
No. But
what are you supposed to? But Jimmy Butler is on the
Ben off the ball.
If you would have let me finish, Lamont, I was about to blame.
My boy P5 a gamer.
Lamont, I was about to put the blame on Brett Brown for taking the ball out of his hands. I was about to put the blame on Brett Brown.
I don't feel like Jimmy was the better player. Like, why would you not put the ball in Jimmy's hands over Ben?
No, but Jimmy Butler's, but Emmanuel, you're missing. Jimmy Butler's not a point guard.
Hold on, y'all. But look,
Philly had Jimmy
you got to take the ball out of his hands. He can't shoot free throws.
Tyson, check.
Well, then what happened with the game, Tyson? That's what I'm
in that Philly series. Hold on, Boba. Hold on 1 second, Boba. In that Philly series, let me tell you his shots. Remember, y'all say even without the ball in his hands, he shot. And I'm gonna tell you his field goal percentage. In game 1, he shot 7 of 8 from the field, 3 of 6, 5 of 13, 5 of 10. And it was only in this game where he shot 3 of 5 where he really didn't take that many shots. And then 9 of 13. He was taking shots. So even
in the first quarter,
right.
So 5 to 10 shots.
On fast breaks.
So Ben Simmons took 13 shots in the first quarter.
On fast breaks, but when the game slows down, he becomes a liability on offense.
The game slows down. That's Joel Embiid time. He's the number one option on offense.
I agree with you. I'm talking about Ben Simmons.
Do I gotta spell it out for you?
I'm talking about Ben Simmons and his deficiencies.
They're sagging off Ben Simmons and doubling the African brother.
He's just a playmaker.
But yeah,
play fast.
If you would have let me finish.
Okay, so don't compare him to other players that are not just playmakers.
Right.
That's my point.
What are you doing?
I'm not saying.
Jason Kidd.
I'm not saying that Ben Simmons is at fault, but I'm just saying he has clear deficiencies that separate him from the player you tried to compare him to.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Jason Kidd could play off the ball. Jason Kidd had a post game.
So you
Ben
saying
had no post game. He couldn't
saying
play off the ball at all.
a year two Jason Kidd didn't have similar deficiencies to a year two Ben Simmons?
No.
Right. He did have similar deficiencies as far as
they were trash.
Hold on, let me finish. Huh? Who was trash?
Yeah. And the Dallas Mavericks were hot garbage. See, in
that's facts.
And when Ben Simmons year two, they were saying they need to win a championship. Year two, Jason Kidd, they were saying you can go still develop.
Yeah. Shout out to Joel Embiid. Shout out to Joel
Embiid. No, Joel Embiid, like I said, they took away the headache in Philly. They took away the headache in Ben Simmons. They gave a floor spacer.
No. They brought a different type of headache.
That's what I keep saying, bro. You're talking about Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid
turned into a migraine. That's what happened.
Joel Embiid is trash in the playoffs. We understand that.
I can't wait till the playoffs start, because if I hear y'all complaining about number one not getting the job done, and y'all don't say nothing about these twos and threes.
But Lamont.
Hey, role players matter, bro. Role players matter. Stop this. Role players matter.
No one
I can't wait till the Houston Rockets make the playoffs and y'all back to blaming Dylan Brooks.
What would you have done, Lamont? What would you have done? So you got a lot to blame about the situation, the coaching, the organization, and what was revolving around Ben Simmons. What do you do in the playoffs, right? When your point guard shoots 50% from the free throw line, they're hacking him in the fourth quarter, and they're not letting you get into your sets, right? You in the bonus with like 9 minutes left. What are you doing in that situation, bro?
Well, they were only hacking him. Because they were forcing half court play because the turnovers. They kept turning the ball over late game.
Oh, come on.
No, he bringing the ball up. They're fouling him off ball. They're taking him to the line. Well, what you do? Are you still believing in your point guard? What you doing in that situation?
What I'm saying
Ben shot 32% from the foul line against Atlanta.
32.
All right, hold on, y'all.
Oh, wow. So much better. Come on.
I'm trying to answer the question, because you see everybody.
Go ahead.
And he didn't even go to the playoffs with Brooklyn. He wasn't even there.
What does that got to do with anything we talking about? Pooh?
Because I feel like had Ben actually been there, the Nets probably would have at least.
I'm really actually curious. At least
one the solution for me. The solution for me, one, if you're a coach, for me. So first, you got to understand the type of players you got. Boom. Everybody's seen when you allow Ben Simmons to play unabated. You give him, it adds a level of confidence to a game that almost makes him unstoppable. We've seen it multiple times. We've seen multiple examples of this in multiple games. The more you give him the ball, the more you just allow him to play his game, the more you allow him to dictate what happens on offense, the better results you get.
That's cap.
It's only when it's this.
That's cap.
And the reason why we know this is true is because we've seen how he performs when Joel Embiid is out, and they have to look to him. That's when he is a true number one or number two option to score the ball. And we've seen him excel in those moments more than one time. And so
only
the
against
more you
weak
give him,
teams in the regular season.
All right, hold on. It was actually the one time he had his best game, it was against the number one team in the West. So don't say his best game when Joel Embiid was out was against the number one team in the West.
Oh, you're talking the game against Utah, that overrated Utah team that got shit.
That's what I'm saying. Every time, y'all hear what y'all do?
Yeah.
Every time.
Utah wasn't good.
No, hold on, Jared, hold on. Every time there's a good performance, then y'all just try to discredit the other end to make up for the fact that you can't explain the good performance.
He's talking about a playoff game or a regular season game?
Utah was overrated at the time.
Utah was very overrated. Utah got destroyed in the playoffs.
That's not even the point. That's not even the point. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't care about. Y'all can claim all these teams. I guess everybody overrated because no matter who he had a good game against,
right. Okay. So a regular season game, he went crazy. That's right.
So if you understand, you as a coach, this is what Phil Jackson excelled at. You have to understand your players. What motivates them to play higher than expectation, and you get Ben Simmons to play higher than expectation the more you give him the ball. As much of a bad strategy as it might be, you have to just let him play through it all. And when the game slows down, and the game was getting slowed down because Doc Rivers
This nigga trying to get Doc fired.
Doc Rivers was getting the ball out of his hands, and the Doc Rivers.
Brett Brown had the same problem with Ben.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Brandon.
He trying to get. He trying to get Doc pack the fuck up.
When they were putting, if you look at some of the lineups that they were putting on the floor, Ben Simmons actually had some of his best performances when they would put Korkmaz on the floor with him. A great floor spacer. This opened up his ability to drive and his ability to play make. Doc Rivers, for whatever reason in that Atlanta series, decided to go into panic mode because they didn't have anybody to guard Kevin Huerter, and he was putting Ben Simmons in along with Matisse Thybulle. So now Ben Simmons don't have the guy he can normally kick it out to because remember, Matisse Thybulle airballed a couple threes.
Korkmaz was horrible defensively.
Hold on. Oh, come on, Brandon. Hold on.
Hey, Lamar, I put some stats.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if you look at that series, if you look at that series, they played Matisse Thybulle with Ben Simmons, which against Nate McMillan had that team playing much better defensively. He was able to exploit it. But you have to just stick with what got you there. And Korkmaz is your guy. For whatever reason, they decided to bench him that series. He wasn't getting his run, and they started to lose the floor spacing that they needed. And without that on the floor, it seemed like Ben Simmons, when they changed their strategy mid-series, it just felt like
that's my point, though, Lamar. I agree with what you're saying.
I would have said we'll live with. I would have said we'll in Africa to answer your question. I would have said we'll live with some of these Atlanta players getting their shots off. Kevin Huerter got hot, and I would have just said we're going to continue to play our game. I'm going to keep my floor spacers out there, and at the end of the day, you can only foul so much with them players on the court. And we've seen games where Ben Simmons can make them free throws, play through it, make or miss, because in a lot of these games, like I said, they had big leads. You don't get these big leads because you're not beating them. They had big leads because they were actually doing something right. They lost the leads to Atlanta. And you got to think about why did they start losing that lead? And I don't think that lead getting lost started with Ben Simmons. I think it starts with turnover.
Trey was getting hot. It was a lot of things that
pull up those stats I put in the private chat, Lamar. Check those stats out.
Trey wasn't getting hot in that elimination game. Trey
not all the games. I said in a couple of games he went crazy.
Look up late in those games. You like those stats, no key. I think you like those stats. It's interesting because what you say, I like the.
I already knew this was true.
Yeah. That's an amazing thing.
I told you, I already knew Joel Embiid does good without Ben Simmons. 22.8 points per game, 10 assists, and 8 rebounds in 4 games without Joel Embiid in his playoff career. I already knew that. He plays better without Joel Embiid on the floor. I mean, Joel Embiid is a lot of y'all don't realize it's Joel Embiid that kind of forces him into playing that half-court style of game because he was at that point in time he was still kind of a back to the basket big.
Yeah, 100%. Like he's gonna open up the
Joel Embiid. Yeah, this is when y'all were criticizing Embiid for shooting threes. Y'all were like, "Oh, he shouldn't shoot threes." So he was out there chucking up the threes y'all wanted to see, but he was missing them. So y'all was complaining.
Right. That's all facts. But at the end of the day, bro. At the end of the day, come on, man. We see the deficiencies. You want Ben Simmons to have the ball, get fouled. Now you want him to be around elite floor spacers who don't play defense, so they're getting cooked on the defensive end. It's too many deficiencies on the floor, bro.
The excuses have to stop.
Hey, guess what, Tyson? Elite floor spacers that don't play defense got Miami to the NBA Finals this past year.
He actually won 3 out of those.
Don't do that.
They play defense. No, don't do that. They play defense.
Don't
play defense.
Man, all right, go ahead and convince me that Duncan Robinson was D'ing up.
That's one. I give you Duncan Robinson. That's why he gets limited minutes.
Go ahead and try to convince me they was running to all them zones with Gabriel Vincent at the top because he's an elite defender, right?
Gabe Vincent can play defense.
Man, get the hell out of here, man.
He tries, but I don't know if he's
not an elite defender, but
he tries.
Eric Spoelstra gonna scheme it up though. Eric Spoelstra gonna scheme it up.
I promise you, coaches hate running zones.
Eric gonna make them work.
Bro, so Lamar, I'll tell you right now, you run zone because you have deficiencies. Them motherfuckers outside of Bam and Jimmy had hella
your one-on-one defenders are trash.
No, I agree with that. I agree with all you saying, but they're still playing,
trying to save their life. They was scrambling to the ball as units and everything.
You giving us the point why Eric Spoelstra is a great coach. You're not giving us the point.
And my Knicks for losing to that team.
So elite floor spacers that don't play defense can get you a long way.
I ain't gonna lie, Pootie, your Knicks is
yeah, if you got Eric Spoelstra coaching.
Man,
So
Lamont,
we would have beat the Heat had it not been
bro. For Julius Randle.
I don't want to talk about the sorry ass Knicks though, man. The Knicks.
Don't talk about my team like that.
As long as Julius Randle's on that team, they're not going.
I'm taking Ben Simmons over
y'all
Julius
know
Randle
good
any
damn
day of
well
the week.
we would have beat the Heat had it not been for Jay Randle acting soft.
Hey, he's on the team, so that's why they down there. That's why they're not.
Jalen Brunson was carrying us.
I don't want to talk about the Knicks.
That's a fact. He was.
The Knicks is hot garbage, man. They the one of the most boring teams in the league too.
At least my team made the playoffs. Did Portland make the playoffs? Hell no.
But they boring than a motherfucker.
Would you?
Hey,
would
we can do a poll right now.
ran
Is
offense?
anybody, y'all, who's voluntarily going to go watch a Knicks game?
Oh damn.
Me.
No, the Knicks sell out most of their games.
Us New Yorkers.
Nah. I'm not talking about y'all delusional New Yorkers. I'm talking about people outside of New York. Y'all New Yorkers think y'all supposed to win the championship every year.
Because we are. We New York. It's been too long. It's been too long. We need a chip and we need one now.
Y'all not getting one as long as Randle on that team.
We need one now. If we gotta trade Randle, then that's what we gotta do.
Y'all should have been traded Randle. Y'all not getting one as long as Randle on that team.
Your owner don't care about championships.
Jalen Brunson, thank you for doing everything you can for us.
Wait, I have a question. Lamont, I have a question for you. Can you name a single year in the second round of the playoffs where Ben Simmons played well in the fourth quarter? 1 year?
What?
No,
That's
the
a
thing
weird
is,
question,
I could
bro.
probably identify it. I just don't remember. I'm not going to pretend like I remember.
Yeah, who
which I
remembers
know
that kind of shit?
No, because I do remember he was absolute
Okay, hold on. I
trash
can
in
get
the
it
fourth
for
quarter
you.
every
I'll
year
get
in
it
the
for you.
second round.
I don't remember it, but I could probably look it
Four
up.
quarters
you.
of second rounds of a guy's career is kind of crazy, though.
No, it's not because Philly lost in the second round every year.
Lamont about to go to ChatGPT.
Hey, do you know
ChatGPT.
how well
ChatGPT.
Jalen Brown fourth quarter of his playoff games in his second round appearances? Do you know that? Like, that's a weird question.
It's not
Unless
a
you
weird
look it up.
question because Philly. No.
It
Let
is.
me. It's not because Philly lost in the second round every year with Ben.
ChatGPT
That's
with the
where
answer.
that's where they died.
ChatGPT.
Okay.
ChatGPT time.
When we win the championship,
Ask him what's for
Hold on,
lunch.
I got a whole list.
What? Y'all
Hold on,
talking
I'm
about
to read to your
the
whole list.
intercommission cup?
Hold on.
Hey,
y'all.
man,
You
stat
said
lines.
right?
What's the list?
Okay, so I'm gonna let ChatGPT finish. Right now, they got 3, they got 4. This is all fourth quarter, right? So far, okay. So it says right here. You said he hasn't played well in the fourth quarter in the playoffs. So we're gonna go with the first one from Chat. Hold on. No. Playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, now he's gonna move the goalpost.
Hold on, y'all.
You might as well do the whole thing.
I'm doing the whole list. I'm gonna do the whole list. Y'all can't get mad. Yeah, see how y'all try to funnel it. Oh, second round. Nah, take these
the
answers.
first round was garbage.
Nah, Brandon, hold on. Take this answer, Brandon.
You're moving the goalpost.
2021.
We'll cap it now.
2021. This is 2021 Eastern Conference versus the Wizards. Simmons was crucial.
The Wizards
to win.
Simmons was crucial.
Y'all can't get mad when I start reading the answers,
bro.
The Wizards. Hold on, man. Y'all let better finish it. Let's hear it.
All right, hold on. Y'all asked for it, and then when I start reading it, y'all get to let me read
Oh,
them
let's hear it. Let's hear it. Go ahead, Lamont.
Number one, it says right here. It says in the fourth quarter, game 2 versus the Wizards, Simmons was crucial in sealing with his all-around play. Essential defensive plays is highlighted by the coaching staff and facilitated the offensive fourth quarter to ensure the Sixers took the 2-0 lead. Then we go to 2019, game 3 versus the Brooklyn Nets. It says Simmons had a standout performance in the fourth quarter. It says he made several key buckets in the clutch, on offensively and defensively to help the Sixers secure the win and take control of the series. You go to 2018 Eastern Conference against the Miami Heat. It says Simmons was instrumental in the Sixers taking a commanding lead in game 4. He contributed across the board with significant factor and multiple clutch buckets down the stretch to help the Sixers take a 3-1 lead. And then it says in 2019 semifinals, game 6 versus the Raptors, 76ers facing elimination. It says he played a crucial role in game 7. In the fourth quarter, he was involved defensively. He said he was involved defensively in helping the Sixers come back. Hold on. It says helping the Sixers come back. He made crucial plays to help Philly stave off the Raptors, and that was in 2019. And that wasn't the first round.
Okay, so you're arguing that even though Ben shot,
no, I'm not arguing.
The foul line against
No,
Atlanta,
Brandon. No, Brandon. The thing is,
no,
see, y'all, you can't always. Every time I give you a factual answer, there's no problem. Y'all try to make up these narratives. When did he play good in this moment? First of all, like I said, for the idiots, this man ain't the number one option on the team. When do y'all start running around expecting the number 2, number 3 option to be the guy that goes to in the fourth quarter? When did Horace Grant play? I want y'all to tell me this. When did fucking Horace Grant play good in the fourth quarter in any of the Chicago Bulls 3 championships first time around? Can y'all remember that?
1992 Game 5 against the Boston Celtics. Horace Grant scored 15 points in the first quarter on 6 of 7 shooting.
Fourth quarter.
Yeah, fourth quarter, 6 of 7.
He had some moments.
No, I'm just making up shit. I'm just capping right
That's
now.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Y'all trying to. Hold on. I want y'all to tell me this. Tell me when Joel Embiid, the number one option, who most responsible for the fourth quarter success, when did he show up in the fourth quarter? That's winning time. The number one. The fourth quarter is for the number one option. I don't know when this number 3 option came the most.
But Embiid's doubled the whole time. That's why that argument is a failure.
I don't give a damn if he's doubled. That's what number options got to go through. Get double team.
And Brandon, what makes that double team easier? What makes that double team easier, Brandon? Ben Simmons standing out there doing nothing.
Hold on. James Harden. Hey, James Harden. Did James Harden make it easier?
Yes.
What you talking about? Another bum? We don't care.
James Harden, another choker.
He made a
slightly easier. Bum in the playoffs.
James Fraud.
Have to say,
but y'all don't have an answer. Y'all just say, look, this is y'all. This is y'all when y'all don't have an answer.
He made it easier.
I got the answer. I gave you the answer.
3 for 11 in the game 7.
Stop it. James Harden's playoff mode is well documented, bro. Don't do that.
And people got the audacity to say that Karl Malone is a worse choker than James Harden. Get out of here.
What?
People have said that. Yes.
They both chokers. We talking mid on mid.
Karl Malone is not a choker, bro. What are you?
Karl Malone had bad playoff games, bro.
Hold on,
that's why they got a whole bunch of first round exits. Stop this.
Hey, I'm gonna prove to y'all. This is how we know Pootie's cat. Pootie, give me one great memory of a Karl Malone performance that you remember from the past.
Let's see. It was a game in the '97 finals where Karl had like 37 points.
Did he?
Yeah, Malone cooked the balls.
But it was just one of the 2 games that they won, and those were the only 2 games.
Give me your most memorable Karl Malone moment.
Okay.
When he got ripped by Michael Jordan? That much of Karl. I've seen some games, but I haven't watched that much.
Hold on. Can you give me one great Karl Malone defensive stop? Ever.
He stopped a bunch of people.
No. Give me just like LeBron has the block. We know that Wilt blocked.
I know LeBron got the block.
Hold on. Let me give you an example. Like Wilt did the infamous blocking the hook shot, the unstoppable shot. We know Jordan with the steal on Malone. We know
Bird with the steal.
Bird with the steal. Hold on. Give me a great Karl Malone defensive stop.
Malone was a 3-time all-defensive player. He's a good defender.
That part.
Now, okay, hold on. Now we're gonna just combine you and Brandon. Put y'all brain power together. Give me one great Karl Malone defensive play.
That's not how defense works. Malone.
This is crazy.
That's not how defense works.
All defensive player. Malone was a good defender.
So defense don't work. So that's not how defense works, right?
Okay, I mean, I could ask you to name one special defensive moment by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You'd come up with nothing.
I'm not going to lie and act like I remember.
Okay, so
and I don't pretend to act like Kareem is one of the greatest defenders of all time. I didn't watch enough. I can tell you with Draymond. I can tell you with Scottie Pippen. I can tell you with more recent guys. But the thing is, I'm not going to pretend and say Karl Malone and like Pootie doing, just making up shit about a goddamn Karl Malone. He don't remember a goddamn Karl Malone.
What are you talking about, bro?
You don't remember nothing about no.
We got
Karl
people
Malone
saying he's a worse choker than James Harden.
No,
I'm debunking that narrative.
Ticket told you that.
No, he's not.
Oh,
Obi, what?
Oh.
God damn! You gotta stop. Bro,
James Harden is a worse. James Harden is the greatest choker of all time.
Hey, Pootie, tell me why Karl Malone isn't though. Tell me why Karl Malone is not.
I'm not saying Karl Malone hasn't choked.
Okay, do this, Pootie. Give me one clutch moment by Karl Malone. A clutch a clutch moment, a clutch bucket. I remember John Stockton's clutch bucket in the playoffs when he knocked down that game winner versus the Rockets.
John Stockton throws one of the longest passes I've ever seen to Carmelo, and then he just dunks it.
How was that clutch?
Because it was crucial. It was crucial.
Very crucial. The way he ran the floor, with such alacrity, what made that clutch. He was hustling down that floor, bro.
Of motion.
Pootie, you just be saying you don't even know nothing about Carmelo. Talking about he better than James Harden.
How old are you, Pootie?
Does it matter? I'm not even going to answer that question because it is irrelevant to the conversation.
Well, did you watch a lot of Karl Malone film? I'm just wondering how you getting these Karl Malone
I watched
facts.
some, but I didn't watch.
Okay, why you yelling, bro? I'm just asking.
I didn't watch every Karl Malone game.
You ain't watching not one goddamn.
You gotta get mad at me. Judging by that, judging by that outfit, you probably 23, 24.
I'm
just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm just talking shit.
Why is Karl Malone not a harder?
I'm just talking shit. No disrespect, bro.
At least Karl Malone led his team to 2 finals appearances.
Okay, yeah,
James Harden
was loaded then too.
Yes.
Why do we call losing automatically choking?
Why
is it a choke? Automatic choke. You could just
Karl
lose.
Malone was going up against a stacked Western Conference.
No, he just lost to the better team. Harden often lost to the better team. Like, when did he lose to a team that he wasn't meant to lose to?
He lost to the
Warriors. They were supposed to beat the Warriors.
They were supposed to beat the KD Warriors? What?
Never supposed to.
Lied. In 2018, 65 games. Him and Chris Paul.
What? Oh my gosh, bro.
Did you think they could beat the Warriors?
Young Africa, the San Antonio
They went 0 for 27 in Game 7.
Africa, I know you ain't just make that statement that you made.
All right, Pootie. So,
no, you expected the Warriors, the Rockets at the start of the series to beat the Warriors?
I thought the Rockets kind of had a chance. I thought they kind of had a chance.
No. I had a chance and expecting them to win 2 different things.
He lost to the Spurs, though.
Wait, stop. In 2014, I believe they lost in the first round to the Thunder. The very next year, they lose to the eventual champion Warriors. Then they lose to the 73-win Warriors. And then they lose to the Spurs. And then they lose to the KD Warriors.
That's not joking, man.
Lose to the Curry Warriors again. Then they lose to the Lakers while playing small ball. Like, which one of these teams is he supposed to be?
James Harden. But he don't show 3 for 19. 3 for 11, 2 for 16. Like,
hold on. Hey, check this out.
But
you know what happened? They
Game
blame
one.
James Harden as the third option.
They lost.
They blame him in OKC as the third option for losing to the Miami.
I don't blame him in OKC. I don't blame him.
Y'all blame Ben Simmons.
I don't blame him for OKC.
James Harden had a bad fourth quarter as the third option.
He did, but I don't blame James Harden for OKC.
So what did you blame him for? You said he choked. If he lost to Hicks,
I'm counting his Houston Rockets years, where he was the man.
You don't blame him for Golden State?
But what year was he supposed to be Golden State?
2018.
No, he was not. His
co-star got
wins. The Warriors.
His co-star got hurt. His co-star got hurt.
Okay,
the same
Chris
Warriors
Paul
that
would get him to a 3-2 lead before collapsing all the way.
Hey, when Chris Paul
y'all
broke
not
down,
gonna sit here and tell me that 0 for 27 is not crazy.
Hold up. We expected James Harden to
Did James Harden take all 27 of those shots?
No Chris Paul.
No, he did not. But he was a part of it.
He was part of it, but it's not like it. But that just proves to you that the rest of the team crumbled. It wasn't just James Harden.
The rest of the team did crumble, but James Harden, as the number 1 option, should get the bulk of the blame.
Okay, that's fine. That's not a choke job, though. His
hold on.
He has a history of doing this.
Well, Pootie,
who was his second option that game?
How much of the blame did you give Joel Embiid? Because it sounded like you was giving the bulk of the blame.
I gave him some of the blame too. I gave him some of the blame.
No. But you said the bulk. Hold on. You said the bulk of the blame goes to the number 1 option. Joel Embiid was the number 1 option, but we talk about Ben Simmons. You giving the bulk of the blame to Ben Simmons. Why?
At least in Game 7, Joel Embiid dropped 31-3 at 11.
He also had 8 turnovers.
At least he actually showed up.
He also had 4 turnovers.
Yes, he did.
He also had 8 turnovers in the game.
He had the turnovers. I get that.
Pootie, hold on. Do you know this? After the pass from Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid went on to have 3 turnovers and 3 missed shots.
I watched the series. Yes, I knew that. I cooked Joel Embiid for that shit. Gangster. I did.
Harden's worst choke by far was when against the Spurs, Kawhi fouled out, and he still couldn't close the game out in overtime.
Thank
It's one of the
you.
worst chokes I've ever seen.
Okay.
What about 2015 in that game against Golden State?
No, I'm
Tyson, but we call this a choke, Tyson. Who is the people on his team, Tyson? He leads these people there.
Hold on.
He the only playmaker.
Hold on. He shot 2 for 11 and had 12 turnovers, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I remember that game. I thought he was doing that on purpose, Tyson. What's up with you, Tyson? By the way,
what's up, man? Max, how you living, bro?
Harden shot 37% from the field against Batum.
Come on, bro. Don't talk about that.
37%.
James Harden got choke jobs.
Okay, no, I don't want to make excuses.
And people was trying to call him the greatest scorer ever.
He got choke jobs, bro. Come on, let's not do that.
It's kind of hard to do when you're the only player on your court and you're the only playmaker and scorer on the team.
No,
you play with a bunch of spot-up shooters.
In Houston, Eric Gordon was solid. He had Capella, Tucker.
Come on, man. That's the first player you named, bro. That's the first player you named, Eric Gordon.
Capella and Eric Gordon. Is this
No. I'm saying when he was playing Portland wasn't that good of a team. I'm not
saying he should have won, but it's the fashion, bro. It's the fashion.
Harden needs 30-something shots, get 60 points.
He had Dwight Howard against Portland too. Howard was still pretty good.
Come on, yeah. It's the fashion. I'm not saying if you're gonna lose, that's cool. But you can't have numbers like this, bro. Come on now.
I got a question.
I mean, when you the only playmaker and the shot creator on your team, you gonna have numbers like that. This is how it go.
I think they put too much on his plate for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. But come on, this shit is ridiculous.
But have y'all noticed that those players that are like the teams
Dwight Howard was pretty good his first couple years.
Outside of Jokic, we haven't seen those do-it-all type players that are the team's best playmaker and scorer have a lot of success in the playoffs.
Yeah, but you're talking that Houston team. You talking about you talking about starters on championship teams.
You talking about a whole bunch of role players.
No, but you talking about starters. You talking about starters?
We asking him to be the second best player, third best player
look,
on the championship team. You asking him to be the sixth man.
You telling me Jason Terry wasn't a good playoff performer?
No, but who was Harden's number 2 option? Who was his number 2 scorer?
Eric Gordon.
Well, Jason Terry.
He had Dwight Howard early in Houston.
Hold on, when I say your option in the playoffs, if your number 2 option is a pattern player, you're in trouble. So when I say
he had Dwight Howard his first.
He had Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard.
What's the other shot creator on the team, bro? No. Who the other shot creator on the team?
No. It's not necessarily shot creator. But the thing is, your number 2 player. If your number 2 player is the league, they define it as in the league, you can be one or two types of players: a pattern player or a non-pattern player. The one thing that's across the league is consensus is that you're going to struggle to win championships if you don't have at least 2 non-pattern players. And non-pattern players are the guys like what somebody just said. When that shot clock starts, because teams' defense starts to tighten up. But if you don't have the ability to go get a bucket outside of the offense, you're going to struggle. Yeah. And so outside of James Harden, who had the ability to go get a bucket outside of the offense?
Chandler Parsons. Chandler Parsons the next guy.
Hold on. Let Brandon talk. Brandon, are you telling me Dwight Howard can go get a bucket on his own?
No, come on.
No. You're missing Dwight Howard. Let me finish. Dwight Howard in Houston, the early years, was a good player. If you look at Dwight Howard in the Portland series,
that's not the question.
He was Houston's best player in that series. Let me finish. Dwight Howard was a very good scorer.
We can't let you finish BS because we let you go on a rant the other
day. You gotta
at
least answer the question.
No, you're wrong. Dwight Howard was very good.
No, good. We don't want to hear
about Dwight Howard his own bucket.
Come on, yeah. Look. See, this is where Brandon, no rants today. No of these nonsensical rants that have nothing to do with the conversation. You don't win championships in this league if you don't have pattern players. You need to go have guys that can go get buckets outside of the offense. And Dwight Howard ain't scoring no bucket on nobody's team outside of no goddamn offense. And he struggled to even do that in his prime when he was super athletic. He definitely wasn't doing it on no Rockets. Eric Gordon needs the offense to score. There's a ton of guys. Clint Capella definitely needs the offense to score.
Josh Smith, Jason Terry.
Mr. Shooter 103.
Josh Smith.
Y'all got to stop. Y'all just think if you surround a player with just good players
No, I'm saying Josh Smith. You asked for it. Nah, Josh Smith can get you a bucket though. I'm not saying he Kyrie Irving or nothing. I'm not saying he Kyrie Irving.
He was a pattern player. He was not
no, he's not. He's not a pattern player.
Detroit bought out his. This the same Josh Smith that Detroit bought out his contract and he's going halfway through the year. Is that who we talking about?
No, we talking about later. Oh yeah, I'm just saying.
Detroit Pistons buying out the contract. That's never a good look.
I'm not saying he's the all-world player, but he's not a
creator. He can't.
But there's not even. There's young Harden too. There's Harden when he first got to like 2 years in.
You can't just surround James Harden with good players. You got to build the right team around them to win. They came close, but they only came close.
The only true.
No, wait, no, Brandon, stop. No one's saying
the only true secondary
no one's saying that Eric Gordon was
bad. Y'all don't even talk about Chris Paul getting hurt. Y'all still say he was supposed to win, and Chris Paul got hurt.
Yeah, that's what that.
He was the main X factor that the Warriors couldn't defend.
No one's saying anything.
And he was locking stuff up.
Saying that James Harden did not have a primary secondary creator. He didn't have that.
Right, but if you look at Harden in the playoffs, Harden has struggled repeatedly against Portland, against San Antonio. He struggled many times against teams that are less.
Look at anybody numbers versus San Antonio.
My making does not hold up.
Brandon,
look at anybody numbers versus San Antonio.
No one denying the drop off, bro. We're just saying that there's context and reasons for the drop off.
There's context and reasons, but it's pretty ridiculous drop off.
Now the turnovers part. I can't say. I know the
That's fair. And like Lamont said, look. In NBA in the last 20 years, ball dominant plays that had usage rate as high as James Harden in NBA history, even up to all the way back to Michael Jordan, who had won championship. There are literally only 2 guys since that time that have had the offensive load that James Harden had, that is the offensive initiator, ball handler, shot creator, and playmaker, and won championships. It's literally Michael Jordan and LeBron James. I dare y'all to give me any other names.
Nobody saying that though.
Names that have won.
Who's saying that?
Harden wanted it.
No. That's why. No. Hold on.
Who's arguing that? Who's arguing that, Young Africa?
That's why y'all expecting the man.
No, we're not. No, we're not. What do you mean? We're expecting him not to go for 3 for 20. We're expecting him not to go 3 for 20 in a closeout game.
What I'm
That's what we're expecting.
Hey, honestly, it ain't even about that. Because if he played,
it is about that. That's what we call it, a choke.
No. We ain't doing that, because if he played, it's interesting. The narrative of today, right? Even coming back.
No.
Let me say this though, Tyson. It comes back to the Ben Simmons point, right? If a player plays below expectations, we're gonna cook him for that and say that was a reason why they lost, as opposed to, let's just say James Harden in all these closeout games played solid, played well even to his averages. We're still cooking him for losing. Let's be honest. We're not.
It's not a choke job though. That's the whole point. Young Africa.
The narrative is not going to be he played okay and his team wasn't good enough.
That's ridiculous. You talking narratives, bro. Again.
You're telling me you're going to give James Harden breaks for having decent.
Again. You talking narrative. You want to say what some people would say. You want to say what this person would say. Hold on, Brandon.
Let's be honest, Tyson.
Tyson, the one key to this is, see, if I would appreciate y'all take more if y'all also included his performances and closeout wins that weren't so good. Like, you can go back.
I agree. I understand that.
Go back to 2020 against, when they play OKC,
right?
4-15, but they won. See, the thing is, then
that's still a choke job. I was about to bring that up, Tyson, if I got a chance.
I understand, Tyson. What I'm saying is, so if you want to say he's a poor closeout game performer, I'll give you that. But if you're talking about just an overall playoff performer, like, I think he
had some great games.
He's a great playoff performer.
Playoff games, that's his issue.
But that's our point. Like, when we need you to hold on, Lamont, let me finish real quick.
As y'all saw, closing playoff games has a lot more to do with the team around you as opposed to you individually.
No.
The reason why we know this.
Come on, Lamont.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on. What I'm saying is, if he's won playoff games playing poorly, but we can look to the team around him and see, okay, this supporting cast around him is much better, and this is why they were able to overcome, because he had another guy who was that year against OKC. He had another guy next to him who was a non-pattern player, who could also go get a bucket outside of the offense, and it can kind of supplement James Harden. When teams closed in on him and took away what he did best, the other guy could go do the job. So again, even in the wins, in your losses, you can look to him not having that type of help. or when did he have that type of help and they lost?
Okay, but
And he
Harden
performed
didn't
bad.
score. Harden didn't score 1 point in the fourth quarter of games 5, 6, or 7 in the fourth quarter against Boston. I mean, he's just not a good playoff performer.
Damn, that's kind of
Bro, you talking about coming off on the bro wasn't even supposed to be playing, bro. This why niggas don't. This why they don't play. This why people don't play when they have a nagging injury and stuff. Because you got people like you come up here.
We're not
He's
doing
on
this.
the court. He's accountable.
Just say that.
Now we
We're not
making
doing
injury
this.
excuses. Matt Coundish, bro.
You talking
Everyone
about
has
Hold on.
Hey,
I remember a
that
time,
stat when he
y'all.
was in Brooklyn.
Don't y'all remember a time?
It's not even an injury excuse, bro. But did you watch the game? Did you watch the game?
Max just made a good point, and the good point is this: there used to be a time where if a guy injured came onto the court and just played, he just got praised for playing injured. And even if he played below his averages, they gave him a lot of props for just showing up, getting on the court and playing. Now all of a sudden, you can your injury could be well known and well documented. You go out there and try to thug it out and still try to play, and then people like Brandon still say, "You still give me that 35 and 15."
That's bullshit. Harden had no significant injury against Boston.
What Max said is right. This is why these players, when they hurt, they don't play, because it takes us back to the beginning where we said fans will say anything. And the thing is, now that the microphone
got
that fans have,
excuses for everyone.
Hold on.
Oh, you talking about this year against Boston?
Exactly.
Brandon,
They
now that
don't play because they don't got the heart.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Can I get Brandon after you done, please?
Hold on, I'm gonna let you go. But what I'm saying is, now that the fan microphone is so big, see, now we at a point where we just criticizing guys for not playing. Look at Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard will not touch the court if he ain't feeling right. Right. And so he won't touch it. And we saw Paul George sit out. We've seen a lot of. So which do you want? Do you want these guys to lace them up and suit up and play hurt and we live with the results? Or do you want these guys to sit out till they feel perfectly 100% fine so they can give y'all these great meet my average type performances that you want to see in the playoffs, win or loss, so you guys don't have to claim that they choked? Which one is it? Because we can look back to the series with Ben Simmons. He had that nagging back issue. Y'all didn't care. He was supposed to still find a way. Hold on, Brandon. He was supposed to still find a way to pull out 20 points, even though he's not a 20-point per game scorer, make up for the scoring of Tobias Harris, make up for the 8 turners of Joel Embiid, and he's supposed to play elite defense on Trae Young, hold him to 5 of 23 shoot, and dish out 13 assists. He was supposed to do all that with an injured back, but y'all don't care. See, this is why these guys don't play with injury, and it takes us back to the original thought. Y'all act like y'all voices, and y'all act like just because you as an individual don't have much of a voice, but as a collective, the fan voice is much bigger than y'all think. And these players hear these things.
Don't that shit.
The teams hear these things. The media hears these things.
That's a fact.
Really. And to be honest, y'all, the media is just giving y'all what y'all want to hear. If y'all want to hear negativity, the media is gonna feed it to you.
It's a ridiculous rant.
Hey, we
Let me get Brandon.
Accountability as fans for what happened to Ben Simmons. We as
Brandon,
fans take accountability is what Lamar is saying, and hold ourselves accountable.
I want to hear y'all apologize to Ben Simmons.
Oh God!
I don't take no Ben Simmons slander. When Ben Simmons come back and win Most Improved Player of the Year this year, all you niggas gonna be quiet. So
I ain't nothing. The man got a max contract, smashing Iggy's, Azaleas, and Kardashians. I ain't apologizing for nothing, bruh.
Hey, Brandon, but Brandon, hold on, Brandon.
That's that Stephen A. Smith.
Brandon,
Ticket talked about.
How many games didn't Harden give you 2 games versus the Celtics? Didn't he give you 2 40-point wins?
Harden
yes, he did.
Point in the fourth quarter of games 5.
So what was Embiid for the other 2?
Fucking trash. Get out of here with
what was the MVP for the other 2?
He did.
Your second best player got you 2 games. What was your star player?
No, I'm gonna give
5 for 15. He choked. He did.
Wait. Are you defending a
Harden
max
had 21, 20, 40, 23, and 34. Those were his stats.
I don't care about nothing with their money, bro. Everybody making max contract nowadays. I don't give a shit nothing about what they money.
No. That series is definitely on
Max,
Embiid.
you on cap, bro.
James Harden, that's on Embiid though. Now the first person blames Embiid though for that series, man. It ain't Harden.
I don't make it, bro.
I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the panel.
At least he was aggressive. But I do blame him.
Boston, are you talking about, Brandon?
Right. The other I want.
We talking about this year, bro.
This over the prime Harden this year.
Okay, hold on. Hey, remember y'all? Hold on.
finish up,
Here's
Ben.
another thing that stands out from that series. So you remember when I talked about Ben Simmons having some of his best games?
Players.
Okay, hold on, Brandon. We're just moving on from that. So we talked about Ben Simmons having some of his best games when Joel Embiid wasn't there. Check this out. Ben Simmons, in that game 1, he dropped 45. And then in that game 4, he dropped 42. And both of those were wins. Both of those were their wins. The only other game they won, he scored 17. And that was that game 5. But they went. That's what I said. That's why I said for this Sixers team to win with Joel Embiid, they might have to find
garbage teams.
Brandon, hold on one second. I'm gonna let you chime in on this talk as well. I believe, and I said this a couple weeks ago, for the Sixers to succeed with Joel Embiid, they have to allow him to be the number 2 option, as good as he is offensively.
Wow, that's interesting.
And because they play their best basketball when the lead guard is on the attack and Joel Embiid plays off that. I firmly believe that Joel Embiid can get 30 any which way he wants, even if the offense is not running through him. But if you give somebody else the confidence to take them shots, and you kind of you allow that guard to attack and wear the team down, and Joel Embiid finishes them off in the 4th, I think that would have a bigger impact because just look at these games. They played better.
So you would have ran the offense through Ben Simmons at the time. You would have ran the offense through Ben Simmons.
I would have found a way to put Ben Simmons in more of an attack mode offensively. Because whenever he was in attack mode, they were almost unbeatable. When his confidence was sky high, like he had a reason to be mad. Like you remember that Utah's game, he had a reason to be mad at Rudy Gobert because Rudy Gobert was talking shit on Twitter or something in the media.
Yeah. Donovan Mitchell was saying I'm the real.
So he had a little beef. Yeah. And so he played with ultra confidence. He knew Embiid wasn't going to be playing. So he'd be like, now I get the ball. Now I can show you what I can do. And he played with that. He went to the free throw line, made all his free throws. Yeah. He was in attack mode all game. They dominated the best team in the West.
Utah was not the best team in the West. Come on, man.
At that moment, they was, Brandon.
Utah got destroyed by the Clippers without Kawhi.
We're talking about the regular season, man.
You're saying at the time they were the number one.
We dead ass spoke about the regular season.
Hey, what? That's not even the point in the substance of what he's saying. Like, how you going? Why are you going sideways from the actual?
Brandon, we talking about the regular season, bro.
You know, hey, Lamar, you said something very, very interesting though. So Embiid can't be the center of an offense in the modern, 2023 and be that guy that can lead a team to a championship, being the number 1 option and running the ball through the big guy. No,
I don't think so because I think in today's game,
too slow of a pace
becomes too
slow.
Like Young Africa, mind you, when we saw the Sixers play this year, didn't they look super stagnant?
They did.
It almost got slowed down to a bore sometimes with Joel Embiid leading the offense. Now, Joel Embiid would definitely look good getting his, but it almost was slow. And the only time the game looked like they were really pushing the paces when they gave the ball to Maxey and just let him take off. Or like they gave the ball to Harden and just let him do his thing. But they looked very beatable when it was just Joel Embiid getting the ball touch after touch after touch. It was just a lot of guys standing around watching. It was
no doubt they would have.
But Embiid got doubled.
Third slowest team in the NBA in pace. So they were the third slowest team. So that does require you to wait for your big man to
they were running everything through Embiid because they were trying to slow down.
Exactly.
Like so you wait for your big Embiid. You have to slow the game down. He's a center.
Yeah, but Embiid got doubled the whole 4th quarter against Boston.
So, of course, because when you're running your shit through Embiid and there's no off-ball action, there's no movement, there's just you playing 4 out, 1 in, and just waiting for catch and shoot opportunities, and Embiid's not the greatest of playmakers.
But Young Africa, here's the unique thing.
That's a tough offense.
They knew that Embiid
not really
Embiid struggled with playmaking out of the double team.
Exactly.
So I think
he's not great.
I think they understood that. I think they understood. Like you can't double Jokic. It's like you're going to struggle to double Jokic because he's an excellent passer out of the double team. So the thing is, now you have to pick your poison. Do you allow him to pick you apart? Because he's always going to make the right pass. But with Embiid, he might not see the right pass. He's not that gifted of a passer. He might just kick it to the first open guy that he sees, which might not be the right read. So,
but Philly
so
didn't
there's a difference in doubling Embiid and doubling Jokic.
That was a big issue.
No, but one thing they improved the shooting though. At a certain point in time, it can't just be. I need.
Yeah, it can't.
At a certain point in time, it can't
when
be.
When he had some of the best shooters around him, it still was a problem.
Yeah. It can't be. I need 4 Steph Currys around me to get the job done. So at the end of the day,
he
like,
doesn't
when
need
you
4
talk about
Steph Currys, he needs
no. Because let me tell you something. In
He has
the
Steph
playoff,
Curry and JJ Redick at one point in time.
in the playoff series that
He
you're
never
talking
had
about.
the right shooters around him.
No. Hold up.
He
In the
had
playoff
Steph
series that
Curry.
you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They
There was
had
a certain
shooters.
play. There was a certain play that Harden was playing well. All right, topic of discussion, Harden, right? And he was cooking. And Jaylen Brown on the strong side drops down and doubles Joel Embiid on the last play, right? And what does he do? Kick it out to Harden in the corner, and he hits the 3. Once upon a time, like we were talking about, Ben Simmons is the guy. He's sagging down, and that's not even a threat, right? So it has improved to a certain level. So I think that not just on Embiid, but you can talk about coaching, you can talk about scheme, team offense, and system in the full court to actually execute at a high level. You can blame a lot of things. It's not just on the individual players and call it choking and underperforming at their certain level.
In Africa,
Have anybody ever thought of this?
And one thing Lamar has said is that
Denver still wins the
you
title.
could easily argue that
No, the hell they don't.
Bullshit.
Yes,
you could easily argue that the Sixers have been worse.
There's not a
without
single
Ben
team
Simmons.
Denver lost to they couldn't have beat with Embiid.
Bro,
It's
if
just-
Embiid is there, the Lakers.
They lose to Phoenix.
Yeah, they used to the Phoenix. They lose in the first round.
Side conversation. Hold on, y'all. Let's stay on topic. I don't want to talk about y'all going too deep into Denver and all this weird stuff. I mean, just we're trying to stay along the lines of Embiid, the Sixers type thing. I think Africa
Embiid's
was
the
on
first
some
option on a championship team. He needs a better team around him.
No, I don't think he can be a first. Not. I think the one thing
Harden
I
was
think
washed.
the hard decision that we have to make is in the way the game is played in this era. In the way the game that like he's a good player. If he's your number one option, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But if you're putting the expectation of winning the championship on his head every year, and with shooting, we've seen Joel Embiid has literally had every type of tight lineup you need. He had Jimmy
He's
Butler
never
with all the
had good enough
defense.
shooting around him.
Hold on one second. He had Ben Simmons. He had James Harden. So he's had multiple. He's had
JJ
multiple
Redick.
different- And so what I'm saying is, no matter what they put around Joel Embiid, the results have been the same. The results have been the same.
And the results are that he can't get past
Embiid
the
was
second
very
round.
young when he had Redick too. He
No.
was
He's had elite defenses. Look, he's had
excuses.
top 5 defenses.
I could
He's had
swear,
top 5
I could swear
offenses.
Ben Simmons was young too. But Brandon, I could swear Ben Simmons was young too, and I didn't hear you say not one time, but Ben Simmons was young.
Yeah, facts. James Harden
So
was young.
don't try to throw,
Simmons
but
is still
Joel
garbage.
Embiid was young.
Was Joel Embiid hurt when Al Horford was there?
In the playoffs.
So Lamar, let me ask you, why do you say, you've said it before, why do you say that one thing that could unlock the offense is motion and Embiid being a great playmaker at the post? Why is it hard for players to improve their playmaking and become a better playmaker? What? Okay, but what'd you say? What unlocks it?
Well, I think so. Pistol is what unlocks it because it automatically forces Joel Embiid into a second option role. So pistol is a semi-transition offense, which one allows the guards to attack first, and then as Joel Embiid comes down, he transitions into that second option, trailing down, so they can play faster. The guards can get their looks early, and then they can go to Joel Embiid as that secondary option if the guards don't get their read off. I think going into more reads like that, because I want to see Mac, because they're gonna have to let Tyrese Maxey, they're gonna have to take the handcuffs off. When he plays well, they almost look unbeatable when Maxey's playing well. When Maxey's getting touches and flying up and down that court.
He's not a playmaker.
Oh my God, man! What are you talking about?
That's what James Harden there for.
What are you talking about?
That's what James Harden there for.
He's not a point guard.
He ain't even rated. He ain't even rated, nigga.
Can he hit his prime before you even define the man, bro?
Maxey's stats have been exactly the same the last 2 years.
Yo,
he's
bro,
not a
he's
playmaker.
third option, averaging 20 points per game.
That is true, Brandon. That is true, bro.
We're talking about him.
Full score option because
he needs a better team around him. Harden's washed up.
Better team.
If Joel Embiid is not taking the majority of the shots, he's getting fired up.
He's had talent. Hey, let's be real, bro. Joel Embiid is my brother. He's had talent his whole career, bro. They ain't no real better team.
Harden has never had a second superstar in his prime with them. Never.
Who?
What are you talking? Shut up,
Chris Paul.
Shut up. I said Harden's never had a second superstar in his prime.
Exactly.
He's
Embiid
never
had better options.
KD was a superstar.
KD was a
Kevin Durant was a superstar.
I was not in his prime.
That wasn't hard.
He was in his prime.
in his
Kyrie
prime.
Irving was in his prime. Like, what we doing, man? Hey, look.
That was like his last.
Still not his peak.
Oh yeah, I forgot he played with
What are we
KD.
talking about here?
The situation it's just like Brandon. Like it just seems like all of your takes revolve around all of these players just being simply trash. If the thing is, if a player doesn't get a job done, hold on 1 second, Brandon. Hold on. I'm just trying to explain because it seems like you on a very. No, I'm saying when you
has a championship roster.
It just seems like, and if I'm wrong, you guys correct me. It just seems like whenever we're talking about a player, if that player didn't win the game that you thought they should have won, you just say your summary of it is just they're trash. There's no context.
Not good enough.
It wasn't injuries. It wasn't coaching.
I have a question for Brandon.
He's a first option on a championship team.
Ask Brandon a question.
I got a question too. What player do you see Embiid winning with? Give me another player.
Hold on, I just want Brandon to answer one question for the first time on FYF Sports.
What's up, bro?
So the question is, why is it that there's no context to any of this? Like when we talk about whether it's James Harden's playoff failures as far as the team concept goes, it's just that James Harden is trash. Or he's washed up. He's
James
no good.
Trash.
And then when you talked about Maxey, hold on. When you talked about Maxey, you said Maxey's overrated. Like in my world, hold on, Brandon. In my world, when you say somebody's overrated, you're essentially calling them trash. Okay. You know, so again, why is it all these players are simply dumbed down? If they didn't win a championship or they didn't win the way you wanted them to win, you simply dumb it down to them being trash or overrated. Why doesn't your not basketball context expound any part farther past that?
Yeah, I think you're the one who's losing context here. Like when you keep talking about Embiid struggling in the fourth quarter with turnovers. That's because they never had spacing with Ben. That's
not the question I asked you.
And your argument that court question.
You know what I'm saying? He has not answered one direct question.
Yeah, he always finessing with the questions. I don't get it.
He will never answer a question.
What's the question? What's the question?
My question is literally, like when you sit here and try to tell us that Tyrese Maxey is overrated, we're talking about
22 years old.
We're talking about a third-year player who's been playing behind either one or two other stars his entire career. He hasn't really been given a true opportunity to blossom, and yet he still found a way the last 2 years to average. He still found a way the last 2 years to average 20 points per game in the playoffs as like a third option. And the thing is, we've seen him blossom as this guy, even with all of these pitfalls in front of him. And then we have Brandon say, "Oh, he's overrated." Like
Brandon is a generational hater. Remember that, Lamar.
I don't know what your basketball takes.
Let him answer. I want to hear the answer.
If you summarize,
here's why I think Max is overrated. Number one, he can't defend. Number two, he can't rebound. Number three,
he's young, Brandon.
Number four,
Brandon's
young. Hold on, y'all. Look, y'all.
Let me answer the question.
He's one of the better rebounders at his position.
No, he's not. That's not true.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, Brandon.
Rebounds. I mean, Lamont, some of your takes, it's like you never watched a basketball game. Tyrese Maxey is a horrible rebounder.
Like I said, Brandon's a generational hater. He's a generational hater.
Okay, Brandon.
That's how you measure your shooting guards, bro.
Hold on. Brandon, what is for a shooting guard?
It's crazy.
What is the average rebounds per game for a shooting guard?
I don't care what the average rebound is per game.
No.
Okay, you cannot say somebody. See, this is what I mean, y'all. Brandon
Lamont,
is.
Let me answer the question.
Brandon, hold on 1 second, Mac.
Hold on, Mac.
Brandon is the epitome of one of the dumbest basketball fans I've ever heard talk. This is the reason.
I didn't want to hear you say that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. There's too many people talking. One is because when you, like I said, the one reason why he proved he got to be the stupidest basketball fan in the world is when you open your mouth and say a guy like Tyrese Maxey, who's literally grown up in front of our eyes in a situation that hasn't been optimal. He's been through the changes in roster, through all the scrutiny from coaching changes, he still found a way to blossom and then still perform at a high level. And then we have some idiot there coming here and say, you dumb his game down to being overrated, when he hasn't even been rated by anybody. Nobody's came in here and said he's an all-star. Nobody said he's even a most improved player of the year candidate. He just says, "Oh, he's overrated," as if anybody's even gave him.
So all you said is that Maxey could unlock the offense and push the tempo.
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you play through the perimeter, because we are in a different league when you start from the perimeter first, because even if you look at Jokic operates from the outside in as a big. The league as it's designed today really can only have success if you're operating from the outside in. And we saw that with Jokic. He had to operate from the outside in to have success. We look at the Sixers. The Sixers actually have more success when they operate from the outside in, and they become just a very isocentric team when they're just dumping the ball down in to Embiid, because the only one that benefits is Joel Embiid statistically, while everybody else kind of stands and watches. And this is one of the reasons why their pace was one of the worst in the league. They had no pace, even though they had players that could play with pace, right? The shooters really wasn't making shots because not everybody's a catch and shoot shooter. James Harden, in his essence, is not a catch and shoot three-point shooter. That's a separate skill of its own. So when y'all just act like catch and shoot threes is just easy, that's for the JJ Redicks of the world. Not everybody can do it. Some people are off the dribble shooters, right? Some people are rhythm shooters. So it just depends on who you are as a player. Y'all expect everybody to be the same. And then you make it seem like catching and shooting is just the easiest goddamn thing in the world in the NBA when it's not. I don't know what y'all expect. I don't know what y'all expect.
Maxey is overrated.
Wait, He's not rated. He's not overrated.
Lamont. Nobody rates him, Brandon.
Wait, can I say something real quick?
Brandon, you tripping now.
No, I'm not.
Okay, hold on. Let Brandon. Hold on, Brandon. Tell us why Maxey is
earlier
trash.
you was cooking.
Hold on.
Maxey cannot
tell us why
defend
Maxey's
anybody.
trash.
He's a below average rebounder. He's not a playmaker
guard.
at all. And when you say he hasn't been in an
What do you mean a
ideal
below average
situation,
rebounder?
Playmaker.
before Philly
Guards
traded
don't
for
rebound.
Harden, they didn't have Ben Simmons. So Maxey's usage rate was off the chart. He can't guard
Off the
anyone.
chart.
He can't play make. He can't rebound. I don't give a fuck what his
Rebounds
stats
for
are.
not
They're
for
empty
guards.
rebounding stats. I mean,
Now they empty
am I
rebound.
saying that
Okay,
you
hold on,
guys
y'all.
said
Hold on.
Maxey's
His
overrated?
usage
I
rate
don't
was
know.
not off
hold
the
on,
chart,
Brandon.
bro.
Hold on, y'all.
Why you saying
Right
he's
here,
off
it says that Tyrese Maxey is the sixth ranked rebounding guard
Right,
in the
you're
league.
looking at stats. Those are empty rebounds.
Rebound to stat.
Come on, bro.
Now they're empty.
Wait.
Empty
Come on,
rebounds.
Brandon.
What the hell are empty
Wait, hold on.
rebounds?
Wait.
Hey, what are empty rebounds?
I'm
though?
trying to
What
side
is-
with you, but come
What
on
the fuck is
now.
an empty
Wait, hold on. Wait. Can
Brandon.
I say something real quick?
What is an
Can I say
empty
something real
rebound,
quick?
bro?
What the
Hold
fuck
on.
is
Wait,
it?
stop. Wait,
An
Lamont.
empty
Hey,
rebound.
stop it, man.
is
Come
you're
on,
getting
man.
fouled.
Hold on.
Hey, man, that's a flagrant
don't
foul,
try to
Brandon, bro.
explain
That's
it.
a
You made it
flagrant
work.
foul, bro.
Hold on,
You need to
can I
stop
say
calling
something?
fouls out here,
Wait, hold
Lamar.
on,
You need to
wait,
stop
hold
calling
on.
flagrant
Hold
fouls,
on,
bro.
y'all.
Yo,
Wait.
yo.
Come on, Brandon.
Let's be
Flagrant
Hold on,
foul.
real quick.
You my homie, but come on, bro.
Empty rebounds.
I'm trying to
wild,
Google
bro.
empty rebound.
There's no such thing as an empty rebound, man.
Booty, hold up.
Listen. My
Wait,
name is Brandon.
Wait, hold on. Can I get my piece off real quick? Can I get my piece
What
off
up,
real quick?
Mac?
Okay.
What's up, Mac?
Hold on,
What I'm
bro.
gonna
My
say
name
is
is
this.
Brandon. I'm a casual. If you're a superstar and you don't win the championship, you choke.
Okay, Philadelphia.
Hold on,
Worst
Brandon. Oh my
rebounding
God.
teams in the league when Maxey's on the court. You're
Wait,
cooked.
Wait, Brandon, hold on.
My name is Brandon. I'm a
So
casual.
you
If
said
you're a
that-
superstar
I
and you
like
don't win the
Scott
championship,
Harper.
you choke.
Whoa.
On the court.
Hold on, listen. I just want to say this one quick statement. We all know that Brandon is top tier, GOAT level, generational levels of hating. And he's Mr. Inconsistent. We should have known this from the last time you had him up here. He said that Shaq was a 90s player because his prime was in the 90s, but he said Jordan was because he played in the 90s, even though his prime was in the 2000s, but he said Jordan was an 80s player, even though his prime was in the 90s.
Jordan,
He's Mr. Inconsistent. And
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, my man, you're a
This
generational
makes
hater.
no
You
sense.
can't say you're not a generational hater. Because the moment someone tries to critique you, you say shut up and you're like an asshole or some stupid random shit.
No, that's
You're a
not what I
generation-
said.
Brandon, who's better, Maxey
Brandon.
now or rookie Embiid?
Okay. Hold on. Let me test him real quick. Okay, is Shaq a 90s center or 2000 center?
What I said is Shaq played for a longer time at a higher level in the 90s than the 2000s.
Okay,
Shaq
come
was
on.
in it. Right, let me finish. Shaq was
Still not
Shaq
what he had.
was
What is that, Mike?
between 97 and 2004.
What is that,
So
Mike?
Shaq
Whose
played
mic is
at
that?
a higher level for a longer period of time in the 90s. And I'm not hating. I don't give a fuck what you think, but I'm not hating on anyone. I just
You
said
are a generational hater.
overrated.
You have never
Philadelphia
said
is
a
one of the
third-year
worst
player in
rebounding teams
Maxey
in
is-
the
You are
NBA.
a
Maxey
generational
You
hater.
just said a
You just-
third-year player in Maxey.
No, a third-year,
who averaged
20th
20 points per
overall
game
pick.
in the
Who
playoffs.
He
did
is
can't
overrated.
defend anyone. Watch the fucking game.
Most
you
guards
moron.
He's
can't
young,
defend.
man.
Most guards,
if he can't defend, he can't defend.
He's not even ready yet.
Guards can't defend.
He's a young player, bro.
Brandon.
Brandon, could Allen Iverson defend anybody?
Can Michael Jordan
Allen
use three
Iverson is
defend?
one of the better on-ball defenders in NBA history.
Allen Iverson wasn't a trash defender, but
Kick him off the panel. Kick him off the panel. Lamont, pick him off the panel.
AI was an average defender.
Lamont, pick him off the panel.
But he's not all elite defense either. He's average at best.
was a very good defender.
No, I'm done. Kick him off the panel.
They had Eric.
That's a flagrant too. That's two flagrants.
That's
two flagrant.
Kick him out for the day. Kick him out for the night.
Someone who's watched every single Tyrese Maxey game for 3
click
years.
that.
That's
Oh
your
my God.
debating.
Aren't you a Bulls fan?
Hold on. But hold on.
You're a Bulls fan.
He's a
What
good
Bulls
story.
fan
That's
watch
it.
Sixers games?
Hold on, y'all. This is what I mentioned earlier. See, Brandon.
Joe.
I can concede to the point that Tyrese Maxey struggles defensively. But see, if like I said, this all goes back to what I said at the beginning of the stream.
Either.
Hold on, Brandon. I know, but Brandon. Hold on. I want y'all to
don't even touch the ball like that to be a playmaker.
Hold on. This is why this ties
He's
back.
the point guard. What do you mean he doesn't?
Can y'all hold on 1 second? This is why what Brandon said ties back to the beginning of the stream. This is what I said. I specifically said.
He said Allen Iverson was one of the greatest on-ball defenders.
No, what they do. Hold on, McDuff. This is what they do. They take a player, just like he did with Tyrese Maxey. And what they do, they go to that player's low-hanging fruit. He goes and finds as
rebounds.
Maxey's a young player that's still learning his way in this league. He's good at a whole bunch of things. But Brandon, just to call him overrated, runs to one thing that almost all young players in the NBA struggle with and says, oh, he struggles defensively. This is why he has to be overrated. You don't talk about his ability to score. You don't talk about his ability to defend off ball. You don't talk about his IQ, especially in transition, right? You don't
elite
talk
three-point
about
shooting.
Other things. No, what I'm saying is they don't talk about none of these other things that even have people talking about him. He just runs to the low-hanging fruit. Oh, he can't defend, so he's overrated. So this is what I mean. It's the fans like this that just seek negative things. This is why a lot of these players don't like engaging with fans. This is why they don't come on these panels and talk with idiots, because they hear some of the dumbest takes. Like I said, adjusting the NBA defense is one of the hardest things in the world. And you know what? For the most part, his adjustment hasn't been bad as some players like Trae Young, who was arguably who it wasn't even arguable, statistically was one of the worst defenders in NBA history. But they don't talk about that. As long as he's chucking up threes and making them, people willing to applaud him and be happy for him, right? Or as long as he beats a team like the Sixers, and that's all he does in his career, oh, they're willing to applaud and be happy for him. So it's just like, I don't know what standards y'all have, but nobody's judging Tyrese Maxey off his elite level defense. We look at Tyrese Maxey.
That's a Brandon stat.
Hold on, Brandon. You come in, talk, and just listen, because you just say a lot of flaws.
I listened. You're full of
like
shit.
I said, he's a generational hater, Lamont. He's
what
a
I'm saying is,
hater.
So what makes Tyrese Maxey a good player to you, Brandon?
Okay, here's why, and I've watched every Tyrese Maxey game.
Tell us what makes Tyrese Maxey a good player.
A Bulls fan saying he watches Sixers
Every
games.
Tyrese Maxey game is capped, bro.
I just want to hear the positive. I want to hear the positive. How many positives can you run off about Tyrese Maxey before you get to the bad defense?
No. Okay, I told you Tyrese Maxey is a solid scorer. He's a sixth man. He can't play, make, rebound, or defend. Yeah, he's not a starting point guard in the NBA. He's not a playmaker. He's not a rebounder. He's not.
You see how quickly he runs back to the negative?
Bro, he asked him about the positives.
We not even. I just said run off the things that make Tyrese Maxey a good player to you. And he ran straight to saying, "Oh, he's not a playmaker."
This is what happened. This is what happens when you start with an agenda and then try and fit the logic around an agenda.
He's a bad rebounder.
No. This is what happens when you start with an agenda and try and fit the logic around the agenda.
Brandon, you tripping, bro.
I'm just analyzing a player.
And then your agenda leads you to saying stupid shit like Allen Iverson was a great on-ball defender.
You're defending Ben Simmons still, Lamont. You're fucking casual.
You're defending AI's defense.
Allen Iverson was an average defender. The fact that you said I'm defending,
you can't even win an argument without.
The fact that he says I'm defending Ben Simmons tells me he ain't been listening. And
he's a hater.
I'm talking about the talk around Ben Simmons that's attributed to his significant decline, because we're talking about a guy that was an all-star, that was an all-NBA player, an all-NBA defensive player, and he declined. We're looking at some of the reasons is what potentially led to that decline. We're not talking about if he's going to be the next Hall of Famer. We're not talking about if he's going to be the next Jordan. We're not comparing him saying he's better than Jason Kidd. The fact that this conversation even went over your head is because you're too stupid to see the context in the conversation.
Let me educate you about
why.
You
just want to be so quick to talk and just sound right, but you missed the whole point of the conversation. The point of the conversation was to talk about the narratives and the conversation around Ben Simmons. It wasn't to sit there and harp on, is he better than Jason Kidd? Is he better than James Harden? Can he choke in the clip? Can he make a three-pointer at the buzzer? See, that's you and that sorry, stupid logic that y'all like to run with, as opposed to diving deeper into the conversation.
You can't win an argument.
As opposed to diving deeper. Now, hold on. Let's see if you can do it. Can you
leave me on the panel, I'll cook you.
Can you talk about some of the attributes?
Right. Here's why
some of the attributes that led to the decline of Ben Simmons. He's too stupid to get. He's too stupid to get any deeper
let me finish
than the stats.
Howard, you won't even let me finish.
No, okay, let's see if he stays. Let's see if he gets on topic, y'all. Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
Hey, man, you ain't got to do all that, bro. All that.
No. Get Brandon the mic. All right, Brandon, stay on topic.
Man, fuck Brandon. All that name calling ain't called for.
No, he's calling names.
Come on, Brandon. You bug it out now, bro.
Here's the main reason Ben Simmons declined after year 3. Ben's first 3 years in the league, he was guarded by smaller players. They guarded him with guards.
We're not talking
about
that.
After the playoffs against Boston,
that's not what we're talking about.
Teams figured out they could guard Ben
let him get his piece off, y'all.
in the half court and sag off him, because since Ben can't shoot, you don't have to guard him within 2 or 3 feet. After teams used athletic power forwards like Al Horford and centers to guard Ben and sag off him, he was finished in the half court. Ben can't play fast with Embiid because of Embiid's conditioning. Embiid's the best player on the team. Philly wasn't going to play fast with him anyways. But after year 3, teams figured out you guard Ben's with athletic stretch fours. You don't guard him with point guards and shooting guards.
Okay, bro, hold on. We're not talking about the basketball science of it. This is you missing the complete point. We're talking about the narratives. Did the narratives attribute to his decline? The talking points, the fan chatter.
No.
Did they? When we talk about,
it did.
Hold on, y'all. When we talk about his, we watch before our eyes his confidence go in the garbage can.
Oh my God!
That's what we talking about. See, you just want to talk about that bullshit that you talking, and then you're talking about stuff that you don't even know. You're trying to talk X's and O's. You're talking X's and O's, and you can't even tell me one play the Sixers ran.
I know.
So
don't
talk X's and O's when you don't know the true X's and O's. We're talking about the narrative. I'm trying to keep it on a level. I'm trying to keep the conversation on a level that I know you can understand. But you can't talk X's and O's. Okay,
so
tell me
32%.
Okay, hold on, Brandon. Okay, Brandon, you watch every Sixers game. You watch every Sixers game. Tell me what their 76er action was. The action that they ran the most. And I'm not even a Sixers fan. I just watch
runs the most. They run horn sets with Embiid.
No. What's their 76er action? What's their 76er action? It's the offensive set that they ran most for Embiid.
Right. The 76ers offense has always gone through.
That's not what I asked you. I said, what's the 76er action?
Silence. He's cooked. Throwing a towel.
He's muting my pussy. He keeps muting my
What
mic.
is the 76er action?
Dude. I've never seen such a fucking pussy.
What's the 76er action?
Right, he's just muting me every time he asks a question.
Okay, tell us what the 76er action is.
I'm out of here, dude. This guy's such a fucking pussy.
What's the 76er action, Brandon?
Brandon, you ain't got to go that far, gang.
Brandon, come on, dog.
Answer the question.
I just want to know what the 76er action is.
Win an argument. Get the fuck
What
out.
is the 76er action?
I'm out of here. All you do is mute my
Answer the question.
What's the 76er action?
I just explained to you what Philadelphia's offense is.
No, what's the 76er
not the
action?
offense. The action.
Hold on, Brandon. Horns is an action.
Name the name of the sets.
Hold on, y'all.
Philadelphia 76ers.
Horns is a set. Hold on, y'all. Horns is a set. It's not an action. Action is like an ATO, a quick hitter. What was their 76er action?
They run sets like that. They just ran. What they did was they ran.
Yes, they did. They ran a 76er action. They ran it. Hold on. It was funny because on average they ran it like 39 times a game.
And The Philadelphia fan base never blamed Ben until he lost to Atlanta. They blamed Brett Brown. There was no narrative.
He really don't know the X's and O's of the game.
So
Brandon, hold on. Horn, like we'll break down real basketball for y'all since Brandon won't do it. Horns, y'all. Horns is just a set. You know what you can do out of horns? You can run like 300,000 different actions out of horns. Horns is just the way the players set up. Horns don't mean nothing really. Every team in the NBA runs some version of horns, but every team runs it differently. Horns don't mean nothing. He's just saying it because he hears horns. He don't know what their horns action is. 76er action is an action they run out of their horn set, but he can't even explain to me what it is, even though it's the play that they ran the most, that they slowed the game down with to get Joel Embiid his most buckets. But he can't explain it because he just want to say horns. 76er action is their horns action. If he was a Sixer fan and he watched all these games that he claimed, he would have heard it enough on TV to know. He don't know. So again, you talking X's and O's, but you don't know the X's and O's is going on the court. Whenever teams put their bigs on Ben Simmons would light those bigs the fuck up. They put Rudy Gobert, Defensive Player of the Year, on him. He lit him the fuck up. They put Horford on him. When I pull it up right here, he's averaging like 22 points per game on Al Horford. I don't know what this dude is talking about. He just says stuff.
Athletic power forward.
No, bro, it don't matter who they put on. Y'all act like it wasn't easy to stop Ben Simmons. This is why the Sixers were one of the top teams in the East. When they got to the Eastern Conference, one of the primary reasons why they failed in the playoffs, and a lot of people just don't want to accept it to talk about it, is because the one who showed up small was Joel Embiid. And the low-hanging fruit to blame was Ben Simmons. Like I said, I've never seen in my life anybody go run and blame a second or third offensive option as the reason why they lost a playoff game. But then you want to give the number one option all the passes in the world. He can lose and lose and lose year after year until he finally wins one, and then you're going to say, oh, he's the player that I thought he was. While you just want to sit there and slam Ben Simmons. That's the saddest thing in the world, man.
Blame.
It's sad.
Wait, hold on, Lamont.
You talk about horns. People say horns don't know what the hell even a horn, how to even set up any horns play.
Not to mention, Brandon is a Bulls fan.
He deserves to blame. This season.
Bro, hold on, Brandon. They play run
the offense at all.
This is how you know he's lying, y'all. Teams that slow their pace down run the most sets. Teams that slow down the most
not how Philly ran
run the most sets.
Okay, they let the point guard make the read out of the horn set.
Bro,
they don't
did
run.
you see what JJ?
Dude, this isn't your fucking high school team. They don't.
Did you see what JJ Redick said about Doc Rivers? He said JJ Redick said Doc Rivers has like one of the biggest playbooks in the NBA. He said it's hard because he has a lot of sets. Like I said, he runs a ton of ATOs, which is actually good at.
Coach the same in Philly did in the Clippers, obviously.
Okay, so tell me one action that they ran.
I just told you they ran most of their offense was different.
Give me one. I just want one
information, and they'd go to Embiid in the post. But
okay, give me one of their horns action. Give me one horns action.
That's not a set.
One.
Yeah. Ben averaged 8 points a game.
Can I get one horns action?
8 points a game, 32.
Can I get one horns action?
8%.
Can I get one horns action?
8 points a game, 32%.
Brandon, you're reading off Google. Can I get one horns action?
No, I cooked you. All you do is coach. You coach 12-year-olds. You think you know basketball.
I coach college. I just want one.
Yeah, you probably coach Division 5. No one knows who you are. You don't know shit about basketball.
But Brandon, tell me one
college.
Come on. Look out here. I'm gonna give you an example. Since Brandon don't want to give an example. So like y'all, it's like this. If I run a horn set, one of the most popular horn sets that I like to run personally is called continuity. It's a version of what Mark Few does at Gonzaga. What it is basically it's called continuous screens. So basically, you're just working. It's called empty set screens. So you're basically creating an empty side of the floor where you have a two-man pick and roll on the wing while they overload the other side. And when the ball reverses back, you have a wing that cuts through and you create another empty set pick and roll. So that's an action out of horns. There's literally thousands and thousands of very different actions that you can run out of horns. I just asked Brandon, give me one that you saw the Sixers run, because you can't just set up in horns and you don't have any action to run. So are you telling me that Doc Rivers said, you guys go set up in horns, but I'm not giving you nothing to do with it. Just go set up in it and make sure Joel Embiid gets the ball, and that's what we're going to do. Is that what we doing? See, this is how we know people, like, if you're going to talk X's and O's, then break down his play calls, why it didn't work with Ben Simmons, but you probably want to stay away from stuff like that because you probably heard somebody on Player's Choice say horns who probably didn't know what the hell horns was. It's just a set, just like 5 out is a set, just like 4 out, 1 in is a set where you can run a million different offenses with them. And people just say these blanket sets like this, go out there and set up in 4 out, 1 in, you guys, and I hope for the best with no actions. That sounds
it's
dumb,
high pick and roll in action. It's high pick and roll.
I ain't gonna lie, Brandon cooked you on that, man. You just
I'm asking for one.
Don't you start trolling, nigga.
Hey, Lamar, it's high pick and roll in action.
Like, don't talk X's and O's. No, you shouldn't have blaming X's and O's on Ben Simmons.
They don't run plays outside of.
They do run plays.
Yes,
they do.
No, but Brandon, they do.
I want to understand. I actually want to learn what the terminology is in America. Is high pick and roll? Hold on. Is high pick and roll in action? Lamar, is it an action? Is that an action? Or is that not an action?
Say that
Would
again?
you call that an action?
I was saying, because they were running curl. They be running curl actions with Tobias Harris.
Oh yeah, flare screens, high pick and rolls. Are those actions?
So Africa. No, so pick and roll and these screens. These are some of the things that you utilize to run your actions. So you might have let's say you have a 4-5 action. So you can run a 4-5 action, like which is a 4-5 cut out of a horn set. But you're going to have to tell the other guys with the ball what to do. If you're going to assign a 4-5 cut to the weak side, okay, what are we going to do on ball side? Are we going to go wing pick and roll? Are we going to run a split action so the other guy can 4-5 when the ball goes to the middle? So again, we have to really start breaking down the X's and O's of it. So it's a lot deeper than that. Doc Rivers, Doc Rivers is not just sending them out there saying, get into a horns look and find a way to get Joel Embiid the ball. That is not what they do.
No, they're letting the point guard make the read out of horns.
That is not what they do.
They don't understand anything about basketball. The way Philly ran their offense is they let the point guard make the read out of different action, pick and roll and horn set. They're not running an offense the way that you're talking about. That was never the way Philadelphia ran it. And, you're defending Ben Simmons. He averaged 8 points a game.
I'm not defending Ben Simmons. There you go right there. You say stupid shit.
You're trying to explain the narrative.
Why do you keep saying I'm defending Ben Simmons and it's not even
because
about
he's a hater, Lamont. Because he's a hater.
No, because it's easy. See, the low-hanging fruit.
The Philly fan base never turned out.
The low-hanging fruit in this conversation would be to sit here and talk about how bad of a player Ben Simmons is. Oh, that's the easy part. We're not talking about that, Brandon. We're talking about did fan chatter, media chatter from other players, chatter from the coaching staff, did all of these things attribute to Ben Simmons completely losing all confidence because even the things that he's great at, he no longer does well. He was a great defender, but last year we watched him do what? Foul. He fouled out a whole bunch of games. So he wasn't even himself defensively. He's sitting there looking at the refs. He's getting mad. I saw him get ejected one time. And so we see a whole bunch of crazy stuff that was uncharacteristic of him.
No.
So he wasn't a good defender. He couldn't get to the rim no longer. And it just seems like he's lost all confidence in his game, even with the stuff that made him an all-star. So the deeper conversation is we're not talking about how good he is right now, or if he's better than Jason Kidd right now, or if he can resurrect his career, or if he can get into Brandon's horn set and get back to shooting threes or whatever he wants him to do. We're just talking about the narratives in the chatter. Did that play a role in his decline? And like I said, Brandon wants to talk about X's and O's and all of these fake playbooks with Doc Rivers that he don't know nothing about. Come on, man. All you do
is attack me when I'm not on the panel. You're such a coward.
Brandon, let it go.
Brandon, he'll attack you whenever, bro.
Attack people who aren't even on the panel. It's such a cowardly move.
Brandon, you don't know ball, and that's okay.
Let him get it out of system.
You don't know ball, and that's okay, dog.
I do. I made more money betting than your net worth on the NBA.
That don't mean shit.
What I'm saying is, if you look at Philadelphia, here's my. It's not a.
Y'all blaming the media for.
If you look at Ben's career,
the Bulls fan no Sixers ball.
Hey,
of course,
stop
he does.
talking.
No sense.
Look at Ben's career. He played 1 year at LSU. He didn't give a shit about college.
Y'all
played in Australia. Y'all blaming he never got better in the NBA. If you look at Ben's career, he never got better. He was never willing to shoot or do anything to make himself better.
He did get better.
That's not what we're talking about.
The Bulls fans from Chicago. Lamont's point about the narrative is dumb.
That's not what we talking
about. The Philly fan base never turned on Ben until after the Atlanta series. When Philly lost to Toronto, Brett Brown got the blame, and that's why he got fired. The Philly fan base never turned on Ben until after the Atlanta series. They covered for his ass.
His teammates turned on him, though. Doc Rivers and Embiid turned on
Brandon. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about when the world turned on him.
Right. That was only after the Atlanta series.
That's what we're talking about.
Like, about that. We're talking about when it happened.
Look, Brandon, this is the stupidity we're talking about.
He don't
Everybody
listen.
knows.
He just talks.
We're talking about
knowledge at all.
Going up into the Atlanta series, we know that the world flipped on Ben Simmons, and it never became the same. From that point forward, Ben Simmons has not been the same player. You don't have to tell us that. This is what we're already talking about. We just need you to elaborate on what we're already talking about. You don't have to regurgitate what is already known. Like I said, you talk to us like everybody dumb.
No,
just stay on topic. Talk about the topic. The topic is, did the chatter after the Atlanta series, which is what we're focused on, do you believe or do you not believe that it played a role in its decline to him going from 16 points per game to 6 points per game last year?
No,
or him saying that he had mental issues.
Right. The reason
some of those things, or him not playing the same.
The reason he averaged 6 points a game was he played off the ball in a different role with the Nets. It had nothing to do with the chatter. He can't play off the ball. He can't play off the ball, and that was his role with Brooklyn. That's why he struggled. It had nothing to do with the fans. And Ben had the same struggles against Toronto and Atlanta before the fans turned on him. He's the same player. He can't play off the ball. That's why he averaged 6 points a game with Brooklyn.
Nothing to do with
not because what some fans said on Twitter.
We're asking, like, when did they turn on?
Remember, y'all, Brandon doesn't listen. He just speaks random words.
You don't listen.
Brandon, no,
I
like,
listen.
if you listen,
we're talking
Brandon,
about how does the fans.
You're not really even arguing.
Right, I just told you.
It's just not the topic.
Issues he can't play off the ball.
It's just not the topic. Him playing off the ball is not the topic. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
His role in Brooklyn was playing off the ball. He's not an off the ball player. He's never learned how to play off the ball.
But Brandon, that's not what we're talking about, though.
No, it is. It's the same conversation, right? The reason Ben's struggling is he can't play off the ball. It's not the fans. That's the point. It's not what people said. It's that he can't play in that role.
Answer, Brandon?
Yo, Brandon, I got a question for you.
What's your answer?
Name 3 guys that are 6'10", elite at playmaking, elite at defense, and could shoot. Name 3 guys.
Jokic.
I could care less. I mean, Ben Simmons is
because he doesn't know ball.
That's incorrect.
He's good defensively.
He's not elite.
He's good, but he's not. He's not spectacular.
Jokic's defense is okay at best.
What about Giannis?
He can't shoot.
He's a bit of a paint merchant. He's a bit of a paint merchant.
He can't shoot.
Giannis don't need to shoot though.
Yeah,
exactly. There's like no players.
No, I mean the issue with you're missing the issue with
Here,
Ben
y'all,
is not just
I got Doc Rivers'
shoot.
Horns
Ben
playbook
can't
right here.
play off the ball either. He can't
this
do
out, y'all.
anything except play in the open court. He can't shoot free throws either.
Giannis can't
Hold on
play
one
off the
second,
ball
y'all. Hold on
either.
one second.
No,
Here's what Doc
but
Rivers-
Giannis has a post game. Ben has.
Hold on, I don't want to talk about Giannis.
Giannis doesn't have a post game.
Hold on, y'all. Check this out.
Giannis does have a post game. Ben has a post game. He can't play off.
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
Giannis does not have a post game.
Hold on.
Give Ben the buck
So
shooter.
here,
See
hey
what he
y'all,
does.
this is from 2022, 2023. This is Doc Rivers' Horns playbook. All right. So he set up in Horns, but he has some basic actions. So he ran last year the high pick and roll out of Horns with a 4-5 cut. He ran the high-low option, obviously, which makes sense because he had Embiid. He did an opposite roll option, which is how he actually ran the opposite roll option a lot to help get maxi looks. He did a post switch option. This is what he did when he ran the post switch option with a 4-5 cut on the weak side. It kept maxi moving, but it also kept James Harden and Embiid involved on the opposite side.
So they're not stagnant in the offense.
And the side entry is the 76 action. The side entry is the 76er action that I was talking about.
Right.
That I referred to where this is what they ran the most. This is what made them the most stagnant. It was the side entry because they would just dump the ball in and then you essentially have 4 guys standing around watching Embiid go to
that's
work.
an ISO pretty much.
Also,
right?
another action that he ran called a post-cross action, right? This was a post-cross action that they would run when teams tried to double Embiid. If they ran it effectively, they could, if they saw the double team coming, or they could sniff it out, they could run a post-cross action and they can get them a quick touch before the double team came. They also had a quick hitter, which we call ATOs, which was a Spartan action, but the Spartan action was generally for a 3 for Maxey or a 3 for Harden, or for whoever's on the court. They had a screen flare option, which ultimately most times turned into a dump down to Joel Embiid. These are all out of horns, mind you guys. So these are all plays that you literally call every time. They had another just standard flare option. They had a Barcelona action that they actually stole from. If you guys remember, Mike Brown ran this a ton out of horns with the Sacramento Kings, but it looked more like a Princeton set. Hard to explain, but they got Sonic. They had a flex option, and there's a lot more right there. So again, they ran plays. They ran a ton of sets, probably
they
more
didn't
than
run plays. They gave the ball to Embiid in the low post. I mean, you don't watch the games.
Brandon, we got
what are all these play calls for then?
The point guard's running the offense for Philadelphia. Doc Rivers is not calling plays during the game. Their offense is a basic.
Yeah, but Brandon, did you know that coaches don't call plays during the game?
I mean,
hold on, y'all. Let me ask everybody a question in here. Hold on, y'all. Who calls the plays during the game?
The point guard runs the offense.
Point guard.
Doc Rivers does not call
coaches
plays.
Ain't yelling plays out every time.
Not a fucking high school team.
Coaches.
I don't understand
really
what's so complicated about what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ, man! We'll move on.
I'm saying
so you think Philadelphia just freestyling offense and just throwing the ball, ISOing Joel Embiid with no structure, no understanding of what to do, no continuity and connection between all the players? Harden just bringing the ball up. It's either hot pick and roll or just throw it to Embiid down low, ISO, and that's all they were doing the whole season.
Brandon, you're making stuff up.
According to Brandon, yes it is.
I mean,
you said yes to that, bro.
The offense was 3 things.
Hold on, we'll pull up the video then, y'all. Watch this.
It was hard sets with Embiid in the elbow.
Bro, we talking about the highest level of basketball. These niggas just freestyling like it's a pickup game, bro. Is that what you're saying right now?
According to Brandon,
I'm educating you what the offense was because you obviously don't have.
I was going to answer the question. You already did. Yeah, you already did this.
What to do context?
You don't even know what a action is. They ran that.
Yo, there was so much opportunity.
The offense was very simple with Joel Embiid. They were not running complicated plays.
Yes, most offenses are simple. Like hold on, y'all. Look, this is. I'm gonna let y'all in on something about basketball.
Embiid in the elbow.
Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna cue everybody in on something about basketball. Most offensive plays are very simple. Most of them are horns. The reason why you can run horns in middle school is because it's very simple. The reason why you can run all 4 out 1 in middle school is because it's simple. There's reason why you can run 5 out in kindergarten because it's simple. But you know what? You can also run these same sets, simple sets in the NBA. You just put different actions. And when you get to the NBA, that's when the actions get more complex.
It all depends on your personnel too.
You got to stop, man. Like I said, these all there's no offense that the NBA team runs that you cannot run with a kindergarten team.
Right.
There's none. Yeah. They're all simple. So
but don't they have more variations on the play? Like it could end in so many different ways.
No, it all depends on your personnel with it.
It's just like when my point guard, like the GCU D1 team took my point guard last year. Mm-hmm. My point guard said the biggest difference was the playbook was just bigger. Like my playbook, when you move up levels, the sets that you run you have to remember more. You have to be able to retain more. And then the hardest thing a coach has to do, you have to be able to convince the players that these sets work so that they actually run it hard. Because I don't care what you run, if they don't run it hard, none of it ever works.
To create that gravity. Yeah, you're right.
Phil Jackson was the master. He tricked the Bulls into believing that the triangle offense, which is actually one of the worst offenses in NBA history, was actually efficient.
That's interesting.
well, that's the thing. If you're forcing the guys,
he tricked them into running it hard as fuck, and that shit works. He got guys to run to triangle offense. I want to ask you, why did the triangle not work in New York? Because you had a whole bunch of lazy motherfuckers that wanted to
But
shoot
that didn't want to. Yes,
They did have the personnel.
Triangle's not even a system. It's just a concept.
It worked because of Jordan.
These motherfuckers is crazy.
Then you had Jeff Hornacek.
No, it worked.
Then you had
because
Jeff
everybody
Hornacek
actually
of all
bought
people
in.
trying to coach.
Triangle's not a system.
Doesn't it engage?
Has to save his life.
Isn't the idea that engages everybody in the offense? Everybody feel like they're doing something.
I mean, the Princeton offense do the same thing.
Like the triangle.
That is what a triangle offense would be.
It requires a ball.
Yeah, really a Princeton
It
offense.
not work unless you reverse the ball.
Right. It can't be stagnant. The offense can be
If you're asking your best players to reverse the ball and move the ball and play like a team, we're in the NBA.
Right.
You wasn't asking the Knicks players wasn't buying into that. But if you got Trevor Ariza and Derek Fisher, shit, they giving that ball up.
Right. Right.
Someone got echo.
Is that me? Is that mine?
No, it ain't. We heard you.
Unlike Horns, the triangle offense is an offense of its own.
Right.
And there's not a million variations you can throw into the triangle. It's
Right.
just a functional offense on its own. It's just about what pieces you put where.
Right.
So Lamar, let me ask you because Brandon
no longer works.
Hold up, because Brandon want to say that the high pick and roll is just or that it's a simple offense, right? And for the normal person, right, that be playing 2K.
It was
like
a
myself,
simple
right?
offense.
That be hold on. Okay, fair
not
enough.
an
So let me ask you. So a high pick and roll on a simple level is just a pick. Big man sets a pick, go over the screen, and the big man rolls. When it gets to more complex levels, how much more complex can a high pick and roll get outside of just the roll, outside of just the guard just pulling up
it also,
and hitting the jump?
depends on personnel. So let's say you go 3 flat. So I'm sure you guys heard of Gilbert Arenas talk about go floor flat, where he's just
flat,
like,
Yeah, that's an ISO clear out.
3 flat. But let's say the 2 guys in the corners. All right, let's just use a team today, for example. Let's say you go DeJounte Murray in a pick and roll with Clint Capella, but in the corners you got Kevin Huerter and Trae Young, right?
Shooters.
And then your short corner you got John Collins, and so again, that right there is going to be a nasty high pick and roll because you're allowing them to function off that. But there's a name to it. That's a system to that, and it only functions when you have certain units on the floor. Like once they start making subs, I don't know if that's going to be as effective because based on your personnel, the defense is going to react different.
Right.
So a lot of these sets are only functional based on who you put out there. The
Well,
triangle offense is one of the few offenses that you could literally identify where your best player, like you could literally kind of pick your poison.
Right.
Right.
And Lamar George said he's sick of you, Lamar. He said you're doing too much capping, man.
So they played for Embiid in the elbow and the low post. But Philadelphia kept their plays very simple because they knew Embiid was not good at reading defenses. And so almost every play was Embiid at the elbow, Embiid at the low post, or
that's not true though, Brian.
Roll
that's not
Harden and Embiid. It was a very
to say that the offense was simple is like that's crazy. That's
not crazy. You didn't watch a fucking game.
That's a brain dead comment. That's a brain dead comment.
Hold on, y'all.
You're an idiot if you're arguing Philly's offense wasn't simple.
Hey, Brian.
It wasn't simple. It wasn't simple.
Hey, Brian. They did more than that because often Philly, unfortunately, they tried to run a lot of sets for Tobias Harris to get him involved.
There we go. Thank you.
So you forget about that aspect of that offense as well.
The voice of reasoning.
Facts, Herm.
They were.
I mean, you say you don't really watch Philly.
Logically,
you say you don't really watch Philly like that. So
hold on, I got him. It's been a documented fact that ever since the Clippers days, that Doc has put multiple systems, especially for Tobias Harris, to let him get his shots off, to let him get situations that's beneficial to him. And it translated in Philly. Yes, he did it in Philly as well.
No, they didn't. Tobias Harris averaged 12 points a fucking game.
You willing to bet some money?
This
how you shut niggas like
him. You can't say Brandon.
I mean, you guys don't watch the games, and then you're out.
Hold on, Brandon. You can't say Tobias. Any player in an NBA game that averages 10 or more points is never by accident. and generally in an NBA game, when you can get to, and especially when you can average that number consistently throughout the year, that'd be like us saying, "Oh, Austin Reeves points with the Lakers."
Harris got open threes because
Hold on. Can you hold on? Let people
Stop
finish.
it, Brandon. Let him finish.
What you're saying is you're making it seem like all the third options, all their points are just by happens chance, and the plays are only ran for the number 1 and 2 option. That is not true. We saw Austin Reeves, and we saw a lot of number 3 options in this league. Where
they ran players for rule.
You have to have diversity in your offense because if you spam the same thing over and over again, you become the 76ers. The reason why they were so easy to guard is because they spammed the same play.
High pick and roll.
They started spamming the same bullshit.
Exactly.
Again,
Harris
that's
was
why
not
they became
the third option.
their problem is that they became predictable.
You don't even know who the third option on the team was. You're showing you're casual again. Harris hasn't been the third option for 2 years. I mean, buy a fucking TV. Maxi's always been the third option on this.
I don't know how you doing this, bro.
They don't
I don't know how
run
you
plays
doing
for Tobias Harris.
No, but Brandon. Hold on, y'all. I make a talk sense, but Brandon, look. But Brandon, look though, bro. No, but look though, bro. It doesn't matter what option you is. It don't matter what option you are. Hell, you could be the 6th option, but if you if you got skills like Tobias Harris, Brandon. You go run sets for a guy like Tobias Harris that got the skill set.
Come on, man.
He got a good skill set, bro. They gonna try to get him involved. They gonna try to get him involved.
This is the weird thing, bro.
Option on the team, and he's not an efficient scorer.
At the end of the day, bro, Brandon, you said yourself. Hold on. You said yourself, right? That they. Hey, let's just go with your logic. They run a simple offense, high pick and roll. Hold up, man. Hey, the Philly, according to Brandon, run simple offense, high pick and roll, and pretty much just post up ISOs with Joel Embiid and ISO Harden, right? If that's the case, okay, that's the case, right? Okay, so at the end of the day, if that's the case, and you believe that. Why? That sounds like a coaching and system problem in the playoffs. Why even blame James Harden on that level and say that he didn't play to a certain level? Because that's going to be easily clampable in the playoffs, and that's evidently a system issue. Ain't no Ben Simmons, James Harden, or any other personnel problems. That's system, bro. So what are we doing right now?
Okay, I'll respond.
What we been doing for the last couple hours?
Okay. You just went on.
James Harden do be choking.
Okay, James Harden did not score a single point, not one in the fourth quarter.
They don't have a system.
He talking about points. What?
Now you're back to
the head. They don't have a damn system, man.
They don't have a system. How can he score? They don't have a system.
Yeah. Elite. Hey, Boston, elite defense. Simple offense. You know what's going to go down. What we talking about?
Now,
Boston is an elite defense.
Stop talking. Part of the problem with Philadelphia was the system was too simple. That's true.
So why are you blaming Harden, bro? What the hell we doing, man?
So why the players?
Because Brandon is a generational hater, bro. He's a
no. Even by your own logic, in which I don't agree. Why are you blaming Harden for the simple offense?
No, you hate on players. You don't hate.
No. Hold up. Analyzing the players. No. You got to put the blame on Doc Rivers. Evidently, by your own logic, is that what you should be doing, really? What are you doing, man?
Wait. So, Young Africa, let me ask you a question. Are you?
No. You acknowledge. No. We ain't doing that. You got to acknowledge your own stance. Don't flip it up. No. Hey, you can't finesse me, Brandon. You've been finessing the whole time. You can't finesse according to your own logic. Simple offense comes up against an elite defense in the Boston Celtics, and you expected James Harden, who had multiple 40-point games in this simple ass offense, which means he's doing some amazing shit out here over and like Lamont said, is a non-pattern player. The reason why hold up. The reason why James Harden was scoring according to Lamont would be he's a non-pattern player. His skill is really causing that buckets to occur, dropping 40 points in the playoffs because it's a simple offense according to you, Brandon, right? High pick and roll and ISO situations where it's just on you, your skill level, ball handle, hezzy, pull up three, step back, cooking, right? So at the end of the day, why blame the players, bro? Why blame the players? Why blame Ben Simmons' limitations? Why blame James Harden and all of his choking apparently according to you? Why not put it on the system, coaching, organization? Why not that, bro? Quite simple.
Okay, let me answer that. I'll answer your question. I'm gonna cook you in 20 seconds. I'm gonna cook you. Okay, let me finish.
Brandon and Cook is not a sentence that goes together.
The reason the system was simple is because the system was built on who the personnel is. So the reason Philadelphia didn't run exotic plays in advanced sets is because they couldn't handle it. The way that
let it finish real quick.
In the NBA is you put plays in system in based on who your personnel is. So Philadelphia knew, and Doc Rivers is not a good coach, but Doc Rivers knew that Embiid and Harden were not capable of running the kind of exotic plays that you're talking about.
Give me an
Embiid-
example.
What an exotic play?
Not a good playmaker.
What is
But
an
it's
exotic
not
play in
Doc
NBA?
Rivers'
Exotic
fault
play
that
is
Harden didn't score in
crazy.
Game 5.
Exotic plays is a crazy
What
term.
is an exotic play, bro?
What is an exotic play? Give me an
The
example. of
system
an
is
exotic
based on the personnel.
Hey, we're literally talking about the two
No,
most
no, no, no,
dominant
hold on,
scorers.
Africa.
Like
What? Give me
Embiid
an
is a
example of an
dynamic
exotic
scorer, bro.
play.
He ain't no
Not in the
simple ass
playoffs. He's not. He's
Hold on, hold
good.
on.
Hold on, let him answer the question, y'all. Let him. I need to
Give me
understand
an
what is
example of an
play.
exotic play. What is
You're
an
not
exotic
going to
play?
understand him. He's a generational hater. All he does is hate and don't make sense.
So the exotic plays. Hey, let us know, Brandon. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Answer the question.
Right. So what
You
I'm
got the floor,
saying is
gang.
that you're debating two separate issues that go together. They're not separate.
Well, actually, answer the question. What's an exotic
Right.
play?
What I'm
Answer the
saying
question.
is that the
Answer the
reason the
question.
system was so
We didn't.
the reason the system,
What is an exotic
let me
play,
finish.
Brandon? What is an exotic play?
The exotic
What's an
play.
exotic play? Because I don't think
The
I've
system
ever heard
and
of
the
it.
play
He doesn't
were
know.
so
He just said
simple
that.
No,
He was
no.
dumb.
because the
Brandon
system
is
and
dumb.
plays were built for the personnel. And when you say Harden didn't score a
Brandon,
single
but
point,
what is an exotic play?
against
Like,
guys
hold
who
on.
What is an
Patrick,
exotic
hold
play?
on, hold on.
Brandon,
I've never heard that.
Brandon, you gotta hold on. I don't know if he's breathed. Hold on, Brandon.
Like I
If you
said,
were the
Brandon
coach-
don't listen.
It's not
if you were
Doc
the
Rivers' fault Harden didn't score in the fourth
I
quarter.
know.
against
Hold
What
on.
is
I,
an
Brandon,
exotic
ask your
play?
question. If you were the coach, what exotic play would you have inserted
Yes.
in, and what does that look like? Explain what that exotic play looks like.
No, you're missing my point. What
No,
I'm
no.
saying is that
Answer the
Philadelphia
question.
never had-
This
problem
We
man-
actually
with
talking about
Philadelphia-
your very point, bro.
Don't you know when you say that, you gotta answer questions, bro?
Wasn't passing out a
It's
double
literally
team,
the essence
and
of your
Harden
point,
was
bro.
washed
What do you
up.
mean we're not
It's
hearing
not
your
the
point?
coach's fault that Harden didn't score a point.
All right, we don't care about that no more, Brandon.
I agree with that, but what's an exotic play?
We don't care about what you're saying.
Brandon, where do you have Embiid ranked?
I agree
Where
with
do you
that,
have
but
Embiid
what
ranked?
the hell is an exotic play, gang?
Yeah,
He
what
don't
the
know.
heck?
He
Shut
just
up,
said
man.
that shit. And he don't know. He's dumb.
Yeah, just like
Bro,
empty rebounds. The
you're
nigga said
dumb.
empty
You're not even
rebounds like
listening
30
to
minutes
what
ago,
I'm
bro. Like
saying.
you making up terms out here, bro.
Wait, what?
Hey, what context? The man said Tyrese Maxey be collecting empty rebounds. That shit don't matter. Like, what we doing right now, bro? This
Yo,
is
man,
crazy.
What the fuck
You
is
heard
an
of
empty
empty
rebound, though?
Can anybody give me a definition of
What's an
empty
empty
rebound?
board?
It's dumb.
I don't know.
Can I get a definition for empty
Brandon,
rebounds?
where do
I
you
don't
have
know what we
Embiid
doing.
ranked?
Exotic plays,
What?
You
empty.
don't know.
And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We literally talking about one of the most dynamic scorers in NBA history at the center position in Joel Embiid, and we're talking about it's hard because the limitations of the skill set of the players. The system is based around the skill set of the players. If that's the case, you would have an amazing offense based around Joel Embiid, but that's not the case because the coaching and the system has not been adequate enough in the whole time that Joel Embiid's been there, evidently. So that's
No,
a
I
part
said
of it.
Embiid has never had a second star superstar in their prime other than Jimmy Butler for half a season.
Bro,
the main
Jimmy
reason
Butler was
Embiid
not a
struggled, and
superstar in
not the only.
2019.
The
At
main
the end of the
reason
day,
Embiid
hey,
was
Lamont, just like you
never
said,
had a second
at the
star
end of the
in his
day,
prime.
hey, Brandon, hey, what use is there of having great players on a team, right? And this is a sincere question. I don't know if you're gonna
The
have a
system
sincere
is
answer.
based
But
on
let me
the
ask a question. No,
personnel.
hold
What
on.
don't you
The system.
understand?
I'm
You don't have
asking you a
enough
question about the
exotic
system.
plays.
What's the
You don't have
point?
enough
What's the
exotic
point? Now
plays.
he ain't gonna
They don't
answer the
have
exotic
enough
plays,
exotic
but
plays, man.
what's the point of having great players on a roster, right? If you just gonna have a simple ass offense that ain't gonna maximize the great players anyway.
Because the
What the hell is the
system is based on your personnel, you dumb
No, what?
motherfucker. The reason the
Name
system
one
is
MVP
simple
that had
is
this
because
much
that's
help
Hey,
and really
how
well.
would you define
I
the
I don't
Philadelphia
know,
76ers
bro.
roster and personnel? Would you define that as one dimensional? Would you
No,
not?
no, no, no,
Would
no.
you define
Brandon, you gotta
the
come
Philadelphia
correct.
roster as
Gangsta,
one
you
dimensional?
gotta come correct,
I
bro.
understand what he's
He's
saying.
not
I think
gonna
As
dumb.
limited in
So-
skill set?
Hold
What
on,
The
oh, young
reason
African.
the
I think this is
system
where we're
is
going with it.
simple is because the system's built on who the personnel is.
Hold
If
on,
you have
hold on,
different
Brandon. Hold on.
personnel,
Mike got
Dynamic.
time
So
today
you
on a
saying-
Monday. I see what's going
Hold on,
on.
hold
Mike got
context.
time.
Hold on. So are you saying that you don't think that the Sixers players have the IQ to run anything more complex than horns?
Yeah. What?
no, James Harden wanted the ISO sets. That's what he wanted. That's why he didn't get along with Doc Rivers.
No,
They
no, that's
fired
not
Doc
true.
Rivers.
Because in Houston,
James
all they
Harden
ran was
wanted
horns under
ISO sets,
D'Antoni.
and Embiid
Yeah, so
can't
what is he
read
talking about? They was running
defenses.
horns
So
on
they weren't going to run any exotic sets.
No, Brandon.
They ran horns.
Exotic sets, bro.
Hold
They
on,
ran horns.
Brandon, in Houston under Mike D'Antoni, when they had one of the most explosive offenses in the league, all they ran was variations of horns.
No, it was horns.
They were running horns.
Did you know that D'Antoni even found a way? Hold on, y'all. Y'all know that D'Antoni even found a way to give Russell Westbrook his most productive season in the NBA with horn sets. He just ran complex variations of horn. So what I'm saying is, if let's say you're the coach of the Sixers, what exotic sets are you adding in that would make Joel Embiid more unguardable, or find a way to get James Harden better buckets or something like that? Because obviously horns is efficient offense.
Do that with their personnel, which is my whole point.
Yes, you can, Brandon.
Okay, so what offense would you run with their personnel?
No. First off, he needs to answer the question. What's the limitation of the Philadelphia roster, bro? What limitation?
No, he really needs to answer what's an exotic play.
Right. The two.
No. He ain't gonna answer that question. He ain't even gonna answer that. So what's the limitation?
Let's just move on.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the limitation of the roster?
Okay. The two biggest limitations to the Philly roster are that Embiid is not a good passer out of double teams, and Harden can't close games. So the Philly fourth quarter offense, which also
that's not a limitation, bro. What do we add? That's system.
I agree with that, but that's not a limitation.
That is a system that is not utilizing the players, bro. Hey, why do you keep going around in circles, man?
I agree. Harden can't close games, but that's not a limitation, though.
That's not a skill set limitation. Hey, when you talk about no, you ain't gonna finish. When you talk about a team system, you're talking about the skill set of players. You're not talking about closing games and not utilizing.
Closing games don't got shit to do with no limitations, bro.
Exactly, bro. What are the skill set limitations that cannot create these exotic offenses you're talking about, bro?
Yeah, it's like, what the hell is an exotic offense? I'm still waiting.
What team runs exotic offense?
You don't know about, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what team runs exotic?
That's even a better question. What teams run right now in an exotic offense?
Right.
Hey,
what my point is, that's not my
No,
point.
just answer the question. I don't care about your
point. Context. He's not gonna because he's stupid.
What I'm saying is that the reason Philadelphia had such a simple offense is because of Embiid and Harden. It's not because the coaches are all dumb.
It was simple. I thought they were
nobody cares. Didn't answer the question, Brandon.
At the end of the day, this is a crazy topic context because
they ran Barcelona. They was running Sonic out of D'Antoni on the Rockets. What is he talking about? Like
you know what's crazy?
They're Spartan. Like they was doing so much stuff.
Crazy.
Like, I don't think. What is he talking
about?
Crazy,
bro?
The Houston offense was ISO heavy Harden. They didn't run
the simple offense. You know what's crazy though? At the end of the day, the simple offense created a guy who almost led the league in assists this season, a guy who led the league in scoring. Who led the league in scoring this season, and also a team that was the number 4 offense in the NBA, bro. So at the end of the day, all this simplicity is creating
with no exoticness.
Yeah, with no exoticness.
Harden was great.
Hey, it's 30. You know what's even crazier? The team that looked the most explosive, the team that had the most explosive offense. Sacramento Kings. I'm gonna tell you. You want me to tell y'all what they ran? These motherfuckers ran Princeton.
Yep.
They ran the Princeton offense, which is not a very complicated offense at all. They ran variations of Princeton. That's it. It was. The thing is, I keep telling y'all, all offenses are simple. There's no team that runs something so complex that another team can't copy it. This is a copycat league.
Yep.
It's about
the
players
I'm not
that you
arguing
have.
Philly needed to run
this is what I told y'all.
Offense.
Hold on, Brandon. I'm gonna let you go.
We've
been hearing you go. Hold on, Brandon. We're not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying
Philly
is
didn't have enough ball movement in the half court.
Okay, Brandon.
That's cap.
That's coaching. If you don't have enough ball, look, y'all.
Yeah. That's
I
system.
have a game like I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all. I have an offense.
That's the personnel.
Brandon, hold on.
Brandon.
So, y'all, this is an example. I have an offense that I'm trashing this year. It's called 4 corners. It's a lot of pick and roll actions, a lot of spread actions. It's basically a system out of 4 out, 1 in. I'm trashing it this year. Reason why I'm trashing it, for whatever reason, for the last couple of years, I can't figure out how to get my guys to rotate the ball out of it. They fall into just running a pick and roll that's really stagnant and stuck, and teams pick up on it and know how to slow it up. But I cannot get my guys. I have to trash it this year. That's on me. I can't blame the coaches because I have an offense that leads to a ton of the ball sticking and no ball movement. That's not my players can pass the ball just fine. That's on me as a coach to put in an offense that's going to influence more ball movement. So that's on me. So if the ball is sticking, if the ball is not moving around, that's coaching. That's by design. And you have to live with the results. And last year, we got beat by a better team, number one team in the country in USC, because we didn't really have no other true go-tos outside of our primary offense, which was 4 corners, and our point guard, who was coming back from some injuries, just didn't have it. You know, we didn't have enough. So that's all. That's on coaching. So the fact that you're sitting here blaming Harden for things that sound like coaching is crazy, because it sounds like if you're, that means James Harden being a top 10 MVP candidate through all the adversities of this bad offense that you're talking about means he was probably much better than we're even giving him credit for. Because he had two, like Africa said, he had 2 40-point games against an elite defense with this basic offense that you're talking about.
There we go.
Without
100%.
Joel Embiid on the floor.
Right.
So I mean,
What?
we got to stop, man. So
Hey,
it's
crazy,
either
man.
you're either giving Doc Rivers a ton of praise or you're giving James Harden a ton of praise, but you can't shit on them both at the same time. not with the excuse.
And Embiid played one of those games though. He played one of them.
And so I would ask you, Lamont, what's the difference between when you're in the regular season, right? And you got the number 4 offense in the NBA that Philly had. You got the lead leaguer in assists. You got the lead leaguer in scoring, right? In Embiid. You also have the high pick and roll with Embiid and James Harden, which points per possession was the highest in the NBA, which means the most efficient play in the NBA, right? Points per possession. When it comes to the playoffs, why would you change that offense during the season? And then what would change that offense to not being so productive in the playoffs?
The only thing that would affect your offense going into the playoffs is there something affected the effectiveness of it? And generally, what affects NBA offenses is injuries that affect your personnel changes and things like that. Right. So if we look to the Sixers, what's the biggest thing that impacted their season?
Embiid got hurt.
Injury. The injury to Embiid. The injury to Embiid had them looking completely, because Embiid's points per game dropped too much for me to believe that's just Embiid sucking, when Embiid's literally torched the Celtics most other games.
Right. So Embiid before he got hurt wasn't playing well either.
Philadelphia's pick and roll with Harden and Embiid.
But he was dealing with an injury.
Yeah, he was dealing with
No. During the Nets series, he got hurt during Game 3. He got hurt and left.
But Embiid's production is dropped in the playoffs every year.
He got injured. Let me ask you a question, Lamar, just to capitalize on that point, right? I was having a debate in regards to people were saying, "Oh, Marcus Smart had his way with them. He was able to defend them, blah blah blah." And I wanted to see your perspective on it. How do you feel like? Do you feel like it was Boston's defense that really like held him and was doing damage on him? Because everybody gives credit to Marcus Smart, and he said
Embiid doubled
Embiid
the whole
rim and stuff like that. I didn't ask you, Brandon.
Okay, well, I'm educating you.
I didn't ask you though.
Yeah,
anybody, you're slow.
He's talking crazy right now.
Yeah, what was your analysis of after Embiid, when Embiid came back with the injury, and how they were playing defense on him? How did you? What was your analysis on that? Like, how do you feel like they were?
This is where it gets complex for me, and this is what I kind of looked at. So, to me, it looked like a lot of the guys like Maxey and Harden, when Joel Embiid was out, they were playing with a lot more confidence. They were playing a faster pace. It almost looked like a style of play that this is how we've been wanting to play all year.
Yes.
And this is where coaching comes in. Now, here comes Embiid back, and everybody knows Embiid's the guy that slows us down. Now we got to get back to, and then so what happens is now you have a whole bunch of guys who have the experience of playing faster, and not just the experience, but they tasted some winning. They had success, so they know it works. And then Embiid comes back. Now you have to revert back to another style. Obviously, this is the style that got you here, but it's not working against this team. But you have to slow it down. We don't get as much touches. It's going to be harder for us to score because this is a great half-court defense. And now it's just like, damn. So now you have guys unmotivated trying to run your half-court offense. And what did I tell you before? If you have a group of guys that don't feel confident in the offense that you're running, it's never going to work. I had a coach tell me that Matt Gordon, he says, if the players don't believe that it's going to work, it's not going to work. He said, like, for example, Spoelstra, he convinced the Miami Heat.
That's not how the NBA works.
Hold on. Spoelstra convinced the Miami Heat that they could go.
Harden got tired in every fourth.
Come on, man. This guy. He convinced them. He convinced the Miami Heat that we could run an almost natural 2-3 zone in the NBA and it could work. And I think we all know that boy, my eyes light up when I see a team run a natural 2-3 zone at the college level. Imagine how they feel in the NBA when they see a natural. But what happened is he convinced those guys that it would work, and he had them running 1 through 5. These motherfuckers are all out there running helter-skelter, running natural 2-3 zone, contesting shots all over the place, rotating. And it's just so it's just the coach. If the coach can't get them to buy into it, and I think the players never bought in to the offense that they were running with Joel Embiid. And it's one of the reasons why. There's a reason why Harden wants out. Because he knows that as long as he stays there, coaches are just going to come in. They're going to cater every offense that they run to Embiid. It's going to be slow, and again, it might help. We might get through the regular season. Damn sure ain't winning nothing in the playoffs with it. And how do we know it don't work in the playoffs? It didn't work with Jimmy Butler. It didn't work with Ben Simmons. Didn't work with James Harden. And the only time they looked like they could compete with the Boston Celtics is when Joel Embiid was out.
That's a fair point.
So how do you so for the panel, how do you utilize a big like Embiid that if you are going to push the pace is trailing behind? How do you initiate your offense with your big trailing the play?
So
Pistol.
Who's literally one of the best scorers in the NBA.
Pistol, that's what I told you. I said if you
Harden did not want out either. What you said is wrong.
Yo, what?
Okay, but
Harden didn't want out. He wanted an.
Okay. Harden didn't want out. Let's move on.
Right. Philly wouldn't give him an extension.
Okay, we got you. Now, pistol
you're wrong.
action. Okay, I got you.
Bro, shut the hell up. God damn, nigga.
Can we move on, bro?
Shut the fuck up.
Can we move on?
Hold on, y'all. Look, I'm just going to reports. Hold on. I'm going to reports. It was reported that Joel Embiid wants out, right?
No.
Am I wrong about that?
Harden wanted
James Harden. James Harden wanted out. Yeah. It was reported.
We're not harping on that, Brandon.
Let that go. Go ahead. Hey, let's talk some basketball.
Brandon,
so, hey, you get
Brandon. If you want to be the source of knowledge.
I live in Philly.
Hold on.
You're a Bulls fan. You're a
I live 20 minutes from the city. Everything you're saying is wrong.
Brandon, since our sources are wrong,
Brandon,
who sourced your information?
I don't have any sources.
Oh my God, get up out of here, man.
Shut his ass up. Goddamn.
How do you call people idiots and then say you don't have any sources for anything you say? No, get back to what you
sources,
said.
He knows ball.
Yeah. So Embiid gets the rebound, passes it to Tyrese Maxey.
And I got to get to Casual because Casual just pulled up.
Pushing the ball.
So here's the thing. Pistol action, it does two things if you run it consistently. And now, the thing is, you probably won't get Joel Embiid to buy into it because this motherfucking conditioning is always in question. He's going to have to be moving up and down the court.
Exactly.
But the reason why it's good is going to engage your guards first, like I said, because pistol action requires your guards to sprint ahead of the ball almost every time. The wings have to get into them deep corners. Point guards always pushing the ball up fast. We know James Harden likes to play like that, especially when he has those corner options. Now, what happens is the big is trailing behind the play. He has two options. He can stop at the top of the key, or he can, or if the defense slows the ball up, he can get to that elbow. But the offense is still moving because remember, the offense is still running easy as he crossing half court. He just has to pick his poison, top of the key or elbow, while the two guards are working either wing. They're going into either a DHO or some type of pin down so that you can swing it to the corner. You can go screen for the corner, or you can just cut through. You can have the bottom guy come up and screen the guard. You can go DHO and hand it off to the guard that's lifting from the corner. And then you'll have Joe Embiid either right there trailing. You can use them as a high pick and roll. There's a ton of options you can run out of pistol, which I thought would have been better. But that would have been then you would have had to convince Joel Embiid, your ass is going to have to get up and move. You're going to have to get up and down this court. Your conditioning has to be optimal. You can't be lazy because these guards are going to be flying. So, I mean, how do you convince? That's what I'm saying. So you now have to pick. Do I try to convince the others to play Joel Embiid style, or do I try to convince Joel Embiid to play a style that's more conducive to everybody else? That's what you have to convince them of. And then they're going to continue to have problems in the playoffs until some coach comes in and figures out that dynamic.
And especially with those
Harden
actions,
wanted more ISO ball in the playoffs. That's why
and
Harden and Rivers, their relationship fell apart at the end. Harden wanted an ISO.
Come on, bro. We're not even talking about that right
now. That's why Harden and Rivers had no relationship.
Like, get off that, man.
The thing too, Mont, that you made a great point about in regards to the pistol action is that there's so many entry points, and you can keep everybody engaged and involved, right? The nobody's kind of set up where they're not a cog in the offense. You can keep Tobias Harris involved by just swinging the ball rotation. You could get Maxey involved where he sets a screen for Harden, and then from there, by the time Embiid gets around, he can run that high pick and roll with Maxey coming off that curl. You know what I mean? I mean, coming off that rub with Harden.
You know, Maxey and Tobias Harris shoot better off of pin downs and DHOs. What I'm saying, so also you stop them from just being corner 3-point shooters. So now they're just not standing, hoping that you kick it out, where they just turning ice cold. You get everybody on the move, especially, and you can even give the guys on the weak side an assignment. Right, so we can say if the low guy comes off the DHO, I want the opposite low man to go back door. You can give the weak side guys an assignment as well. They just have to read off the other in action.
Right.
I think when you have two stars like Embiid and Harden, and you just give them reads, which we call read and react actions, that becomes the hardest thing to guard, because now you have your two best players just reacting to what you do. And you have the role players already.
That sound like the Denver Nuggets right there, bro. Just cooking everybody.
Denver Nuggets. That is exactly what the Denver Nuggets was, all read and react, and that's why they was so hard to guard. You couldn't predict those cuts with Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, but you can't.
So in that option,
not a good enough playmaker passer.
In that option,
pistol action
in that
doesn't
offense
put the ball in Embiid's hand.
Exactly.
If Embiid gets the ball out of pistol, it's because it's time for him to go score, not to him to go pass.
In that pistol offense, would that limit Embiid's essential post isolations that they heavily rely on as well?
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. It would actually put them in the spots where, if you notice, they actually towards the middle of the year and going on to the ending of the year. Because remember, in the beginning, I know Mott, you saw this. They were putting Embiid in the low block originally. When they were starting him off in the beginning of the year, and then what ended up happening, they started making the adjustment where they started putting him in the nail. Right, exactly. So I think the pistol, it relieves all that option. On top of that, Embiid can shoot the three, so it would give him an advantage. You know what I mean? Trailing threes, things of that nature, provide more options rather than wait for it to get clogged.
You know what this offense sounds like? An offense that really is more of a more than what I'm hearing for what they traditionally do to Philadelphia. It's an equal opportunity offense. The stats and the box score lines of the stars are going to be heavily affected, Lamar. Maybe the bag's going to be affected. Maybe the lead leaguer in scoring and lead leaguer in assists, and usage rate might change up. You know what I mean? That might change the hierarchy of the offense. That would change 100%. That would change the hierarchy. Maybe some days or some weeks, Maxey's cooking and he's the leading scorer. Tobias Harris is getting off now.
Harris will get way more 30 balls.
They're going to dump Harris anyway. Harris has 1 year left on his deal. Philly's going to dump Harris after this year.
So, hey, why you keep going to narratives and agendas, bro? We trying to talk the game, though, bro. I don't know about you, but I appreciate the game, man.
Contract when he's finished. They're done with him.
It ain't even about that.
Not a good enough 3-point shooter.
Bro,
I mean, but we all
Brandon,
know that
I got a question for you.
Most guys on the last year of a deal where they're overpaid or up to get traded.
We still need to know what an exotic play is. I still need to know.
We'll never know because he doesn't know. He don't know us, man. This man is a bot. Brandon is a bot.
You didn't understand what I was saying. What I'm saying is the
Bulls
reason
fans
Philly's
from Chicago
was so
talk about
simple
76ers
because
basketball.
that's what Harden and Embiid
what are we
wanted.
doing here?
The NBA is a players' league. Embiid and Harden wanted a simple offense. That's why it was what it was. It wasn't
but it
because
was
the
exotic,
coaches
right? So what's
or
exotic
Lamont's
about it?
horrible take that the coaches weren't
Horrible
putting in
take? You had
plays.
nothing but horrible
The Philly
take.
offense was exactly what Embiid and Harden wanted. That's what it was.
But all offenses are simple, especially the best ones.
Yeah, but this was too simple. The pick and roll with Embiid and Harden did
What
not
is too
work
simple?
against
What the hell is too simple, bro?
What is too simple, gang?
You know the pick and roll.
Okay, let me ask you.
Pick and roll is the most simple thing in basketball.
You can ask him a million times. He'll never answer it.
Philadelphia did
Right?
the fourth
Brandon
quarter
is
against
general
Boston was one
goalpost. He's
pick and roll
always
with
on the
Harden
move.
and Embiid.
Never gonna answer your question.
Isn't the offense literally a
I can hear
high
the
pick and
tire
roll
treads
league,
right
bro?
now.
Like that's literally what the NBA is today,
And
bro.
you have to
5
have
out,
no. Nobody
high
runs
pick
high
and
pick and roll
roll,
on every
ball
single fucking
dominant
play
play.
with the same
Nobody
players.
runs high pick and
Philly's
roll.
offense
What?
was way too predictable in the playoffs.
What, bro?
Did you say nobody runs high
I
pick
told
and roll,
you,
bro?
Brandon is a bot.
No, I said nobody runs
Brandon,
a
let me
high
ask
pick
you a
and roll
question.
with the same two players on every single play in the fourth quarter, other than Philadelphia.
Yeah,
with
the
Embiid
Sixers
and
did
Harden.
not do that, man.
Philly's
The
offense
Nuggets
was
did.
way too
Every
Philly's
single play,
offense
Nuggets
was
do it
way
a
too
lot
predictable
with
in the
Jamal
fourth
Murray and
quarter.
Jokic.
Yeah, you're trolling,
Bro.
He got to be trolling. There's no
Hey,
way.
hey, literally, teams run.
Brandon,
I
can
don't
we
know
watch these
ball
games?
more than him, which is crazy.
Often.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. What you're
No
saying
one
is
wants to
dumb.
listen to you speak.
The champions.
I'm trying to understand.
You know what's crazy? The champions literally run when things are not working out. They just go to the high pick and roll like constantly.
Right, but nobody's running high pick and roll with the same two players on every single play, bro.
You just agreed with us. You just proved you're wrong.
No, you're not watching.
When did Philly do it every single play? They weren't doing it every
Yes,
single
they
play.
were.
Bro.
That was
That's an
Philly's
exaggeration.
Oh my God!
That's a major exaggeration.
No, listen.
Can we just move on? Can we just move
Yo,
on?
Mark, that comment is fire. That comment is fire.
Tobias Harris had no.
It's like talking to a revolving door at this point.
Literally, all Tobias Harris.
It's like talking to a brick wall.
No, not talking to a brick wall. Talking to an endless void.
I do have a question, Mark. You brought up a great point in regards to the continuity part, right?
Yeah.
And what would you say the best things would kind of fit around besides pistol? Would you say like Bo Ryan's offense, like in Wisconsin, where he had like the way he was able to get Sam Decker and Comiskey some great looks while he didn't have the.
I mean, I believe a lot of offenses will work well. The problem is convincing that Joe.
Right.
So this is what it's going to start with your best player, and the best offenses are always going to require your best player to do less.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be less scoring from Joel Embiid. He's going to get less touches. The best offense is going to be more ball movement. It's going to also involve other guys. It's going to require other guys to score more. So the best offense for them is going to look like Joel Embiid averaging 25 a game. If James Harden is still there, 20, 22 a game. If Maxey is there, you're looking at 18 a game. Let's say Tobias Harris is still there, then we need 10 to 15 a game from him. And it's going to be more diverse.
Right.
Any offense that's really predicated on Joel, a team with that, the scary part about it with Philly is they had so much talent, but Joel Embiid did so much of the offensive load. It's just like, man, are y'all just trying to kiss his ass or something with all these touches?
You're trying to get the MVP, bro. Yeah, low key trying to just get the MVP.
And it's just like, I don't know if y'all chasing the chip or y'all just trying to make Joel Embiid happy. Like, do y'all think he's gonna leave in free agency or demand a trade? I don't know what's going on.
Could be.
So it was just an absurd amount of like for that much talent. With that, like if you look at if you compare
the Philly roster was not
like
that
if you
talented.
compare the Denver
what? Hey, this man is crazy. Hey, Philly's one of the most talented rosters in the NBA, bro. Let's not.
Hey, Brandon, I get the feeling you just lost the air yourself talk at this point.
Hey, Brandon,
young Africa. Remember,
let's stay on point. Let's stay on point. That was a good question. Like, if y'all really think about it,
man, just a dumb.
You could argue that
You're
Philly had a better all-around roster than Denver.
Than the Denver Nuggets. Yes.
But what happened was
that's a
Denver
maximized
their
like an
talent.
exotic play.
They maximized their
Philly had
Denver
one all-star on the roster.
Hold on.
Oh no. Hey, keep going, Lamar. This is very true right now.
Denver maximized.
This is ridiculous, bro. This is OD ridiculous.
Hold on, y'all. I'm saying
What is
Denver
ridiculous, bro?
Denver maximized their offense because their number one player didn't mind if he scored 10 points or 30.
Didn't need the ball to do it.
You see what I'm saying?
So there we go.
Yes, Aaron Gordon can get off. KCP can get off.
I knew they was going to win the NBA Finals last year.
Points to make 4
Look,
threes.
I knew they was going to win the Finals last year when I saw them start the series off feeding Aaron Gordon in the post.
Yes,
Aaron Gordon post ups.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. That's a team with a culture where they saying we gonna do whatever it takes from whatever offense we need to win. And you can see how excited all the other players were for Aaron Gordon.
There we go.
There we go.
And that's the key.
We talked about this.
Remember, if you look at the Lakers in 2020, the Lakers in 2020 look like that. They look like a team where they play selfless. They didn't care who got the buckets. And they look like normally the best teams have some type of feel like that, where it feels like, okay, we don't mind who gets all if the star player has to do it all, or whether we have to spread the wealth, we all just as happy. And I think the Sixers didn't have that. I saw a lot of lone faces. I saw a lot of standing around stagnant. I mean, you can tell, like Tyrese Maxey will look pissed sometimes on that bench.
That's great.
Because they wouldn't give him anything to work with.
They can give you, the bench can give you indicators if you watch the bench enough what's really going on. And I just think, I think they was real tired of standing around watching Embiid go to work knowing that they all had something that they could give. And then by the fourth time the fourth quarter comes around,
grossly overrating Philly's roster.
by the time
they didn't have two top.
By the time
oh my God.
By the time the fourth quarter comes around,
reaction,
Embiid is gassed. Like,
ignore him.
Like he keeps saying, like, remember his go-to is saying something's overrated. Nobody's overrating them. They were one of the best teams in the East for a reason. How can I overrate?
He's a bot.
Like a lot of people predict them to get to the finals for a reason. They had the MVP of the league. They had two players top 10 in MVP voting.
But even to that point, right? And I just want to make a quick point. Even to Miami, right? They were able just by putting confidence and running an equal opportunity where your best players are giving up the rock. They're initiating and they're creating continuity and they're the equal opportunity. It allowed them to maximize Caleb Martin, to maximize Gabe Vincent, to maximize even Duncan Robinson. You know what I mean? Right. Remember, he was in the doghouse, but you give him opportunity.
He was almost unplayable.
And you give him plays that actually get him open and actually put emphasis on him. And look what happens. You know,
did Jimmy Butler care if he scored 30 or 10?
He didn't give up. He'd rather not. He'd rather not. Actually, that's the funny thing. He didn't want to.
Look, we can even go back to the Boston Celtics. There was a time when they played the Warriors that year. There'd be games in the playoffs where Jason Tatum would have like 12, 14 assists, maybe not as many points.
Right.
Right.
And
somebody else had to do the load, but they was winning. But you have fans criticizing them, saying, "Oh, he's not scoring."
Yeah, even with bad shooting nights. Facts.
He understood what it took to win. Just do what it takes to win games. And you have to have a coach that that means the players were bought in because they had a really good coach that year. And shit, you had all guys locked and loaded, ready to score the ball when that ball moved around to them. But if you're standing around and you don't know if that ball's going to get kicked back out, that's when you start missing them wide open threes.
Yes.
When you know that black hole, because Joel Embiid was starting to look like a black hole.
Yes,
that means the ball go down there and it don't come back. Don't kick that ball out. And I have a hard time believing that he can't pass the ball. I just think
Lamont
he don't want
Harden
to pass
shot
the ball.
39% in the playoffs. You're grossly overrating.
I agree with that, but what does that got to do with anything, though?
Yeah. Like
Harden shows, but what does that got to do with anything?
Simple
Harden
offense,
shot
elite defense, shut that
in
shit
the
down.
Playoffs. He's washed up.
Simple offense, bro.
We know this, Brandon. Brandon, we know this already.
Hold on, let me get on. Hold on, let me get the casual. He just pulled up, man. He been sitting there patiently hearing some of the crazy takes, man. What you got?
Man, I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I'm over here listening, and in a weird way, I'm trying to give Brandon like some type of like credit. This is my first time hearing him, and so when he says that the 76ers offense was a little too basic. I'm trying to give him like an out by thinking like maybe he means like from the standpoint of there were no counters. And if he said that, like I really don't really have like a problem with what he's saying, because that was one of my main problems with Doc Rivers specifically in the playoffs. Whenever they went up against the Celtics, I felt like whenever once the Celtics, which they already did because the offense for the 76ers was sort of figured out in the regular season, but in the postseason when the Celtics were getting the jump on the Joel Embiid and James Harden pick and roll action, Doc Rivers made no adjustment to be able to get Tyrese Maxey more involved. Tobias Harris was sort of getting his buckets based off of really just like random opportunities. It wasn't anything planned. And so if that's what you're alluding to, Brandon, then I really don't have much of a problem with what you're saying. I think the main thing is that you're harping on James Harden rather than looking at the totality of that offense. And so it makes
I'm saying the roster wasn't good enough.
I'm not. But even if
Harden was washed, but the roster wasn't good enough.
But the problem that I have with that thought process is that the 76ers roster this season is probably one of the most talented rosters like in the NBA.
No, they only had one
specifically in the Eastern.
One All-Star.
That is a fact.
Like
yes,
if we
they had
if we
one
just look
all-star.
on paper.
No, that's not the measurement of talent, bro. What
But
are we doing,
if we
man?
just
It's
look
the
on
measurement. They had one top 20 player.
Stop it, bro.
If we just look at the talent
Stop it, bro.
theoretically, if we just look at the talent,
Harden was washed. Everyone
would you
knew
say
that.
that the
Was
76ers
He led the league in assists, bro. Stop it, bro. I
He
don't
led
need
the
all
league
that.
in
Hey,
assists
keep going, man.
usage rate.
Young Africa talk about
You've
my
been making the
gameplay,
same
bro.
point all night. Change it up, bro.
Harden led the league in assists
my
because of
question
his
to
usage
you
rate.
is
He didn't
this,
score a single point in the fourth quarter games 5, 6, or 7.
We know this already, bro. We know
Tobias
this.
Harris is inefficient.
Harden is a
Not that
choker.
good
We
of a
get it.
roster.
Oh my god.
Hey, literally, James Harden usage rate this season. This is why Brandon be capping, right? I be checking. Hey, he peaked in Houston, right? In his usage rate was 40% of his total offense of his team, right? This season, it was 25%. 5% below his career average. The man was not dominating. The man was not dominating the ball like he once upon a time did.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
about?
Here's an easy question. Here's an easy question. First of all,
What you mad about?
25%
Here's an
is a huge usage rate.
Hold on.
No, it's not a huge usage rate, bro. Stop it, bro.
Hold on, y'all.
That's not huge.
Here's the easy answer.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Hold on, y'all. I don't know how you can say. I don't know how you can say a player's washed when
25% low. What an idiot.
It's not huge, bro. Hey, lead leaguers are at high 30s, bro. That's huge.
25% is a very high usage rate. You're taking it casual.
It's not a high usage rate, bro.
It is a high usage rate. I guarantee his usage
Not
rate
really.
is top of the NBA.
Not really.
I mean, I'm feeling to see.
That's not really high, though.
I'm feeling to see why whatever his usage rate, what that has to do with as far as like their offense.
The league average usage rate. The league average usage rate is 20%. The league average usage rate is 20%. James Harden at 25%, bro. Like you act like you're doing something ridiculous, bro. That's not high. Especially in the modern day NBA, where it's a heliocentric offenses where guys are holding the ball, being dominant. Just like I said, compared to James Harden's own peak self, who was at 40%, you can't call him a ball dominant dude, bro. So
40% usage rate is a historic high. That's a
exactly.
dumb
That's my point.
comparison.
That's my point.
Philly's offense went through Harden the whole year. Harden's
That's
assist
my
numbers were high because of his usage rate. Harden was inefficient
that's a
all
lie,
year.
bro.
Everybody who watches Harden knows that.
Brandon, you do realize that two teams in the finals only had one All-Star.
Harden was like league average.
That's because Jamal Murray didn't play much the first half of the year because of injuries. Jamal Murray was clearly an all-star level player. That's an irrelevant comment. Jamal Murray was still getting his legs under in the first half of the year.
Oh my God.
So the guy
that led the league all night, y'all.
Jamal Murray wasn't an
player in the
All-Star.
league.
Come on, man.
Jamal Murray was
We gonna be here all night.
No, hold on. But Brandon, when you say
Jamal
James
Murray
Harden was
was far better
inefficient,
than Harden.
when you say James Harden was inefficient, like what do you mean inefficient?
He was 39% in the playoffs and inconsistent all year. It's the definition of
Okay,
it.
no. So Brandon, what I'm asking you, when you say was let's start with the regular season. What about his game was inconsistent in the regular season?
His shooting percentage, how many poor games he had scoring.
Hey, that's a lie. That's already a lie. That's already a lie.
But Brandon, he shot 38% from the 3-point line.
Yeah, that's above his career average. He shot 44% from the field. That's right at his career average.
At his overall efficiency. And here's the thing with Harden.
What
Harden
overall
would have
efficiency?
But Brandon, you can't.
You think
he's
effective? Talking about his true percentage.
No. He's effective field goal percent.
Hold on,
he's
y'all.
lying, bro.
Hold on,
right. You're just reading stats.
Hold on,
Harden
hold
would
on,
have a
hold on.
great game than a
Hey,
horrible.
what do you talk about? How do you measure his efficiency?
Hold on, young Africa. Hold on.
I combine stats with actually watching the.
Come on, Brandon.
okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Right. I combine stats
Jared,
with watching
hold
the game.
on. Okay, we got you.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, you can't say okay if you watch the game, but a guy is shooting 38% from the three and shooting 54% effective field goal percentage. How do you walk away? And this is his average across the whole regular season. What games are you this? And again, that alone right there, once again, is another indicator that takes me back to the premise of this show. It's that a player can be consistent at something all year and it don't matter because there's a certain base of fans out there that they're only looking for the negative and they're just waiting for that one bad game.
No,
for you
I don't have anything against Harden.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you cook. But the thing is, we know his average. You just said he was inefficient all year, which we know statistically that's not true. He played 58 games. He shot 38% from the three. He had an effective field goal percentage, which was higher than it was over the last couple of years, any year that he had in Brooklyn. So he was playing much better. He led the league in assists. I mean, even when you look at his turnovers were down from when he used to average 4 a game. He averaged less than 4 a game this year. So it wasn't turnovers. 3-point percentage was higher than it was in the past, because the years before that in Brooklyn, he was shooting 32 and 33%. He got it back up to 38%. So his percentages actually went up last year, and yet you still walk away from it saying that he was inefficient all year. Now, his playoff numbers, I don't have them in front of me. I could pull them up. Maybe those decline. Maybe those don't look the same. But there's also another big change in the playoff that happened, especially when they lost. And that was the loss of Joel Embiid, which we saw him in the lineup, out the lineup. And it could potentially take us back to what you were saying about the offenses being simple. When Joel Embiid came back, things got dumbed down, very simple, just a lot of post touches for Joel Embiid. But when he was out, they had to get a little bit more complex, more touches for everybody. Harden played better. They actually were getting wins. So, again, it's hard to say all these things without putting context to it, because you lied when you said he was inefficient during the regular season. He was very efficient. Okay, but then tell me how he was inefficient other than you just saying it.
Okay, first of all, a true shooting percentage of 54% for a superstar. Or
no,
even
I said effective field goal percentage.
Hey, let me. Come on, you just talked for 5 minutes. What I'm saying is first.
I know I can talk for 5 minutes because it's called FYF Sports. Don't mention true shooting percentage when I say effective field goal percentage. Two different things that we're talking about here. Effective field goal percentage was higher than it had been in the past. His 3-point percentage went up 5 percentage points than it was in the past couple of years. He shot better. He passed the ball better. He did everything that you want. Yet you keep trying to lie to people and say he was not efficient. Well, his efficiency numbers don't say that. So now you're just lying. So what I'm saying is, what statistical measure are you using to say he's inefficient? Because I didn't use true shooting percent. What are you? You heard what I had to use. I want you to tell me, what are you using to try to convince people he was inefficient, or for you to lie to people and say he was inefficient? What numbers do you have to support he was inefficient?
Okay, you're wrong. If you give me 30 seconds.
What numbers do you have to support?
Right, I'll show you. The reason Harden played.
Your reason, you've been lying all day. I just need numbers, bro. You've been lying on players. You've been called. You basically 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You want to just call these players too stupid to run certain offenses, but you really just been too scared to say it because you're just on a panel full of black men. That's what I feel like. You've just been too cowardice to say they're too stupid to run more complex offenses, which you couldn't even name a more complex offense. You don't know what a more complex offense looks like. You couldn't even break down the team that you watch the most, their Horns offense. So what are we talking about here? So it sounds to me like if they're running a dumbed down offense and you can't even explain it, how stupid are you? That's the true question. Because I told you, if I sat courtside. I went to one Sixers game, right? Mm-hmm. And I heard them say one play over and over. Mm-hmm. And I started watching. What is this play they spamming? Brandon said he watched all the Sixer games and didn't know what the 76er action was. But yet he said he watched all the games. I went to one and picked up on what the action was.
Right.
So if they too stupid to run it, you definitely too stupid if you can't even break down to us what the hell they was even running. That's so simple.
We've been no Brandon stupid.
And he's talking to us. He keeps saying he wants to educate us. We're giving you numbers. It's not that hard. Effective field goal percentage increased from his years prior. His 3-point percentage increased to 38%, which is very good from years prior. Field goal percentage actually went up from 2 years prior. Actually, this was his best field goal percentage over the last 4 years at 44%. All his numbers went up. And his assist, he dang near led the league in assists. So a guy who was known as a scorer first completely revamped and changed this game and said, what? I'm going to defer and I'm going to be a pass first player to get others involved this past year. But yet because you don't like James Harden, you just want to say he's inefficient, but you keep saying, well, let me explain or let me talk. Just give me numbers. I said, give me a number that supports you saying he's inefficient other than your eyes. Because your eyes are like those fans that I talked about with Ben Simmons. You just seeking, trying to find that one game where you say he played bad, and you can say, oh, in this one game he was inefficient, but that's not what he did consistently over the year. You got to stop lying to the people. Take your feelings out of it. You might not like James Harden, but just talk about the numbers that support him being inefficient. I don't see it. I don't think.
I don't know why you're bringing race into this. I mean, I'm responding.
Okay, well, just talk about the numbers that support him being inefficient.
Okay, the reason he played 55 games.
Talk about the numbers what number? What number?
Right. The 39% in the playoffs number. The fact he played 55 games is his efficiency.
I said what, Brandon? I said let's start with the regular season. I said let's start, Brandon. We're going to get to the playoffs. I specifically told you let's start with the regular season because you said he was inefficient all year. So tell me, in the regular season, what number supports you saying he was inefficient?
Harden would go 1 for 11, and then he'd be efficient the next game. His efficiency day to day was horrible. The reason he played 55 games, was.
Oh my God, man! This got to be the dumbest dude.
Jamal Murray had a higher.
Got to be the dumbest dude in the world. I try to work with him. I try not to.
Man.
God damn, he's too stupid. He tries first. Remember what I told y'all? He's gonna go to one game. He shot 1 of 11.
1 for 11.
He got kicked off 15 times.
I literally just told y'all he would run the one. I said, don't mention one single game.
Right.
Give me some numbers that support him being
players have bad shooting nights, man. That's crazy.
That's gotta be
We're talking about the highest level of basketball in the world.
And that's why there's averages.
He doesn't like
the averages. Put all those numbers. That 1 of 11 is in the numbers that Lamont was talking about, bro. It's in there. They count that too. Like they count.
It's not like it's excluding it. It's not
Brandon lied about.
Hey y'all,
Harden
Jordan shot 3 of 23. He's a horrible.
we might as well go with that logic. We might as well.
Bob Brandon's logic.
You gotta stop lying. Jesus Christ.
Brandon always lies.
You got way more patience than me, my guy.
Hold on, check this out, y'all. He said Harden averaged his
averaged more than Murray.
Once again, going back to the usage rate was not high, bro. He was talking about he had a high usage rate. His usage rate was one of the lowest in the last 10 years.
He played with Joel Embiid.
You just debunked that, Lamar. You just said that he completely
remember, y'all.
He played with Embiid.
Change his
He
way.
averaged the highest assists. He won't bring that up.
Listen, James Harden.
That's why.
James Harden was supposed to do what Kobe did in 04. Just
and sabotage them. Right. That's what
and try to shoot 40 a game, regardless of having Embiid out there.
That's crazy.
Don't matter, no roles, no nothing. Fuck the coach.
If Harden
try to get it traded after the season.
Yeah. As a Kobe fan, he actually did choke that series.
You know what? That was a good conversation we had about the systems, though. Like when we're talking about Philly compared to the Denver Nuggets, compared to these other teams. Like for example, to switch it up, like we have the Boston Celtics, right? Who just added a big in Kristaps Porzingis. It'll be interesting to see, don't you think, Lamont, about how they will implement such a low post threat, a big that can be versatile, that's dynamic like a Embiid, and implement him in a system in which they don't just like Jaylen Brown and Tatum are not so dominant in terms of taking so many shots. What you think?
Hey, I don't know what like I said, any system that I see with Embiid is going to have to require him buying in. And from the things that I've heard, because there's been a lot of negatives that people have said behind the scenes about Joel Embiid, people make it sound like he can become a real diva when he don't get his way. And as a coach, that's the number one way to get fired. Piss the best player off, because the player gonna be there. You want to get fired quick, just piss the best player off. And you know, I think Doc Rivers went overboard trying to please Embiid, and he forgot about the whole aspect of the team, and that's why they got ran down.
So coaches really run systems where they deep down know that it's not going to be like maximizing the team's potential because they're trying to just please stars. They run shit like that.
Well, the thing is, it definitely maximized Joel Embiid's potential. He was the MVP,
right.
But when we think about it, when you got a budding young player in Tyrese Maxey, did you maximize his potential? Probably not. Right? When you got a guy that actually can play, he can actually score when he gets decent touches, and you're not just making him a corner 3-point shooter. Tobias Harris is not a bad player, but you got people walking around saying he's trash because of how he's been utilized in that offense. And then when you got James Harden, now you got guys like Brandon talking about, oh, he didn't average the usual 34 that we saw from James Harden in his prime. Well, all of their numbers are going to go down. Yeah, their numbers are going to go down because they're all deferring to Joel Embiid to some degree. They're all stagnating themselves. Like Tyrese Maxey standing in a corner. That's because he's just doing what the coach tells him to do.
Right.
I'm sure he would love to go DHO and play off high pick and roll and do a whole bunch of stuff, but he can't just randomly just go do that while they're running something else. He has to just stick to his role.
Right.
I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I'm assuming a veteran coach like Doc Rivers, who's played in the NBA, who's been in the NBA for decades, knows what is the essence of what works and wins championships and what doesn't, you know. So I'm assuming he knows that this is the case and is still running it.
Yeah,
even though he knows.
just
That's kind of crazy.
Just to highlight the point that Lamont made, is definitely, I agree with you, Africa. By the same token, he is your bell cow at this point. You know what I mean? He is your best player. He is the MVP. And if he does have that temperament, it would be best for you if you want him to keep engaged. You want him to be. He's your best offensive and defensive player, right? So why you have to kind of to a certain extent acquiesce to him and kind of give him something that he's going to be able to hold on to so that way he can stay engaged. Because if he's not engaged, that backline defense is cooked. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Brandon,
but
hey, y'all, Brandon actually just made a good point in the chat. This might be the first good point that he made. He said Harden couldn't play for an extended period of time without having conditioning issues, that's
a fair point.
Hey, Doc Rivers did mention this. He said, he said there were certain things he wanted to do, but he said James Harden ain't the same James Harden. Now, I don't know if that has something to do with conditioning or the fact that James Harden is just, like we said with all the stars of the past that we love, just getting older, just ain't the same player.
Yep.
So it could be conditioning, which a lot of people say he's still out of shape, but you know, I know Doc Rivers wasn't going to say that on TV, but basically Doc did allude to that to a certain degree. So, man, we got to give it applause to Brandon, man. Finally came up with a point that had a little bit of facts tied to it.
Yo, man, he didn't give us what an exotic play is, but he gave us that little tidbit. So that's
when he said exotic play, bro, I said I need one of them exotic plays, man, for my team.
I'm still trying to figure out what an exotic play is.
Well, if I could teleport, make it get the night
crawler. Right. It's gonna be some Mighty Morphin Power Ranger shit. I'm telling you, man.
Look, he loves saying he educated somebody.
But to be fair, I think to answer Africa's question in regards to Porzingis, I think Missoula has no choice but to take Tatum and Brown off the ball the way that Udoka had him, because Udoka was kind of running like a lot of the Spurs sets, where he had a lot of coming off a pin down, coming off some curl actions, and then creating off of the elbow. You both know that Tatum and Brown can make tough shots, and they create in the mid range. But I did see too much high pick and roll from them, especially from the 3-point line, because Missoula was focusing on shooting more threes, and that was the difference in their philosophy. While Udoka was kind of still kept that old school thought about it of just equal opportunity, but still getting backdoor cuts, getting some pin downs, getting some curl actions to get easy mid-range shots. You know what I mean? And to be fair, Brown and Tatum, they were good when Udoka was getting them into those mid-range actions. You know what I mean? So hopefully Missoula can turn back the hands of time and include them into that, which could help out Porzingis, because Porzingis definitely developed as a high post player and a mid-post player. He kind of got better with his strength. He doesn't run away from it as much as he used to. So it's going to be interesting to see. I just don't know if Missoula is confident in his system. I don't know. I just see too much threes in the future.
It's interesting. You know, I like to even hear what the panel got to say, because like it's interesting the way Denver Nuggets played. You know, being such a selfless style of basketball kind of reminds me of like the Spurs. Once upon a time, and it's interesting. Hopefully, because it's been ball dominant for a while, right? There's been offenses that like in the NBA that have been like around based around one individual player, high pick and roll, and like just driving and kicking and essentially one guy just being the engine of your offense. It's going to be interesting to see if like other teams will actually incorporate this selfless style of basketball where it's about ball movement, off ball, and motion.
Of course,
equal type offenses.
Yeah, it's a compliment. And the game, the thing about it is too is that even in drafting, right? They're trying to find these 6'8", 6'9",
exactly,
bigs that can do everything, while the guards are dynamic, or same time they're looking for bigger guards like Anthony Black, things of that nature. So you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like no matter what, the NBA is going to gravitate to equal opportunity offense. Besides those guys that have just over the top talent, where you're just gonna have to rely on that talent to carry you through. But eventually, you're gonna need the other guys to contribute.
The league, the teams are forcing it. Like I saw the death of the super team a couple years ago, and I said something about it. It's just like the way teams are being constructed now. I think they figured out the solution to super teams, like the Phoenix Suns. The reason why it's not going to work is because I think teams that are built correctly know how to defend those types of teams now. You don't, and you don't need to counter 3 stars with 3 stars of your own. See, remember, a lot of people in the past thought, oh, we have to get a super team to beat them. And the Denver Nuggets and a lot of the teams of the past, and we saw with the Miami Heat, even the Boston Celtics, they said, nah, we just need to get some super athletic young dudes that can fly all over the court, and maybe we can coach them up to shoot 35, 38% from the three-point line and shit. As long as we can defend you, we can score with you. But like, I just like now the problem with Phoenix, it looks good, man, but it's tough for me to believe it's gonna work with the super team era being figured out. They're like 3-4 years too late on putting that together. Just don't think it's gonna work.
That their shakiness in the bench unit, right? And I think that's the biggest issue that we have with them. Eventually, like you guys know, like, and not to knock on wood, hopefully they have injuries a free season and into the playoffs. But realistically, the guys are getting older. These are, you know what I mean? Devin Booker's probably the young buck of the group, but I mean, Brandon Beal's getting older, KD's getting older. So I mean, if I was them, I would try to lean more into Ayton. I hope Vogel. I know Vogel said that he's a fan of the big guy. I think you should try to include him more often and try to see if that can kind of, help stagnate the team's injuries. You know what I mean? Just emphasize Ayton, help see if he has like a 25 and 12 in him. You know what I mean? And push the limits and see, because he's been begging for more opportunity. So why not lean into that? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know if
it's. I know. It's a far-fetched idea, but I think
it's just like this. That's the thing. Like, imagine this. Now, imagine walking into practice as a coach, and you got Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker in the goddamn huddle, right. And you saying, "Hey guys, I think today we're gonna work on some sets for 8." And it's 24-second clock game, and it's just like these 3 motherfuckers are gonna look at you, be like, "Hold on, you got 3 of the most goddamn elite scorers in the game. Right. You talking about drawing some goddamn sets up for 8? Like, no, bro, like, no."
I mean, but that's like, just a couple possessions though, Lamont. I mean, you gotta sacrifice and you gotta buy in if you want to win a championship.
Coach, but do you believe Frank Vogel has the ability to get those guys to buy into that? I don't know if Frank Vogel has the pull to say, if y'all do this, we can win a chip. Like, can he convince them that they?
Well,
but Bradley Beal, you're gonna average.
He needs the leaders of the 17. Team to accompany him. See, KD got a championship, you're gonna average, and so does 17. Vogel have a championship. So if he can get the leaders of the team to buy in, everybody else gonna fall in line. Like,
I don't know if he could.
DeAndre Ayton getting a few possessions, it shouldn't kill the offensive flow. Yo, it's about what 80, 90 possessions a game or more. So it's a team game. Now, if they don't buy in, then it's going to be a flop.
About this. Just another thing y'all don't think about. Let's say you start the season off like that, and Ayton actually gets going, but then it gets to a point in the season. It gets to a point in the season where you have to start going away from him. What does that look like if he gets going, and then you have to go away from him? We see that man shut down when he ain't getting his touches.
Exactly. Why do you have to go away from it? Why do you have to go away from it eventually? Why do you have to?
You never know styles, whatnot. If another team has an elite big or something like that, and I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, but matchups and things like that. But I don't know. That's a dangerous.
Gotta
wouldn't
be
a
selfless,
versatile
man.
team wouldn't a team that's able to have a low post threat,
NBA players is
mid-range,
real egotistic,
perimeter?
man. They ain't
was
normal.
They're all
especially
in
the
on
scorers,
especially the scorers.
Oh, facts. You know, I don't know if Bradley Beal wants to average 17 points per game like on that team, you know, and just be another guy. So
I think he's down for it because I heard his interview and he was like, "Man, I got KD and D Book. I'm chilling." That's exactly what he said. He said,
No, but that means I'm the third option, though. That's what that means. He didn't throw Aiden in there. You know, that's low key.
Beal and
Aiden. Man, hey, I
think Aiden. Brandon's still in the chat. Brandon says he cooked me and chill on Player's Choice, but Brandon, I haven't been on Player's Choice.
He needs to take his Zoloft.
I haven't been on Player's Choice probably in like a month, my guy. I haven't been
Hey, Lamont, bro, you got the most patience that I could think of, bro. From like a stream moderator, bro.
Wow. I don't know what he's talking about. I haven't been over there in a minute.
Brother. So I wish I could have I wish I could have like at least a 10th of Lamont. Dog.
People about to sign a petition to get him banned. That's
boy. It's crazy.
Hey, Lamont, thanks for having me on, man. What's up, fellas?
Salute, my
so let me ask the panel or whoever want to answer, right? That
hold on 1 second. Let me get to Haim. I haven't seen Haim in here before. Let me get to Haim real quick.
Yo,
what's good, man?
I was want to. Yo, how's everyone doing now? I was want to say the reason I don't think the super teams are going to work is like most of the time people just get injured. Like I know a lot of people like all these NBA debates never factor in like injuries and all, but with all these super teams and like the fact they have 3 stars and a badly constructed roster, like most of the time, like on the Nets with Harden, Kyrie, and KD, outside of Jeff Green, Joe Harris, who shot atrocious in the playoffs, like the roster wasn't that good. Blake Griffin at center minutes, especially against teams like the Bucks, was never going to cut it. And like all it takes is 1 star to go down, and now you're basically left with 2 stars. With a badly constructed roster, so that's the reason I don't think it's going to work. Because let's say this Suns team now, let's say they actually go into the season. Yeah, go on.
No, I was saying that's the reason why the Denver Nuggets could still sustain when Murray got hurt,
right?
Because they didn't go chase another star that ate up their cap. They just used replacements on the bench that could come in, fill the role at a comparable level. And hold it down until he got healthy. And then super like what happens if KD this year? Like there's no, you bring in Okogie, you know, I mean
or Eric Gordon, I guess.
You lose the rebounding.
There's nobody who can even come in and kind of mimic his role. Like you don't even need a guy to do his production. Like nobody's going to do Jamal Murray's production, but they can have guys that can at least mimic some of the things that he does. So it's not a complete change in everything that you're doing. So
ball handling, some shot making, it can be spread out throughout that team. And on top of that, too, you said it the best. Jokic does not care about scoring 25. He doesn't care. He provides confidence the best thing I think Jokic does is that he forces you to play single coverage on him. He makes everybody honest. You know what I mean? Just makes them a viable option, makes them a viable weapon. So then when he does get his moments, it's just always one-on-one. Most of the time, I always see Jokic just one-on-one. Even when they double him, it's like, do you really want to double that? Because he's going to pass it.
It's easy money at that point.
He's a willing passer.
You can't double team.
Willing. Like, he don't care if he scored 8 points. Like, he don't care what the fans say. Y'all can call him a choker, whatnot, or bro, he don't care. Like, that man would have been happy winning the NBA Finals if he averaged 6 points a game and 22 assists.
Yes.
He'd have been fine with it.
So, yeah, no doubt, bro. Like, he's the best player in the game.
Jokic, my dude.
Man. He's the best player in the game.
Jokic got his ring the right way, yeah.
And he wants you to double team him.
Bro, he won a ring.
That's my point.
Over the defense.
Yes, there you go. I think he accepts.
He's
going to make the right pass.
There is a right
better win that motherfucker however you can get it. That's what I say.
A ring's a ring.
So you saying Jordan? With that logic, did Jordan win the right way?
He must trade you.
Yes, Jordan win it the right way. Yeah.
Hey, look at Mikal Bridges. That motherfucker wanted to do it the right way. They traded him to get him. I
don't know why they would trade him. That was just stupid.
He was cooking after that too.
He keeps getting the ring. A team will put you in the trade package. You quick, fast, in a hurry, man. So you better.
That was just stupid. Why would they trade him? That was just dumb.
Hold up, Trey who? Yeah,
Mikal Bridges. I mean, I'm kind of happy they traded him to Brooklyn, so at least one of us got a chance of winning a ring. But still, it doesn't make sense to
Neither one of
trade
y'all
him.
got a chance to win shit, man.
So Knicks or Brooklyn doesn't have a chance?
Hell no.
Hell no, gang.
Knicks.
Hell no. It's
Okay.
over.
When we win, I don't want to hear nothing.
Hey, Lamont. Hey, Lamont. Low-key, Lamont. Bringing it.
I know for sure it's not.
Low-key, Lamont. Bringing it back to the topic of discussion, Lamont. Hey, if Ben Simmons turned into Jason Kidd, hey, they might have a chance with Mikal Bridges and Jason Kidd, bro. They might have a chance, Lamont. They might have a chance.
And we would have won in '94 had it not been for the choke job of John Starks.
Bro, you was right. Your hopes was riding on John Starks doing something right.
Go ahead, John Starks.
You needed Pat Ewing to eclipse a dub at least.
Bro,
hold on. So look,
John
there's another guy
Starks is
blaming
like,
this third
like
out.
Josh Hart, bro.
You blaming John Starks, not Travis.
2 for 19, 10 from 3.
He lost the playoff series with his second option,
Hey,
scoring
Foodie,
2
like you
40-point
said,
games.
he went out shooting. Just like with Ben
Yes,
Simmons.
he was aggressive. He was aggressive, but he still choked. Not
Gotta have that
Patrick Ewing
delusional
wasn't that much
confidence,
better.
bro.
Patrick Ewing wasn't that much better.
That man still slandering Starks for taking the shots.
Facts.
Man, John Starks had that delusional confidence.
At least he was aggressive, but still,
he was aggressively
Even if
missing.
Simmons was aggressively missing, exactly, you wouldn't give him credit for being aggressive.
Should've
Like,
just
we ain't gonna
passed
do
the ball
that.
to Ewing.
Bro, all Ben Simmons got to do is just don't give a damn about missing, bro. Like, clean up the mindset, bro.
Yeah, but he does. He
Just
does,
shoot
bro.
the ball.
He gives,
If you miss, you miss.
gives
Move
a
on to the
damn
next
about
play.
missing.
He should just run.
Do you feel
That's
like
the problem.
he's going to make a return, Lamar? Do you think that he's going to get back to his all team
I
defender?
think the only way Ben Simmons gets back to Ben Simmons form, he got to go to a damn good organization. I feel like with a Popovich or Steve Kerr,
right?
I feel like there's only a couple coaches in the league that can get him back right. But the best coaches in the league are just going to tell him to go out there. Okay, get back to doing what you used to do.
Popovich would lose patience.
No, he wouldn't. Hell no.
He would do wonders on.
Like imagine Ben Simmons with
Lamar.
Rihanna.
Lamar, you think Sam Cassell could help him out?
No, you just need a coach. You just need a coach that's willing to give him the ball back,
right,
and say, "You a fucking point guard. I don't care about you shooting the ball.
Right,
get back to being 2018 Ben Simmons.
Right.
Figure that shit out. Like I don't
I'm
care
trying
about.
to think of a player development guy that could really help him out.
Doc Rivers and Brett Brown kept saying, "We need you to shoot threes, shoot threes, shoot threes." So now this is in his head. So now every time he open at the perimeter, he ain't thinking about driving and dunking on a motherfucker.
Right.
He thinking about shoot. I shoot the.
You
three.
got to remove that mental block, bro. Like, he needs to come and destroy that rim. He's tripping.
I'm talking about there was a point in time when Ben Simmons used to drive into that lane and dunk on people. He would. You leave him open, he about to tomahawk this thing on you.
Well, of course, Phil Jackson
could.
Of course, Phil Jackson could do something, brother. Come on, man, that's the Zen master with all them candles in the locker room and all that Zen shit. Of course, he could do something. Shit. He was able to keep Dennis Rodman in check.
I think Steve Kerr could unlock that talent from him, man. I think get him. I think Steve Kerr get him.
Well,
right?
the reason why Steve Kerr can is because because Ben Simmons is a willing passer. When he know he got guys out there that he
yep.
And the people who play with Ben know I can stay ready because this dude is going to pass me the ball.
Find
the funnest
he
person
showed
that with
Trae Young
got to be on ball.
Guys that pass the ball are the funnest players to play with.
Mm-hmm.
He showed us that with Trae Young.
The Warriors have a system though, like Ben Simmons can't just be given the ball and said, "Hey, go run out offense and go get your own shots." Like he ain't gonna do that. Once upon a time, maybe.
Well, I think
Trae Young is a couple inches shorter than you. Do not gotta dunk on him.
I think
Ben Simmons on the Nuggets.
Nah, they gotta play.
Nah, too clogged up. Yeah, too clogged up.
You gotta put them. You got like that's the reason why I said the Warriors. Because if Draymond would have walked in the offseason, I said the Warriors, if they replace him with a guy like Ben Simmons, is like a cheap replacement. He's not Draymond, but he's the closest you're gonna get.
Yeah, fair point.
And
he's 40
you can't have
M's.
Draymond and Ben there. Not unless you bring him Ben off the bench.
And all those little short rolls, those are punches. You know what I mean? The way that Dre would get those little layups and stuff like that, and little alleys.
It could just be the injuries, right? It could just be the injuries. He's not athletically the same anymore. He can't get up like that. Like when the last time like Ben Simmons
He's
like
too
really
young for that though.
When the last time Ben Simmons dunked hard on the rim? Like I ain't seen that in a minute, bro.
Well, to be fair though, the back injury it does affect that your aggressiveness. If your back is,
I hear what you're saying, bro. But what is Ben Simmons? 25.
Oh yeah, a back injury is a back injury, bro. No matter how old you are, bro. Michael Porter Jr. had back problems.
Yeah, 3 back surgeries.
The difference between Porter Jr. is that he was with an organization that was super patient and said, "We don't care how long it takes for you to get ready. We ain't trading you. Take your time. Come back when you're healthy." And there was no pressure to come back and get to no certain level of expectation. Like, remember, there was a point in time where Michael Porter Jr. was supposed to be next up in the league. The Denver Nuggets didn't put that type of pressure on his head. They just said, "Come back and be you. Like whatever you got, the best you bring back we'll take it." And it worked. He had no fake pressure. He got better defensively, and he's good now.
As a coach, it's like you said, it's up to the coach to figure out, even if the players, as good the player does, and when the player's doing bad, how to fit everybody else around those players that you're trying to include. So I agree with you 100%. That's why I think Steve Kerr playing with Steph and Clay, I think that would maximize him to the 100th degree. In Brooklyn, I'm not too sure how that would work out. I know Jack Vaughn is saying that he's saying the right things, but I don't know if he's fully committed to Ben Simmons being that lead guard for them anymore. But I mean, I would try it out. You know what I mean? Like I think you would open up a lot of opportunities for those guys if you just say, "Yo, Ben, play your game," and they'll figure it out. I think it would help out Cam, even though he's a rhythm kind of shooter. He's not really a catch and shoot guy. But I think it would work out. I think eventually, like they would, like 20 games in, they will start clicking and rolling.
Where you putting Ben Simmons though in the lineup? Because they got Dinwiddie at the point.
I put him at the 4.
So you're gonna put Finney Smith on the bench?
You're never gonna get the most out of Ben Simmons if you don't put him at the point. He's been a point since what, middle school?
No, so what I mean by I put him at the 4, so like I'm talking about defensively. So for me, I would run the lineup of Cam, Mikal, Cam Johnson, Ben Simmons, and Claxton. But obviously, I would have the ball in Ben's hands more. You know what I mean? I would have Cam Thomas in the role of kind of like Maxey. You know what I mean?
Wait, Cam Thomas starting?
Yeah, Cam Thomas starting. So I will start Cam at the 1, Mikal at the 2, Cam Johnson at the 3, Ben Simmons at the 4, Claxton at the 5. But you know, throughout the game, Ben has the ball in his hand.
But are you just putting Ben Simmons at the 4 because he's big, or you put him at the 4 because
for the defensive purposes? Yeah, defensive purposes. But offensively,
but see, that's the thing. I don't believe you maximizing Ben Simmons if you just stick him at the 4 and you got somebody else running point, because offensively he's going to be back to being what you guys say he is a guy that can't.
Nah, he's saying offensively Ben Simmons is going to be on ball offensively.
You didn't hear me.
Yeah.
So
he said, what?
Did you use him in Miami? So for me, Cam Thomas would play a role
like a LeBron James kind of thing.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like he would play the role, and you see how James Harden has the ball in his hand? Yeah, you get what I'm saying. But defensively, you know what I mean? As far as like rebounding, things of that nature, I would have him at the 4.
What do you do with Dinwiddie?
A 6 man. What about Dorian Finney-Smith? That's y'all starting 4 now.
Oh yeah, he off the bench too, man.
I wouldn't. I mean,
those are starters, bro.
Starters.
So you think
Dorian Finney-Smith is a starter, bro.
They're borderline starters, bro. Don't
not borderline. Nah.
You think Dinwiddie's still a starter?
Smith could literally go to any team in this league.
Yeah, no, Finney Smith is a starter. That I could agree.
Yeah, but
Dinwiddie can go to. Hey, did you say Dinwiddie can go to any team in the league and start?
So is Cam Johnson a starter?
No, I don't know about all that.
Bro, he's starting over PJ Tucker at the 4.
Dinwiddie starts on like less than half the teams in the NBA, bro.
He's starting over PJ Tucker. He's starting over Patrick Williams.
He doesn't play the 3, man. He's a combo guard, bro. Don't put him at the 3 on any team.
Who?
Dinwiddie's a 2 guard.
Dinwiddie.
He's
bro, if you start on half the teams in the NBA,
not a small forward. We're putting Dinwiddie at a small forward.
Nah, that's a point. But Dinwiddie,
he's a point guard / shooting guard, man. He ain't no.
Yeah, combo. Yeah, combo. Yeah, at the wing, you know, you getting killed defensively. So you put him at the wing.
He getting killed defensively either way, bro. Like he ain't. Really
Damn, I forgot about Claxton too. I thought Claxton left.
Yeah, that's a 5 man right there.
He's still there. That's a 5.
No, yeah, he's the best.
So let me ask you a question.
He's a great shot blocker.
Hogged at that 4-5 spot.
I would ask you this: Would you start Finney Smith over Cam Johnson?
But hold on. But y'all see what I mean? You have to build around Ben Simmons to make it work. You can't just plug him on a team and just say go be Ben. He has to be built around.
No, that's a fair point. No, I agree.
He had his best seasons when the team focused on building around him. When they start focusing on building around Embiid, that's when they got trash. That's what. That's
why wouldn't they build around the best player?
What you want to build around your?
Okay, that's a fair.
It's like It's like building around Steve Nash. You build around your best playmaker.
That makes
Amari Stoudemire was the best player, but you build around your best playmaker.
Oh, Amari was the best player. Okay.
Hold on, what?
That's why I like Maxey though.
I always thought Steve Nash was the best player on the Suns.
He was the more. He was the most important and the most
controversial statement.
But I would say,
I ain't gonna lie, Steve. Steve Nash was nice, bro. Like he used to break brothers off.
Yeah, he was nice. He was nice, even though he got one questionable MVP. He was nice.
I think Amari's presence helped out Steve Nash's ability to create as well too. I think that consistent force in the inside. Remember, he was punching everything.
Yeah,
like
off vert instantly. Crazy. I'm talking about instantly, bro. Off the catch, he's punching that.
Hey, but look, here's Brandon's solution. Give Joel Embiid another superstar, which is something that every team in the league wants. 2 superstars, and they can win it all. I know it's much more
a superstar.
Oh yeah.
What?
Has that ever?
We've seen that in the Brooklyn Nets. We've seen that in Brooklyn.
So they can just even if they go get Damian Lillard, there's no guarantee they win.
That's the same thing. It's literally the same thing.
Especially in that simple.
Are they even the favorites to win if they get Dame?
No, Boston.
They might not be.
Hell yeah. Actually, no. No.
And then you have to go, what do you define as a superstar? Because I don't really think there's that many superstars in the league to begin with.
Is Devin Booker a superstar?
No.
What?
No, I don't have him.
Because if James Harden wasn't good enough, Ben Simmons or Jimmy Butler wasn't good enough, then who's good enough for you to win?
Bro, Devin Booker got beat by 40
Booker not a
2
superstar?
years ago.
I
would say a top 5 player in the NBA is a superstar.
I think he's a star with superstar.
I don't think there's any good star that
there's maybe 5 players in the league that are superstars.
I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a superstar.
I think what I've seen from like the conversation today about like the team constructions and all of this is that we put so much weight on the individual talent of players and not enough on like the system and how they actually work as a team, bro. And so like the whole squad as a whole and how they play together. Like James Harden, like Embiid has had talent his whole career in Philadelphia, man. Like he hasn't had bad teams. He hasn't had low quality talent. He's constantly had all-star level help his whole career, bro. So it's more about I'm not putting it on Embiid. I'm just saying like there's more to it than just more help at the end of the day, bro. Like,
well, you know what? A lot of it's right place at right time. James Harden's had some shitty luck with the teams he's ran into. That man's ran into the Warriors more times than anybody would want to.
That is true.
Yeah,
it's hard to win a championship, fellas.
Even in
Harden and Dame just couldn't get out the Warriors' way.
No, but really, if you think about it, in 2020, it was either the Rockets or the Lakers that were going to win it all.
Yep.
And he just ran into the Lakers at the wrong.
He had some series that he ain't have to deal with the Warriors though. I mean, we do gotta admit that one.
2020 was the break for everybody that nobody had to face the Warriors. 2020 was a good year.
They could have beat the Celtics this season, like it just didn't go down. Injuries, it's unlucky. It is what it is.
And then you have to add in for every player hiccups. Every player's gonna have them years where they don't win it, and so. If you exclude all the years that he played the Warriors, how many real shots did he get at winning it all? I mean, the Spurs were quiet, went out in the fourth. Okay, probably could have won that one, but every player has a few hiccups here and there. So he can't win them all. So it's just like
2019.
I don't think he gets an unfair shake. Like he was supposed to turn into Superman against that Warriors.
I mean, I don't know, man. Lost to OKC with no Russ. Then Dame. Then Dame sent him off.
Still had Kevin Durant
by 3 ball. They had KD though, but
the Warriors was looking shaky.
Pat Bev did his job as a mercenary, bro. That was a chance for James Harden to get back at OKC with no Russ.
KD was cooking Pat Bev, bro. Don't do that.
No. I'm talking about when Pat Bev hurt Russ.
Like,
right? Oh, okay. Okay.
My question is, if James Harden is a choker, then how do we describe players like Lillard? Lillard, Booker. How do we describe players? All the other guys in the league that haven't won shit either.
Dame is a choker.
I mean, Dame's getting double and triple teamed every night.
Dame's had a whole bunch of bad playoff performances where he shot trash.
Dame passed the first round.
Dame has had series where
they know if we take him out.
CJ was outperforming him.
Devin Booker's had bad closeout games as well in recent years after the
back-to-back.
How do we define a choker? Because is it just having a bad game? Because they all
losing to a better team.
Bill, he hasn't won shit in the league. We can go to a whole bunch of guards.
That's a fair question.
Hey, so Lamar, this question might answer the question. Do you think that a team loses to the better team every single time? Does the best team win a championship every year?
No.
So sometimes it's not. Okay.
No. Well,
circumstance definitely.
That's like a trick bag question because the NBA playoffs is designed for the best team to always win, and the team that we see on paper is the best team is not probably always the best team because our eyes trick us a lot.
Right.
So
Lamar, I'll be honest. I feel like Miami beat the Celtics. Celtics were the best team. I can be honest about that.
Well, Miami just looked like a better team when they played.
I think
that's the thing. More talent doesn't mean better.
More talent doesn't make it doesn't necessarily mean better. You know what I mean?
And I think that's what people were trying to tell Brandon. I don't know if Joel Embiid needs another superstar.
Exactly.
Or star.
Exactly.
I think
Joel Embiid needs.
It's hard to win in pro sports.
Better coach, really, a better coach, a better.
I think he needs the Jokic type of talent. I just think he needs a ton of role players around him that's willing to cater to him. He don't need anybody there with an ego around him because he needs a team around him that's happy with him doing the bulk of the load.
He had that though, like the early. That was a good team, early Philly, bro. Like when they had Rocco.
He didn't have it early because
Dario Saric.
Remember, they always talked about a battle between Ben and Embiid on whose team it was. And Ben thought it was his team for a while. Embiid thought it was his team. So it was always an internal battle from what I was hearing between them two. And this is why a lot of people said it would never work.
Despite Ben being the top or more of a draft pick than Embiid.
He says Butler, but Butler and Embiid they lost though, and Butler left on his own, so we never know. You could say they were good enough, but they got beat by Toronto.
Oh, it literally took a ridiculous shot from Kawhi Leonard to lose.
They got beat. How ridiculous it was! They lost.
Oh,
they didn't have enough time though.
That was prime Kawhi.
We can say Butler would have worked, but Butler hasn't won shit without Embiid. And Embiid hasn't won shit without Butler. They both haven't won anything. So how do we know if it was?
Butler went to the finals.
At least
you know what's weird though.
Butler went to the finals.
You know what's weird? That was a game 7.
To the finals. The Miami went to the finals.
That was a game 7, right? That Kawhi. So if the ball bounces the other way, are we saying that the roster was good enough? Like how do we measure that? It's not just one bounce makes them good enough. One bounce says not good enough.
We'd all be.
I don't think it's that.
I don't think just because you lose, it means that you weren't good enough.
You're better than that.
Facts. Just because you lose doesn't mean you weren't good enough. It just means, damn, crazy bounce, Kawhi. GG's, bro. Damn, peace out.
I just think losing.
And then he says Ben destroyed the spacing in the Philly series, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to put it on Ben. There's a lot of Philly had a ton of talent on the floor.
You got to put it on Ben.
And that's why I asked where would you? I mean, you already answered the question. Like, where would Ben Simmons thrive? You know what I mean? Regardless of his like lack of shooting, or he doesn't want to shoot, whatever the case may be. But like, what team do you think he would thrive in? That's competitive, that would get him to like a chance to be in the playoffs. And you said Golden State.
His game. Imagine a team. Let's say Draymond Green would have left and went to the Portland Trail Blazers.
Right.
And then Chauncey Billups said, "Hey, Draymond, we're going to stick you in this corner over here to be a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. So and be a 3-and-D guy. Because since you can defend, we're going to make you a
right.
I mean, come on, man. Like when you take away a play, you just taking away these players 100%. Going to a ward, taking away his M16. Just go. Just go into the ward, man.
Right. And you give him a plastic knife and you say, "You'll go figure it out."
just give him a whole new.
That a little Ruger.
Or you used to running around as a soldier on the ground, and you stick somebody in a fighter jet. Go fly this plane and go fight.
Crash out.
This upcoming season, expect a more angrier Giannis.
What was that?
I was saying, like, this upcoming season, expect a more angrier, revenge-riddled Giannis. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, he always gonna come on.
He needs to add some more skill. Otherwise, he's gonna keep getting charges called on him.
We don't need more. We don't need more anger. We need more skill.
He needs to get angry.
More finesse. A little more finesse.
More skill. Less anger. More skill.
Hit that Jordan.
Just hit
the free throw shots.
Floater. Back to the back game.
I left so many points on the free throw line, and it's the same thing with Giannis. You're leaving too much points on something that's supposed to be for free. Just hit them, bro.
Hey, look. This top 20 shit is kind of crazy from Brandon, bro. Like for example,
he wants Embiid to have another superstar or star next to him, but he sits there and spends all his time criticizing LeBron for playing with stars and super teams. Like, he's literally just mad at LeBron for finding the right help to win championships.
It's like did Steph Curry? Oh, go ahead.
He wants his team. He wants his Philly team to go get star after star just to finally get Joel Embiid a chip. Joel Embiid has some talent.
Great
I ain't gonna lie.
teams.
He played with a lot of talent for sure.
Just like Jason Tatum, like they've had great teams around him, bro. Like did Steph Curry have a top 20 player when he won his ring like 2 years ago? He didn't have no top 20 player. Let's call Wiggins a top 20.
Not even at that time.
He overrated.
No,
he was playing like one though.
He was playing.
He was playing like one, but he was not one.
No. Yeah,
so the system made him one. The team chemistry made him one. The coach made him one. Like that's what I mean.
Facts.
Fit is way more important than talent, bro. And so buying in, like Lamont been saying, great coaching that's actually going to make a player play above his potential, possibly, or at least not below it, is going to be major. Just like what were you saying? Go ahead, Constance.
No. I was gonna just say, like, you're right. Like, besides that, putting the confidence in those guys as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, putting confidence in the guy that's on the 14th bench, like always keeping them ready, always keeping them engaged and sharp. Like Mont said, like, if you spend, all right, same thing that we see the same thing that happens with Ayton. We see it throughout the league a lot of the times, right? If you put a player in the corner or you making and they running up and down the floor, just playing defense, they're not touching the ball, and then you give them the ball like last possession, like a high leverage moment, and they brick it. And you're like, yo, you suck. Bro, I didn't touch the ball in 20 straight possessions. I don't have no type of rhythm. And you come on.
Yeah, like PJ Tucker not scoring for like how many games in a row? That's kind of crazy, man.
What, about 10 maybe?
10 games is crazy.
I got a question for all y'all, right? So do you need that guy that puts the battery in everybody's back and gets everybody going, or like how does that work?
In regards to like coaching, like you talking about personnel?
No, in regards to getting the team to reach
like a leader,
certain potential they shouldn't actually be at, right? Like I almost feel like you need that leader. You need a guy that's gonna be like, no, we can actually reach that level. I feel like Jimmy Butler did that with the Heat. I'm just wondering what y'all think.
Why Jimmy Butler though?
Well, that's just the most recent example. But I'm just saying you can apply it to any
I don't even think Jimmy Butler was that guy on that team. It was
I was asking because with the Heat, I think it goes down more to Spoelstra because like if you're asking on
I'm not mad at that either. I'm not mad at that either.
Guys, I got a question.
Can't just be the coach, man. Need a guy that's in that locker room. UD and them boys, important guys. Don't play a minute.
I think Steph reached the next level. Like when he
I gotta give Spoelstra credit.
Only so much a coach could do to reach the team, bro. You gotta have buy-in from your most respected guys on the team, bro.
Players in the game.
You know what though? The time I knew Spoelstra was gonna be all right was when that motherfucker got up and checked the shit out of Jimmy Butler. Damn near fought that man.
That's true. I actually like that.
Because the other players see that shit. The
He
other
got
players
in his face.
Yeah.
I feel like, okay, get his ass. Because the other player probably hesitant to say something to Jimmy. That motherfucker
That's a good point.
about to smack that man with the clipboard.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that motherfucker called like
crazy. You're right, Mark. Because other players will see that and they're like, yo, hold on. You just gonna let him talk to you like that? Oh, hold on. They see the coach like he defend him. Oh, all right. We're gonna back you up now. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, same thing like you guys know that they used to say the same thing about Tim Duncan. he used to light up. Coach Pop used to light up Tim Duncan, and then everybody knew like, yo, if Tim Duncan is catching it, shit, you know what I mean? Like we all gonna catch it. So it serves a purpose.
Oh, whoa, that's a crazy statement by Brandon, bro. Hey, this such a generalization of a statement that kind of disregards the whole conversation we've been having today, bro. That's crazy. The whole nuance of basketball, the subtlety of slight changes that affect teams. And we're talking about taking away the best player on a team and putting another guy in, and it's just going to work the same. Is kind of crazy. That's kind of
bro. You know he's trolling, right?
See, Lamar's been using ChatGPT, and now it came
on that Denver roster.
Yeah, facts, bro. Buddy's ChatGPT.
Bro, that's a whole different team, bro.
They don't beat the Lakers. I don't even think they get past the Lakers if it's just Embiid.
100%.
If Embiid is on the Nuggets, they don't get past the Timberwolves.
You confident that the Lakers would beat the Nuggets with Embiid?
Yes, it'd have been a different team.
They would be a good team, but they're not the same team.
They wouldn't
You replace Joker with
just Bam up the bio.
Is what y'all talking about?
You see, here's the thing. If you put Embiid on Denver, now all the double teams work now. You know what I mean? The guy can't pass out of double teams consistently. You know, he's a turnover machine under pressure. So you replace Embiid with Jokic. I don't know how far that team goes.
Embiid just got to work on his.
He doesn't run the floor like Jokic, so they're not a great transition team like they were the whole season.
Exactly,
what are you doing, man?
exactly. Yeah,
they lose.
The Lakers got destroyed by the Nuggets transition offense, bro. We got this, man.
I mean, we saw Jokic.
Hold on, Brandon. I want you to go simulate it on 2K. Tell me the results, man.
Jokic is too good, bro.
I mean, you saw Jokic running down the court, like, you know what I mean, trying to establish position early on, like, and it goes to Mon's point that Embiid was not doing that, like, and that's why you had to. It would have been better if they reverted to the pistol offense that would cater to that trailing lazy. You know what I mean, like. You know what I mean?
Anybody seen
like,
Luka lately?
When he threat with the ball, he can just threat with the ball, and then he can look over.
Who, Luka?
Isn't Luka playing the Team USA?
Luka gonna cook next year.
Yeah, he's extra slim.
That motherfucker walking around looking like Giannis now.
Oh, is he buff? What is he? Is he buff?
Oh, he's buff. I thought he lost weight.
This decade is going to be the decade of the international players.
He on the PEDs, Lamar? He got some PEDs?
The international players are going to win to the chips this decade. Watch.
And his muzzle, he's shredded. He's more shredded now.
Oh, yeah, he got cut up.
He lost weight. He didn't
got
gain
human growth hormones. He got,
nah. Come on.
Yeah, the international players are taking over.
Well, you said he's on that Giannis diet. Oh, he's on that Giannis nutritional diet. Okay, I see you. Enhancements.
That man, I think what he did was he cut out alcohol. I think he drank. That's what I was.
Oh yeah, he be smoking on that hookah. You know, he be living that life, man.
Yeah, that part. How you know?
When I seen he was out here in Phoenix before a game at the goddamn at the what do you call it, the sandbar right before the game. I was like, oh shit. Speaking of look, by yourself, no security, just there.
Oh man. So you already know what time he's on. You already know what type of time he's on. Nobody there to control him. Nah, I'm here.
This ain't after the game, y'all. This is before the game. This is like one of them.
That's crazy.
These are the mid-afternoon beers.
How do you think the Mavs are gonna do this year? Like in terms of that, because same thing with their offense. A lot of people were saying, there's a lot of redundancy in the offense, which I disagree. I think when Kyrie got there was a lot of differences in the offense. A lot of people were giving Jason Kidd some flack. So how do you think Jason Kidd's let me ask two-part question. What was your last year's impression of Jason Kidd, right? And his coaching, and then what do you think is gonna happen this year with the full training camp and things like that?
He'll be all right.
Okay.
Jason Kidd, probably one of the best offensive minds in the game, man. He used to be trash, but now he's elite offensively.
Right.
And I told people I didn't expect much from Dallas after the trade, but I said you give them a whole offseason to figure some shit out and go look at film. I said if Kyrie stays healthy, they're gonna be a problem.
I think the only missing piece is your center.
And that was proved to be a problem for that super team.
You said who?
I said, and Dallas actually turned out to be a problem for that super team. Yes.
What super? What are you talking about?
You talking about Phoenix?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the 2011 finals. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my!
Oh, y'all talking about something different?
We're talking about today, bro. We're talking about today.
Okay.
I heard Dallas fans saying they knew their
I thought
team
y'all was
would
talking
win.
about the old school Dallas.
LeBron hate, bro.
Okay, got you.
Couldn't
Got
resist.
you.
When was the
Gotcha.
last
It's
time
over. Got you.
they go in the playoffs?
LeBron
You
hate.
gotta send for a LeBron jersey or something, man. God damn. People better think about LeBron.
But I'm with you, man. I think if Kyrie stays healthy, they can make some noise. I just hope that Luke. I'm curious to see what part on the floor is Luka gonna operate. Is he gonna make any changes with his off ball because he's kind of stagnant with that? I just hope that there's a little bit of improvement on that. He kind of moves around a little bit more. And I agree. I think they do need a center to kind of fill it out. If I was them, I would kind of see if I could go after Capella. And see if I can make a move for him because I think they're lacking starting center. I think Derek Lively's cool, but he's still a rookie.
If they get Capella, they're probably gonna have to do something like Josh Green.
I don't want to give up Josh Green though. That's the thing.
They'll probably give up Tim Hardaway and make the money work.
Oh yeah. Pack that up. Yeah, you're out of here, buddy.
Yeah,
Tim,
I mean,
Tim could shoot though. Tim could actually.
Yeah, Tim could shoot, but you still got Josh Green, and now they got Seth. So they're gonna have shooters, and you gotta sacrifice. Hey, I'm sacrificing for that big man.
They're heavy offensively.
Y'all keep talking about that shooting. You talk about all these players that shoot, and that shoot ain't got these motherfuckers nowhere in the playoffs. Y'all
freaky shooting, man.
Get Ben Simmons somewhere.
In the playoffs, a team is gonna need defenders and shooters.
We acting like shooting ain't gonna be spacing and shooting ain't important. Even just the threat of shooting.
That too, and good playmaking.
No, it's good, but when people try to just say shooting with Ben Simmons, we know that shooting alone ain't getting none of these teams through the playoffs.
It's fair.
Oh, for sure.
That's
even
my
the elite
concerns with the Suns, Lamont. That's my concerns with the Suns. They just don't have any defense.
They got some defenders on there.
Not really. If
they
you
got
think
a couple, bro, but not really.
They just on the bench.
Score
That's the
130
problem.
points a night to win.
The Suns now mostly got offense.
If one of their guys goes down, forget it.
Well, that's what I said. Let's see if they decide to fully commit to defense because you have no choice. You don't have the personnel to just say let's just throw all our defenders out and just rely on that. No, you guys are gonna have to. Somebody gonna have to lock up Bradley Beal. It might have to be you because you already know KD. He gonna help on the backside.
Low key,
he's up on the rebound.
I think low key they might. I think
y'all
they
jacking
got
this a
Bates
super
Diop.
team?
Bates Diop is a solid pickup for them. Ball low key, I think is going to do some impressive.
A lot of
and
people
be a
don't think
piece.
he's going to do anything. They think like
I think he's going to be in the rotation.
So y'all don't think the Suns are a super team?
No, I don't.
You know what we saw from the Denver Nuggets. If you don't have a good defensive team, all you need is size to make up for it. So if they just go super big, I think that will solve a lot of things, man. You just go super big, KD at the 3, ball at the 4, DeAndre at the 5.
I don't get the ball hype. I really don't get it.
I mean,
yeah, I don't think that that he beats out Eubanks.
I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all need to watch out for Bobo. I'm gonna tell you right now, Bobo is on a contract year, and this man, if he don't get it done this year, he's out the league.
He's out.
Yeah, he's done.
These guys,
yes,
like Gabe Vincent and some of these guys facing their careers is on the line. But I'm telling you, people manufacture. Look at Malik Monk. That motherfucker finally found a way to get his career together.
Yep.
Bobo's gonna be another Taco Fall
level. Is that championship level? Because they got like 2 years.
I think he's
Bobo had a career year last year, bro. Like he didn't play bad last year for
he didn't. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was just a long jam at 5.
When he was starting, he played well.
They got a 2-year window, bro.
Are you basing what you just said? Do you base it off before the All-Star break or after?
For Bobo?
Yeah.
Probably before.
Oh yeah, when he was starting. So when Wendell Carter Jr. was injured, like he was starting and he was putting up solid numbers, bro. Like blocks,
I'm
steals,
trying to see how
rebounding at a high level, scoring.
Because he can't play the 3. He'll get the Suns get cooked.
Oh, he can play the 4. You put KD at the 3.
Yeah, but
because you're not a great defensive team, you might as well just go big and just have size and just try and make it hard just on the size alone and see what happens.
Yeah,
DeAndre Ayton's got to be a really good help side defender. And Ball's a solid shot blocker, so you see what happens. Huh?
He has the
Okogie's a good defender over there for them. Okogie.
Yeah,
he's physical on ball.
Offensive liability, but yeah, he's solid. He's solid.
I disagree with Okogie being an offensive liability.
Yeah, like he can hit the 3-ball. You know, he improved.
I think he just needs. I think you gotta include him in, like Mon said. There's things where you got to keep those guys engaged, so that way they don't just have these cold spots and cold zones. You know what I mean? Like, and then he's one of those guys. And it's like same thing like Amon Shumpert and those type of guys. Like they probably like they have the ball in their hand. They were in certain situations, and now you're relegating to just 3-and-D. That changes their whole game and how they approach it. So they're gonna be even more hot and cold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if we got time to incorporate Okogie into the offense and all that, bro. Like, yeah, they got it or you don't. So I'm not saying incorporate him. I'm just saying like just keep him involved, like keep him engaged. You know, that doesn't mean keep him involved, Aiden involved. Beal.
Okogie's gonna spot up and eat off of the action that Bill and Booker and KD draws. You know,
that's why I like Ball. Because you create mismatches all over the court. You got 3 7-footers, you know, on the court. Like I like that. I want to see what that looked like on the court. You know, if I'm the coach, I'm trying that out and seeing what that looked like at the very least.
I'm just interested to see what Victor Wembanyama is going to do this season.
That will be interesting too. Hey Lamar, you like the Lakers re-up of Anthony Davis and LeBron possibly being for the first time in his career the certified second option on the LA Lakers?
Hey, you got to with the new CBA in place. You better lock your players up.
Are we going to see a regression of LeBron James as second option?
LeBron, be a lot of high contracts, low
but
contracts.
LeBron don't care. See, LeBron knows that even as a playmaker, he can look like the number one. LeBron don't have to average. Like AD's going to potentially average more points, but LeBron, he's so good at everything all around.
Right.
He has an imprint on even how AD scores his points. So even when AD scores, it just looks like an assist from LeBron most of the time. I don't.
So you're saying he don't have the average 30? That's what you're saying.
No way. LeBron chose to average 30 to keep it a band. Like he chose that.
LeBron could average 30 if he want, but the team would be he would be forcing it.
Right.
I can see your point. I can see.
I think they don't even need him. Like that's the thing about it. Like they actually do need Anthony Davis to step up in that range, and they don't need LeBron to do anything past than what he's doing right now. To be honest with you, they don't need.
I don't think they need Anthony Davis to step up. I think they need the role players to step up.
Shit, they good now. If Rui Hachimura and Austin Reeves keep shooting close to 40% from the three.
Japanese mellow, man. That's Japanese mellow right there, boy.
Y'all got to think they still got Vincent and they still got D'Lo. I didn't think that would even happen, bro. They deep.
Right? Yeah, because AD scoring is in at that level. Like,
yeah, we picked up Taurean Prince, Cam Reddish as well. Like it's just
bro, that Cam Reddish pickup is about to be crazy.
You think he's gonna get some burn? I think he's gonna get burn.
Yeah.
They got no choice. They got no choice.
Did you see that man in Portland?
He's gonna have to earn it.
Yeah, no, trust me. I was watching him. I was watching him.
He got some talent.
Yeah, he got some talent.
They playing Taurean Prince before they play Cam Reddish, bro.
I think they're gonna go with Taurean Prince first, but then I think they're gonna give Cam some minutes. And I think he got no choice but to shine, boy.
Taurean Prince is like a 3.
Is Troy Brown still on the roster?
No way.
Oh no, we packed him up.
He shouldn't be. I don't even know why he was there. Jesus Christ. Is there for one of the things that I did notice though is that they drafted a guy, like in my opinion, that's the right-handed version of D'Lo, and then to sign D'Lo again, like Shafino, I'm like, yo, like, what was the point of that to me? Like, I feel like
bro.
Shafino is not like D'Lo.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, you like Shafino? Man, he didn't look that nice in summer league, bro. He didn't look that nice. Like,
summer league,
undersized point guard.
The summer league makes the bums look nice, and the good players really.
Okay. But undersized point guards, you like that in the new NBA? Undersized.
He's 6'6". Africa. What you mean undersized? Huh? He's 6'6", bro.
Nah, he looks smaller than 6'6", bro.
Nah, who Shafino got size, bro?
Nah, he's not no little point guard, bro.
I think he's like 6'4", 6'3".
6'5". He like 6'5".
6'6". I don't know if he's 6'6".
6'6" is crazy. I didn't. He doesn't.
That kid could play, bro. Like that's a good pickup by y'all, man. Like
so that's what I'm asking. Let me. I'm gonna ask, Lamar. What do you see that's different than D'Lo? Because I do see a right-handed D'Lo. So what do you see different?
I kind of look at him as more of a. I'm trying to think of a comparison.
Because they're kind of like they maintain in the mid range. They have good body control.
But he
kind of good live ball passing.
I think he can be more of a because he's a physical guard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think.
Because he has like short bursts of quickness, but he's not really.
I mean, I don't know. He reminds me of
he ain't that fast, bro.
What's dude from Boston that got hurt and they canceled the trade?
Brogdon, you're right.
Malcolm Brogdon.
Yeah,
because he could play defense too now.
But can he shoot like that though? Because I'm watching him.
He average college 3-point shooter.
You know what I mean?
He was average.
Yeah,
he was average. Man, I would have liked the Lakers to pick up that Cam Whitmore dude that went to Houston, bro. That's the one I would have liked.
For what though?
Huh? For what?
But why? So the Lakers
defense. He a better defender. He a better defender. That adds to our wing defense.
We don't know who's a better defender coming out of college.
Most college defense
don't even translate. There's only really one player in like the last 5 years whose defense translates. Couple, I think Evan Mobley, and then you got Davion Mitchell. Other than that, ain't really nobody really translated like we thought.
I saw Cam Whitmore locking up the summer league though. He got like 7 skills in the game.
I think Chet's defense will translate though.
I think Prosper. I think Olivier Max Prosper. I think his defense might be able to translate.
Yeah, it could.
Hendricks. I think Hendricks' defense might translate too. Taylor Hendricks. I think it might translate too.
Who's the steal of the draft before we get out of here?
Should trade.
Who's your steal of the draft?
Steal of the draft.
It's a good question, bro. So still can't be top 10, right? It got to be like later.
Yeah, probably Cam Whitmore is probably the steal of the draft to me, man. That was the one.
I'll go East Coast, West Coast. I'll do East Coast, Jordan Walsh on Boston. I think he's gonna help out Boston a lot in their push in the playoffs. I think that's gonna be a big steal for them. And Utah, I think they got a budding star in Keontae George. I think he's going to
Keontae George.
Yeah.
And not Laurie Marketing. Right? What about the marketing dude?
Bro, that's not a steal from the draft, though. What you mean?
No, we're talking about draft.
Oh,
from the draft.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Imani Bates might be made better than expected as well. Imani Bates.
I got Imani Bates in the East, and I got Trace Jackson Davis in the West for the Golden State.
Okay, I'm not mad at that.
I think he's ready to play today. Like I feel like
right
he
now.
Can play right. Yeah.
I got the Spurs Sissoko. That guy defensively, he looks versatile. Like he looks like someone that can guard like 1 to 4.
That's a fair point. I see that. I know.
I think when is Cade Cunningham gonna develop into a superstar?
I mean, it takes time, man. But the kid's a hell of a player, man.
I get it, but he is the number 1 draft pick after all. Come on.
I think he'll have.
He's actually been playing really good too.
Yeah.
Well, he's been cooking the USA runs, man. Yeah, he's been cooking that.
But that's like cheese. He's going against Jalen Brunson. That's like cheese, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. That's like cheese.
Hey, don't disrespect Brunson.
No. Trust me. I've been a fan of him since he was the backup for point. Since Villanova, I've been rocking with him.
I don't know how true it is, but about Bronny James.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing it's a very high potential he could be back playing because I think and this is not official or nothing, but I heard that the cardiac arrest was stemmed by extremely low potassium levels, which is working out a shit ton.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope he could get back.
Yeah, man, you should have that nutrition on point. Come on now, you LeBron James, son. Now, extremely low potassium levels.
Yeah, but potassium levels is not something that
I was surprised when it happened.
It's not something that you can check or you can feel. I mean, in everybody's bodies
react
expend
differently.
potassium at different rates. So you can drink 20 Gatorades and you just still. Some people sweat more than others and all.
Yeah,
that.
he must have been going hard on training, man. Like,
man. He's trying to live up to that game, bro.
He'll be back on the court sooner than later, but I think they're going to play it caution. They're going to play it safe anyway, and I feel like he's done for the whole season, man. After something like that,
I think so too.
Because USC does not want to be on the hook.
There are players that have come back, right?
Oh boy,
there are players that have come back. Like Jeff Green's still playing after his open heart surgery.
So never get another recruit to USC.
Yeah, they'll put USC in that West Coast Conference with San Fran and Gonzaga.
You're out of here, buddy. You're out of here. Y'all about to be in the NIT forever.
I hope that was the case, though. I hope it really was just low potassium.
Yeah, man. That's tough.
If it is, man. You think? I just hope that he's not putting a lot of pressure on himself. You know what I mean? Like that may cause him. Sometimes kids they want to get to it and they may overwork themselves. You know what I mean? I just hope that he kind of puts everything to perspective. Like, yo, dog, you straight regardless. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't put pressure on yourself.
Do you think kids care about that? Did you put anything in perspective when you was 19?
Nah, I definitely did it. I definitely did.
That motherfucker want to hoop, man.
Right,
they want to hoop.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point.
I had a guy on my team last year had a heart issue. And he didn't go into cardiac arrest, but I know 2 years ago after the game, he was like, man, his chest was hurting. He was having a whole bunch of funny symptoms. We sent him to the hospital. And the next thing you know, he at the hospital for the next 2 weeks. I'm like, what the fuck? This is my best player, too. He had to miss the rest of that season. He came back last season, but he still had symptoms. That man will come to practice. The doctors cleared him, but he would come to practice. Look like he was dying. He'd be like, I'm going to hoop till I die. I'm like, man, don't say that shit like that.
Yeah, like
when you're young like that. When you're young like that, I promise
you. Yeah,
he was saying that shit. I'm like, bro.
You're kind of holding him back. You're kind of going easy on him and stuff.
I be trying, but he was so nice. Like he'd be mad. Like when I took him out of games, he'd be pissed because he was nice.
Right.
And
that's crazy.
But he wanted to be out there.
And this is your PG. This is the one that you was running the offense for.
No. This is my wing. My point guard. No.
Okay,
he was he kind of reminded me of. He's like almost as like Zion type of player. Like he bullied everybody. He just bullied you. He got wherever he wanted.
Every way to the floor. There's something about that too, man. Like, the guys that are able without like having to shoot that much, but they could just wherever they feel like it, they just walk into the, you know what I mean? They walk here, I'm here. That's the tough thing to find. You know how hard it is for people to get to
every rebound. I don't know how he did it. That motherfucker grabbed rebounds like a motherfucker.
True.
He had good touch around the rim, but he could not shoot a lick. He had that Ben Simmons.
Sheesh. You think I got a question for you, man. Speaking of the young guns, do you think that OKC makes their playoff berth?
Yep.
Okay. What seed do you have them in potentially?
I mean, if all goes well, if Shea takes the next leaf, if Chet is good as advertised, because I expect him to be rookie of the year, man, you talking the top 6.
Yep. Probably, yeah. I agree.
Rookie of the year over Wembanyama.
5 or 6.
Yeah, I got him a rookie.
Yeah.
Man, it's
just think about
it.
He had that whole year, already.
Yeah, something about them guys that hang around the NBA for a year and they can come back and still be.
Oh, that Ben Simmons rookie of the year. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the Blake Griffin as well. Yep.
Exactly. He just
crazy.
He sees the pace of the game, like he saw everything that all the rookies haven't seen. So he knows what to expect, the pace.
He been stacking that paper. Like he kind of rich now. He kind of
he didn't adapt to the lifestyle.
He had a whole year with training.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Facts. Whole year with training on that body. Vic. Facts. Vic probably year 2 away with that. That physicality. I got to see it.
He play like he mad too. He play like he mad.
He does. He does have that.
Yeah, he be pinning guys shit on the glass.
So, a question about Vic. As a coach, right? How would you go about it in terms of like, his first? Let's say I don't want to go too far, but his first 2 years in the league, like what would be like your philosophy with him? Like as far as like development, do you just throw him into the fire every challenge? Like if you go against Embiid, go against Jokic, things of that nature.
Who are you talking about, Victor?
Yeah, for Victor.
We load managing.
Bro, if I'm the Spurs, bro, I would have went into immediate fucking stack talent mode. Bro, I might get through this year, but you can't just let him be fooled because he's just right now he's gonna be fooled for NBA teams. They don't have enough talent around him to hold the dogs back. Like all teams is gonna be they're gonna try to clamp him, doubles, triples. They're gonna be trying to throw stuff at him to confuse him. And what you who you got to help him out over there? Zach Collins, like I can.
No, they got Devin Vassell. Devin Vassell. What you mean, man?
Devin Vassell is not about to stop this beat down.
Hey, he underrated, man. He
underrated, man. That kid,
Devin Vassell is the best player on that team.
Bro. Outside of, he's not.
Yeah, he better than Keldon Johnson. Like everyone behind him.
I don't know about that, Africa.
Oh yes, he is, bro. Come on.
Yeah, he's better. He's definitely better than Keldon.
Unless Keldon
definitely better than Keldon
level leap, bro. They about to send the whole house at Victor Wembanyama.
No, Devin Vassell's gonna be the guy that takes the All-Star level leap.
If I'm an NBA team and you just throwing Devin Vassell out there as the answer, bro, that motherfucker shoot 25, 30 times a game.
I know. If he does that, he might average 30 points, 35 points.
Devin Vassell can play, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you playing in San Antonio, what's gonna get the crowd going crazier? If Victor Wembanyama start dunking and dropping threes and fadeaways, or if Devin Vassell starts making a few shots?
Well, shit.
Why can't they both be making shots? Obviously, we know it's Wembanyama, but why can't they both be making shots? Playing a nice two-man game out there,
man.
Sochan.
Yeah.
Sochan gonna be all right too. Fake Dennis Rodman gonna be all right too.
Just blitz,
them dudes can have it, bro. Victor ain't beating.
They're gonna give.
These are grown men, man. These are grown men. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Malachi Branham's gonna take a step. Hey man, Spurs gonna be okay, man.
Yeah, there's that Champagne guy that was looking nice in the summer league.
Hey, Champagne's underrated a little bit, man. He keep producing every time I see him.
Lamont wasn't watching the summer league, so he ain't really been put on,
bro. I was watching the last 15 games of the regular season, bro.
Because 99% of the summer league, you know where them dudes go? They go to the Big Three. They go to the
Big Three.
Nah,
Hezzy God is cooking the Big Three, bro. I've been watching that. That's kind of crazy, man.
They go to the C-Fans. They go to Jamal Crawford's joint. They out here.
Nah, Champagne straight,
you
though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
YMCA.
Champagne looks nice. Champagne looks nice, man.
Don't do that, man. The Spurs is not.
Wisdom put on. See, we see the up and coming guys, and the potential. We see.
Man, the summer league don't show you nothing.
Nah, but I saw Champagne because. Remember, like the last 15, 20 games of the regular season, he was starting for the Spurs though.
He dunked on some dude working at Lowe's.
Yeah, but like he was starting for the Spurs. Last couple of games of the season, 15 games of the season.
Don't do that.
That's what I'm saying. So your starting lineup, Jose. Who's your starting lineup? Zach Collins, Victor.
Nah. Whatchamacallit? All right, so they got Trey Jones at the point. Trey Jones at the point, Devin Vassell at the 2, Keldon at the 3. Then they got the fake Dennis Rodman at the 4, and I think Victor at the 5.
Sochan,
Sochan, which is straight. He good, and they go put Vic at the 5.
Defensive forward. About to get beat by 35 points every game.
That's the fake Dennis Rodman, man. What's up with you, man? That's the fake Dennis Rodman, man. He gonna lock it.
Hey, honestly, that's a solid young starting 5, bro. They're gonna be bad, but they gonna be a lot of potential in that bad. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna show a lot of potential. It's gonna be solid.
No, OKC is a solid young core. San Antonio is in trouble.
No. Yeah. San Antonio is going to be better than Portland. I know that. They're going to be better than Portland.
Let me ask you this, real quick.
Yeah, Portland was never nobody was worried about. So.
Africa, let's bet 50 push-ups on camera.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that.
No. Let's up the stakes. Let's bet 300 push-ups on camera.
300 push-ups. Yeah. The clause is that with the assumption that Damian Lillard gets traded from the Portland Trailblazers, and we good. That's the assumption.
Hold on, with or without Dame?
No. With Dame, they're gonna be better than the San Antonio Spurs.
No, well, that's what I said. Okay, without Dame, we'll do it without Dame.
Yeah, without Dame, the Spurs will have more winning games than the Portland Trailblazers.
With Jeremy Sochan, did y'all see that man play?
Yo,
he's okay, bro.
Defensive forward, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, he's pretty solid.
Y'all boosting Sochan, but y'all calling Ben Simmons trash. This man is horrible.
He was a rookie in his sophomore season, bro. Come on, man.
He don't got the same responsibilities
And he got the flamboyant.
Roles. You were talking about roles, right? It wasn't his role to be high volume scorer and all that.
And Pop is gonna listen. You said it's about coaching, man. He's gonna put them in the right spots. You know what I'm saying? He'll keep them involved.
He was actually playing good in the last month of when they were tanking.
So look, at GCU on our club program, we got 5 teams, right?
Okay.
Our bottom team, bro, you could send Phil Jackson to go coaching.
I can't do shit.
Them motherfuckers is getting beat by 60 every game.
Oh, really?
Bro, no. Bro,
they're gonna be more efficient though. While they lose, they're gonna be more efficient. They're gonna play better defense. They're gonna be better losers. They're gonna be better losers eventually.
I got them. They're gonna develop good habits. They're gonna develop good habits.
Exactly. Become better losers, bro.
You see that problem that you got with your A team where they don't move the ball. Now you don't gonna have that problem with your 5 team. Your 5 team, they're gonna move the ball. They go,
bro, that's the problem. No, with the 5th team, they had a problem with bro.
They moved the team.
Hold on,
Lamar the type of coach, right?
Let me show you the score when we played him because we played him in a
context. Lamar the type of coach where he want to set squad. He don't want to teach the team the fundamentals and grow them from the ground up. He want to walk in with the gunners that are already balling, that already been showing the foundation of the game, got the handle, got the jumper, got it all. And he just want to.
Who y'all got coming back, Lamont? For GCU is Chance and them boys coming back. Ray and
Texas Tech.
He went to Texas. Oh, damn. Hey, man.
Low key, Lamont, you would have lost faith in Ben Simmons a long time ago, bro. Don't even do that. That's
boy, Chance went to Texas Tech on them boys. That's crazy.
Hold on. Yeah, Chance went out.
He's I don't know, man.
But y'all still got Gabe,
your coaching comp is looking very Doc Rivers-ish. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Where's it at?
Do you recruit the players as well, Lamont, or is that outside of your?
Check this out. You see this right here?
Jesus Christ.
70-18.
70-18. I mean, did y'all have the the running clock?
Yeah, that was running clock. That was running clock.
Playing.
Wow.
Is Grand Canyon meant to be a good school? Obviously, they're the school.
No, that's just our.
Oh, that was you. That was your team. Oh, my bad. That's the other one.
Oh, wow.
And we played our 4th team.
Wait.
Okay. That's
Grand Canyon.
I got you. There's level to the talent.
Grand Canyon, Adriano, and Grand Canyon.
Hey, do you recruit the players as well?
That's just the name of the coach.
Oh, you got scouts.
Oh, okay.
Moonroe and Adriano. That's the name of the lower team coaches.
Okay.
They weren't bad though. They just, like I said, it's just skill difference, man. It's just like I said, sometimes it don't matter. And I was trying to tell the coaches there, like, because the coach, like they're student coaches on those bottom teams, and I'm really trying to teach them, like, sometimes you just got to be reserved to the fact that the results going to be the results. So certain things you just got to work on as far as getting better, development, seeing improvement, and just as far as what you see on the court, that it ain't really much you can do to change that, because a lot of these players got so many bad habits ingrained that you're really trying to spend the majority of your practice time trying to get rid of bad habits. I tell my guys, stop playing pickup ball immediately.
You coaching the other team as well? That's crazy.
I've heard that before. I've heard a lot of ex-players and coaches, they say like sometimes they stop playing like pickup ball, and they just develop on the skills, and you know what I mean, because they're not getting the same teaching that, or like the same things that they need to learn, like the correct habit, like you said, the correct habits. They're not learning that. I think T-Mac talked about it. Jason Richardson talked about it. There's a lot of players that did talk about this, so that's a fair point.
But this season pissed me off, man.
I mean, your record wasn't that crazy though. Your record was pretty good.
Hey, what's the type of player? Do you have like a type of player that you like to see walk into the organization, like two-way player or offensive talent over defensive talent? Like, what you look at?
So right here, this was our sniper. He was a shooter only.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he was allergic to defense, but man, that man could shoot. This is our point.
Oh, so you like your shooters? Okay, yeah, he got a tendency.
Oh yeah, this dude right here, Mace. He didn't come out the game. You ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Hey, so you're taking elite shooting and no defense. You taking that? That's okay. Okay. No, I'm just sussing your style out. It ain't it's just interesting.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find a replacement for Mason though.
No, yeah, we actually got one. We got a freshman coming in. He led the state of Arizona in 3-pointers.
Okay.
So we got to replace. This is our point guard. The D1 team took him.
You play like a 5-out offense or a 4-out, 1-in offense?
No, we do a mixture of continuity sets like horn sets, and then we did have a 4-out 1-in set, but I'm switching that up. I'm going to a 5-out set. It's called continuous Spain with Spain pick and rolls. I'm gonna switch to that just so we can get ball moving a little bit more because that's 4 corner set that I run.
Screening the screener and all that.
He's good. I hope he comes back. He's gonna be back. He was really good. This is my best defender right here. They motherfucker pick you up full court.
Okay.
6-foot defender.
This is dude with the heart issues. Yeah, no, but he played like he was 6'3". Hakim, he was our wing. He was good. This dude had to lead a team. He went overseas to play right here. He was our best player probably.
Oh,
he just signed to go overseas.
What was his play style like?
Bro.
Everything.
Bro, he was this man played almost like a robot. I ain't gonna lie. Like textbook, everything,
fundamentally sound like to the T.
Bro, the jumper, elbow, everything aligned. But man, when he got cooked, when he got hot, it was hard to stop him. He was probably this guy right here. The crazy thing is, he was probably our best player. And he only lasted half the season. Because man, oh man, he just had a head case type of guy. We had to kick him off the team. But he was at the University of South Carolina. He came to us. So he actually was with us. Then he got an offer after when we went to the national championship game to play at South Carolina. Didn't work out over the summers and trouble. And then he ended up coming back to us this year, but he was out of shape, just wasn't ready to go. It didn't work, man.
Jeez.
And this was our big man and a good old Ezra, man. We got to work with him, man.
Oh, dang.
We'll work with him. We'll get him right. Dude, you know what I'm gonna do with him? I'm gonna move him from the post. He's 6'6". I'm gonna have him playing the wing. I'm gonna make him a guard.
Make him more.
So y'all not the biggest team. Are y'all like a fast team? You got more athleticism and speed? And
no, we fast. I tell everybody that. Like every time somebody plays us, they be like, "Damn, y'all fast."
See that context? I see the heights. I already sussed this team out. See, we gonna beat you with size though. We gonna beat you with size. We're gonna beat you with physicality. That's the weakness of your team. Physicality, size, and we gonna beat you up inside, bro. Layups all day. That's what we do, man.
Hold on.
I'm bringing my Sudanese, Wenyan Gabriel's up in here. You know what I mean? Chimezi Metu.
I'm gonna tell you who tried that. I'm gonna tell you all the teams that tried that size on it.
Okay.
This school right here, they had 2 7-footers. I want you to look at this.
Yeah, but they probably had weak ball handling, and y'all was pressing.
We made the ball handling look weak.
Oh, yeah, I know. You probably turned them over.
Now this team right here, this game was some bullshit. This is a game I wish I had on film. Let me tell y'all how this game ended, where we lost by 1 fucking point. Check this shit out, bro. This is now, mind you, if y'all ever Google Bella Vista, Google their national team, one of the best like prep schools in the country. They come in with all they D1 guys. Goddamn, I'm thinking, damn, we in trouble. But with 50 seconds on the clock, we down 9. I'm like, what the fuck, man? So we have to go into our diamond press, bro. I put my defenders in. Next thing you know, we made a run like no other. And with about 13 seconds left, our point guard Dave got a steal. He hit a 3 in transition. We up by 2 now. We up by 2. Check this out. It's like 10 seconds on the clock. This is the craziest shit. They call a timeout whenever they got to go to full length of the court. They come down. The guard messes up with the ball. We get the steal. And the player with the heart issue, the Kim I told you about, I'm thinking about he's about to tomahawk dunk this and just end the game.
Oh,
bro,
fast
check
break.
this out. Check this out. The man fumbles the ball in midair. He can't decide in midair whether to dunk or to lay it up. Hits the bottom of the rim. The Bella Vista point guard was right up underneath him, grabs the ball.
Ain't no fucking way.
Slings it all the way down court to the opposite corner. They had a dude who had not made a shot all game just standing in the corner. This man shoots the wettest three-pointer I've ever seen.
He's sick.
Hey, did he purposely pass it to that guy in the corner? Or that
yes, he purposely passed it to him. Wow. Bro, this is the slowest 10 seconds I've ever seen.
That's tough.
But
that's tough.
But he hit this shot, man, and I just looked at the other coach. We just bust out laughing. I'm like,
you have no choice but to laugh at that. Ain't no way.
Bro, I couldn't even be mad. I couldn't even be mad. I'm like, what the
remember when Braun had that breakaway and he tried to windmill it and it slipped out his hand? I know you were like,
but it's different.
If you're up two, why are you trying to go for the shot? Why
have to go
right happened before that, right?
Yes,
why doesn't
like
he just
the sequence of events that have to go right for them
out?
to even get that shot off.
That's crazy. You
like
can't.
Why did he go up instead of just winding the clock
normally,
down, letting the shot clock
normally I would have just told, like, most players would have just dribbled the clock out. But like when you get in that moment and the game is going on live,
he's hype.
like,
He's hype. He's hype.
Bro, I thought he was about to tomahawk dunk.
Punch it. Just punch it, bro. Game over.
Like, check this out. Even if he would have dunked it and missed, the ball would have flew into the air and it'd been, you know what I'm saying? It would have been the dude just fumbled it and it just hit the bottom of the rim.
That's crazy.
And everything went from slow motion from there.
I know you was in the Matrix. Yo, mine had to be.
And you had any timeouts? You had some timeouts, right? Should have called timeout midair, bro.
Live action, you can't just stop playing. Like,
you can't stop playing live action, right.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm not gonna call a timeout if he's on the middle of a transition break. I'm thinking he's about to just get 2 points. And bro, when he missed that layup, just something in my mind saying, I'm just saying, damn, we about to lose, man. That motherfucker he threw a perfect full court pass that got
that's tough. That's a tough pass.
The guy caught it perfectly and shot a perfect three. I'm talking about didn't hit no rim in the corner. Bro, all they fans was that was on our home court too.
Oh, and they stormed your court?
Stormed the court.
Oh man. Yo, man, this is why I can't be a coach. I'm duffing one of the people that's up in the court. Yo, I'm going crazy. I can't do it. Yo, salute to you, man. You got patience. And to be a coach, that shows you like you gotta have like high patience, man. Like I know
coaching is fun.
It'd be losing your mind, bro. I can't do it. I know I can't.
This team right here, they hate us. ASU.
OSU?
Bro, they haven't beat us in like 4 years, man. They thought they had them one, bro. My homie Drew, the dude that's going overseas, hit a nasty game winner. Bro, they hate us for whatever reason.
That's tough, man.
But we got a loaded schedule this year, so man,
you're in for it, man. You're in for it. Yeah. Hopefully, the sets that you're able to implement. Hopefully it works out, man. I don't want to hear no Doc Rivers stories. Can't get your place to buy in. I ain't trying to hear that.
Hey, but you know what though? I'm gonna tell you right now though. Like, you see a whole bunch of stuff that looks good, like especially like when you're looking up other coaches who run it, and when you see other teams run stuff, and you thinking, "Damn, that look good." But when you get out there and actually have to run it, like sometimes the shit don't go as planned.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. And that's why they say, sometimes say you just know your personnel. Some personnel ain't built for this, you know what I mean? This play style. And actually, I'm mad curious, right? Speaking of which, like, how do you feel like Monty is gonna utilize Detroit? Because they have Cade, they have Ivy. Ivy was on the ball last year a lot when Cade left, right? Trying to implement Wiseman without like taking away from Duran's ability to grow in the league. So how do you think Monty's gonna handle?
I don't know. I think I have a funny feeling that they're still gonna tank another year.
I think
because when you look at the contract that they gave Monty, it was so long.
Right.
It's just like Monty said, this has to be a long-term endeavor. Like,
right.
And so I think they're gonna use this year to kind of sort out who stays and who goes, while trying to kind of do like OKC, maybe push for the play-in game. But I don't think they're going to have a really significant push as trying to win. I think they got to figure out what to do with Killian Hayes. I mean, Jaden Ivey looks good, but they keep drafting players at the same spot. And then you got to figure out what big we're going to keep. Because I know they got Durant and they got what's his name?
They got four, if I'm not mistaken. They got Durant, Wiseman, Stewart.
Yeah, Wiseman.
Bagley, right?
Yeah, so now
Bagley,
you got to figure out, and then you got to figure out, okay, if when it's time to make the turn, what vets are we gonna bring in? So if you're gonna bring in vets, some of the young guys got to go. So I think they just got some roster, like they got a lot of.
They got to flesh out the rest of the roster, right?
Yeah, but I think they're trying to figure out. Wiseman is a keeper to me. Durant is a keeper. Cunningham,
keeper as starters. You're keeping them regardless, like starting.
Ivy, I would trade Killian Hayes. I think Killian Hayes is that guy. I think. I would have traded him while his value was high, but Killian Hayes is out.
Yeah. You got to trade Bagley probably as well.
I would trade Stewart too.
Stewart, really? Didn't they just pay Stewart?
I think they just gave him, but still, I think they just gave him the extension.
Oh, look at Brandon with another bad take. Look, there he is. He's trash once again. He can't shoot or defend on the perimeter.
Damn, that boy Brandon's hate meter is never on low, boy. God damn.
No,
hey, you know what? When you say a big man can't shoot or defend on the perimeter, that sounds like Shaquille O'Neal. Is he trying?
Yeah. Hey, he measured players by weird stat. Like he measured Tyrese Maxey by his rebounding. He measuring
and he said rebounds like 6 times
by his perimeter defense. Like what we doing, man?
How you gonna measure empty rebounds?
Measure players by
he was measuring him by empty rebounds, which is something I've never heard before.
Come on, man.
It's like, did you get the rebound or not? How was it an empty one? Like, you got the ball, right? You rebounded the ball.
Brandon hits the link.
But yeah,
hey, but Lamont, with your team, with your team, right? With your 5-out team, do you have a ball handler that can just penetrate the paint at will and get into the paint, or you just gonna run a lot of backdoor cuts with your corner guy shooters and just cut backdoor all day? Like,
I don't have a picture of him, but yeah.
Oh, he gets to the paint all day.
He can get in the paint whenever he wants. Can't nobody stay in front of him.
Collapse the defense and all that. Yeah.
He don't. This is what I'm saying. If I need somebody to get to the paint, he can do it. Now, the tricky question is, if you have a guard that can get to the paint, can they operate once they get to the middle of the paint?
Right.
Those are the elite ones, the Chris Pauls and the guys. There's a lot of guys in the league that can get to the middle.
Right.
Can't everybody start?
If you're playing 5-out, isn't he just going for a wide open layup if he beats his man? Like they're gonna be
not always, but it's gonna be based on how the team defends. So if it's a switching team.
Right.
Are they running drop coverage? Are they icing screens? Are they zoned up? I don't know. It depends on what they're doing. And then, he's not the most elite shooter. Yeah, he's a competent 3-point shooter, but they could go under screens on him. Like if I was playing against him, I would go under on him and I would turn him into a shooter. But
And then I mean the then like you already know that your counters with that to kind of help him throughout that process throughout the time. Like I mean obviously if he's getting better in the summer, it helps your offense. You know what I'm saying? If he gets better in shooting, then now you got even more of a problem. You know what I mean? Because now his dribble pull up is going to be more, you know what I mean, more viable. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to open up your offense 100%.
It's interesting because you were saying that you want to go 5-out because you want to. Because I was listening to you that because you don't want the offense to be stagnant. But can a 5-out offense become stagnant and become more ISO heavy, just one-on-one trying to break down your guy if you don't have a solid movement off the ball and like very tied chemistry in terms of everybody connecting and all that?
The reason why things got so stagnant with us, I believe, is because in my 4-corner offense, the pick and roll was so effective against most teams. So I'll draw it up for you, make it easy, because it makes more sense once I show you. Because I created this offense on my own. So this is an offense you will never see anywhere else.
Oh shit! Create your own offense,
but I created. So yeah, I created my own offense. So let's say, you got 4 corners, right? So this is it's gonna look trash. Boom.
No. Okay, we get the concept. We get the point.
Okay. So check this out. 4 corners. 4 corners is exactly what it means. 4 corners, right? With the big is usually operating in this area right here, in these areas right here. This is where the big usually is right here. And so the goal of 4 corners is read and react. You can swing the ball to the corner. If you swing the ball to the corner, this guard's going to UCLA cut through. And then this is what we call an empty set with the big and the guard in the corner, where we go screen here and always trying to get to the middle and attack. While this guy's moving over, this guy's lifting up, and the guard stays in this corner over there.
Yep.
So hold on 1 second. Let me refresh it. So
who had the ball there? The center had the ball there.
The guard in the corner had the ball.
Okay. So you move to the corner. Okay.
So let's say you have 4 corners here. Okay, so that's one option. You can swing to the corner and then UCLA cut through.
Right.
But the most effective option where we got the most buckets it's when This guy stays shot ready, and the big comes out. And we go pick and roll here, and the guard is trying to get to the middle. The big rolls. This guy, low man, goes back door, and this guy, he goes over the top for a pitch 3 if it's there. So you got the pitch, you got the cut to the basket pass, you got the roll guy, and then you got the guard driving at the middle. He usually can get a floater or layup at the rim. Sometimes if this guy in the corner here is a good shooter, you can tell him to stay, which you're going to make this defender make a choice. Do I help?
Pick up,
So a lot of times when we ran this pick and roll right here, I will put my best shooter Mace right here. Because
what's the big doing in that situation on defense? Like how they defending the ball in that pick and roll?
So the big, so let me see. The big would be doing this. The big
on the other team I meant, but yeah, go ahead.
So it depends. So let's say this is where teams started to give us trouble with it, right? We would go into this pick and roll, and the way teams would defend it, as soon as the screen came in the big roll. Remember, last year was one of the first years we didn't have an elite big. He was, still developing, and so teams took advantage of that by just saying, you know what, let him roll. We just gonna trap the ball. And because our guard was a smaller guard, fast as he might be, he was fast, but they would trap him, and that's where we would have our most problems. And the thing is, we had so much. He couldn't see over the defense. And then when you start playing against the elite teams, you would think, okay, he's 6'6", we can just drive around him. And it's like, nah, these 6'6" guys just as fast as you when we start playing up at higher levels. So you can't always outspeed and split on people like you think. So I really wanted them to do two different things. I wanted them to either swing it across in 4 corners, move the defense, make the big move over, and when he swings it across, he switches with the low man, and then we move the defense, and then we attack, whether it's swing to the corner or work off the pick and roll. So that's what I would do out of the 4. And then you also have other options. Like when we had an elite big, I would just drop the big to the elbow right here. And then we would do a dump into the post. And when you do a dump into the post, a couple different things happen. We got a guard that cuts off the ball and then bumps back out while this man lifts up to create ball movement. While the primary goal of this big, while all of that's happening, to occupy the defense is just to turn and get here to score. And this guy here, depending on if he's a shooter, can come in and help or stay spaced out, make the defender make a bad decision. I think the problem with this is the ball got too stagnant. And so what I want to go to is this right here. And so continuous Spain action is going to force a pass instead of a screen being the first option. It's going to force a pass. And what do you always got to do when you pass?
Go away from the ball.
You either go away or you basket cut. And so we naturally, but with us, we're going to be running it with, it's called Spain pick and rolls. So it's not going to be normal pick and roll. So this is where, when Brandon was talking, where it gets more complex. So the simple version of 5 out, pass and cut away, or pass and cut. The more complex version would be a Spain pick and roll. So when you run a Spain pick and roll, you're swinging the ball here. And when this guy cuts in, he's cutting in and he's coming back right here, but he's stopping here. And when he stops there, this guy's doing a 4-5 cut, and then they're cutting off each other, and there's going to be a replace here.
Gotcha.
So this, all the while the ball is here. So that means this guy can cut into the corner here. Let's say the ball goes here, he can dump it down here. I mean, there's a lot of different actions you can do.
Yeah, you're running. I mean, that's what I was just about to say. Like, you have at least within that first initial play, you have at least probably 6 options that's running consecutive or simultaneously.
Yeah, I like the Spain cuts because every time the ball moves, what we do is we also have ball move. We have actions on ball and where this guy's involved, and then this guy, the cutter who just passed the ball, he moves in, he gets out the way. We got a 4-5 cut where these guys rub off each other. This is a potential shooter too. So this guy, he can kick it back to shooter, which is what we call a lift. We got a big who can, or anybody who can come here to work here. I mean, it's a lot. I just feel like it's a lot more options, and it's a read and react. It's a read and react. So
go ahead. Oh, I was just going.
Go ahead.
My fault. Go ahead.
Cam.
Cam.
It's a lot of backdoor cuts.
About the defense.
Not necessarily backdoor cuts, Cam, but it's Spain cuts. Because when guys like when this guy makes the Spain cut here,
is the Spain cut meaning like a guy's screening for the guy moving?
Okay, so Spain cut is basically like two guys just rubbing shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
So when we go Spain cut, so the thing is if my two guys are rubbing shoulder to shoulder, it's gonna force the defense to. So if these like
switch or do something,
yeah. So if these two guys are going like shoulder to shoulder, right? That means the defender's either going to have to go around one way or the other. And so, or sometimes if you have a dumb team, both guys will go the same way. And they'll do
if they
no communication,
if they're not talking, easily.
So what you want is, I always tell my team this: let the defense be the first to make a mistake. We don't need to force nothing. We don't need to go create. Let them just mess up, and we'll work off their mistake.
Just run the offense, but you got to believe in the offense to run. Like that's why I get your point. Like if you have to just run it, so that way the defense is just going to eventually make their mistake and reveal their hand. So I agree with that.
So with my whole athletic team, right? What if I just want to sit in a 3-2 zone on that 5-out and not even move and just guard space, bro? What you gonna do?
If you went 3-2 zone, so if you went zone, I could go here. Into my
you can change the formation. Okay.
So this right here works against zone or man. Now 3-2 zone is going to be a little bit more complicated, but and a lot of teams don't run it because if you don't run it right, you're going to get tortured.
You're going to get killed.
But 1-4 flat across. Now this is a continuous. This was out of that horn set I was telling you guys. Well, we call it continuity because it's our continuity screens. So what we do is swing here. UCLA cut, boom. Now that side's overloaded, and so now the point guard is gone. You just have the big on this elbow and the guard on this wing, and once that guard clears out, right? Let me clear the screen. So once that guard clears out,
now you're running.
This big just comes to screen the ball. He just comes to screen the ball, and everybody tries to work. Every time we attack, we're trying to get middle.
Right.
I hate it when our guards attack baseline because when you attack baseline, you really only got one option. You better get up and go score. You better be nice because when you attack middle, you got a hella options. And the best reason I want him to attack middle out of this is when he comes over the screen, this opposite big flashes here.
Yep.
Right. So he's coming to screen. He's going to roll. Guard's trying to get middle. If he gets in trouble, he kicks it out back up top. And then we'll just reset on the other side. So it's just continuous screens. It's one horns look. I mean, it's a lot of sets we can run, but
that's how Tobias Harris was getting a lot of those top of the key threes. They would run certain offenses like that when they would have him flare out to that top of the key three, and he would get a wide open three. So I'm
gonna tell you a play. This is a play we ran right here. We could literally get a 3-point shot whenever. I don't know how teams couldn't defend it, but we call it lift. Right. This is our lift play. This S right here. Shooter's corner. Shooter's going to be ball side. So this is an S for shooter, right? And remember, we set up our 4-corner look with the big right here. And so shooter gets open every single time. All you have to do is come out here and screen ball. Now, once he screens ball, the guard's job is to get opposite elbow. If the guard don't get opposite elbow, it won't never work.
Right.
And while the guy that screened, he's not rolling. He's setting a dive cut here, and then he's cutting. So he's dive cutting for the shooter, and all the shooter has to do, as the ball is over here, all the shooter has to do is just lift up to the 3-point line. Naturally, his defender's going to be in help because the ball is shifted, and then we just make a reverse kickback pass here. And we will put our guy Mace here every time. He could literally get 4 or 5 threes a game. Not even trying. And teams can never figure it out. Teams can't guard it. It's impossible to guard. I don't know how. I don't know why. But that's our lift play. It's unguardable. But we got a lot of different stuff. That right there, that's what you call that's an ATO. That's like a quick hitter. That's not a play.
Yeah. Coming out of timeout, things of that nature. Yep.
Yeah, ATO. So that's what I'm saying. I'm telling Brandon, it's like there's a difference between your ATOs, which hold on, somebody said my mic is messed up.
Yeah, it was
well, yeah, like
nah,
when you're doing stuff in the background,
I thought it
that's
was
what's
me
going
that was bugging. Yeah, I thought it was
Nah, it was static. It was static is good now though. It was a static for a little bit.
When you're doing stuff in the background like that, it's gonna do that.
Oh, okay.
The paint.
Just 20 seconds though. That's all right. Well, we heard you though. That's interesting. So do you? I don't even know why. So quick question, based off your offense, due to the fact that you have like a quick guard, are you kind of focus on kind of like one guard initiating your offense, or do you provide some opportunity for the other guards?
Yeah, anybody can initiate.
Okay, cool.
It's just I don't all four guys on the court. I usually have 4 or 5 guys on the court that can bring it up.
Okay.
But what I was saying with Joe, remember we said pistol, right?
Yeah.
So if we're talking pistol, so if pistol was going to look something like this, because it's semi-transition, so you have to have guards who can sprint to the corners fast as hell. They got to sprint out. Let's say James Harden, he has a pick a side of the floor. If you know NBA teams, you rarely see NBA teams.
You're kind of breaking up real quick. You're breaking up a little.
Oh, am I breaking up again?
Yeah, that's the paint.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, the paint action doing that, bro.
We can hear you though. I want you to keep explaining though, but yeah, you.
Hold on. I think it's my volume on here is low.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Right. That's straight.
Is that good?
Yeah, you straight now. Yeah, you good.
And so look, when you go in the pistol, you have to have a guard pick either side of the floor. Like in pistol, you rarely see NBA teams push the ball up one side, like in the middle of the floor. Remember, that's what they teach you in middle school. Push it up the middle.
Push it to the middle.
Never will see NBA guard. NBA guards always push it up one side of the floor. So pistol, and that's because teams want to run some type of early action, early offense. So let's say James Harden brings it up, and you got Embiid back here trailing.
All
right. Hey, real quick, what's the advantage of pushing it to one side of the ball? What's the advantage? Is that like more space on the other side? You can swing the ball. Like, what's the advantage?
Just space. Because when you attack up the middle, you just allow the defense to get
right.
And then they have to manage.
Okay.
NBA guys are so fast, you want them all on one side of the floor. And so let's say this is James Harden over here. Now James Harden's job with the ball would be to work with this guy in the corner first. Right? This let's say this is Maxey. Maxey can lift up off a DHO and attack with a full head of steam here. You got Embiid, who's coming down the court, who can get elbow. He can either work with Embiid off some type of pick and roll, right? Which would allow Maxey to continue to attack, or Maxey could get. A lot of times teams can leave him open. That's a pull-up three. But you can do so much off the pistol action, and you always had a bailout of having Embiid as the bailout option.
Right.
Yeah, Embiid's always going to trail.
It's like a safety valve.
So let's say James Harden comes here, and let's say he rejects the DH. Maxey comes up. James Harden's in that corner. Maxey can just go a Spain screen or bump screen for Embiid. Embiid can just flash here. It doesn't look like nothing fancy or anything, but that's one type of action that's almost impossible to guard. And that's the reason why you're making teams guarded in transition. That's why it's impossible to guard. So when you slow the game down to what they've been doing, where they've been running horn sets, it's like this. So they've been running horn sets. That's what it looks like with them right now, and they're running a lot of actions out of that. And so what they fell in love with, sometimes they fell in love with this pick and roll here, or they fell in love with the pass over here, and then Embiid just diving low, and then he dumps it in and lets it work from there. So big problems there because it's too easy to defend at the NBA level when you let teams get set up in a half court.
Right.
So
and you even on the floor, you can see the spacing is not adequate. You know what I'm saying? If Embiid is not having these monster numbers and he's not having, this giant production, it doesn't maximize everybody within the offense because of the spacing. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't. It's hard to say what you would do in Embiid, man, because he's so talented, man.
Right.
I would. So I had a set that I called Overload, and I'm trying to remember it.
Hey, make your mic clear again, Lamar. It's crackling a little bit. Crackling.
Oh, it went down again.
Yeah.
I can't remember it right off the top of my head. I don't remember my overload set, but there's an overload set where I would start Embiid basically on the wing. It's our scissor action. All right. So we had a scissor action that was start with an empty set guard over here where you could put either Maxey on balls, or you can interchange. You can interchange guys.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, I did this wrong. So you want one guy right here. So it's called it's overload.
Okay.
So you see, I got 4 guys on one side of the court.
Mm-hmm.
I got a guard with the ball. This is Harden or Maxey up top.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I would put Embiid right here. This would be Embiid for me. Right to start.
Okay.
Reason why. This is what happens on the flight of this pass here. Embiid cuts across the lane with this guy giving him a bump screen.
Right.
And he can score. And he can get it at the elbow, or he can get it at the low block if he doesn't get it on first
off the first one.
Off the first sprint. And then you still keep this side empty with this guy with the ball. If you can't hit him early, if this guy doesn't get a good ISO look, if it's somebody like James Harden, you still have an empty set where he can just come back out
and run the pick and roll. Yep, I'm with you. I
mean, obviously, you couldn't spam that too much because teams could pick up on it. But those are the types of actions I would run for Embiid. I would start him on the perimeter and then run actions where this wing guy would bump him, allow him to come across on the Spain screen. He can catch the ball here where he's a lead at. If he doesn't get it, he still has something to do. He's not standing. And, you would probably have to find some activity for the other guys on the weak side. But I don't know, man.
Well, no, go ahead.
It's hard. It's just hard. Like, coaches have a lot of decisions to make. Like, people want to, like, Doc Rivers should have been better.
But it's not as cut and dry as they're trying to make it seem. I agree with you. I don't think it's as cut and dry.
You have to convince Embiid that this sprint right here, when he sprints across, this has to be literally a dead sprint.
Yeah.
He has to be able to stop on the dime, face up and go, which we know he can do.
Boom, catch, yes. So that way there's not enough time for the defense to overload and react and things of that nature. I agree with you.
And there's a lot of different things you can do because let's say he doesn't get it on first touch here. If you go back to a ball reversal, this is a hard and a good passer. If he seals properly, you're going right over the top for a lob.
There we go.
Potentially here.
Yep.
If he seals properly. Yep. But it also depends on what the other team puts out there.
Right.
And then if your 4-man can shoot, because you might need to get your 4-man out. I mean, I know this looks a little sloppy. I can understand.
No. I get.
No. We're actually following you. The mic a bit choppy, but we hear you, man. This is very interesting. Hey, you really need to. Yeah, the mic is a bit choppy, but you really need to do more. X's and O's and really break down like what teams are doing on screenshotting during the season, offenses and what they're doing, and break it down for the people, man. It would educate the community, low key. I think that would be valuable. I would enjoy it personally.
Yeah, and you would teach Brandon some new exotic plays.
Yeah, exotic plays.
Yeah, hold on.
Exactly what you would teach.
My most exotic play. Let me see my most exotic play.
Let's see if I got some exotic plays.
Yeah. Fix your bike though. I don't know if it's going. Is it going up and down?
It keeps chopping. I don't know if it's because of paint. I don't know if that's the reason.
Yeah, it could be. It could be the programs you're using.
It could be. I don't know why. It just keeps
Yeah, it's all good. Though. Keep going though. We can still hear it though.
Exotic play. What do I got, man? Exotic play.
Oh, let me ask you this: that elevator door, that double elevator door screen that they do at Golden State. You know that elevator play? Is that an exotic? Does that count as an exotic play?
No, hell
no. All right.
No, elevator's not exotic. So I'm gonna check. Here's my elevator play. We have an elevator play that we ran for our shooter Mason, but we would go with our 1-4 flat across look. It was super simple. We actually got them a few looks, but you also have to tell them. You also have to tell your shooter, be ready to put the ball on the ground because once teams figure this shit out,
it's over. It's GG's. It's right. Yep. Yeah.
Once you say elevator, teams know. Okay, the best shooter.
They know what to look for. Yeah. They know exactly where the spacing is.
So we would. What we would do is I would have my guard attack here. This is my shooter. This side. My shooter will be on this side. So there's two different things. We can probably get a quick layup if you attack. What happens when you drive at a player? That player needs to instantly go back door.
Right.
So you might be able, when this guy goes back door, you
get a free layup,
which is what we were able to pull it off a few times in the past. So if he doesn't get it, then as soon as this guard gets here, what happens is I want him to manipulate the ball, almost act as if he's just going ISO with his man. Once he gets to this wing, and while that happens is this guard right here is going to be shooting through an elevator that these two create going back to the top.
Right
there.
Right.
And usually you can kick it back because defenders like to go around. They said if they go around, then I need my big man to dive. If they just stay under, which most teams do, stay lazy, then he's going to get an open three at the top of the key.
Get wide
open.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do there.
For sure.
But we scored the most off this play when the guy came through the elevator. Let's say he came through the elevator and he's here now. We scored the most off this guy diving to the rim.
And so is that guy coming through those screens and is facing away from the rim and turning around and shooting that three?
So when he comes through, so let's say we have a point guard here. Point guard is going to dribble here. Boom.
Yeah, he's going
to go back door.
Yep.
He's going to cut through the elevator because these are going to close in. But if your ball side, as soon as he shoots through the gap, ball side's going to dive to the rim immediately. So your point guard has two options: hit the dive guy or hit the shooter. And a lot of times,
and by the time, he's gonna be spotting up, facing the rim already.
By then he's already relocated properly, turned his hips already.
Well, this guy, what I teach him to do is I teach him to curl into the shot.
Right.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, these are little nuances, context, the little subtleties.
Facts.
Through it, right? So when they curl through it, this is what I always tell them to do. This is where I say you got to read and react. If the defender cheats and goes around and you get the ball, you got to be ready to put the ball on the ground and attack and re-attack or sidestep three away from the defender. So you just have to read and react, see how to react to it. But we got, like I said, we got the most points out of this play by faking like we're going to go to the shooter because the point guard would stare the shooter down. So he would go here. He would go there. This guy would cut back door. But while the point guard was right here, the shooter who's down here, this point guard will be staring the shooter down, staring him down. While he's staring him down, he's going to go no look.
Right. Yeah. That's fine.
You got to have a good point guard to do it.
Yeah.
We got a ton of points right there because teams are stupid. And we did that
even
with
yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
No, you good.
No, I was gonna say even too like that backdoor cut too provides that a little jab. You know what I mean? Like you said, because you'll have your point guard like pay attention to that backdoor cut, that first initial backdoor before he even hits that elevator. It might be a free layup. So now the defense is just thinking, oh, layup. You know what I mean? And then you could finally get open with the elevator screen. And then on top of that, now you're running that third action where you get your big man if they chase over. So there's so much nuances. And like you said, you got to have your guys committed to every action within the set.
So
if they're not doing it,
when you run this play, if it's successful, you always run it twice. And because because once you run it once, the counter is always going to be open the next time. So you run this once, the guard dribbles over here, he cuts down, he comes up. Let's say you hit this guy, he gets an open three. You want to immediately run it again. Boom, run it again. Hard as you can.
Now you're getting that layup. Facts.
And then, boom. Now the bench is hyped. Yeah, get another one, base. Get another one. He shoots through. Boom. We're gonna hit you slipping.
Yep.
Here, because y'all think we stupid, really stupid. Run the same play twice, and then you can flip it up again and run it back to back again, right?
And then probably flip it on the other side of the floor. Yeah.
No, you don't have to change sides of the floor.
You still on the same side.
Check this out. Yeah, guy go back door. Boom. Okay, they read this now, but instead of him diving here, what we like to do is what I like to do is I like to do this right here. What I'll do is, as opposed to that big diving, I would send the shooter up, but I'm sending him up to screen. He's coming over top.
Okay.
And when he goes over top, he goes over top. Now our guards just having a different look, so it's kind of like a double screen for the shooter.
Yeah.
Bro,
Right.
Yeah, so we didn't get. You got to play trickery. It's kind of like chess.
Oh yeah, no. It's mental. I was talking about it with Africa too, and I said, basketball is one of those things that it has like pretty much everything like within it, like dancing, like finding rhythm in that aspect. I don't mean like actually dancing, but
it's interesting because
geometry, like you know what I mean. Like there's so much chess is like so much involved
It was very rhythmic. Yeah. And even in that play that you were showing, like I could still see it, but like that guy on the wing, right? That essentially has been standing there on the weak side the whole time, right? He got to be a good shooter, right, to keep the defender honest, so he doesn't sag and try and blow up plays. Yeah.
Well, I always have a
like he's still important, even though he really not even a part of the play.
Right.
Yeah, that guy right there.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what we also do too, out of that same look. So let's say we go elevator.
But does he have to be a good shooter, or he really has to be a good shooter, right? That's respected by his defender.
No, he don't have to be. He needs
really.
I want this guy to be an athlete that can catch lobs or a shooter. Just be one or the other. Right? That's all I ask. Just be something. Be something that's a threat. And so what happens is what we can then do is we can run our elevator play to get a lob for this guy on the weak side. So let's say, boom, right? This guy cuts in. This guy comes up. So when he comes up, he's taking defense with him. We're keeping the bottom empty. Our two bigs on the elbows are already lifted up. The bottom is empty.
Right.
And so when in this time when he comes up and this big guy dives, we send him out for a screen. And this guy can either go over the top or he can go under, depending on the fight. Usually we get the ball over the top for a lob if it's a bad defense. So you can run it so much where you simply confuse the shit out of the defense.
Oh, yeah. So many things are happening. The defender could be caught ball watching too, right? And essentially he could just cut quickly and that lob is there.
That's the importance. When old boy Brandon kept saying they were running the same play, the importance of spamming the same play is that you got a million different options. It's just on the team to actually run the different options and be willing to pass the ball to other guys. That's the main thing.
It's funny, teams like Golden State that makes Gary Payton Jr. Gary Payton Jr. a viable option, right? With his backdoor cutting, things of that nature. Even though he's not a shooter, he's still viable on the floor because they're creating the opportunities for him. Versus
that's not Gary. That's not Golden State. See, Golden's only thing. The thing is, Gary Payton's cutting hard. Like one of the hardest things to teach is teach your guys without the ball how to cut hard. Gary Payton just cuts hard, whether with the ball or without the ball. He cuts hard. He gets layups, and he might only get 2-4 points a game off of it, but he might make that cut that a lot of people don't pay attention to. He might make that cut 15, 20 times. While Steph and Clay are getting most of the touches. So that's the hard part. That's where
that cutting does bring a force. I agree with you, Ahmad. That cutting definitely brings that force, and it pulls some gravitation. Like people don't see it like that, but it pulls guys away, and it makes them think about it. At least as an active person moving around. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with an active guy that runs around actively looking for a shot. JJ Redick. He may not get the ball, but him just running around is gonna keep the defense open and honest for sure.
We gotta move with a purpose too, man. A lot of these guys don't know how to. They don't know, like Gino R. I saw a video from Gino Ariema, the women's UConn coach.
Yeah, UConn. Yep.
Yeah, he said if a guy plays 40 minutes, I said this should be your star player. He said if your best player plays 40 minutes a game, he might only touch the ball for about 3, maybe 4 minutes running time. He said, what is he doing the other 37 minutes? That's a good question. And so that's the thing. It's just like the other 30 minutes, you really spending your time doing a whole bunch of stuff that don't lead to you getting buckets.
Right.
Defending, cutting without the ball, doing all this, rebounding. You spending a lot of time doing everything else but score. So are you out there wasting time? Just out there? I just call it running cross country, running track.
Yeah, you just getting your cardio in.
I had a player last year. I said, man, I put him in the game, and I'm like, man, what you out there doing? I said, you just out there going up and down. I think you out there just, what is you doing? Go try. Like, I don't care when people mess up. Like, if you go out there and you trying and you turn the ball over, I don't care. Just better go fix it.
Right.
Like you fix it.
At least you're being active. You're participating. You know what I mean? Like you're engaged. And a lot of guys, like you said, they just playing cardio.
Bro, I don't want you out there. If you just out there running the play and it look good, and you just out there, okay, I passed it to Johnny and I did my cut. No, bro. Go try to break somebody's ankles or something, man. Try to do something. The plays are only meant to the best plays are meant to put you in a really good one-on-one situation. You can't really expect to get open off every play. If I put you in a good one-on-one situation, you should be able to do the rest. Because damn near every drill we doing is working on one-on-one moves.
Right.
Get your moves off. Shit.
Right. Listen, all I'm doing is putting you in position. It's for you to do the job. So I agree with that 100%.
I'll be telling them guys. I told Merrill, my best defender last year, a dude named Drew. I wish I could probably get him on here too. Boy, he used to take some shots, bro, that had me just like, what the fuck? But you know what, though?
You remember that Patrick you were saying when he said, "Yo, do you practice that shot?" I never seen
like out of the flow of the offense, or just like the hardest option.
No. You know what? Sometimes it'll be in the flow of the offense. It's just like you know, my man's is probably a good 30% 3-point shooter. You know, we'll run continuity or something. The ball will go to the wing. Chuck up that three, bro. But you know what?
Step back fade, yeah.
Out in the game when we played a semifinal game in the AMBA. No, it was in the finals, the AMBL finals in the championship game. He'd been taking that shot all year. Next thing you know, we get to the AMBL championship game. That man made like 5 of them things in the first.
Kobe, that's the Mamba mentality, bro. Yeah.
And it's just like, you know what? Sometimes it pay off just to let him chuck them shots up because he's my best defender too. He's my best defender.
Right. That's the efficiency question. Hey, sometimes you need to take the hard shots if you come up against great defenses. You need to be comfortable in uncomfortability at times, you know.
Well, I mean, he gonna like you said, man. You gonna trust that he gonna get it back regardless. He know he gonna take a shot. You better get that shit back in blood.
I be telling people that come off the bench. I be like, man, look at my man Drew. I said that man takes some of the craziest shots you ever seen. I said I don't take him out,
right?
Because he defending. I said, shit, all you got for me, if you defend. You might not never come out. If you make right. You make threes or defend.
Yeah.
You never coming out the game, bro.
You got listen. You're doing the harder task anyway. Everybody knows the defense takes way more effort than offense. So if you put in that effort on defense, I'm gonna trust you on offense, man.
Bro, I'm telling you that defense gets you along, bro. And I love it when my guys kind of mix it up, right? Kind of like muck it up and like talk shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
I learned. You don't have none of those guys. Teams are gonna kind of look at y'all like y'all soft.
Yeah, your mic went low.
Teams will look at you like you soft if you don't have them few guys out there that's gonna. Man, you trash, man. Shut the fuck. Oh, you gotta have a few. Bro, I mean, and they got to be damn near on the edge, like they damn near ready to go all the way.
Oh, yeah. You need a little bit of off people. Facts.
Oh, do you have to let them know that? Or is that just natural?
They look like they're about to be go off, but yeah.
So do you have to let them know, like get to the edge, or are they just naturally like that? That's just how
that is not. You know the guys is naturally like that. Like there's only been one time in coaching where I sent a guy out there as a henchman, and I said, the next, because I forgot what they was doing something. They was setting early, like no. They was like picking up full court. And this is when the D1 team had snatched my.
Oh, you cut out.
You went low, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but this is when the D1 team had snatched my point guard, and so our other guards were adjusting and playing the point guard position, and so we had this team just all pressed up on our guards. Man, I sent my henchman out there. I said, make sure, man, on next time they pick them up full court, I don't care if it's illegal or whatnot, man.
Heart screen.
I said, you need to send him all the way under the bench.
Did it. And he did it.
Salute. They stopped picking up full court.
Yeah.
Are you saying the ball handler go through his chest, or are you saying the screener just blindside screen?
No, screener. Bro, I had a good dude with his good 280.
Yeah.
I said, Ref might call it, Ref might not call it. I said, you send him flying though. I said, I make sure he dang near got to go see the trainer or something.
Yeah. While it's in full motion, trying to pick up full court. Yeah. That's cool,
bro.
That's cool.
Bro, he knocked the life out of Buddy, man.
That's cool.
Hey, but like you said, like sometimes those players. I mean, the players can feel the temperature in the game. You know what I mean? Where they feel like they gotta get a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like so, but that's W coaching, man. W coaching. Because sometimes you might need to do that.
Let me show this.
Hey, would you like a? Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. What'd you say? No. What'd you say?
I was going to add between a player, right? That you compare because I'm coaching like young kids, like young brother, but they're like real young. They're like 10, 11 years old. But I'm asking you, like, would you rather play it as really talented but over aggressive and doesn't really understand the team concept, or a kid that is talented but is passive and not really aggressive and he's more bought in about team but he's passive as well. Like you got to encourage to be more aggressive. Which one would you want?
Get the aggressive guy.
Yeah, I'd rather
you want the aggressive guy, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because energy makes up, playing hard and playing energy and playing aggressive makes up for a ton of mistakes, man.
Even though it's tunnel vision and just
fix it. You can. Those are all things
you can coach. Yeah, that's coachable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
just curious. I'm curious.
But it's hard.
Okay.
Or you could technically, or you cut out again.
Your mic went low. But yeah.
I don't know why I keep doing that, man. But yeah, you can't coach that. You can't coach that.
Yeah, it's natural.
Craziness.
Yeah,
this year right here, the year before,
mm-hmm.
bro. This year right here, boy, we was feared. I'm talking about. Look, we had this little stretch right here where we lost 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But we was playing like, I think Phoenix College this year. They was like one of the top D2 teams in the country. They smacked us. They beat up on us. They had a guy that went to Kansas. He gave us the business, bro. When you run into some of these true, like legit D1 guys, this motherfucker was finishing. Like we had a legitimate 6'9" center. He just walking through my defense, finishing in traffic.
Bro, huh? It feel like I've seen it before. I've seen like the difference of a D1 guy going against like D2, D3, like in the flesh. It looks completely different. Like it's like, wow, then you realize like there's different type of athletes. Like he's a step faster than everybody. When he jump, he don't look the same like everybody. You're like, yo, is this an NBA player that I'm looking at right now? Like it's insane. So I'm with you, man. It's kind of crazy, yo.
I don't know if anybody here follows GCU like basketball or ASU basketball.
That I haven't got into. I haven't gotten to GSU. I used to watch ASU, but I didn't watch GSU. I haven't watched GSU.
They had 2 guys that went to ASU. They had a dude named Duke Brennan and Malcolm Flagg. Some people might know him.
Mm-hmm. I heard of the name Malcolm Flagg, though. I've heard the name.
Yeah, we beat the life out of them, but we went on a nasty run to finish out the year here. And this game right here, oh my God. We sold like a motherfucker, man. I don't know if
your shooter went crazy though. Your shooter went
9 of 12 from 3 is kind of crazy, man. Oh, is that your player? 9 of 12.
Yeah, that's the shooter. That's the shooter that they had.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Our shooter, bro. We was down at half 8 points, bro. This is another one of them prep schools where they just like a D1 factory, bro. So we had beat them earlier in the year. We beat them by 30 early in the year. They came back with every D1 player in the facility that they could find. And bro,
does that mean do they play like real structured, organized, or is just natural talent just balling up?
Yeah, their coach was a guy that coached in the NBA, but they came back. We was down 8 at half, but man, my shooter activated on them, and bro, we took the lead. Right, this is another one of them weird games where, where's his name at? We had a guy. It was a freshman where we literally had the game sealed. Here's his name right here, Shiloh. And Shiloh right here, man, he had the ball right before overtime. We were up 2. And all he had to do is we crossed half court. All he had to do was just hold the ball and let him foul him. And he's a freshman, man. He panicked, bro, and just threw the ball in the air, bro.
Oh no.
Whoa. Bro, it was weird. I didn't have no timeout, so I couldn't bail him out. And they just took the ball down and scored it in overtime. And it was one of them feelings where kind of like when LeBron lost to the Warriors, like when he lost to the Warriors in that game 1. And
he looking at J.R. Smith? He looking at J.R. Smith like it
was kind of like that, but it was kind of that team was so good.
You cut out, Mark.
That team was so good where we just kind of knew we can't beat them in overtime. That's too much goddamn time.
Too much time and too much talent at that point.
Too much talent, bro. They had there was a dude, he was a Monty Bates teammate. His name was Simon Wheeler. They had a point guard. They had another guy that's at Washington right now. Bro, they was loaded, bro. They were
what's the difference between those D1 guys that are just more athletic and bigger and stronger than everybody, or more talented? Fundamentals mixed with the athleticism?
Bro, no, a lot of it don't even be fundamentals. These dudes just be more athletic. those guys that are more athletic, especially at the D1 level, they'll dominate any fundamental guy you can find.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care because to one, especially the guys that are less fundamental, them guys play with a high motor.
Mm-hmm.
They come in to block everything.
Mm-hmm.
They jumping out
Westbrook
the gym.
type shit. Yeah.
They trying to dunk everything.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
and even even with that, first steps, everything is by the seconds, right? So if a guy, his first step is that much different than your point guard, it's a lights out for you, because he's gonna walk, like you said, he's walking into your lane. Now you gotta adjust to the defense, you gotta rotate, you gotta do this. When it's versus a guy that he might not be as athletic, you could cheat a little bit. You could say, you know what, I just put my best defender on him. He not even get to the paint, so I don't even gotta make that much adjustments. You know what I mean? I just played base defense and just let my defender just hawk him the whole game. But when you got a guy that can first step you like a Jaden Ivey first step, and you going against like one of that, oh nah. Hey,
this game right here, this is a game right here where I almost sold the bag. That was all on me.
You pulled the dot.
Do y'all play two halves? Is it two halves of 20 minutes?
No, I damn near pulled a Chris Webber.
Oh no!
No timeouts.
Look. This is because this is against our rivals. Like, you see, we played Northern Arizona a whole bunch of times this year.
Yeah.
They never can beat us. This is the closest they ever came to beating us. So this was one of them games where we, like an idiot. No, our big man Elion, he got hurt. He broke his thumb. Like, he did something to his thumb. He had to miss the whole second half. And they just was cooking us, man. Like, they was going right back at us. These little scrubby guards they was just coming right back at us. So I'm like, damn. But it gets down to like 50 seconds. We down 8 with under a minute to go. And I'm thinking in my head, like, damn, they finally got us, man. These fucking scrubs. But we come back. I don't know how we be doing it. We made a nasty little comeback with the diamond press. And what happened was we tied the game. They got one possession. Somehow they messed up. They missed a shot, like a wide open shot. I thought he was going to hit it. They missed it. We got the rebound. And our guard is coming down the court. And I'm saying loud as fuck. We got 0 timeouts, bro. I'm saying it loud than a motherfucker. I'm saying timeout. Right? And then they heard me saying it. And I feel like them hearing me say timeout, because they knew we didn't have no timeouts, they sped up. And that speed up, like as soon as my guard heard me say timeout, he just took off. And it distracted the refs. And that motherfucker drove in and hit like some weird, crazy reverse layup up to, took the win home.
Thank God.
Almost so, bro. Bro,
you looking at you looking at your point guard like, yo, thank fucking God.
That's crazy. But do y'all play two halves of 20 minutes, or like what is it? Is it 45 minutes or 40 minutes? 40-minute games?
Two 20-minute halves. And it depends. Like sometimes we play. Yeah, most of the games are 2 20-minute halves. It just depends on if it's running clock or not, and it just depends on who we playing. So all of these games, like right here, when we went to national championships, it's raw running clock.
Bro, you scored 100 points in 40 minutes. That's crazy.
Bro, check this out. This school right here.
That's crazy.
This school was so pissed. They reported me to the university, man.
No way.
Contact. Because remember, this is pool play. It says right here, NERSA championship pool play.
Right.
It's our seeding going into the bracket play is based on point differential.
Right.
Remember, we had only beat Mississippi State. Crazy, yeah, we didn't beat Mississippi State by that many points. So I said, hey guys, y'all better not let up, man. We need these point differentials. Well, that's all, bro. That's all they needed to hear.
It's a word bet.
No, so what they went and shot 60% from the field. Like,
hold my beer.
Bro, because we knew
a lot of transition buckets. Damn.
Oh, what up, True? Yeah. We knew we was gonna beat.
You talking about them lost championships you guys as a coach, man. That man, Lamar, it's like now Lamar a good coach though, man. Lamar a good coach though. He just the videos I saw don't look crazy.
Lost championships, that's cold, man. Why you gotta do all that, True?
Nah, he showed himself though. He said, I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up, because that's one thing about Lamar. He gonna show the good and the bad. So I mean,
Now he told us about the story how he almost folded. He almost had a Chris Webber moment.
No, I seen that video, that play where that call at the end that was controversial. They didn't give you that call, man. That was tough. It was tough.
Man. What was like your best experience so far? Like as a coach, like what would you say is like your best experience?
What's your championship record? What's your championship record? You got that LeBron James championship record? Or
Damn, Africa, that's your guy
I'm
too.
just saying,
Africa,
man. That's what they say.
That's your man's too.
I'm asking, bro. That's popular opinion. I wouldn't call it that. You only can take him to the. You only can take him and put him in position.
You're doing narrative talk. You're doing narrative talk.
No. You can only put them in position. Like, they gotta win it themselves. Like, once they get to the final, like, you done your job. You done your job.
Right.
I mean, it's all
Hold on, I got one somewhere. I got one in 2017. I ain't gonna talk about the record though, but I won. I didn't lose them all. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is it right when I was at Purdue. Is this right? I'm trying to find a picture. Yeah, we won the championship.
Are you talking? I can't even hear, man. You gotta turn it up.
Yeah, my mic keeps like readjusting the sound, making it go down. Yeah, we won it.
Okay.
Here we go, right here.
Oh, good. On my YouTube championship.
Look at your man right there, man. Yeah, come on, man.
That's a big ass trophy, man. Dang, that's big.
One and I'm 1-3 in championship games.
No, that's cool. That's crazy. You going to 4 championship games though. That's amazing. National championships is kind of amazing.
Smell that shit, man.
No. National championships is tough, man. I've been to one state tournament and got watched in the state tournament at my level that I played at. So like.
Sheesh. Nah, man. Salute.
No, this game right here though.
Yeah.
I got the video somewhere. We was playing Pittsburgh, bro. I don't know how we be getting in these situations, man. Bro, 6 minutes to go. We down 15. I'm like,
story of your life, Lamar. That's what it sounded like. Right now.
What you do? Diamond press. It sounds like you go to the diamond press when you're down bad.
It's 3 stories of him being down double digits. So it's insane. Yeah, go ahead.
Turn the mic up. But did you go diamond press when you were down? What happened?
No diamond press. So I'm gonna admit, in 2017,
diamond press a lot.
No. In 2017, I wasn't seasoned enough as a coach to even get to the diamond press. I was just out there, kind of just hoping things go right. And so we was down. I really didn't know what to do. So I just called a timeout. I'm like, I just yelled at one of my guys. They had another guard. His name, I won't forget his name. This dude gave me nightmares. His name was Joey Mascara. He ended up going to the Pittsburgh D1 team, but this little guard was like 5'7", built like a goddamn toy soldier, and he would not miss a jumper, and we could not stop him from getting to the rim. And I just told
how
my
5'7" finishing at the rim. That's crazy,
bro. I told my guard. Mike, he was like my most aggressive player.
You broke up.
Mic check.
But I had my guard Mike get on him, and I said, "Don't let him score again, man." And what happened was when we switched defenders, the little Joey Mascaro guard got like mad. He like took it as like a personal challenge as opposed to just playing winning basketball and finishing out the game. He just turned into, okay, you want to switch it up? Let me go ISO and try to score on him too. So he was just basically missing shots, giving it right back. Next thing you know, we right back in the game, and we tied the game. No, we took the lead by 1 with like a minute to go. We come down. We have the biggest mistake on defense ever. They best shooter. We leave him wide open in the corner. He missed a wide open 3. And we got the ball, man. That really kind of sealed it because they had to foul and send us to the free throw line. And that was a little bit of luck. I got the audio to it. I can't find a video.
You said it was wide open shot that he missed. The best shooter, wide open, missed. Damn.
Wide open. Like this dude.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why, like,
sniper.
The best team doesn't always win. That's tough. Or like sometimes it's just
And check this out. We was the at-large team to get into the tournament.
Oh, word?
We was. So that was the first year that they did at-large. We had lost in our conference championship to Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't get an automatic bid. And we got picked because we had beat Notre Dame 3 times that year, which was the number 1 seed.
Right.
They gave us
so at large means like your wild card type team. Wild card.
It's like
You broke out. You're breaking out. You're breaking out.
We played St. John's in the first round. They had the only 7-footer, and the whole G League teams was there watching them, and we ran that man out the gym. I said, man, y'all better not stop running, man. I said, y'all, that man was gassed. He threw up and everything. So I said, yeah, the plan is working.
Shit.
That man was 7 foot playing on that level. There's 7-footer. He got kicked off.
He got kicked off the St. John's. He got kicked off the St. John's basketball.
What that mean? That mean he trash crew? Like what that mean?
No, that doesn't mean he's trash. Like a lot of times when guys fall to us and they really, really talented, it's a couple different things. It could be grades. It could be they just got under recruited. It could be that they just didn't want to deal with the headaches of playing D1 basketball. But that 7-footer, he was on St. John's D1 team. He got kicked off, and he just finished the year out playing club. So that's why he played there. But it's a lot of talent. Like our best player, JT Thomas, he went to the G League. He signed a G League contract.
Yeah, because y'all be playing like y'all be playing prep schools too, right? Clubs be playing prep schools too, right?
Yeah, see, we play a mixture. We play colleges, prep schools. We play a little bit of everything. One time we even played a professional traveling team. They beat the life out of us, but
that's fine.
We played.
That's fine.
I mean, yeah, so that's what's okay. Man,
so you get a little, like you said.
So to be on a club team, so
my fault.
Yeah, okay. So like clubs, so like basically. These clubs only like for colleges. All these colleges got clubs.
Not all of them, but
like
it's
basically
growing.
what the D1s, bro, say right. The big
yeah.
Colleges.
So it's growing now. So like if I go to the NCBBA website, you'll look at our look at the teams involved. It's growing. Let me see if I can pull it up. But almost every D1 team has one now, and basically I call it like the JV team to the D1 team.
Right.
But we have our own conference and everything.
And if you're good, you can get elevated. The players get elevated to the D1.
Now the problem is if you do get pulled up to the D1 team mid-season, you can't come back down and play. You can come back down and play club, but you can't play in any of the NCBBA games. Those are basically all the games that matter. So that's the main
because
thing.
it would be like a cheat. Do they look at it as like kind of like cheating at that point?
Yeah. Like if the D1 team is out, you can just put all your D1 team into the club and get the chip or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. I can see the finessing right there. That's easy. Hey, mic check. 1, 2.
You're ever on the D1 roster, you can't come back to club until that next year.
Right.
So here's all the teams.
One of my homies played at Delphi and shit. Yeah.
See, this is our conference. This is how big so this is where we in now. And so we in the Pacific.
Is that only one state? Just in one state?
No, this is the whole United States.
Yeah, that's the whole United States.
So this is
all around America?
I do play Delphi and all that. That's dope. All right, dope.
You play all around America, or you just play in your region and then you go to different places?
So we play in our region. So we have a region. So see, our region right now is the Pacific East. So we have the Pacific East, North, and South. We're all one conference. So from the Pacific region, only one team can go to nationals. So that's what it is right there. But there's a ton of teams in there.
No, they in there.
It's a lot of teams.
There's 2 GCU clubs.
So some teams we can have a team 1 and a team 2. So we got our team 1 and our team 2 in. So
that's fine.
So you got our purple and our white team. A lot of teams got 2 teams. Not everybody does. Like Purdue. No, that's not Purdue. Purdue used to have 2 teams when I was there. You see, since this team right here, they got 2 teams right here. So some teams can't.
Binghamton, Binghamton. Yeah.
It's a lot of teams. UConn was nice last year. They weren't bad. It's a lot. This is the team that beat us and put us out.
Hold us up. Damn. USC got 3 teams.
Yep. The USC, they're the ones, the Cardinal team, their top team they were number 1 in the country. They were the ones that put us out in the regional semifinals.
They have 3 clubs as well.
Y'all got talent, man. Y'all got you gonna be going against some talent. Like
I'm gonna have them ready this year. This might be the first year where I feel like we can run the table and go undefeated. We about to have I went to work this summer. I my specialty is putting together super teams. So yeah.
That's why you don't discriminate against super teams. Like if you can put the best together, you will.
I went and got my big. I got another guard from Lamar College coming in. I got the guy that led the state of Arizona in 3-point shooting. He's on the way.
So you go check out players like from different places, or you watch the tape of the players,
bro. However, we got to get them. And also, I got one of the guards that he was with us 2 years ago on the championship team. He had left to go to another school to hoop, and then now he's back. I'm gonna probably be getting him back. So, yeah, we about to.
Do you also do like guys that you see talent, and do like separate training with them, things like that, like to get them their dream to get into the G League, stuff like that? That's dope.
I mean, we do all train. Like as far as I asked everybody, especially on the top team, to start the year. I was like, where you want to go? Like, if are you trying to play overseas? Because I said, wherever you tell me you're trying to go, that's how I'm gonna coach you.
Yes, I'm gonna coach you. Yep.
You don't tell me you're trying to go pro.
Because you're gonna get expectations of a pro. I got you.
Yep.
That's 100%. Salute, man. But salute to you, Ma. I gotta get up out of here. It's always a pleasure chopping it up with you, man. We're gonna get it in, man.
Yeah, I'm about to you Africa, you still with us for the 13th, right?
What's happening on the 13th?
They are rescheduled to FYF PC debates.
Oh, that's just going on.
For sure.
Yeah,
you know I'm down. What,
man?
All right.
You know I'm down.
True, you still out?
True is out. What?
Yeah, I think True's not gonna be able to make it.
I'm gonna see if I can do it. I'm gonna see if I can do it though. But right now I'm out because of my schedule.
Oh man,
that's
the number one ranked fighter. Hey, see, this is why.
Come on, man. You got.
This is why I'm truly.
Hey, listen,
the number
man.
one. I am the
hey,
one.
listen, man. I got things. Listen, man. I'm on deployment right now, man. I got things that I do, man. Hey. Maybe things could change. Okay. I'm like I said, I can't do it because I look at that date. As soon as I looked on Twitter, seen the date, and I was like, I'm not gonna make that. I mean, I can't do.
That's all good. It's all good. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. That's all.
In Africa, you're gonna have to hold it down for your brethren.
No doubt, man. You might have to
man,
do
some people. Listen, man.
Coach Lamar.
There's people on the FYF side though, man. There's people on the FYF. Listen, man, I ain't the only great out on the side. Like ain't just me out here. You know what I mean? So y'all can hold it down. Y'all don't need me. Y'all don't need me.
I was able to see a couple of things. So listen, it's gonna be interesting and entertaining nonetheless. I feel like you guys bring a lot to the table, and PC brings a lot to the table. So it's gonna definitely be some fireworks. It's gonna be some fireworks. That I count on for sure.
Especially we already know that they about to get the questions real early. We already know how they're gonna finesse the game, but it's all good, man. It's gonna make the victory sweeter.
You know what I am impressed? Oh, my fault, man. I would say that. You know what I am impressed with though? Y'all know how to promo. Holy shit! Starting from
the hype. Oh yeah, the face offs.
Right here. Oh, y'all get it. I see what y'all doing, man. Y'all get it activated, man.
Yeah, we hyped it up.
Hey, listen, man.
Keep everybody engaged. Keep everybody blood flowing. So I salute to that, man. Salute to that.
Oh, no doubt. Shout out to True, one of the innovators of FYF Sports. You know what I mean? Shout out to True for sparking it. Lamont, man. It's been very entertaining, man. I'm still laughing, man. Hey, shout out to Sturdy wherever Sturdy at today. But I'm still. I don't have no roaches on my wall, but that was a good joke though. I was still kind of low-key laughing about that. Sometimes I'll be laughing about that. That was a good one. That was crazy. You laughed real hard on that shit, True. That's all good.
That was a little too hard. Be your own man, Africa. But let me get up out of here. I gotta go handle some stuff.
I don't even know what happened though, man. Y'all, I laughed. Lamont was capping on this video though. You got
one video.
Lucky you about to get off here though. You was capping.
Oh yeah.
Now the title video now. You looking capping though. But
stop it, man.
Because you try listen. Nobody feeling sorry for Ben. I see where you're trying to go, but nobody feels sorry for that man, dog. Nobody feels sorry for that man. That man, listen. I don't care if he don't shoot the ball. Nobody care that he. We gonna criticize because if he misses. No, he's not aggressive. He's too passive. He's not aggressive. He holds himself back. I don't care if you on the court. You on the court. Listen,
hold on.
Granted, if he hurt,
y'all want to know all y'all answers to True? Watch this.
Mm.
Aren't you from the Philly area?
Your mic faded. Mic check.
True. Ain't you from the Philly
you might
area?
fade it. You might fade it. I'm from Delaware.
You from the Philly area, right?
I mean, tri-state area, Wilmington, Delaware, near Philly. Okay, if you want to say that, cool.
So you essentially a Philadelphia style fan.
Oh,
what you mean Philadelphia style fan?
Y'all
not necessarily.
the same culture, huh? Is it the same culture you're talking about, Lamar? Similar culture.
Y'all have unrealistic expectations.
It's not unrealistic expectations. It's just the fact that how he went, how his career. Only reason why Ben Simmons be in the criticism because of Ben Simmons. Nobody told you to do the shenanigans of holding out and not playing. Nobody told you to do that. Nobody told you to not be aggressive and afraid to go to the free throw line because you can't hit free throws and not confident. Nobody told him to do that. You know what I mean? Nobody told him to do
Lamont
that.
said that we as the people should apologize to Ben Simmons for all the slander and disrespect we put on his name. We kind of created the product. We are a part to blame for how Ben Simmons came to this point, bro. We should apologize. As fans.
What fan? See, here's the thing, though. People there's different type of fans that criticize him for different type of things. There are people what Lamont is talking about that make it seem like Ben Simmons just can't do nothing else. We understand Ben Simmons is talented. We understand the potential, but at the end of the day, though, he's a baby. He got spoon fed almost his whole career. The reason why I got to the point now, why people are criticizing him. When you feel though, you don't have to really add nothing to your game. You think you just because you're Ben Simmons, you getting coddled. That's not going to cut it. And I mean, listen. So I don't know. Like the whole thing about the Jason. I mean, I understand. See, now I understand the comparison to Jason Kidd, but there's a difference between Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd was aggressive. Jason Kidd, you know what I mean? He didn't even though he was a bad shooter, he still shot the ball. Even though he was getting criticized, he still did what he had to do. Ben Simmons is not. It seems like Ben Simmons is afraid to fail. You know what I mean? He's afraid to fall down and fall down. It's okay to fall down, you still get back up. That's Ben Simmons' problem is, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think he's
Ben
gonna be able
to figure that out.
I don't think we'll ever see prime Ben Simmons again. But I mean, that's just the fall from grace. It's a good story.
He do have the opportunity though. I'm not gonna lie. The team he on now, he does have opportunity.
No, I don't think they believe in him. I don't think they look at him as a piece to their future. They already set him.
Can he not earn that belief with good play? He can't earn that.
Yeah, but
I think he's done.
True, though, but damn,
he needs a fresh look. He needs a fresh look somewhere. It's over.
That could be true, Lamont, though. But at the same time, though, they need him to play well, to up his value up, so they can get rid of him. So I mean, that is true. But like at the same time, they need him to be. I think it's like this. Okay, boom. Let's see where he's at. If he has somewhat of value, can he? They're gonna basically see where he's at. Okay, if he has a value left, who we can still trade him, or he's a guy that we can help build around to be a championship contender. Because like I said before, Ben Simmons, like I said, he's still 6'10". We understand what he's capable of even before the fall off. And that being said, if he gets back to even the form he was in Philly, I just
know confidence. Like the number one thing NBA players have, like really, when you look at like some of these really good players who ain't in the league and the guys that are in the league, it's really not a large separation between somebody like who's the white dude for the Bulls? I forget his name. The guard
Caruso.
Yeah, like it's not a fine line between Caruso and some of these. Yeah, like between them and some of these other like really good players like that you might see in like the TBT tournament or something like that. It's just there was a level of confidence at one point in time that elevated them over them other guys that them like the talent wise, a lot of these guys are right there on the same level. So with Ben Simmons, talent gap it's closing up. Like the guys are coming in supremely talented and gifted, and it's just like teams really want to still baby them and try to be in that developmental mode with them. Like either you're gonna give us something or you're not. Like, and he needs to realize that his time in the league is like this could be it. It'd be up for him. You know, once his contract is over, and I don't know if he's saying like reality yet. He's got so much money in the bank, he ain't really worried. I see. So I wish I want to see him get back. I just, you know, with how much his confidence got ran in the mud, man, I think it's over.
Yeah, his heart may not be in it though, Lamont.
I don't know if his heart not in it. I think it's his confidence is shot.
Do you think it's mental, Lamont?
Yeah, I think y'all fried people like you fried his mental. You part of the reason, Jared.
Wait, how am I part of the reason?
Because they rereading this. All that stuff you type, how you know they not here watching? He trash. He can't shoot this, that, and other. Y'all just regurgitate the same thing. Y'all don't give him no props for the things he does great. Nobody cares about being the all-NBA league defender. Nobody cares about the all-NBA team. Nobody cares about best finishers in the league. Nobody cares about one of the best playmakers in the league. Oh, he can't shoot. He passed up one shot in one particular play.
Hey, it is true, man. But like at a certain point in time, you gotta love the game enough and have enough self-pride to like not care about that outside noise, you know, and just do it for you, do it for yourself, do it for what you believe you are, you know, which is, you know, as I said earlier in the stream, like he started his career at an all-time great pace. He was on the Oscar Robertson, LeBron James, Magic Johnson type pace in terms of the numbers. So that's amazing. That
do you know most so NBA players by this time in their career, they start to hate the league. Most NBA players.
Yeah, so the passion gone, the love of the game gone.
No, the passion's gone, but the thing is, it's just like I forgot what NBA player talked about it, but he says after so long.
Your mic check.
Yeah, after so long, it starts to just feel like work. And it gets annoying. You're dealing with a whole bunch of people you probably don't want to work with. And you know, it's just business then. And now people sometimes this is why you don't see that passion in some guys, and because sometimes they just come in. It's a job. I'm doing what I need to do to get paid. I'm giving you the production I need. This is why you see the difference between some guys is actually trying to push and win a championship by all means, and you see other guys that just look like they just going through the motions.
All right.
So it is.
So
hold on, Sturdy. It's Sturdy. What's up, Sturdy? I'm about to shut this one down. So Sturdy, you came a little late.
Yeah, salute everybody. Nah, it's all good. I've been listening. I'm just working overnight. If Ben want to get his confidence back, I think he need to go out a little outside the box with this one. I think like similar to what your man Gil did, like after he missed the free throws with LeBron, he said he talked to a former Navy SEALs Black Ops guy. You know what I'm saying? And then they did a few mental exercises. So I just think he might need to go on got a box in terms of that, going to certain experts in terms of those different stressful situations. That way you get a different perspective how to deal with certain confidence and mental issues. But Ben is a talented guy. Like you said multiple times today, like there's multiple facets, there's multiple ways to affect the game. And I think the only thing I do disagree with you, Lamont, is like he does have a fresh start in Brooklyn. He didn't play that many games for Brooklyn yet. So I think especially with that supporting cast and with the new coach they got, I think he still can be implemented with them. It's just a matter of his back and also, like you said before, his confidence.
Yeah, I just don't. The thing is, from the outside looking in, it's a fresh start in Brooklyn. But do we know that this is what Brooklyn wants? Do they want to? The question is, do they want to continue with him? Does the fan base?
Mike check.
We just saw that he's super sensitive to all them things. He's sensitive to fans, and if the team wants him, if the coaches want him, that's all sensitive. That all affects how he plays. So
yeah, the fan base not too high on him, but his teammates and his coach speak none highly of him. Like he's not a bad teammate, so it's perceived. So I don't know. Like I said,
didn't the coach say you need a specific cast around Ben Simmons to maximize Ben Simmons. He said that was a difficulty of playing Ben Simmons. Like, that's interesting to say that about a guy.
That's true.
That's interesting.
When and this is my assumption, when the coach say that is more so in a implicit way is like want you to buy in. Like, we understand, like, we have the personnel for your strengths, but you have to be able to buy in and trust what we're trying to implement within the system. Like to be fair to Ben, like I said, with the Nets, they had 2 different teams this year. So I just see it as like, let's see how he does with a new training camp. You look at the interviews with Mikal Bridges, Claxton, and what's the dude name, and Dinwiddie. They believe in this dude. So yeah, and we haven't heard any bad things about him in terms of regarding as teammate. So I don't know. I think the personnel is there to help complement his game. I think he got the right coach. It's up to Ben at this point. You gotta get that confidence, man.
Hey, y'all, look, I don't want to shut it down, but I got to get this one shut down, man. We've been live. I got a lot of stuff I got to get taken care of, but shit, we got a lot touched on, man. Brandon came through and went on his classic Brandon rant.
Yo, Brandon is the #1 Villa of the week, man. Yeah, see.
Hold on. You heard that, Sturdy? You heard what we were talking about with the
Chilltown? How did that go? I'm sure you give me the real on that one.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. He kind of came in a little disrespectful. I never heard.
Disrespect, but to me, disrespectful is not cooking. It's just disrespectful.
Yeah. No, so you know how Brandon is. Like, Brandon, like he's very dogged on one narrative. So like, and then when you counter that narrative, he always switch it up. But like, at least with Chill, he came in saying he's sucking off Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You know, out the gate. I'm like, damn, this dude hella disrespectful. But that's just how Brandon is. You just gotta, me personally, like guys like that, you just gotta give them a time limit. Because at some point, like if you come in an argument, if someone disputes your basically like breaks down your argument and expose your argument in multiple different ways, at that point, you just being the same. At that point, just being a distraction. You're not adding.
Let me ask you, Sturdy. Brandon introduced 2 new terms today. I want to see if you know that. Brandon, my mic went down again. Brandon, the first one, Brandon said he said there's certain players in the league that are grabbing empty rebounds. What's an empty rebound?
What?
Empty rebound.
Maybe it's a rebound when there's a blowout or something. But
no.
He didn't explain it. Just empty.
So we talked about how Tyrese Maxey was top 6 out of guards at his position in the league in rebounding, because he made the claim that Maxey couldn't rebound, but he's actually for his position a good rebounder. But he said those rebounds that he gets are empty rebounds. He's really a bad rebounder.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing for that one, Lamont.
And then the second term is, he said the Philadelphia 76ers, their offensive playbook is not very sophisticated, and they need to run more exotic plays. And if we tried to get him to answer, give us an example of what teams run exotic plays, and he couldn't answer. But maybe you could help us with it, Sturdy. What's an exotic play?
I don't know. I think I think exotic. I think of strippers. I think of
Oh man, he had us dying. I said, "What is you talking about, man?" He said,
"That's crazy."
Lamont, can you actually define what an empty rebound is? Because I've never heard of that term.
There is no such thing as an empty rebound.
Rebound is another possession for your team, and there's any rebound you can grab. However you grab it is a positive in any coach's eyes. Shit, because what do you call offensive rebounds? Is there such thing as an empty offensive rebound if that's the case?
No, I don't think so.
Shit, hell no. Coaches grab them things, so I think he just got caught up saying some stuff, man. Didn't know what he's talking about.
Well, hold on, Lamont. I will say this though, like, and it doesn't make sense, but like, I think maybe what he was trying to say is like, you remember back in 2017 when Steven Adams was getting rust rebounds?
No. I understand that, but again, that even with that was highly exaggerated. There were a few instances where we saw that happen, but for Russ to average double-figure rebounds for an entire year, it's impossible for players to keep that up for an entire year while trying to play winning basketball. Exactly. So that's not true.
He did it 4 seasons.
But the reason why guards in this league, you don't see a ton of guards chasing rebounds, is because there's a price to pay when your guards chase rebounds. There's a price to pay. And this is one of the reasons why Russell Westbrook's rebounding numbers kind of went down when he was with LA, because when you lock in and you focus in on defense as a team, as a guard, one thing that's going to go down is your rebounds. And, you know, people always ask, why is Josh Hart getting bounced around the league? He getting traded, but he's grabbing almost 10 rebounds a game. There's a price to pay. It's not the most valuable thing in the world to have your guards grabbing a ton of rebounds. So it can't hurt you in other places. So it's a good thing in a sense. But when you see a guards getting up there with 8, 9, 10 rebounds and just talking about guards aren't good rebounders, that's a negative. Coaches really don't want their guards out there grabbing a ton of rebounds. It compromises you in other places too much.
The only positive I see, it helps getting your offense faster, probably helps start the transition quicker. But outside of that, at the end of the day, 9 times out of 10, the guard has to be the first ones back. So that's yeah. But I think Lamont, I think you need to do another stream before Sunday though.
No, I'm gonna do a stream. I'm probably gonna do a stream. I'm definitely doing a stream Wednesday. I'm gonna schedule it today. Okay. Tomorrow I gotta go. Me and Hoop Jargon, we're gonna be going live on the Plenty of Fish app.
Okay.
So, I'm not gonna be doing this. Plus,
you covering the FIBA World Championships? You covering?
I know they play Puerto Rico today.
I was gonna do a video talking about the women begging for raises. Then they got their ass eliminated in the World Cup. But the FIBA World Championships in basketball, I might cover it. I'm gonna probably cover some games. See Canada play. I think Canada's gonna win it all, but we'll see.
I think it's good because it's highlighting the young talent and also the amount of international players we have in our league.
We don't care about it no more. Like our players are just getting in it just to get in it. But I don't know if any of them truly like these other guys. These motherfuckers love their country. They like when they lose, they feel like they let their whole country down. They be crying and shit. Like these dudes be playing for their legacy in their country. So when you playing like that, man, shit, like how can you beat that if you just there just to be there? You know,
just off talent, you're gonna just win off talent alone.
Yeah, that's why it's more so paying attention to like the young talent, because I didn't realize this, Lamont, till like a few weeks ago. Like we got a lot of high end talent below the age of 25 in this league. Like it's crazy, and I'll say watch it for that, and also like you mentioned before, the Canada team, the France team, you know, like, and obviously Spain always do their thing. I just think to highlight the amount of international players too, because what's happening in the league now, especially with this draft, I want this draft to prosper because this is the first time in NBA history we got like the top 5 picks. Out of 4 of the top 5 picks didn't come from college. Only one guy from the top 5 came from college. So that tells you there's different avenues, different forms of teaching that can help you get to the league. And I think that needs to be highlighted a little bit more, because for a lot of American fans I'm starting to see, they starting to get a little uneasy about that.
Sturdy, we should do a stream. I might do a stream tomorrow morning about this before I head to the gym, because I want to talk about the FIBA. I think a lot of people might want to chime in and hear about this. So yeah, before I head to campus tomorrow, I think we're gonna chop it up. But like I said, we're going on 8 hours. I don't know how these
don't sleep on Nigeria, Sturdy. Nigeria, you know what I mean? Chimezi Metu. Oh, don't do that. Gabe Vincent. I don't know if Gabe Vincent is playing, but he should.
Man, they done.
They done. What do you mean?
You guys, check this out. Hey, Africa, you guys have already had the highest highlight moment you guys have ever had in y'all history, and that was when y'all beat the U.S. team. It's done after that.
No,
you just take that win and run.
Yeah, those African teams, they like 12 years away.
But you know what though? Okay. There's a lot of talent, bro. I've seen some of these African dudes doing basketball drills. These motherfuckers, like Sturdy said, another 10 years, if they keep this shit up, them motherfuckers are gonna be like super soldiers in the league. These motherfuckers are running up the hill, running. They got all types of shit tied to them, like rocks and shit, pulling rocks up, dribbling balls up the hill on a muddy slope in the rain. I'm like, what the fuck?
They getting out the mud.
Shout out to NBA Africa doing big things though. So it's going to eventually hit. You know what I mean? So we're gonna see. All
right.
It's all love, man. Salute to you, Lamont, man. You know, Sturdy, man. We about to pack PC up, right, Sturdy? We're gonna be on the same team.
We got to talk about them rules, man.
Look, bro, look. At this stage, man. I'm just ready to get this shit over with, man. They done already kind of ducked and dodged and moved it around, and then you got a couple guys over there playing Hollywood and politics and shit. So, you know, I mean, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put on a good face for it, but my interest in it has kind of went down just because just like some of the characters over there, you know, some of the characters over there just I just don't like the Hollywood role people be playing and shit. Like, I'm not feeling that, man.
You got another you got another debate for me and Chill.
Yep, we're gonna do that on the date we scheduled. You text me, so we're gonna rock it out on that date, and we're just gonna see how it goes from there. But before then, I want to do some debates Wednesday. So between now and Wednesday, I'm gonna try to set some stuff up so we can get a little preliminary debates going on. And now I got to update the rankings. Once we get some more debates in with everybody.
Sturdy, how'd you slide up past me, Sturdy? You got some. This is like the sanctioning bodies of boxing, bro. We got some under the table payments, and we got some.
No. What happened was Sturdy by default beat Damo because Damo didn't show up.
What do you mean by default?
So
he didn't even
show up. That's a win.
Oh,
that's a win.
My Sturdy.
So I Chat GPT determined this. You lost the ticket, but it was a controversial decision, so it didn't put a ticket over you.
That was a setup, Sturdy. That was a setup.
Man, Africa, bro. No matter what I do, bro, I've been trying to get debates, bro. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Hey, you getting dubs with no appearances, man. It's amazing, bro.
I don't know what I can do, bro, but like,
okay.
We'll top it up later because, like I said, I'm reaching out to other content creators and they saying the same thing. They fucks the format and just they don't want to quote unquote have an unfair advantage.
Because over here, I feel like we got the most non-biased vote.
No, like what it is.
Ticket can come over here and win. Anybody can goddamn come over.
No. What it is more so. It's not just ticket because whatever, but like it's more so Chill. I didn't realize this till like Lou pointed this out to me. You go back and watch SB and Chill debate, right? SB lost before he said anything, and you know it's funny. Like 10 seconds in, you see somebody saying, "Yo, he's rose glazing." I'm like, what? like he's supposed to argue.
Yeah, what I want to do is, what I think I might do is, I'm gonna probably call it like the jury or something. But I just need a panel of people that are just always consistently gonna be like the voters in boxing, and you just got to rock out with whatever they say. I'll try to hope that they not biased, but at the end of the day, I think incorporating the chat, it gets too toxic, especially when we bring the PC guys over.
You can have the chat.
No, you can, like I said, just do it like
Uncle Beezy.
Just do it like Lamont. Just do it like the United States, man. It's not people think it's democracy, but like it's really a republic. So, like you said before, I already talked to Sean. He's willing to do it. I already talked to Brother. He's willing to do it. And Khalil,
Beezy.
You already know those three guys are completely objective, and most of the time they watch anyway. So, and like all we need is like 6 more guys, and then no matter what, even some guy missing, you always gonna have at least 3 guys because you just need 3 judges for that.
I think I need to vote too, but I think I like the idea of the challenge flag for fact checking.
That's fire. Like
I like
challenge flag.
When you do that, Lamont, like.
We did it in our. You missed it, Africa. We did it in our last debates. We had a challenge flag, and if you challenge somebody on a fact that they misquote, if you right, you automatically win that round. But if you wrong, you automatically lose the round.
See,
through the challenge on that
we go to Chat GPT for the fact.
That Michael B. Jordan would have been a challenge flag. Is that
no? After no, like I give you a better example, right? Like when it happened the day of. True almost had a GCU moment, bro. Like he was down bad. His Wi-Fi was messing up. It was facing Tyson, and then Tyson said he said an implication, and Lamont answered for that. He was like, Tyson said the Spurs were damn near a super team. True challenged that, and then Tyson lost the round. So Tyson because True Wi-Fi was messed up. Then at 10 minutes later, True got his Wi-Fi situation good. He lost the second round because he lost the challenge, and the third round was close because Tyson got flustered. So True almost
lost the challenge. So it was verified that
he wanted
to. Yeah. So what happened was we asked ChatGPT. Like, on a particular year, we said, were the Spurs ever considered a super team? And it broke it down. It said, although they were very good and well coached, they were never considered a super team. ChatGPT came with the facts, man.
My only request, Lamar, in terms of the challenge is the third round. I don't get why there's no challenge accepted for the third round.
Yeah. I want to change that. I think we can challenge the third round.
Your mic went low.
But it was a new concept. I was just throwing it in there. So I know, but I do like the idea of the challenge, man, because that's gonna get some people caught up.
Yeah,
exactly. People be finessing.
What that's gonna do, Lamar, is gonna up the credibility and also make it more exciting. And that's the thing too. People gonna think, well, it's restricting the debate. Nah, you can still be. Say you like a ticket, right? And like you only can approach it with a narrative. You can still be accurate with the facts that support your narrative. You know what I'm saying? So that's a great idea.
Exactly.
We're gonna get these judges, and we're gonna.
Yeah, it's just like let's say if Brandon was debating, and he would have said James Harden was inefficient, but he didn't have no numbers to support it. I would have challenged, and I'd be like, he asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT would have for sure said he was definitely efficient.
Last season, facts.
Oh yeah, my only question with that, like, how technical and precise with that challenge? Because like, say if a person say Jordan averaged 35 or 87, but he really averaged 34.9. Like, are you gonna let that challenge slide?
It depends. It depends. Like, so it depends if the other person catches you. Like, there was a technicality in one of the debates where somebody said they were talking about players, but they said the wrong college that the player went to.
What?
I forgot what player we were talking about.
DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, we were talking about DeMar DeRozan, and he said something about DeMar DeRozan going to UCLA. And I'm like, I'm just thinking to myself, if this gets challenged, that could be a petty challenge, but he gonna win it.
He'll win it.
Oh, so you win it automatically, even if it's not significant. Wow.
Even if it could be minor. You can misquote anything. He misquoted college.
0.1 points off of scoring average.
Specifically for my example, because stats gonna get brought up. If I would say Jordan averaged 35 at 87, but in reality he averaged 34.9, and they challenge that, do I lose that?
No. That you, because we'll just round up then.
Exactly. It's about the substance of what you're saying. It's just
so the thing is, and I don't think anybody's gonna risk challenging that, because I feel like ChatGPT would still side with you on the 35. Like ChatGPT is a motherfucker. They a motherfucker with the numbers, man. They ain't gonna let you finesse too hard.
That's all good, man. Salute the mama slide, man. Salute 30.
All right, y'all.
That's all love.
Going on 8 hours for whatever reason. I don't know how the hell we got to 8 hours.
It was a good.
You the guy that told Mike how to go 8 hours plus, man. What you talking about, man?
That was a good stream, man. We had Lamont breaking down X's and O's on the screen, bro. Talking about plays.
I keep telling this fool. He need to keep doing that, bro. Like,
I'm serious too. I told him, like, get screenshots of the game so you don't even have to play the tape and just break down the spacing, what people are running, just screenshots every 5 seconds of how the play evolves. I think you did that earlier in the year during the season. You actually did that for a couple of videos.
That's game 6 Lamont right there. When he go in the coaching,
exactly. You need that. Hey, I really appreciate that. I understand a lot, and so and learn a lot. So that is worthwhile, most definitely, man.
All right, y'all. Well, look, I'm gonna probably bring it back, man. I like talking X's and O's. Plus, I got to get my team ready. So, I'm gonna try to keep my schedule more consistent when the season starts, as far as going live, so I don't have them weeks of not doing nothing, no content.
Yeah, that's the thing too, Lamont. Like, we get like you hella busy for your season, but like you got to at least pump out videos. You even got to do a live. Yeah. Just at least get it out some videos.
I'm just gonna pre-record a whole bunch and just have them ready to go on deck or something, but it'd be tough, man. I get so caught up in the season, man. I especially like we get a catch a L or something, man. I'll be hating that, bro.
Yeah. So which I would suggest, Lamont, pre-record like videos that's timeless, like top 10 coaches of all time, top 10 schemes all time, stuff like that. So that way is even then, like, there's a possibility of being flexible. Like say if there's a huge conversation about coaching, you can pop that in there while you're going on during the season. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Nah, I got you. I'm gonna keep the content coming. I got to get to 100K. I can't be on another year not at 100K. Man.
Yeah, we got to get to it, man.
I'm here playing around, man.
So look, man, peace out, Sturdy, man. I ain't never had a roach ever crawl on my wall, Sturdy. So you better, come with me, respect, Sturdy. It was nasty, Sturdy. That was the only punch that led to Sturdy, but it's all good though. It's
I'm not gonna cap, bro. When that dude said, forget what you said. This debate is what you said 2 streams ago. I was like, yo.
Hey man, it is what it is, man. It's all love though. It's all love. Man. We do this for the entertainment, for the joy, for the love of the game, for the
Hey, Lamar, you definitely get a soundboard, bro. That's the only thing you really miss, man.
No, I got the crazy thing is, look, I got one. I just never use it. I got it right here.
Yeah, hook it up or something, man.
I just need to hook it up, man. I'm telling you, I'll be getting lazy with some of this stuff. I just need to.
Yeah, you need to start calling like flagrant fouls and tech.
I gotta get back to my costumes and everything, man.
Yeah. I don't know about the costume. You need to start calling fouls and tech fouls though. Like when people be saying wild shit like today with Brandon, like you gotta call foul, tech foul. You have to have a board, like 5 fouls, you out of here and stuff. Like you gotta do something.
Oh yeah, that's a good one right there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, like just keep a count. Like it's kind of crazy.
Nah, but
that would be funny too, because people gonna push.
When people foul out, they out.
Foul out. Yeah, we out here, man.
When you eject them, you gotta hit with the FYF. Fuck you.
If they get hit with a tech, they gotta answer a question right to stay on the panel, man.
Oh, facts. You need some trivia too, like some fact check. Like, yeah, man, like it is what it is. Hey, I see that, man, but it's all love though, man.
I might try that Wednesday. I'm gonna try it Wednesday. Watch this. So we got. I'm gonna do a crazy title just to pull the haters.
Yeah, like today, Ben Simmons and Jason Kidd is wild. Yeah, but it is what it is, man. Salute, man.
I thought about it the other day. I was like, man, people are gonna be mad as hell when I put this.
Almost as bad as Draymond is the remix version of Magic Johnson, man. That's crazy.
That might be facts.
I'm not gonna lie. Like when I be sharing the content, right? I'm like. The people I was sharing it, they'd be like reading the thumbnail, like, what? I'm like, just trust me, it's a good conversation. It's just clickbait, my nigga.
So people be judging me off my video titles, boy. I be seeing people that I be pulling up other panels. That's the dude who said
Yeah.
Oh man, y'all wild, man. I was like, bro, you gotta watch the video, man. Stop it. All right, Sturdy. I'm gonna hit your line. I'm gonna text you, let you know some details on the debate, man. I'm gonna get up with you though. I'll be back live Wednesday though.
I bet.
All right, Sturdy. All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. Apologize for the mic issues, man. We'll be back, right, man. But look, got another day tomorrow, man. Might have a surprise live stream tomorrow, man. So we'll see how it goes. Salute to Michael Matroki in the chat, man. Like I said, I got to get our numbers back up over here. So I got to get the lives going a little bit more consistently. But it is what it is. Hey, y'all, FYF Sports, man. It's another great podcast video. We're going to be back. More sports news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Everything backed up with actual source.